I have died, yet I find myself alive again, and this resurrected world is rather intriguing. The familiar spherical spaceship, the furry tail behind my tailbone, and the reflection of a familiar face in the glass hatch. A handsome and refined visage, complemented by muscles carved like stone. Is that Dragon Ball Broly? Chapter 1. The Aura of Ferocity. Didn't I die? How am I alive again? A torrent of memories and emotions surged within my mind, colliding and merging with the thoughts of this time traveler. King Vegeta sensed the threat posed by Broly and deliberately ordered his exile to the perilous planet of Wampa, teeming with ferocious beasts. The escape pod's hatch slammed shut with a clang, then was ejected into the vast expanse of the cosmos, while Broly was nearly suffocated by the tremendous force within that confined space. The good news is that I have traversed to another world after death. The bad news is that I have arrived in the terrifying realm of Dragon Ball's second dimension. How did I become Broly? Although I am a devoted fan, it does not imply that I wish to enter such a dreadful world. He was filled with helplessness and confusion as the spaceship careened through the boundless universe. Gradually, Broly began to calm himself and accept this absurd reality. Gazing through the small porthole at the twinkling stars in the cosmos, he silently vowed, "Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. I will liberate you from your original fate, Broly. From now on, I shall embody Broly." The spaceship drifted through the cosmos as Broly entered a state of hibernation. After 2 long years of flight, the spherical craft plunged into the gravitational field of a mysterious planet. Broly clutched the armrest of his seat tightly as the ship shook violently, alarms blaring piercingly, and he shouted, "This wretched ship better not fall apart." With a tremendous crash, the spaceship struck the planet's surface, raising a cloud of dust. Broly struggled to crawl out from the wreckage, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate landscape, strewn with bizarre rocks and buffeted by fierce winds. At that moment, he keenly sensed dozens, if not hundreds, of presences drawing near. Damn it, Wampa! I hope the ship is not damaged. The Saiyan spherical spaceship is inherently equipped with a hibernation function. Having been exiled at the age of 2, Broly had grown to 4 over the span of 2 years. Now he could control his body with ease and speak. During these 2 years, while his body was in hibernation, his will remained active. Perhaps due to the innate talents of the Saiyans, he had learned to sense energy within himself, mastering the ability to detect ki. The ferocious aura characteristic of Super Saiyans was tempered by the fusion of the 2 souls. The original soul was that of a mere child. Devoid of the bloodline's ferocity, it could hardly contend with the adult soul of the time traveler. Over the course of 2 years, the 2 souls successfully merged with the time traveler as the dominant force. I do not wish to consume the legs of these monsters or this vile egg fluid. My immediate priority is to learn how to pilot this spaceship and escape Wampa. I remember that the original's father, Paragus, will be pursuing me in 2 days. First, I must deal with these repulsive creatures and test this body's capabilities. Broly muttered to himself as he surveyed the swarm of spider-like beasts before him. "Come on, you disgusting creatures." Broly summoned the energy within him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Green energy blasts were unleashed, booming and crashing. Following the violent explosions, a clear area was created. "Come forth, little insects," Broly bellowed, his physical form surging as he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, launching towards the swarm of spiders like a cannonball. His speed was astounding, creating a fierce gust of wind that sent the arachnid-like creatures flying in all directions. Upon diving into the enemy ranks, Broly unleashed a flurry of fierce punches and kicks. Each strike, imbued with tremendous power, shattered the bodies of the spider-like monsters. Observing this, the creatures hastily converged, their sharp claws aimed at Broly. Unflinching, he retaliated, a grass-green aura erupting from within him, repelling those that dared to attack. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Broly began to feel the strain. After all, he was merely 4 years old and facing his first combat, lacking the finesse to utilize his energy efficiently. The sheer number of spider-like monsters was overwhelming, as if they were infinite, continuously pouring in from all directions. He realized that he could no longer engage in close combat blindly. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate them. Broly abruptly leaped back, distancing himself from the horde of spiders. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly gathered energy before him, forming a green energy sphere in his palms, pulsating with a terrifying force that distorted the surrounding air. With a mighty shout, he hurled the green sphere into the midst of the spider swarm. Boom! The energy sphere detonated among the spiders, unleashing a colossal shockwave that instantly consumed all nearby arachnid monsters in an explosion that illuminated the entirety of Wanpa Star. Debris flew in every direction, severed limbs scattered, and a pungent scent of blood filled the air. Yet, one energy sphere was not enough to eradicate the monsters. Having briefly familiarized himself with the energy, Broly summoned it once more from within. The energy surged wildly, his muscles taut, each fiber seemingly brimming with boundless strength. He coalesced energy again, this time forming two luminous green spheres in his hands, their radiance more brilliant and their power more formidable than before. Broly roared, launching both green spheres simultaneously towards the spider horde. The spheres spun rapidly through the air, shredding the spider-like monsters into pieces. With two resounding explosions, the spheres triggered a chain reaction, engulfing the entire swarm in a fiery inferno. A tantalizing aroma wafted into Broly's nostrils. It smells delightful. Perhaps I could sample it? Gurgle. His stomach audibly protested. Having gone 2 years without sustenance, the intense hunger gnawed at him, compelling Broly to uncontrollably approach the edge of the conflagration. He bent down to pick up a charred leg of a monster that had escaped the flames, peeling away its hardened exterior. The strip of white flesh exuded an appetizing fragrance that was hard to resist. It looks quite similar to crab leg meat. Broly cautiously brought the meat to his mouth for a taste. Delicious, absolutely delicious, even better than crab legs. Broly began to feast heartily, weaving his way along the flame's periphery. After more than an hour, he had devoured every succulent spider leg, leaving only the charred remains of inedible monsters. What a delight, though I'm only 8/10 full. This Saiyan's stomach is indeed insatiable. Having consumed so much yet still not completely satisfied, Broly lay languidly on the ground, rubbing his belly. His small frame had developed 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. With this physique at such a tender age, I would surely be deemed a superhuman in my past life. However, this transcendent Saiyan bloodline surpasses mere superhumans. How should I deal with Paragus? I cannot accept him as my father, Broly mused, gazing blankly at the yellow sky of Wanpa Star. Well, one step at a time. Enhancing my combat strength is paramount. If he truly attempts to control me, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. I am a transcendent Saiyan, devoid of sentiment. Broly dusted himself off and rose to his feet. Chapter 2. Paragus has arrived. Broly sought refuge in a cave, wishing to escape the confines of the cramped spaceship for rest. As a devoted fan of the Dragon Ball universe, he meticulously recalled the timeline and events of the saga. Prior to his crossing over, he had completed the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, and had merely remarked that it was a work that played on nostalgia, only to be struck down by a vehicle upon stepping outside. Broly was born in the year 732 of the age, and now, considering the time spent on planet Vampa, it should be the year 736. The perennial second, Vegeta, was born at the same time as him, while the main protagonist, Goku, was 2 years his junior. In a year's time, planet Vegeta would face destruction at the hands of Frieza, coinciding with Goku's arrival on Earth. The initial historical events should remain unchanged. King Piccolo, the Saiyan invasion, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. As for the subsequent plot developments, he could only await their unfolding. Paragus was nearing. He pondered the distance between planet Vampa and Earth. After his reflections, Broly emerged from the cave, embracing the air with outstretched arms as he gazed skyward. He stood there for 2 full days until a streak of light pierced the atmosphere of planet Vampa. At last, the moment had come. Should he feign ignorance or strike? He decided to play coy and observe how Paragus would respond. Returning to the cave, he deliberately revealed his energy. 3 hours later, a powerful presence approached swiftly. Broly, my son, a voice called from outside the cave. Broly rubbed his face, feigning indifference as he exited the cave. Broly, I have finally found you. Paragus exclaimed with unrestrained joy, attempting to step closer. Suddenly, Broly raised his hand, unleashing a green energy blast that whizzed past Paragus' cheek, striking a monstrous spider creature behind him. 24,000. Is this power level scouter malfunctioning? Paragus stared in disbelief at the readings, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief, thinking Broly was going to attack him. Excellent, excellent. My son must indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan. King Vegeta, just wait. I will return to planet Vegeta and eliminate you, claiming the throne for myself. Ambition and intense hatred filled Paragus' eyes, devoid of any trace of paternal affection for Broly. Observing Paragus, Broly mused to himself that Scions were indeed cold-hearted by nature. Bardock was merely an exception. Broly, I am your father. Do you remember me? Paragus extended his arms. Inching closer to Broly, his gaze a mix of 3 parts fear and 7 parts greed. Broly remained unresponsive, silently awaiting his approach. However, Paragus's eyes betrayed his intentions, revealing nothing but fear and avarice, lacking any semblance of familial warmth. Moreover, he was not yet skilled in piloting the spaceship. Paragus could not be allowed to perish just yet. Father? Broly feigned a look of innocent confusion. Indeed, I am your father, Paragus, and you are my son. Overcome with joy, Paragus embraced Broly. Father, oh, it hurts so much, my head is pounding. A surge of ferocity suddenly erupted from within Broly, causing him to clutch his head in agony as his energy erupted violently, shattering everything in his vicinity. Paragus quickly distanced himself, vigilant as he observed the tormented Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan truly harbors a savage nature. It appears I must devise a means to control him, to bend him to my will, and seize the throne for myself, even eliminate Frieza to dominate the entire universe. Paragus murmured softly, with his head bowed. A glint of determination flickered in Broly's eyes as he pondered. Do not blame me for employing such tactics. This approach benefits all. Should you make a move, I shall kill you without any moral burden. Your life or death rests solely on your own choices. Minutes later, Broly's energy dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Paragus waited an additional 10 minutes before daring to approach Broly. Such a volatile energy must be harnessed under my control. He lifted Broly, flying towards his spacecraft. Paragus's vessel was grander and more advanced than the spherical spaceship. Upon being placed inside the ship, Broly opened his eyes. What has happened to me, father? It is merely the energy within you causing turmoil. I shall create a suppressor for you, and with it, you will not be affected by this energy. Paragus deceived Broly. Oh, I understand now. Broly thought to himself, recognizing the unfolding events as aligned with the original narrative. He feared being uncontrollable, thus needing the suppressor for control. What an admirable father, viewing his own son as a mere instrument for universal domination. Father, could you teach me how to pilot the spacecraft? It is uncomfortable here. Shall we leave? Broly feigned innocence as he inquired. Here is the manual for the spacecraft. Since Scions are implanted with knowledge upon birth, you should comprehend it. Study it while I prepare your suppressor. Paragus tossed Broly a manual and hurried off to another room. Technology indeed transforms lives, although Scions are a warrior race. Their advancements are remarkable, allowing for immediate understanding through direct knowledge infusion. Broly opened the manual and studied it meticulously. Inside, alongside guidance for the ship, there were also instructions for piloting the spherical spacecraft. As time passed, Broly closed the manual, finding it straightforward and quite useful. The ship contained coordinates for planets within the northern galaxy, including the solar system. It is nearly time. Broly awaited Paragus in silence. After a night had passed, Paragus joyfully approached Broly. Broly, I shall help you wear it. Broly extended his hand to halt him, grasping the circular suppressor. Ah, my dear father. Is it truly as simple as a suppressor? Who are you? You are not Broly. Paragus sensed something amiss upon hearing those words. Indeed, I am not Broly. But should the opportunity arise, I shall explain in the underworld. Broly's palm emanated a verdant glow, obliterating Paragus into nothingness. Yet, an involuntary tear escaped the corner of Broly's eye as he smiled gently, wiping away the tear with his finger. How trivial tears are, to flow from the eyes of a Scion. This was merely a remnant of the original owner's consciousness at play. What lay ahead was a journey to Earth. Although his combat prowess was lacking, the martial arts of this realm were certainly worthy of study. Broly promptly set the coordinates for Earth on his spacecraft. Boom! Blue flames erupted from the ship's underside, launching it skyward. The distance from planet Vampa to Earth was not extensive. It would only take a year to arrive. Nearly the same duration as that of the protagonist, Son Goku. Chapter 3. Destination, West City Capsule Corporation. In the vastness of outer space, 2 spacecrafts suddenly appeared beyond Earth's atmosphere. One belonged to Son Goku, the Scion known as Kakarot, while the other was Broly's vessel. Goku's spherical ship descended with a straightforward trajectory, akin to a meteor plummeting towards Mount Pozu. In contrast, Broly skillfully maneuvered his spacecraft to land at the estate of the chairman of the Capsule Corporation in West City. Sister, there's a spaceship, exclaimed a little girl, tugging at the arm of an older girl, pointing at Broly's ship. The two were 7-year-old Bulma and her 10-year-old sister, Ties. With a hiss, the hatch opened, and Broly emerged, his handsome face adorned with angular features and a hint of smile, his black bodysuit accentuating his muscular physique. Wow, an alien! Bulma gasped in astonishment. Are you really an alien? Can you take me on an adventure through the universe? I adore writing novels and need inspiration. Ties eagerly implored Broly to whisk her away into the cosmos. Truly, she was a prodigious girl in the world of Dragon Ball. Upon encountering an extraterrestrial, she exhibited no fear, only excitement, and a fervent desire for adventure. Broly smiled warmly. Greetings, I am Broly. My planet has been destroyed, and I have wandered to this world. May I ask for your hospitality? I am willing to offer my spacecraft for your study. Sister agreed to him. I want to study the spaceship and craft my own. I will give it to you, and then you can embark on your own cosmic adventures. The technologically gifted Bulma could hardly contain her enthusiasm at the thought of researching a spacecraft. We are still minors. I must inform our father. Whether we can take you in depends on his approval. Ties cautioned, a touch of wariness creeping into her thoughts. In contrast to the naive Bulma, Ties was more mature for her age. Thank you, kind sister. Broly expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. Just wait, Bulma. Come with me to find Dad. Ties zooted, pulling Bulma along to seek out Dr. Briefs. Moments later, oh my, an actual alien. A spaceship. This is certainly a project worth studying. Dr. Briefs acted with unrestrained curiosity, rushing towards a spaceship to explore it with eager hands and inquisitive knocks. Excuse me, but the owner is still right here. Tai's voice interjected with evident displeasure. Oh, my apologies. I completely forgot. Broly, is it? I have no interest in your origins, but I accept your terms. I can provide you shelter. The spaceship will serve as my research facility. Your physique appears quite similar to ours, save for the additional tail. However, your physical prowess seems impressive. Since Bulma and Ties have matured, would you be able to protect them? Dr. Brief's lengthy monologue swiftly concluded all matters. Thank you for taking me in, Uncle. I shall protect Bulma and Ties. Broly replied, elated. Dr. Briefs then pulled out his mobile phone. Bleep, send someone over to construct a research facility, right within my estate. Broly, how old are you? Ties Inkith. According to Earth calendar, I am 5 years old. I am Ties, 10 years old this year, and this is Bulma, who is 7. From now on, we shall be your elder sisters. Despite her young age, Ties possessed a remarkably bold temperament. Greetings, elder sister and second sister. Broly reciprocated the salutation. And greetings to you, little brother. From this day forth, we shall protect you. Ties stepped forward and patted Broly's shoulder. Haha, thank you. My 2 sisters. Meanwhile, Son Goku, as per the original narrative, was fostered by Son Gohan from within the valley. Days turned into weeks, and soon it was time to celebrate Broly's birthday. He had been on Earth for 2.5 years. Brother, happy birthday. Bulma presented him with a gift. Broly, happy birthday. At some point, Ties had ceased calling him brother and began addressing him by name, often blushing shyly in his presence. Today marked Broly's 8th birthday, celebrated by the Briefs family. During these 2.5 years, Broly had not engaged in any training. Rather, he dedicated his time to mastering control over his tail's vulnerability. Now, he could attack with it at will, and being grasped by it no longer rendered him weak and powerless. Tai's assistance had been indispensable in this endeavor. As night fell, Broly recalled the ominous energy he had sensed previously, likely that of King Piccolo. There were still 6 years before the plot would unfold. Should I involve myself in this? Broly gazed vacantly at the sky. Suddenly, he caught sight of a moonlit glow and quickly lowered his head. That was a close call. He could not yet ascertain whether he would transform into a great ape. Even if he did not, he was uncertain about losing his rationality. Broly's breath quickened, and his racing heart gradually returned to a steady rhythm. Perhaps it would be wise to leave Earth for a while and experiment. Intriguingly, a notion of creating an artificial moon had surfaced in his mind. Could it be attributed to his bloodline? The following day, he approached Bulma. May I trouble you with a request? Call me second sister. Second sister. Please, what task requires the assistance of this genius girl? Bulma gazed at Broly with a sense of triumph. I need you to help me create a gravity chamber, Broly. A gravity chamber? What does that mean? Broly inquired. It is a device that can control the gravitational multiplier. I require this apparatus to enhance my strength. My physique is different from that of Earth's inhabitants. Broly explained patiently. Then why not just train with weights? That's how soldiers train on television. Bulma still struggled to comprehend Broly's words. With a sigh, Broly replied, Sister, follow me. He led Bulma toward the artificial mountain fountain within the estate. What are we doing? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Without further ado, Broly stepped into the pool, bent down, and with his fingers claw-like, he suddenly pierced into the mountain's body, then rose, lifting the artificial mountain high above his head. Wow, brother, you're incredible. Although it's an artificial mountain, it must weigh several hundred pounds. How can such a small frame possess such immense strength? Bulma could hardly believe her eyes. This scene defied her worldview. With a thunderous crash, the mountain hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. So, do you understand why I need you to create a gravity chamber? The higher the multiplier, the better. Ideally, one that exerts pressure from all directions on the body. Broly stated. All right, I understand. Let me think. Recently, my father made new breakthroughs in his research on your spaceship and synthesized a new type of metal with a very high density. Perhaps it would be suitable for constructing a gravity chamber. As for the gravity aspect, let me research for a few days. Bulma exclaimed, rushing back to her laboratory. Broly had complete faith in Bulma. For her, creating a gravity chamber would be a piece of cake. Chapter 4. The gravity chamber is complete. At Earth's Bowsy Mountain. Grandpa, drink some water. The youthful Goku adorably offered a cup of water to the elderly Gohan. Thank you, Goku. You're such a good boy. Gohan smiled warmly at Goku. Since the day Goku had mischievously climbed out of the backpack and tumbled down the cliff, he had transformed upon waking. He seemed like a different person, innocent, kind-hearted, and delightful. In the temple, Mr. Popo, do you think these two extraterrestrial visitors will have a negative impact on Earth? The benevolent spirit of Earth, sensing Goku and Broly's arrival, had already noticed them. Mr. Popo, with a stoic expression, replied, I don't know what the future holds. But for now, they're just two children and have not done any harm. Perhaps I'm overthinking. However, I've been feeling increasingly frail in recent years. I wonder how much longer I can endure. The deity leaned on his staff, his form hunched. Mr. Popo, who do you think should succeed the position of Earth's guardian? Gohan? Or perhaps that long-lived Master Roshi? As for Master Shun, he is not suitable. His malevolence outweighs his goodness. After some contemplation, Mr. Popo concluded that none were fitting, suggesting it might be wise to wait a while longer. Then let us heed Mr. Popo's wisdom. Meanwhile, Broly heard Bulma's excited call, Brother, brother, come out. The gravity chamber is complete. Whoosh! Broly swiftly materialized before Bulma. Let me see, he exclaimed, startling her. How did you appear so suddenly? Bulma scolded. This is not the time for that. Quickly, show me. Broly urged, his impatience palpable. Step aside. Bulma retorted as she moved aside, tossing a space capsule. With a resounding pop, a semicircular structure, approximately 30 square meters in size, emerged from thin air. Broly opened the door and stepped inside. It resembled the gravity chamber from the original tale, with red metallic walls and a central cylindrical pillar. At a height of 1 meter, a control panel displayed the gravity multiplier. Thank you, sister. I truly appreciate your help. Broly exclaimed, elated. As long as it's useful. Currently, it can only withstand up to 200 times your own gravity. Use it for now, and I'll conduct further research to upgrade it to 500 times. Anything beyond that will require a new type of metal, for this alloy cannot endure. Bulma declared proudly. Thank you, sister. I'll give it a try. Please step outside. I'm afraid I might injure you. Broly insisted, ushering Bulma out of the room. He approached the control panel, selecting 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, and finally 50 times. Upon reaching 50 times, Broly trembled as though a mountain were pressing down upon him. The omnidirectional pressure was incomparable to the weight he could lift. The gravitational force acting upon him from all sides was a distinctly different experience. Broly felt his internal organs churning. He began with simple steps, 1 step per second, then 2, gradually transitioning into a light jog. His combat power, which had been steadily increasing over time, surged dramatically under the intense strain. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline inherently facilitated the growth of his combat prowess. Initially, on planet Vampa, Paragus' scouter had detected Broly's combat power at 24,000. Although he had not trained during his years on Earth, his strength had nonetheless increased by around 6,000. Now, in a state of normalcy, his combat power stood at a formidable 30,000. Having enjoyed ample sustenance and comfort on Earth, he harbored considerable latent potential. As he trained in the gravity chamber, this potential surged forth, translating into his strength, causing his combat power to rise steadily. The scouter, present on Paragus' ship as well, had been upgraded by Bulma, with its limit now set at 1 million points. Wearing the scouter, Broly began to assess his own power. 31,000, 32,000, 33,000, 40,000. After a substantial increase of 10,000 points, his progress began to slow. At this juncture, Broly was capable of performing push-ups and sit-ups under 50 times gravity. Due to his youth, his combat power had increased at a slower rate. However, upon entering adolescence, he would experience a significant surge, and after transcending into Super Saiyan, he would enter a phase of rapid growth. As Broly trained, he contemplated his future training regimen. Time, like a young maiden, gradually matured into that of a matron. Another 2.5 years passed, and Broly continued his daily training in the gravity chamber. Thud, thud, thud. Broly, come out here. Tai's voice, filled with indignation, echoed from outside the house. Despite being 11, Broly had not grown even a fraction since arriving on Earth, while 16-year-old Tai stood tall and captivating. Sister, is there something amiss? Broly, bare-chested and emanating warmth, stepped outside. You promised to accompany me on an adventure. You are not keeping your word. Also, when will you grow taller? Tai gazed at him with an air of melancholy. Did I not mention that our race, being a warrior lineage, experiences an extended puberty? It is entirely normal for me to still be in my youth at 16. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Broly discerned Tai's unspoken feelings. Yet he chose not to confront them, recognizing it as merely the stirrings of adolescence. However, should Tai's affections remain steadfast into adulthood, he would embrace it naturally. After all, who does not admire a beautiful woman, especially one with whom they shared daily life? Moreover, Tai's beauty surpassed even that of Bulma, the goddess of Dragon Ball, who was notoriously coveted by time travelers, leaving poor Vegeta as the perennial second choice. Yet, Bulma now regarded him solely with sibling affection, without any ulterior feelings. And Broly had no intention of meddling in such matters. In comparison to Bulma, he found himself increasingly drawn to Tai. Let's set aside my height for now, but you must join me on an adventure. It is a promise you made. Tai insisted persistently. Adventure, you say? Perhaps we should first explore the wonders of Earth, for it offers myriad landscapes and opportunities for adventure. Broly suddenly had an idea. Really? That sounds splendid. It will prepare us for future travels among the stars. Tai exclaimed joyfully. Due to Broly's influence, Tai had not embarked on her explorations earlier and had yet to encounter Goku, which meant she had not yet left Earth for the cosmos. As for Goku's experiences on Earth and the issue of the spaceship, those were of no concern to Broly. Indeed, let us inform Dad and set off immediately, Broly declared, donning a shirt before heading with Tai to speak with Dr. Briefs. With you around, I feel at ease. But remember to bring plenty of money and supplies. Dr. Briefs replied, confident in their journey. Thank you, Dad. Tai joyfully grasped Broly's hand, leading him out of the house. Dr. Briefs shook his head, muttering, a girl should not linger too long at home. Chapter 5. The first destination, Kame House. Upon departing from West City, Tai was immediately struck by the vastness of the world. Leaving the urban confines, they ventured into a picturesque mountain forest, where the sight of adorable creatures and formidable dinosaurs alike elicited shouts of delight and surprise from Tai. Under Broly's protection and gentle guidance, they journeyed toward the goal of Kame House, aided by the invaluable assistance of a power level detector. In the contemporary world, individuals with a combat power exceeding 10 points are exceedingly rare. Notable figures such as Master Roshi, Master Shun, Tao Pai Pai, the god of the sacred temple, the elusive Mr. Popo, and the sealed demon king Piccolo stand out among them. Beyond these terrestrial beings, only Master Roshi remains in the vast oceans. Currently, Broly's combat power has surged to an impressive 100,000 points. However, the recent acceleration in his strength enhancement has tapered off. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tai's travels, he decided to pay a visit to Master Roshi. He does not underestimate someone like Master Roshi. Despite his seemingly low combat power, Broly acknowledges that he, with comparable strength, would not stand a chance against him. Those adept individuals have honed their mastery over their abilities to perfection, fully utilizing their inherent powers, a feat that eludes Broly, whose ever-increasing strength outpaces his control. As Tai's alternated between hurried travel and moments of inspiration, conjuring housing capsules for her writing, Broly dutifully accompanied her. At times, he would draw upon memories from his past life to offer insights to Tai's. Their shared joy and laughter rendered Tai's increasingly radiant. The pair took a leisurely 2.5 months to reach the seaside, meandering along their path. Broly, where shall we go next? To the ocean? Tai inquired, her voice laced with excitement, yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. The boundless expanse of the ocean could instill fear in any rational individual. Fear not. for I am here. Have you not witnessed my prowess during this time? Broly comforted her softly. Indeed, you are formidable. I cannot fathom how your kind can defeat dinosaurs and monsters single-handedly. Thais te azit blifuli. Then I shall no longer protect you. Broly jested. Don't say that. I was wrong. I want you to protect me. For a lifetime, if possible. Thais exclaimed, her cheeks suddenly flushed. All right, I promise, Broly replied with a gentle smile. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Thais. Although she was older and taller than him, the scene felt as if the roles were reversed. I shall hold you to that promise. Now, let us venture to the sea. I, the lady, am on my way, Thais declared, tossing a capsule that revealed a modest yacht upon landing. Broly stepped forward, pushing the yacht into the water, then took Thais' delicate hand as they leaped aboard. Broly, where are we heading? Thais asked, bewildered as she stood at the control panel. In that direction, 2,000 nautical miles away, there lies a small island. I've heard tales of an old man residing there, one who is immortal. Should we go see? He possesses various extraordinary wonders. Brawls intentionally guide digitais. Yes. Let us set sail. Thais exclaimed eagerly, programming the yacht to navigate autonomously. She then pulled Broly to the rear deck of the boat. We shall fish and prepare our own meal, she proclaimed. Very well, I shall accompany you, Broly replied. Beneath a clear sky, the vast expanse of the sea mirrored its brilliance. Two figures sat at the stern of the boat, fishing rods in hand. As Thais removed her shoes and dipped her feet into the water. Ah, it's so refreshing, she exclaimed, shivering slightly. Observing her, Broly placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, imparting a gentle warmth that enveloped her feet. Wow, that's incredible, Broly. You truly are a treasure, Thais exclaimed with excitement. Then you must take your time to uncover my treasures, Broly replied with a charming smile. Thais, upon hearing this, blushed as she fixed her gaze on him, quickly retorting, you cannot escape my grasp. I never claimed I would, he teased. The innocent banter between them, set against the breathtaking backdrop of the sea and sky, painted a picture of warmth and joy. However, after 2 days, boredom struck Thais. I'm so bored, Broly. How much longer until we arrive? She lamented, feeling restless. I've eaten so much fish and crab that I'm about to burst. Do you believe me? Broly inquired. Of course, Thais replied earnestly, locking her gaze with his. All right, follow me. Broly extended his hand, leading her to the deck. With a confident step, he walked onto the surface of the water. What are you doing? Come back. How can you stand on the water? Thais gasped in astonishment. Trust me, Broly implored again, gripping his hand tightly. Thais closed her eyes and stepped onto the water alongside him. Broly pressed a button, securing the yacht into a capsule. In the middle of the boundless ocean, two figures stood upon the water surface. Wow, this is magical, Broly. How are you doing this? Thais exclaimed, holding his hands tightly. The most wondrous experiences are yet to come. Broly suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Though shorter than her, his strong embrace sent a thrill through her. With a swift motion, Broly lifted Thais, gliding just above the sea, moving at a speed far surpassing that of the yacht, while carefully shielding her from the wind, ensuring she could keep her eyes open. You can fly? What kind of extraordinary being are you? Are you a god? Thais está merding disbelief. Huh? A god? What does that even mean? Broly scoffed, his thoughts racing as he considered that even the likes of the Kaioshin, let alone the god of destruction or angels, would one day be beneath him. Broly neither concealed his energy nor unleashed it entirely. He was confident that the gods of Earth were already aware of his presence. For the deity holding a scepter at the edge of the temple could oversee the entire planet. He had no intention of hiding, feeling assured in his abilities before the arrival of Frisia's saga, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, Master Roshi, engrossed in a yoga tutorial, suddenly snapped back to attention, his eyes sparkling with insight. He switched off the television and stepped outside, intently gazing in the direction of Broly. The immense power emanating from him was unfathomable, far surpassing that of the Demon King Piccolo, yet it bore no malice. Master Roshi, with his perceptive nature, did not react as an ordinary person might in the face of danger. Moments later, two figures appeared in the distance, drawing closer. They had arrived. Master Roshi cautiously observed as Broly and Thais descended. Ah, finally on solid ground. What a reassuring sensation. Thais exhaled in relief. To his astonishment, she was accompanied by a mere child. Master Roshi widened his eyes, unfazed by the strength of the newcomers. However, Broly's youthful appearance was utterly perplexing. Do not speak ill of Broly. He merely has a prolonged growth period. Thais huffed, placing herself protectively in front of Broly. Oh ho, such a little one. Yet already protective of her beloved. Master Rashi jested. But my dear, you are exceptionally beautiful, he suddenly remarked with a mischievous expression. Observing this, Broly stepped forward and said, Old man, I suggest you suppress those unsavory thoughts. After all, this is a deserted island. If you were to perish, no one would ever know. Master Rashi's expression faltered as he recalled just how formidable this young child truly was. Chapter 6. The Pressure of the Deep Sea. There is no need for such hostility. Little one, with your strength, you wouldn't bully an old man like me, would you? Master Rashi adjusted his sunglasses, which glinted in the sunlight. Senior, she is the one I must protect for life. Aside from her, nothing else matters. Broly asserted. Ahem, I jest not. I shall not entertain you further. Pray tell, what brings you so far to seek me? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Master Rashi's face, but he swiftly regained his composure. Ties wish to come out and play, and I have long heard of the illustrious Master Mateto. I thought to pay a visit and seek your guidance. Broly replied candidly. Splendid. Although your aura is formidable, it appears rather chaotic and unstable. While my strength may not rival yours, my mastery of energy surpasses yours. Master Rashi relished the flattery. Then I humbly request your guidance, Master Mateto. Broly bowed respectfully. Of course. Master Rashi was thoroughly pleased with Broly's demeanor. Meanwhile, Ties grew a tad impatient. Hey Broly, weren't you supposed to be here to play with me? Why the sudden shift to training? Ties pouted in dissatisfaction. Feeling somewhat awkward, Broly scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Young lady, I have a delightful gift for you to play with in the meantime, Master Rashi interjected, coming to Broly's aid. What is it? Old man? Ties inquired curiously. Master Rashi stepped a few paces towards the edge of the sea and called out, Come forth, Nimbus. With a whoosh, a vibrant yellow cloud zoomed into view. Wow, how extraordinary. A cloud that can fly? Ties exclaimed in amazement. This is the Nimbus, capable of swift flight with passengers. Only those with pure hearts can master it. Would you like to give it a try, young lady? Master Rashi invited. Pure of heart? Then I can surely ride it. Ties joyfully dashed towards a Nimbus and leapt aboard. Splash. However, reality did not align with her expectations, and she plummeted directly to the ground. It seems you lack purity of heart. Young lady, Master Rashi jested. That's nonsense. Tice retorted, flustered. Are you all right? Broly approached gently, helping her to her feet. Isn't this your fault? Tice, her cheeks flushed, playfully punched Broly's chest. What does this have to do with me? Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Broly feigned realization. Oh dear, stop it. How embarrassing. Tice, caught in her own thoughts, hurriedly fled. Master Rashi, please instruct me. Very well. Master Rashi circled Broly, inspecting him, then squeezed his muscles and patted his back. Wow, your strength exceeds my expectations. I cannot train you as I had planned, but I can offer a few suggestions. Master Rashi noted that both Broly's physique and energy surpassed his anticipations. I am eager to hear them. You young lad, though still quite youthful, speak in a rather peculiar manner, reminiscent of an old man. Master Rashi observed, astonished. Is that so? I've always spoken this way. Broly's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Now then, have you undergone any weight training in the past? Master Rashi inquired. Can you tell that just by looking? Broly responded, surprised. Of course. Your landing was silent. Your steps light. It is evident that you have undergone extensive weight training, allowing you to move with such grace, Master Rashi remarked, his insight sharp. You are correct. Tice is the daughter of Briefs, the chairman of Capsule Corporation. I am fortunate to have been taken in, and later, I utilized the company's technology to create a gravity chamber. I can now move freely under 100 times normal gravity. Broly expressed his admiration for Master Rashi's keen perception. Indeed, 100 times your own weight. Your body density is remarkable, your muscles robust. Although you are somewhat shorter, you must weigh around 100 pounds now, correct? Under 100 times gravity, that equates to carrying 1,000 pounds. I can scarcely imagine the strength of your full power. Master Rashi's astonishment grew. Would you like to see? Broly unfurled his arms and clenched his fists, preparing to unleash his energy. Wait, no. If you were to unleash your full power, you might very well uproot my island. Master Rashi swiftly intervened. What method do you suggest then? Broly inquired, retracting his fists. The deep sea. It will be more suitable for your physique than the gravity chamber. Master Rashi gestured towards the ocean. I'm still not quite following. Broly replied, perplexed. To strengthen one's physique in the depths of the ocean, one must not only withstand the pressure of the seawater, but also combat buoyancy to descend to the seabed. Simultaneously, One might attempt to utilize bodily respiration, thus engaging in a comprehensive exercise that addresses human shortcomings. By transcending the conventional means of breathing through the mouth and nose, one can harmoniously merge with nature, thereby elevating the essence of existence. The words of Master Roshi may contain a mixture of truth and fiction. Broly, with a peculiar expression and skepticism in his gaze, scrutinized Master Roshi. In his recollection, Master Roshi had never prescribed such training for Goku and Krillin. Why then did this training emerge when it came to him? Master Roshi's heart raced. Could it be that Broly doubted him? Very well, I shall give it a try. Theus, await my return. With a powerful leap, Broly plunged into the ocean. Hey, Broly, Tais exclaimed, her face etched with concern. Do not worry. He is merely training his body, Master Roshi reassured her. But, there is no but. He has already brought you to me. What is there left to doubt? Master Roshi stated. Fine, then I shall wait here for him. Tais clasped her hands in prayer, hoping fervently that Broly would not encounter misfortune. Meanwhile, Master Roshi felt an unsettling anxiety. This method was merely something he had heard from Master Mateto. He had never successfully practiced it himself. Surely, Broly would manage. As Broly descended to a depth of approximately 100 meters, he found himself unable to go further. The high density of the seawater and its buoyant force seemed to resist him, pushing him away. Yet, the water above exerted a pressure entirely different from that of the gravity chamber. Unable to breathe through his mouth and nose, he struggled against these dual forces. Closing his eyes, he felt the energy within him surging uncontrollably. I must not be hasty. I need to proceed steadily. The goal now is to reach the seabed. After a moment of contemplation, Broly inverted his body, head down and feet up, and utilized his aerial technique to dive straight into the depths. With a sudden burst of speed, he swiftly penetrated the ocean floor, reaching a depth of about 100 meters from the land. The pressure was immense, a terrifying weight that rendered him breathless as he faced the forces of nature alone. The latent potential within him surged forth, transforming into energy. Release. Broly, on the brink of holding his breath to the limit, suddenly conjured a spherical, luminescent shield. As the water parted, he gasped for air. However, his protective barrier could not withstand the strain for more than 3 seconds before it began to crack. Here it comes again. The unbearable pressure surged towards him once more. His feet anchored themselves to the ocean floor, preventing him from rising to the surface. After another 10 minutes, his stamina was nearly depleted. I must ascend, otherwise I shall perish here. He released his grip with his feet and shot upwards. With a splash, he burst forth from the ocean and collapsed at the edge of the small island, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. His entire body ached and felt powerless, his muscles convulsing. Broly, are you all right? Tais rushed over, her eyes glistening with concern. He breathed heavily, struggling to regain his composure. Rest assured, I'm quite well. It has been a long time since I felt this exhausted, yet exhilarating. Broly can sense an inexhaustible potential surging from the depths of his being. Good lad. You persevered for over half an hour on your first attempt. Master Roshi could not help but give a thumbs up. Chapter 7. The Surge of Power Towards Korin Tower. On the Turtle Island, Broly and Tais had spent 10 days. Tais diligently endeavored to clear her mind in hopes of riding the Kinto on, yet despite her efforts, she could not manage it. Meanwhile, Broly, through 10 days of deep-sea pressure training, could hold his breath for an hour. However, the realm spoken of by Master Roshi still eluded him. Master, you are not deceiving me, are you? Broly emerged from the water with an ominous expression. Cough. How could I deceive you? That realm indeed was proposed by my teacher. It is simply that I have not attained it myself. Master Roshi had no choice but to speak the truth. You expect me to reach a realm that no one has achieved? Old man, are you not deceiving me? Broly's anger surged, feeling the sting of betrayal. In his fury, a formidable energy erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, the small island trembled, and the tranquil sea roared with towering waves. Calm down, calm down. Master Roshi clung to the trunk of a coconut tree, lifted by the wind. Broly, Dai Shota. And at that moment, Broly snapped back to reality, swiftly moving to appear behind the tumbling Tais, embracing her tightly. I'm so sorry, Tais. Broly expressed his deep remorse. Cough, it's all right. You have caught me after all. Tais gasped and coughed a few times. Master Roshi landed steadily, dusting off his clothes, saying, Broly, you truly are quick to forget. Apart from this incident, have you not noticed the difference in your energy compared to before? Broly paused at his words, then focused inwardly to sense his body. It felt calm, dark, and unfathomable as an abyss. allowing him to control the flow of energy at will. The once turbulent force had settled into a tranquil sea. A green aura flickered at Broly's fingertips, swirling in his hand, sometimes enveloping his palm, sometimes transforming into a point of light. I mentioned from the outset that your mastery over your own energy was incomplete, hindering its fullest utilization. After my guidance and the training under deep-sea pressure, you have finally gained control. Beyond this, the old man has little more to teach you. Master Roshi, bearing his turtle shell and leaning on his staff, regarded Broly. I apologize for my earlier behavior, and I thank you, Master Roshi, for your guidance. Broly expressed his gratitude. Well, you are merely a child. Although I do not understand why you possess such terrifyingly immense energy, your character has yet to fully develop. Engage in more meditation. A stronger mind will enable you to better control your power. Master Roshi did not reproach him. Thank you, Master Roshi. I appreciate your hospitality. It is time for us to take our leave. Broly expressed his gratitude once more while bidding farewell. On this occasion, he was merely accompanying Tais on her journey across the world. How wonderful it is to finally depart. I have been suffocating. By the way, Broly, would you like to give the flying nimbus a try? Tais exclaimed, encouraging Broly to attempt the cloud. Broly gazed at her gently and shook his head, saying, I cannot. My thoughts are not pure, for my heart is occupied by one person. Upon hearing this, Tais' face flushed crimson, her heart racing at Broly's words. And she couldn't help but whisper joyfully, so he does hold me dear. Too bad he hasn't grown any taller. What nonsense are you spouting? Broly replied, exasperated. I didn't say anything. Tais hurriedly waved her hands. Master Roshi, we shall take our leave. Broly grasped Tais' hand, preparing to ascend into the sky. Wait, Broly, is there something else? Broly turned back, puzzled. Broly, your strength is unparalleled, a rarity in this world. After all these years, I have yet to encounter anyone more formidable than you. If the Earth should face a crisis, I would be grateful if you could lend your aid. Master Roshi recalled the Demon King Piccolo sealed within the Mafuba. Rest assured, Master Roshi, the Earth is home to my family and those I wish to protect for a lifetime. I will not stand idly by. Broly cast a glance at Tais. Then I thank you on behalf of the Earth. Master Roshi replied. All right, Master Roshi, farewell. Broly embraced Tais and soared away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I hope he does not stray from the path. Master Roshi thought gravely. Broly, where shall we go next? These past few days have been dreadfully dull. All thanks to your relentless training. Tais playfully chided him. My apologies. I shall take you to a splendid place. A location that 90% of Earth's populace remains oblivious to. Really? You won't make us train for another 10 days, will you? Tai Zaiji Brawl Skipchkali. I assure you, that will not be the case. However, before we proceed, we must acquire some provisions. Broly promised her. All right, let's go. Now that we're on land, let us drive. It's much more comfortable. Tais tossed out a capsule. A floating convertible sports car emerged. She then took the driver's seat, steering Broly toward the nearest city. In the city, they purchased an entire ton of dried fish, along with various frozen seafood, totaling 10 tons, which they stored in a space capsule. The technology of the Capsule Corporation had already permeated the lives of everyone. As they admired the beautiful scenery, they made their way toward the center of the continent. The Korin Tower. They did not rush their journey, indulging in food and drink as needed, taking breaks, and their relationship blossomed rapidly. In the original narrative, Broly was already charming and refined without losing his composure. Now, having lived 2 lives, Broly treated Tais with the affection one would show a daughter. The only drawback was his current height. Women are inherently precocious, yet when faced with a child, Tais was unable to harbor any ill intentions. Broly, on the other hand, observed the situation with a sense of urgency. If only he could spend a couple of days in the hyperbolic time chamber. But at the tender age of 11, emerging from it merely 2 days later would only render him 13, still in his formative years. After careful consideration, Broly dismissed the thought. After a month of travel, they finally arrived at the base of Korin Tower. It was an awe-inspiring sight, stretching endlessly upwards. Tais gazed at the sky, only to find that the tower soared into the clouds, its peak obscured from view. Suddenly, a robust man resembling an Indian emerged from a nearby tent and approached them. Where are you little ones from? This is the sacred martial arts site of Korin Tower. Are you lost? The guardian of the tower, Bora, displayed no hint of hostility. After all, Broly's physique was quite captivating, appearing as a handsome young boy, while Tais was a strikingly beautiful young girl, which naturally disarmed Bora's suspicions. We've come to find Korin Tower. Broly replied with a smile directed at Bora. How old are you, child? Corinne Tower is very tall. You won't be able to climb it. Bora exclaimed, astonished by Broly's confidence. Isn't it possible to fly there? Thai zinkirid, puzlit. Haha, young lady. Corinne Tower is a sacred site for martial artists. Ordinary individuals are not permitted to ascend, and even if one were to attempt to fly, they would be expelled by the immortals residing within. Bora chuckled heartily at Tai's suggestion. Daddy, a sweet voice suddenly piped up. A boy, roughly the same height as Broly, emerged from the tent, his dark skin taut over well-defined muscles, clearly a result of rigorous training. UPA, what are you doing out here? Bora affectionately scooped up UPA. Chapter 8, Dried Fish for Magic Beans. At the base of Corinne Tower. Daddy, who are they? UPA asked, still a child. I'm not sure, but they mean no harm. Bora reassured, then turned to Broly. Feel free to make yourselves at home. You don't appear to be malicious. Thank you, sir. Broly replied. Shall we ascend? Tais pointed towards Corinne Tower. Yes, I will take you up. Broly grasped Tais' hand. In a breathtaking moment, they soared into the sky, leaving Bora and UPA in astonished silence. Corinne, do not provoke this extraterrestrial visitor. He possesses great strength. The deity atop the temple conveyed telepathically to Corinne. Understood, Corinne replied, gripping his staff with narrowed eyes. Momins late. Greetings, Master Corinne. Thais exclaimed. Oh, what a delightful cat. She moved to pet the feline. Broly, exasperated, grasped Tais' arm. He is not a mere pet. Are you here to drink the sacred water? Corinne inquired. Wow, the cat can talk. How adorable. Tais' eyes sparkled with excitement. Thais. Broly emphasized, please focus. All right, I understand. Tai Si stood to the side, looking quite pitiful. If you wish, we could raise one in due time. Broly consoled her with a hint of helplessness. Really? You mustn't deceive me. Tai Si exclaimed with delight. Ahem. My dear friends, although I am not an ordinary cat, I must say your remarks are rather inappropriate. The cat sage interjected, unable to suppress a cough. Oh, my apologies. Tai Si blushed. Hee, you are mistaken. My intent is not related to the super divine water. Such a toxic substance is far too perilous for me to consume. Of course, Broly had not come for the super divine water. Many fans in his previous life speculated that Goku's viral heart disease was not solely due to the side effects of the Kaioken technique, but also possibly from drinking the super divine water as a child. Another theory suggested that the poisoning was the work of the Galactic Patrol's Jocko, but Broly deemed that improbable, for Tai Si had not encountered Jocko, and he had not sensed any unusual aura in recent years. Furthermore, there was no sign of the spaceship, as Dr. Briefs had long been able to monitor outer space through his research, and there had been no extraterrestrial visitors in recent times. Moreover, the Galactic Patrol was a righteous organization that would not harm children, as it would contradict their principles. Not for the super divine water. Then what is it? The flying nimbus? The cat sage inquired, perplexed. He could not fathom that Broly might be interested in the senza beans, as he regarded them merely as sustenance. No, I am here to trade for senza beans. Broly clarified. Senza beans? You hardly appear to be in dire straits. Are they merely beans for filling one's stomach? No, it must be due to their healing abilities. The cat sage's reaction was swift. Indeed, you have resided in the temple for years and seldom engage in battle. Thus you may overlook the primary power of the senza beans. Broly candidly admitted. Where did you hear the legend of the senza beans? The cat sage asked, bewildered. Through the divine communication from the upper temple, he had also learned that Broly was an alien. A month ago, I trained with Master Roshi for 10 days, and he informed me. Broly shifted the blame to the turtle hermit. So that's how it is. However, the senza beans are my daily sustenance. Should I give them to you? What shall I eat in return? Tai Si asked. I understand. Broly responded. Tai Si then retrieved a spatial capsule from her waist pouch and tossed it onto the ground. Boom! Dozens of baskets filled with small fish appeared, causing the cat sage's eyes to gleam and drool profusely at the enticing aroma. In addition to that ton of small fish, there were 9 tons of various shrimp, crabs, and dried seafood. Can we exchange for senza beans? Broly displayed the remaining 9 spatial capsules in his hands. Of course, but may I have a taste first? The cat sage's mouth watered as it dripped onto the ground. Certainly. With a whoosh, the cat sage instantly appeared before the small fish, casting aside his staff, and began to feast with great enthusiasm, his hands creating the illusion of movement. After devouring dozens of small fish, he sprawled lazily on the ground, letting out a satisfied belch. Burp! I am utterly content. It seems I have wasted years of my life. Master Cat, do not forget my magical beans. Broly reminded. Follow me, you must still have some empty space capsules, right? Master Cat inquired. Broly replied, I have 2 left. Ties handed him 2 empty space capsules. Subsequently, the 3 of them descended into the basement. Although the magical beans grow slowly, over the years, I have accumulated quite a number. Here, take them all. By the time I finish my seafood, the new magical beans should have sprouted. Master Cat gestured towards the dozen or so ceramic jars in the basement. So many? Broly exclaimed with joy. Each jar contains approximately 500 beans. There are a total of 15 jars, roughly around 7,500 beans. The mention of the quantity further thrilled Broly. With so many magical beans, it's akin to having a cheat. As long as I'm not instantly defeated, no one can stand against me. Broly exclaimed excitedly. He did not forget to store the 15 jars of magical beans into the space capsule. Master Cat, from now on, as long as you have a jar of magical beans, you can exchange it with me for a ton of dried fish. I trust you can communicate telepathically, right? Just notify me when the time comes. That would be splendid. I have long been weary of tasteless magical beans. The agreement was reached between the man and the cat. Broly, may I come up to meet you? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Broly's mind. Is it him? A meeting would not be an inconvenience. Broly instantly recognized the source of the voice. After the 3 emerged from the basement, Master Cat, my sister, enjoys playing. If you have any interesting items, let her have a go. I shall ascend. Broly pointed upwards. Do not worry. She shall be fine with me. Broly, are you going to leave me behind? Ties looked at him with a pitiful expression. No, how could I? I'll be back down shortly. Broly reassured her. Please be quick. Broly leaped over the railing, soaring into the celestial temple. It has been a while. I have known of your presence since your first day on Earth. The deity hunched over, gazing at Broly. Likewise, I sense your aura as well. I had no intention of concealing it. Broly replied with a calm demeanor. The two simply regarded each other in silence. After several breaths, Broly could no longer withstand the tension, asking, What brings you here? Pray do tell. Hee, as the deity of Earth, I have my responsibilities. After all, you are an alien and quite formidable at that. The deity spoke candidly. Hee, I am indeed an alien, but are you not one as well? Furthermore, I harbor no malice towards Earth. Broly jested, observing him. At his words, the deity trembled, deliberately ignoring the latter part of the statement. You are aware of my origins. Have you encountered anyone of my kind? I have not seen, but I have heard. You are from Namek. It is said that your kind possesses extraordinary powers and can create mystical orbs to summon the dragon and fulfill any wish. Indeed, it must be my ancestral homeland. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would uncover the secret of my lineage. The celestial being's eyes glistened with emotion. Thus, we are both extraterrestrials. There is no need for such vigilance. In due time, you shall come to understand, and perhaps one day, you may even reunite with your kin. My heartfelt gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me or Mr. Bobo. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. The celestial being expressed his thanks. Very well. I shall take my leave now. There are others awaiting me below, and I fear she may be frightened. Broly replied. Farewell. With that, Broly leaped from the temple. Chapter 9. The story commences. Broly, are we ready to depart? Tais asked. Yes, we are. Let us go. Cat Sage. Do not forget our agreement. Broly turned to the cat sage. Rest assured, with dried fish at hand, who would willingly consume tasteless beans? The cat sage waved him off. His back turned, while he busily munched on dried fish, evidently too preoccupied to acknowledge Broly. Farewell. Broly then embraced Tais and departed from Korin Tower. In the days that followed, Broly and Tais traversed the entirety of Earth. However, he deliberately avoided the entrance to the Demon Realm and the Bun Mountain. He was still uncertain whether to alter the original narrative, hence he did not engage with Son Goku. Their journey was marked by numerous pauses, and it took them 2.5 years to traverse countless mountains and rivers. With ample financial resources at their disposal, they experienced little change. Rather, Tais blossomed into an even more enchanting figure after turning 18, exuding the vitality of youth. At 14, Broly remained unchanged, and together they resembled siblings, sharing an uncanny resemblance. The lady was beautiful, the gentleman handsome. Broly, it is time for us to return. Over these 2.5 years, I've gathered a wealth of inspiration and material. Upon our return, my novel is sure to be a tremendous success. Tais exclaimed joyfully, her excitement evident in her animated gestures. Considering the time, Bulma is nearing her 16th birthday. We ought to return. Broly nodded in agreement. Bulma would embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls at the age of 16. meeting Son Goku and forging deep friendships through a series of adventures alongside Goku, Krillin, and others. This would also lead to the introduction of the Red Ribbon Army. Tao Pai Pai, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and the evil King Piccolo. Then let us hasten our return. It has been 2 years since we celebrated Bulma's birthday. I can only imagine how upset she must be. Deus dice mi voslu. Shall I fly you back, or will you take the controls? Broly inquired. I want a hug, Tai said, bending slightly and extending her arms. With a look of helplessness, Broly noticed that Tai's was half a head taller than him, leaving him with no choice but to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Why have you not grown taller? Tai's remarked, recognizing his exasperation, especially after turning 18. She frequently teased and flirted with Broly, delighting in his flustered expressions. Once I grow up, you shall have your turn to suffer. Broly shot her a fierce glance. Ha ha, who is afraid of whom? Broly, filled with indignation, found himself at a loss for words, silently cursing the wretched Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. He then scooped Tais up in his arms and sped towards West City. Attentive as ever, he enveloped Tais in a protective aura to shield her from the bright light. In the Capsule Corporation of West City, Bulma glared fiercely at the two. You two are absolutely outrageous. Ha, Bulma, it's been 2 years, and you're nearly catching up to my height. You've developed quite nicely. Thais remarketh, glancing at her own chest before directing her gaze back at Bulma. Thais, are you not the least bit embarrassed? Bulma's cheeks flushed, especially with Broly present. Giggle. Even our Bulma can be shy, Thais teased, eliciting a huff of indignation from Bulma as she approached the pair with outstretched hands. What's the meaning of this? Broly asked, puzzled. Gift. Don't tell me you both went off for 2.5 years without bringing me anything? Bulma's anger was palpable. Oh dear. It seems we truly forgot. Broly, did you prepare anything? Thais inquit. Broly's expression faltered as he admitted. No, I didn't. To Bulma, now thoroughly incensed, lunged at Thais, tickling her mercilessly. Stop. Broly, quick, bring it out. Thais, naturally sensitive to tickling, was at Bulma's mercy. Broly watched the playful tussle between the two, a smile creeping onto his face. He then retrieved a shimmering orange orb from his chest. Wow, Dragon Ball? You actually found one? Is this the 3-star ball? Bulma snatched the orb with excitement. Indeed, this is the 3-star ball, precisely the one I asked Master Roshi for. Broly confirmed. Do you recognize it? Thais intriv. This is a Dragon Ball. Legend has it that collecting all 7 can grant any wish. Bulma's eyes sparkled as if envisioning her Prince Charming. Oh, sister, have you a wish of your own? Thais followed up eagerly. In her elation, Bulma declared her desire. Of course. I wish for a Prince Charming of my own. Sister, you're teasing me. Bulma realized her slip only after speaking. Bulma has grown up, hasn't she? Thais teased further. Be quiet, Thais. Everyone has their own wishes. So don't mock me. Bulma shot back fiercely. All right, I won't laugh. I wish you success in your wish. Thais replied with a gentle smile. You're still laughing? Once I celebrate my birthday, I'll go after the Dragon Balls. Before I turn 18, I must gather them all and have it grant me a perfect boyfriend. Bulma declared with determination. At her words, Thais couldn't help but steal a glance at Broly, only to find him gazing back at her with warmth. Startled, she quickly turned away, her cheeks flushing as if she had been caught in a misdeed. Your birthday is just 10 days away. After your birthday, you can go wherever you please. Thais shifted the topic. Broly, you must accompany me to seek the Dragon Balls. Bulma insisted. No, he cannot accompany you. Thais interjected, abruptly halting Bulma's words. Oh, sister, I am merely asking Broly to assist me in my quest for the Dragon Balls. Why the urgency? Bulma inquired, her gaze flickering between the two. Thais' cheeks flushed, caught off guard and at a loss for words. She could only look anxiously at Broly. Understanding her unspoken concern, Broly explained. I am on the cusp of entering my teenage years and cannot venture out with you. After my 15th birthday, I shall transform daily. Very well, it matters not. This young lady will arm herself accordingly. I am a prodigy, and ordinary dangers shall not deter me. Bulma replied with a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Thais sighed in relief and stole a glance at Broly, who wore a knowing smile. 10 days later, following her birthday, Bulma embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Broly, do you think Bulma will be safe? Thais expressed her concerns. Should I follow her discreetly? Broly suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Thais resolved to allow Broly to protect Bulma, albeit with the condition that he remain inconspicuous, clearly intending to keep Broly to herself. All right, I shall accompany you, but only in this manner. Broly reassured her. Humph, that is more like it. Off you go, but remember to report back to me periodically. When I summon you to return, you must obey, Tai Si said, her reluctance evident even as Broly prepared to leave. I shall miss you too. I will return each night. After all, the entire Earth is but a few minutes away from me. Broly comforted her. Really? That is wonderful. Then it is settled. You must return every night. Understood? Worry not. Broly soared into the sky, catching up with Bulma. Chapter 10. The 5-Star Ball. Bulma rode her motorcycle northward, utilizing the Dragon Ball radar to successfully locate the 5-Star Ball within a cave. Now, she possessed the 2-Star Ball discovered in her apartment, the 3-Star Ball gifted by Broly, and the newly found 5-Star Ball. Beep, beep. She activated the radar once more, detecting a Dragon Ball 1,000 kilometers away. In the skies, Broly mused. Is it the Baozi Mountain? Kakao? Son Goku? That surge of violence from years past must have coincided with your great ape transformation that resulted in Gohan's demise. Bulma, bold and undeterred by danger, encountered numerous unsavory characters and various beasts of the forest along her journey. Yet, through her wit and cleverness, she successfully navigated each perilous situation. Each night, after setting up her space capsule to rest, Broly would return to the West City Manor. Tai Si awaited him in the garden, like a devoted wife, gazing skyward with anticipation for his return. At Baozi Mountain, Bulma finally met Son Goku, their encounter reminiscent of the original tale as they journeyed together. However, Bulma noticed Goku's tail and speculated that he and Broly belonged to the same race, sharing her thoughts with Goku. However, the simple-minded Sun Wukong, with his carefree spirit, paid little heed to this matter. The narrative officially commences as Sun Wukong, alongside Bulma, embarks on a quest for the Dragon Balls, during which they forge friendships with Oolong, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, ultimately entering into an engagement with Chi-Chi. After gathering all the Dragon Balls, they are seized by the nefarious Pilaf, and, under the full moon, Wukong transforms into a great ape. Following the loss of his tail, the Dragon Balls scatter due to Oolong's wish. Meanwhile, Broly has been discreetly safeguarding Bulma. Although he is well-versed in the storyline and aware that Bulma is in no peril, he remains vigilant until the first appearance of the Eternal Dragon concludes. During his encounter with Master Roshi, Broly refrains from the humorous trope of trading underwear for the Dragon Ball, as he seeks the 3-Star Ball. Nonetheless, in gratitude for Wukong's return of the Sea Turtle, Master Roshi imparts the Kamehameha technique and grants him the Flying Nimbus. As the year 750 of the Age of Peace dawns, Bulma returns home after a year of adventures. While Sun Wukong does not return to Mount Paozu, but instead becomes a disciple of Master Roshi to hone his skills. He also befriends the astute Krillin, training alongside him. Broly, in the meantime, begins to experience rapid growth, transforming day by day, gaining 10 centimeters in height and maturing in appearance. Tais watches with delight as he grows, finally halting at an impressive 17 meters. In the golden hues of the setting sun, Broly stands quietly by a serene lake, his silhouette softly outlined against the twilight. His tall and robust physique exudes remarkable strength, yet every movement displays an exquisite elegance, devoid of any clumsiness or roughness. His face appears as if meticulously sculpted by an artist, with a perfectly chiseled jawline that exudes determination. A straight, prominent nose adds dimension to his visage, while his deep-set eyes shimmer like stars in the night sky, revealing a blend of depth and gentleness. His thick, slightly wavy hair dances gently in the breeze, the tips occasionally brushing his cheek, adding a touch of carefree charm to his handsome countenance. His skin bears a healthy, sun-kissed hue that glistens subtly under the setting sun, complementing the composed aura he radiates. Clad in a simple black outfit that accentuates his physique, the collar slightly open to reveal strong collarbones, and a minimalist leather belt at his waist accentuating his upright stature. He stands there, exuding a unique charm that is both handsome and refined, as if the world's clamor is irrelevant, leaving only tranquility and beauty in his presence. Tais gazes dreamily at Broly, bathed in the warm glow of the sunset, utterly mesmerized. Coming back to her senses, she exclaims, "Broly," as he approaches her and waves his hand. It's all your fault." She blushes, flustered. Broly, with his strong arms, gently embraces her, saying, "It's all my fault, all right? Tomorrow, I shall etch a few lines on my face to prevent you from appearing so smitten." Taya struglet, pounding Broly's chest with her fists. "How dare you? Who told you to draw that? No way. Did you hear me? You belong to me." Tai's increasingly domineering demeanor was met with Broly's evident enjoyment of her assertiveness. All right, I'll do as you say. Whatever you wish. Broly gazed at Ties with indulgence. Now you're getting it. Ties replied with a haughty tone. Hey, you two, enough already. How embarrassing. I can hardly bear to watch. Bulma finally interjected. With Broly's handsomeness, having him as a son-in-law wouldn't be a problem at all. Why not let me marry both of my daughters to him? Mrs. Briefs jested openly. Mom, what are you saying? I don't want to marry him. I only see him as a brother. Bulma retorted angrily. Let's hope it stays that way. Ties declared, intertwining her fingers with Broly's and positioning him protectively behind her. Bulma, you're still young. Trust your mother. Broly will definitely bring you happiness. Mrs. Briefs continued to tease. No way, Mom. Please stop talking. Ties glared, her eyes almost ablaze with fury. All right. I want to say another word. Mrs. Briefs chuckled as she walked away. My future boyfriend will definitely be even more handsome than Broly. Bulma declared with a touch of pride. Although she found Broly attractive, for some reason, she could not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards him. Ties, upon hearing this, could not contain her delight. Broly can only be mine, she insisted, taking his hand and leading him away. Good night. Ties blushed from her earlier actions, shyly bidding Broly good night. Good night. Don't worry, my thoughts align with yours. Broly replied, his gaze gentle. I'm so happy to hear you say that. Thiestimeth. Let us embark on our cosmic journey soon, just as I promised you. Broly proposed, eager for their adventure. Really? That's wonderful. Moi. Ties exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she rushed forward to plant a kiss on him. I've entered my youth phase, and I won't grow any further for a while. It's time to explore the universe. Then we shall depart tomorrow, Ties declared, simultaneously resolving to win Broly over during their travels. Get some rest. We set off tomorrow. Good night. Broly said. Good night. The two retreated to their respective rooms, with Ties unable to sleep from exhilaration, while Broly slumbered soundly. He had plans for their interstellar journey, with primary destinations including Namek, Yardrat, and the Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Chapter 11. Departure. First stop, Namek. Morning arrived. Your spaceship's energy is fully replenished, and Bulma and I have made numerous modifications, including installing a gravity chamber. Broly awoke and sought out Dr. Briefs to inform him of his desire to embark on a cosmic adventure. For several years, Briefs has dedicated himself to the study of spacecraft, having already acquired the ability to manufacture them independently. However, Broly has cautioned him that the cosmos is fraught with peril and advised against Earth making contact with outer space unless it possesses the means of self-defense. Dr. Briefs, lacking significant ambition beyond his technological pursuits, has refrained from launching any spacecraft over the years. On the very first day of his youthful journey, Broly requested Dr. Briefs to modify his spacecraft. Thank you. Despite the passage of years, Broly still found it difficult to refer to Briefs as a father figure. Take good care, Ties. She is one of my 2 daughters, Dr. Briefs declared with seriousness. Rest assured, as long as I live, I will ensure Ties remains safe. Broly responded earnestly. That is good to hear. Approximately an hour later, Ties emerged, having dressed and packed her belongings. Broly took the suitcase from her. Let's depart. Our cosmic adventure is about to begin. How wonderful. I'm so excited. I must be the first novelist on Earth to embark on a cosmic adventure. Upon my return, my next book will surely eclipse the first. Ties dreamt of the future. Indeed, they both boarded the spacecraft. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the rear of the ship, propelling it skyward as it swiftly pierced through the atmosphere and entered outer space. Ties, filled with exhilaration, began taking pictures through the glass, witnessing the entirety of Earth for the first time. Broly, as an alien, where shall we go first? Ties inquired. Let us visit Namek. It is the ancestral home of the dragon. The dragon there is even more formidable than the one on Earth. We shall make a wish. Broly decided on their initial destination. Wishing? Broly, do you have any desires? Ties asked curiously. Broly gently embraced her. I belong to a warrior race, and my lifespan is extensive. As my strength grows, so too will my longevity, far beyond your imagination. I wish for us to be together forever. So my first wish is for you to attain immortality. Ties was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes glistening with tears. Broly, I like you. Ties, my feelings for you mirror yours for me. Their emotions deepened as they leaned in for a gentle kiss, which she reciprocated. No, I am not yet ready. Ties pressed her hand against Broly's. Just when she intended to take a step further with him, she hesitated at a crucial moment. All right. Broly tenderly kissed her forehead, then embraced her shoulders as they gazed out the window, marveling at the cosmic scenery. The spacecraft already contained the coordinates for Namek, however. The unmodified vessel would have taken a month to reach it from Earth. Yet, after the enhancements made by Brives and Bulma, this spacecraft could now arrive at Namek in just a week. In the vastness of space surrounding Namek, Ties exclaimed, "Is that Namek? It's so green. I hope there are no toxic gases. Should we wear oxygen masks?" Ties gazed in astonishment at the magnificent Namek, a planet larger than Earth, which left her utterly astounded. Fortunately, the climate of Namek closely resembled that of Earth, although the oxygen concentration was slightly lower. The sparse life forms posed no threat to us. Broly then expertly piloted the spaceship for a landing on a cylindrical highland. "Neru, we have guests." The towering elder suddenly sensed an unusual presence. His time was not yet at hand, thus he appeared remarkably vibrant, unlike his first appearance in the original tale, where he seemed frail and aged. "Is there something you require of me?" Neru inquired respectfully. "Invite them to see me, but do not use force," the elder responded calmly. "Understood." Neru exited the room and stood atop the highland, closing his eyes to meticulously probe Broly's energy signature. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship landed, and the hatch swung open. Broly stepped out, holding Tai Si's hand. She was exceedingly anxious, hesitating to breathe the air for quite some time. "Indeed, there is no issue. How peculiar these trees are. I must capture a photograph to include in my novel." Once her tension eased, Tai Si promptly began to take pictures with her camera. Neru's eyes widened as he detected Broly's presence. "Umph." Without concealing his energy, he shot towards Broly. Broly, sensing the shift, turned to face Neru's approach. Tai Si stepped back. "Someone is coming." Broly shielded Tai Si behind him. She clutched his garment with palpable anxiety. "Is that the Namekian you mentioned?" "Fear not. He harbors no ill intent." Broly reassured Tai Si, though internally he remained vigilant, aware that any residual force could potentially endanger her fragile state. "Greetings. We are summoned by our elder." Neru's expression was cold as he regarded Broly. "Oh, are you suggesting that I should not meet him?" Broly suddenly perceived the combativeness in Neru's gaze. The elder had little time left and could not endure any unnecessary conflict. "Stranger, declare your intentions." Neru sensed a looming threat from Broly. It was evident that Broly was formidable, perhaps even beyond his capability to confront. "First, I bear no malice. Second, even if I did, the combined strength of all Namekians on this planet would not match my own." Broly reserved his gentleness solely for Tai Si. Faced with the aggressive Neru, Broly's demeanor shifted to one of hostility. "Let me see if you possess the merit to challenge me." Without warning, Neru unleashed a wave of energy towards Broly. Tai Si's anxiety escalated as she clung tightly to him. "You seek your own destruction." Broly's anger flared, clearly provoked by Tai Si's fright. However, he refrained from counterattacking. Instead, he erected an immensely taxing luminous barrier. Boom! The Qigong wave erupted against the protective shield, a thunderous sound resonating within. "Broly!" Ties exclaimed in alarm. Broly turned, embracing Ties, and reassured her, "It's all right. Stay inside and do not move. Be good. Yes, please don't get hurt." Ties responded, displaying a brave facade despite her fear. Broly felt a pang in his heart. "Damn it, I frightened her." He stepped out of the shield, which remained in place to protect Ties. In a swift motion, Broly appeared before Neru, his energy surging, muscles rippling with power. He grasped Neru's head with a firm hand and slammed him into the ground, then ran with his head pressed against the earth. "Get lost." Neru unleashed all his energy. Through the gaps between Broly's fingers, he shot forth 2 beams of energy. "Do you think you can make me leave?" Broly remained unfazed by the energy blasts. The beams struck Broly's chest, yet they inflicted no damage, merely piercing his clothing and releasing a wisp of heated smoke. With a powerful motion, Broly lifted him, and with a vigorous throw, sent him crashing into a mountainside. Boom! The mountainside shattered, burying Neru completely. "Damn alien!" A surge of immense energy erupted from the debris, scattering the rubble. "Enough, Neru!" The elder's voice suddenly reached Neru's ears. "Show him mercy, my lord." A voice echoed in Broly's ears as well. Chapter 12. The Deal, the Terms. Planet Namek. Neru retracted his energy, glaring coldly at Broly, who also withdrew his power, ignoring Neru as he returned to Ties' side. "Broly, are you hurt?" Ties checked him anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Did I scare you?" Broly looked at her with concern. "I'm alright, I've recovered." "Space adventures come with dangers, but I trust you. With you protecting me, I'm not afraid," Ties declared resolutely. "I'm sorry." Broly embraced her gently, stroking her hair. "My lord, please come with Neru." I apologize for what happened earlier. The elder's voice echoed once more in Broly's ears. Oof. You should be grateful Ties wasn't frightened. Broly replied with a sharp tone. Naru, are you ignoring my words? Elder, it was my fault. I will accept the punishment myself shortly. Naru finally softened his attitude. There was no other option. He was no match for Broly, who exuded an overwhelming sense of superiority after their brief skirmish. Follow me. Naru turned and soared into the sky. Broly suppressed his anger, fists clenched tightly, as Naru's demeanor was thoroughly irritating. Ties gently grasped his fists. Don't be angry. After all, we are outsiders, be good. As Broly relaxed his fists, his expression returned to normal. All right, I will heed your words. Let's go. I shall carry you as we fly. Subsequently, the two retrieved their spacecraft into the space capsule and soared towards the Elder's residence. Upon arrival, the Elder greeted the distant guests with a robust and commanding voice, exuding the authority of a leader. Greetings, Elder. I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you can forgive me, Broly said with utmost politeness. Your demeanor seems quite different from the fierce reputation of the Saiyan race. The Elder remarked with a gentle smile, a hint of surprise gracing his features. They are who they are, and I am who I am. Furthermore, there are but a few of my kin remaining, Broly replied, his expression unperturbed. The Elder found it hard to fathom that within the tempestuous and rugged Saiyan lineage, there existed an individual as refined and gentle as Broly. Moreover, when the subject of his race's annihilation arose, Broly displayed no visible reaction. Are you not enraged? The Elder inquired. Why should I be angry? They are, after all, your kin. It is well known that Saiyans are inherently cold-hearted. I am merely one among them, Broly explained nonchalantly. However, from my observations, it seems you care deeply for the individual beside you, the Elder remarked, directing his gaze towards Ties. Broly's previously calm demeanor suddenly darkened. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. But Elder, you must understand that strength is paramount. The Elder's words struck a chord with Broly. There is no need for anger. This is the behavior of a reasonable human being. Otherwise, I would hesitate to collaborate with you. The Elder gestured for Broly to calm his fury. Broly closed his eyes, suppressing the murderous intent within, and upon reopening them, he smiled lightly. You truly possess an insightful gaze, Elder of Namek, as nothing escapes your perception. I'm willing to allow you to use the Dragon Balls. Although your heart may not be entirely virtuous, you are not malevolent either. But what will I gain in return? The Elder directly revealed Broly's intentions. Splendid. Broly clapped his hands in delight. I shall utilize 3 wishes from the Dragon Balls, and in return, I will ensure the preservation of Namek. How does that sound? 3 wishes in exchange for 3 interventions on behalf of Namek. Quite fair. The Elder articulated his terms with clarity. Broly contemplated briefly before responding. Very well, I accept. I will primarily reside on Earth. It should be easy for you to find me. Let our collaboration be fruitful. Naru, please escort him to retrieve the Dragon Balls. The Elder concluded with alacrity. Not so fast, Elder. I possess a rather intriguing piece of information that I believe you would be keen to hear. Broly shook his head, indicating that he was not in a rush. Oh, the Elder's expression shifted to one of curiosity. I have heard that you can unlock the latent potential hidden within humans. I assure you this information is worth its weight. Broly, having come this far, was determined not to squander the opportunity. Very well, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall first help you unlock your latent power. Step forward. The Elder beckoned Broly closer. The Grand Elder, but your health, Naru exclaimed anxiously. No waities. Broly stepped forward. As the Grand Elder's palm, resembling a large fan, rested upon Broly's head, a mysterious force surged into Broly's body. Broly began to emanate heat. With billows of white smoke rising, his combat power was rapidly escalating. 150, 000, 200, 000, 300, 000, 980, 000. 1 million. Boom! The surging combat power erupted uncontrollably, the formidable green aura breaking through the roof. I can only help you unleash this much. Your potential is boundless. No wonder you are so confident. The Grand Elder was utterly astonished. Thank you, Grand Elder. On my home planet, Earth, there exists a temple where the deity Piccolo, identical to the Namekians, resides. He also creates Dragon Balls, albeit granting only a single wish. However, the evil doppelganger he separates possesses remarkable combat talent, making him a truly multifaceted genius, endowed with combat support capabilities. As Broly retracted his aura, he conveyed the news of Piccolo to the Grand Elder. After speaking, he tossed a Senza bean to the Grand Elder, saying, "Consume this. While it may not extend your lifespan, it will surely restore your vitality." Neru attempted to intervene, but the Grand Elder disregarded his objections and swallowed the Senza bean. Instantly, the weariness on his face vanished, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor, appearing even more spirited than before. What a remarkable Senza bean! Its miraculous effects rival the healing abilities of the Namekians, and with my physique, no ordinary clan member could restore me to full strength. The Grand Elder gazed at Broly with delight. Then, calming his expression, he inquired, "Could you tell me the coordinates of the Earth you mentioned?" Broly generously shared the coordinates with him. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face reflected a sentiment of nostalgia. "It is Kadaz. He is the child of Kadaz. I never imagined Kadaz left behind a legacy. Perhaps in not too long, you will be able to meet him." Broly kindly reminded, "Really? That is wonderful news. I never expected that besides myself, there were still clan members who survived after the great catastrophe. Thank you, Broly. I am most satisfied with this information." The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude. "Before that, you must take good care of your health. Here are 100 Senza beans. Consider them a gift." To be cautious, Broly presented the Grand Elder with 100 Senza beans. After all, to properly advance the plot, the influence of the Namekians is indispensable. Yet he feared that his presence might inadvertently trigger uncontrollable events affecting the Grand Elder's lifespan. "Thank you. From now on, you shall be a good friend of the Namekian clan. I will inform all the clan members of this news." The Grand Elder graciously accepted the Senza beans. "Neru, take our friend to make a wish." "Yes, Grand Elder. Please, both of you, follow me." Neru's demeanor visibly improved. "Well then, farewell, Grand Elder." Broly bid goodbye to the Grand Elder. Chapter 13. 3 Wishes Become 2. Following the Elder's command, 7 orange-yellow Dragon Balls, each the size of a football, were swiftly gathered together. Nairo then led the 2 of them to an expansive area. Speaking in the Namekian tongue, Nairo invoked the 7 Dragon Balls, causing them to shimmer and ultimately radiate a blinding brilliance. A golden beam shot into the heavens, casting the sky into darkness. From this radiant glow emerged a colossal figure, the Dragon Purunga. Its immense body coiled gracefully, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The scales glimmered with a chilling light, each one as large as a house, while sharp fangs protruded from its gaping maw, dripping with a fearsome venom. Its enormous crimson eyes resembled 2 burning blood moons, emanating a haunting glow that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon them. "How terrifying!" Taisi exclaimed, clutching Broly's garment in fear, unable to face Purunga any longer. "Speak your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes, any wish you desire," boomed Purunga's deep voice. Nairo turned to Broly. "For my first wish, let Taisi's lifespan be linked to mine, binding us together in life and death." Broly's wish was akin to the most poignant declaration of love. Nairo promptly translated it into the Namekian language to make the wish to the dragon. "This wish is simple. I can grant her a shared lifespan. Your life will extend hers." Purunga's eyes glowed red. The 2 lives became inseparably intertwined, destined to coexist in life and death. As long as Broly remained alive, Taisi would persist as long as her body endured. Any injury, no matter how grievous, could be healed through the world's means, even the regrowth of severed limbs. This was far more pragmatic than mere immortality. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Zamasu wished for eternal life from the Eternal Dragon, yet ultimately fell victim to his own flaws and was vanquished by Vegeta, subsequently erased by the Omni King. Moreover, bringing about Broly's demise would not be an easy feat. With the memories of his past life, coupled with Broly's extraordinary lineage, given time, even the Omni King could be surpassed. At that point, what difference would there be from immortality? Well, the first wish has been granted. Now, state your second wish. Purunga urged him once more. "Resolve the potential loss of sanity inherent in my bloodline." Broly finally articulated a wish closely tied to himself. "This poses a bit of a challenge, but I shall attempt it." Purunga began to channel energy. Mysterious forces surged into Broly's body, directing towards his tail. After a full minute, Purunga appeared fatigued. That should suffice, unless provoked by an overwhelming stimulus. "You will not lose your sanity, regardless of how your energy may surge." "Are you implying that there remains a possibility of losing my sanity?" Broly's brow furrowed in concern. "The ferocity ingrained within your very essence is overwhelming. My abilities cannot surpass those of the Creator, and your energy continues to surge exponentially. I am unable to eradicate the underlying threat, but I can enhance your potential. However, To completely eliminate the danger is beyond my capacity. Barunga finds himself powerless against Broly's lineage, capable only of addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. A path will inevitably reveal itself when we reach the mountain's peak. Now, let us proceed to the third wish. I apologize, but the exertion from the second wish has drained most of my strength. I can no longer continue. Farewell. Barunga, it seems, has exhausted his energy. With that, he retreated into Dragon Balls. Thud, thud, thud. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone spheres and fell to the ground. This. Broly's expression was one of utter astonishment. The transaction has been completed. The two of you are free to act as you wish. I must take my leave to return the Dragon Balls. Nello then used his telekinetic abilities to manipulate the 7 stone spheres into the air. I was hoping to wish for instant transmission, so I wouldn't have to travel to planet Yarrat. Broly murmured, his brow slightly furrowed. What did you say? Ties did not catch that. Oh, it's nothing. Let's be on our way. Do you wish to linger a while longer? Or shall we depart this planet for our next destination? Broly looked gently at Ties, regaining his focus. The scenery of this planet is monotonous. There is nothing left to see. Let us proceed to the next destination. Ties declared, tossing out a space capsule. A spaceship materialized out of thin air. Very well. I shall follow your lead. The two then stepped into the vessel, which soared skyward and swiftly broke through Namek-'s stratosphere, launching into the cosmos. Meanwhile, with the Grand Elder, Nello, do you have any questions? To the Grand Elder's inquiry, Nello replied, No, your orders are my duty. Nello spoke respectfully. Although you are a combat-oriented Namekian, this universe is vast, and the Dragon Balls can incite greed and chaos. We require a formidable ally, and Broly is indeed the ideal candidate. The Grand Elder took the time to elucidate further, lest he feared Nello's thoughts might not be fully comprehended. Nello's expression tightened, but soon relaxed. I apologize, Grand Elder. I was indeed narrow-minded. In comparison to him, I realize how feeble I truly am. It is good that you can see it that way. You may leave now. I shall rest for a while. The Grand Elder then closed his eyes. Nello quietly made his way outside. In the vastness of space, Broly, do I truly share my life and death with you from this point forward? Ties gazed at Broly with deep emotion. What is this? Are you unwilling? Broly teased. No, I am willing, very much so. I love you, love us. Thais, brimming with curiosity, began to explore the unknown realms. Upon hearing Broly's wish, she had already made up her mind. Broly, too, was inclined to go along with it. A streak of light traversed the serene, starry sky, illuminating an undiscovered forbidden land, which began to radiate with vibrant vitality upon the arrival of the light. The spaceship made intermittent stops along their journey, as the two sought out civilized planets to replenish their energy. 8 months later, the two embarked on their final journey. While on Earth, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Sun Wukong and Krillin trained diligently under Master Roshi for 8 months, significantly enhancing their strength. Heeding Master Roshi's guidance, they participated in the tournament to validate their prowess. Without Broly's involvement, events unfolded as depicted in the original narrative. In the climactic battle, Sun Wukong faced off against the disguised Master Roshi, known as Jackie Chan, but narrowly suffered defeat. Following the tournament, Sun Wukong set out alone in search of his grandfather's relic, the 4-star Dragon Ball. As in the original tale, he encountered the Red Ribbon Army, thwarting their nefarious schemes multiple times, only to be ultimately defeated by the hired martial artist, Tao Pai Pai. His journey continued to Korin Tower, where he faced the tragic demise of Bora and Upa. After acquiring the super sacred water and training under the Cat God, he triumphed over Tao Pai Pai, embarking once more on a quest for the Dragon Balls to resurrect the guardian spirits, Bora and Upa, all unfolded in a meticulously orchestrated manner. Meanwhile, 2 months later, Broly and Ties arrived on planet Yarrat. The benevolent inhabitants welcomed them warmly. Broly commenced his studies in instant transmission, earnestly requesting the Grand Elder of Yarrat to impart crucial survival skills to Ties. To learn super abilities, one must start from the very basics, and Ties, unfamiliar with the concept of ki, found herself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the Yardertons exhibited remarkable patience, teaching her how to sense ki, utilize it, and enhance her own internal energy. The systematic training was of a caliber that rivaled even that of Master Roshi. Chapter 14, Return of King Piccolo. Thank you very much for your guidance, esteemed elders. Broly expressed his sincere gratitude to the Yardertons. He and Ties spent a full 3 years on planet Yarrat. During this time, Broly not only mastered instant transmission and the spirit separation technique, but also acquired the previously unseen ability of ki mimicry. Ki mimicry allowed him to imitate the ki of others, confounding and misleading his adversaries. Furthermore, he learned ki concealment, enabling him to suppress his ki to the point where it became undetectable to foes, achieving true invisibility while moving at high speeds, catching them off guard. These feats demonstrated his exceptional command and precise manipulation of ki. The Yardertons possessed unique super abilities, even among them. Individuals could only master 3 to 5 abilities in their lifetime, typically specializing in one while using the others as support. Broly's ability to learn 4 skills as a Saiyan surpassed their expectations. As for Ty's, despite Mrs. Brief's extraordinary genetics, she remained a quintessential Earthling, albeit with a slightly prolonged youth. Consequently, her ki, even after 3 years of rigorous training, had not significantly strengthened. Broly, using a scouter, determined her power level was merely 200, barely sufficient for the use of the flight technique. Thus, the Yardertons imparted 2 essential survival techniques to her. The first ability is symbiotic protection, which allows her to designate one individual in her lifetime to establish a unique symbiotic relationship, connecting their energy. In times of crisis, she can not only transfer her injuries to the other person, but can also instantaneously transfer her entire being into their body, utilizing their physical form and energy for her own protection. Moreover, this symbiotic protection transcends distance and space, as long as they exist within the same universe. It can be activated. Tai-Si dedicated 2.5 years to mastering this extraordinary skill, a life-saving technique that Broly insisted she learn. With the wish granted by the Shinran Purunga, their lifespans are inherently linked, and learning this ability only enhances their connection, ensuring even her physical form can be safeguarded. The second ability is the Spalito breathing technique, which enables her to survive for half an hour in the vacuum of space by harnessing her own energy. This duration is sufficient for her to employ symbiotic protection if needed. Broly is determined to protect Tai-Si at all costs. It is now the year 753, June. Broly, now 21, has successfully entered adulthood, standing at a height of 185 centimeters. His appearance as striking as ever, with strands of hair elegantly held back by a golden headband. Tai-Si, now 26, exudes the charm of a mature woman since their union. Elder Pibara expresses his gratitude, stating, "In the future, should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall come at once. Thank you for your guidance over these past 3 years." Broly reassures him, "Elder Pibara, you are different from the notoriously fierce Saiyans. We, the people of Udrat, are honored to call you a friend. Given our friendship, I hope to impose upon you less." As Broly prepares to depart with Tai-Si, he adds, "We have been away for nearly 4 years. It is time to return home." Elder Pibara responds, "Broly, Tai-Si, take care. Do visit us when you can." The second elder interjects, "Indeed, Tai-Si, remember to utilize symbiotic protection without hesitation. Broly is formidable, and what may seem trivial to him could be perilous for you. You are his heart. Should anything happen to you, he would be devastated." The third elder, who taught Tai-Si the symbiotic protection technique, offers a parting reminder. "Rest assured, Master, I understand." Tai-Si firmly grasps Broly's hand. "Well then, everyone, farewell." Broly and Tai-Si board their spaceship. With a creak, the hatch closes, and the ship's rear ignites with blue flames, soaring into the sky. The reason for not employing instant transmission is that Earth is too distant from planet Udrat, and currently, there is no significant energy on Earth to facilitate such perception. Meanwhile, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament has commenced on Earth. Contestants include the immensely strengthened Goku, who has trained under Karen Tower, as well as the formidable Tien Shinhan making his appearance. Quarterfinals. Yamcha faced off against Tien, Master Roshi battled against Wolfman, Krillin contended with Dumpling, and Babidi squared off against Sun Wukong. In the semifinals, Tien triumphed over Master Roshi, while Krillin succumbed to Sun Wukong. The grand finals. An intense confrontation unfolded between Tien and Sun Wukong, with combat escalating from the ground to the skies, neither yielding an inch. In an unforeseen turn of events, Sun Wukong collided with a vehicle, leading to an early descent, allowing Tien, despite being unconscious, to claim victory. Shortly after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the evil King Piccolo was unsealed by the Pilaf gang from within a rice cooker. The initial ambition to utilize King Piccolo for world domination not only failed, but resulted in becoming his subordinate. Upon his return, King Piccolo's first act was to expel several eggs, birthing a number of demon clans, while simultaneously gathering Dragon Balls and eliminating renowned figures from the tournament. Subsequently, Krillin met his demise for the first time. Sun Wukong's 4-star Dragon Ball was stolen, and Master Roshi deduced that the resurrected King Piccolo was sealed by the evil containment wave. Wukong pursued the tambourine that had slain Krillin, but was ultimately defeated due to exhaustion. Later, with the assistance of Yajirobe, Wukong revisited Korin Tower. Korin Tower. Wukong. As a member of the same race, why are you so weak? The cat sage couldn't help but reminisce about Broly. According to the deities, Broly had been absent from Earth for nearly 4 years. Cat sage, is the person you mentioned the same individual as the one Bulma spoke of? Is he truly formidable? Sun Wukong inquired with growing excitement. Formidable, beyond imagination. Even King Piccolo could be crushed like an ant. The cat sage displayed a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, a hint of embarrassment crossed the faces of the deities above the temple. So powerful? I yearned to engage him in combat. Although younger than Broly, Wukong's thirst for battle far surpassed that of Broly. High aspirations with fragile lives. You should be contemplating how to confront King Piccolo. For that individual is no longer on Earth. As the cat sage's words faded, a streak of light from space plunged towards Earth. However, they were oblivious to this, as Capsule Corporation and Korin Tower did not exist on the same plane. Capsule Corporation Manor. Whoosh! The hatch slowly opened, and after over 5 months of relentless travel, Broly and Ties finally returned to Earth at the end of the year 753. Sister, brother, you have finally returned? How could you leave me all alone to frolic in the cosmos? Sister, what have you been eating these years? You have become even more beautiful than I, Bulma exclaimed, stepping forward to gently caress Ties' cheek. Ties blushed at the remark, casting a reproachful glance at Broly. They were still young and had not considered the prospect of children. Yet they had not brought along any means of contraception for their journey. Thus, they often employed alternative methods of prevention, leading to Bulma's inquiry about Ties' diet and Ties' subsequent shyness. Chapter 15. Sun Wukong Challenges. The reunion after 4 long years naturally involved sharing heartfelt sentiments. The Briffs couple, Bulma, Ties, and Broly indulged in jovial drinking, engaging in lively conversations that stretched into the depths of the night. Ties was predominantly the speaker, while the others, including Broly, simply gazed at her with tenderness, quietly absorbing her anecdotes of their shared experiences. The news of their union had also reached the other 3 family members. Mrs. Briffs, a connoisseur of appearances, was exceedingly delighted that Broly would become her son-in-law. Dr. Briffs, on the other hand, proclaimed that financial status was of no concern, for no one could possibly surpass him in wealth. All he desired was for Broly to cherish and protect Ties for a lifetime. Bulma, embodying the archetypal sisterly concern, lamented the disparity in their fortunes, exclaiming her frustration over why she dined so well while still being devoid of her own Prince Charming. How unfair! Why must you enjoy such luxury while I have yet to encounter my own night? She declared indignantly. Ties, however, showed no leniency towards Bulma in this regard. Upon his return, Broly did not deliberately suppress his energy, yet due to the considerable distance, only a deity with the ability to oversee the entire globe sensed his reappearance. Rather than contacting Broly immediately, the deity opted to wait until their gathering concluded before sending a telepathic message. Broly, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Could you please come to the temple? Broly slowly extracted his arm from around Ties' neck and exited the house. I'll be there shortly, he responded, bringing his fingers together at his brow, closing his eyes to trace the deity's energy. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing at the temple. In the temple above the clouds, night did not exist. He transitioned from darkness into light, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is this? The deity asked, astonished at his arrival. Just a minor trick, Broly replied. You summoned me regarding the matter of your evil doppelganger, correct? It is merely a fragment of malevolence that was severed from you, even restored to youth. It poses no threat to you, does it? Broly directly articulated the deity's thoughts. The deity fell silent, taken aback by Broly's keen awareness of the situation. Indeed, the original King Piccolo was merely a manifestation of evil extracted from the body to assume the role of the deity. His strength did indeed pale in comparison to Broly's, even in his elder years. I am linked to him in life. He will not kill me. A deity is simply a being endowed with powers surpassing those of ordinary humans. Knowing one demise, they often find it difficult to act in critical moments. Otherwise, Master Rashi would not have sealed him within a rice cooker. As a deity who has lived for so long, he has witnessed the vicissitudes of human emotions and the ebb and flow of life and death. Yet even so, it does not mean he can disregard mortality. The innate instinct of living beings is to protect themselves. Broly recalled that in the original narrative, Goku defeated the original King Piccolo and subsequently arrived at the temple. And even in that era, he was not a match for the deity and Popo. Not only could Popo easily vanquish him, but even the deity could subdue him with a mere flick of his finger. And what of Mr. Popo? Doesn't he appear any weaker than you? Broly remarked. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated the speculations of Dragon Ball fans in his previous life, pondering the possibility that Bobo might be an extraordinarily formidable character. He had lived longer than the Supreme Kai, crafted the Dragon Ball models, and bore a trace of the Ultra Instinct in his essence. Furthermore, he had engaged in fierce battles with the transformed Super Saiyans, Goten and Trunks, resulting in a stalemate. Whether the plot of Dragon Ball Super was merely a rehash or whether the power levels were ambiguous, numerous events attested to Bobo's exceptional nature. Bobo found himself unable to deliver a fatal blow. After all, vanquishing King Piccolo would equate to eliminating the Supreme Kai. His dark visage revealed no emotion. This matter requires not my intervention. Perhaps you need not perish. Have you forgotten the ancestral land I mentioned? During my recent departure from Earth, I did pay a visit to Namek. Broly, familiar with the narrative, was well aware of the outcome. May I? In my lifetime, can I truly catch a glimpse? The deity became exceedingly excited, immediately casting aside thoughts of King Piccolo. I have spoken of you to the Grand Elder of Namek, who eagerly anticipates meeting you. Thus, you must survive until the day you can return to your ancestral planet. Broly reassured him. With his current abilities, he could swiftly escort the deity to meet the Grand Elder. Yet he hesitated, contemplating whether to alter the original storyline and facilitate their meeting ahead of schedule. Would such an encounter provoke a butterfly effect, resulting in a narrative divergent from his memories? He found himself at an impasse. It seemed that the time was not yet ripe. He decided it would be best to postpone the introduction until after the King Piccolo incident. Given his present strength, he was still far from being the universe's strongest. Familiarity with the plot served as his advantage, a boon he could not afford to relinquish. Very well. Considering King Piccolo's current power, if you refrain from intervening, no one on Earth stands a chance against him unless he is sealed away once more by the Mafuba. The deity's excitement momentarily waned, replaced by a troubled expression. But what a Kakarot. He is of the same lineage as I and should have no trouble dealing with Piccolo. Oh, I forgot. You refer to him as Son Goku, correct? Son Goku? His strength is worlds apart from yours. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to attain the power necessary to defeat Piccolo in such a short span. In light of Broly's prowess, Son Goku appeared rather unreliable. Nevertheless, while I prefer not to intervene directly, I can still offer him indirect assistance. With that, Broly leaped down from the sacred temple. At the residence of the cat god, Broly was greeted with enthusiasm. Broly, it's been ages. The cat god was the first to notice Broly's presence. Goku, who had been training nearby, paused and turned to face him. A glimmer of uncertainty crossed Broly's eyes, for Goku's current appearance was both expected and unexpected. Having been born in the year 734 of the age, Goku was merely 2 years younger than Broly, yet he appeared to be 19, still retaining the visage of a child. However, in this narrative, Goku indeed resembled his youthful form, and only during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament did he transition into his adult appearance. Could it be that his premature departure from the incubation chamber, devoid of the nourishing fluid, resulted in his congenital shortcomings? Regardless, this matter holds little significance. Broly, unable to fathom it further, quickly dismissed the thought. You are Bulma's brother. Broly? A member of my kin? Goku approached Broly with palpable curiosity. Kakarot, it has been a while. The memories of Broly's time on planet Vegeta flooded his mind. He recalled Goku's cries, which had even brought tears to the young Broly, who was also in the incubation chamber at that time. It is unfathomable that a naturally gifted warrior with a battle power of 20,000 could be frightened to tears by a lower-class fighter. My name is Goku. Whether you call me Goku or Kakarot, I am here to assist you in defeating King Piccolo and resurrecting your dear friend Krillin, for your current strength is insufficient. Broly did not dwell on the matter of names. I have heard from Master Rashi that you must become unimaginably powerful. May I challenge you to a duel? Goku, upon hearing this, became exhilarated and eagerly invited Broly to battle. Broly smiled and replied, "Very well. Unleash your full strength upon me." Whoosh! Goku transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly attacking Broly. Meanwhile, Broly stood with one hand behind his back, raising his right hand and extending his index finger, effortlessly deflecting the barrage of punches directed at him. Bang! 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 This scene inexplicably reminded Broly of Goku's first encounter with Beerus on King Kai's planet in the original story. A wicked amusement bubbled within him as he swiftly maneuvered behind Goku, striking his neck with a palm. Bang! Goku collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Oh dear! I must have struck too hard. He has fainted. Broly felt a twinge of remorse. Over the past few years, under the guidance of the Elder on Namek, his potential had been unlocked, and his battle power had surpassed 1 million. Subsequently, during the 3 years on planet Yardrat, although he had not intentionally increased his power, the innate characteristics of his Super Saiyan bloodline had led to a remarkable rise, ultimately reaching 3 million. At this moment, he had already qualified to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, his schedule was quite full, and he had yet to attempt the transformation. Chapter 16, The Cruel Method of Enhancement. Goku slowly regained consciousness, struggling to rise, his body aching and weak. Broly, you are truly formidable. Not only could I not breach your defenses, but I could hardly perceive your speed. I now have a goal. Next time, I must see your speed clearly and break through your defenses. Rather than feeling disheartened, Goku's fighting spirit only intensified. Yet, he was not foolish and refrained from claiming he would defeat Broly next time. Perhaps deep down, he believed in the short term, he could not match Broly's strength. Haha, as expected of Kakarot, Broly held great admiration for Goku's mindset. You mentioned earlier that you could enhance my power. How should I cooperate with you? Goku finally broached the main topic. First, weight training. Although this method may not yield immediate results. Broly, you are correct. Weight training can indeed enhance strength. But it is a slow process, and Krillin cannot afford to wait that long. Goku gritted his teeth, filled with rage. Beyond the super holy water lies the super god water, which possesses even greater toxicity. Yet if one can endure it, their strength would substantially increase. Suddenly, Master Roshi interjected. I can endure it. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. I would advise against consuming such substances. Poison is akin to drinking from a poison chalice. It may temporarily augment your strength, but it could also harbor future risks. Broly furrowed his brow, recalling Goku's viral heart condition. Do you have any other viable methods? Goku looked at Broly with eager anticipation. There's one more method. Rebirth from the brink of death. I don't understand. Goku's face displayed confusion. Not only Goku, but even Master Roshi and the deities from the upper realm exhibited similar expressions of bewilderment. The Saiyans are a warrior race, inherently brimming with potential. The accumulation from regular training does not always manifest in strength. A portion transforms into latent potential. Saiyans possess a unique trait. At the moment closest to death, they can resurrect, resulting in a tremendous outburst of their accumulated potential, which enhances their combat power. With your current foundation, experiencing this once would allow your strength to surpass that of King Piccolo. Broly elucidated the Saiyan trait to Goku. Such a talent is extraordinary. Does this mean that continual recovery from severe injuries would lead to an incessant surge in combat power? Yajirobe exclaimed in astonishment. Fool! Did you not hear Broly mention the need for accumulation? Master Roshi retorted angrily. Indeed, without the foundation built through regular training, recovering from severe injuries would not significantly increase combat power. Broly, however, possesses boundless potential, making this method repeatedly applicable. He has tested it on planet Vampa. Yet, Elder Pibara from planet Vampa quickly pointed out the method's flaws. First, this approach would deplete his lifespan. Second, continuous use of this method could lead to an explosive surge in energy, making it difficult to manage one's spirit and body, potentially resulting in a loss of rationality. Broly is acutely aware of how frenzied a Super Saiyan can become when they lose control. Thus, he forsook this enticing shortcut, maintaining his resolve to not succumb to such temptations. Will it lead to death? Goku asked. Are you afraid of death? Broly replied nonchalantly. No, I'm not afraid. I merely fear that after my demise, no one will be able to defeat King Piccolo and gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin. Goku's resolve was unwavering. Unafraid of death. Haha, rest assured, since I have mentioned this method, it means I have the discretion to ensure you do not perish. Master Roshi, I will need you to provide the Senzu beans. Broly was particularly stingy when it came to the Senzu beans. Understood, but you are quite stingy. Although I have cultivated senza beans for 4 years, I have not reaped as much as you have now. Master Rashi responded, exasperated. Do you no longer wish to trade? Broly's gaze held a hint of menace. The senza beans, after all, are indeed most beneficial in abundance. The cat sage couldn't help but roll his eyes at Goku's response. In the next moment, a senza bean found its way into Goku's mouth. Do not swallow it just yet. Wait until I strike before you do. Broly raised his palm, a verdant aura swirling around it, gathering at his fingertip as he pointed directly at Goku's heart. Remember, the instant you feel pain, swallow the senzu bean immediately. Broly reminded him once more, and Goku, biting down on the senza bean, nodded. The green light entered Goku's heart, and he instantly widened his eyes. A powerful agony shooting through him as his heart was suddenly torn apart by the emerald energy. Quickly swallow it, Broly commanded sharply. The intense pain nearly rendered Goku unconscious. But his indomitable will surged forth as he recalled Krillin's lifeless body, summoning every last ounce of strength to bite through the senza bean. In that very moment, as the bean shattered, pure energy surged into his body, and his ravaged heart began to mend itself instantaneously. He could feel his energy escalating rapidly, the accumulated essence from past experiences being unleashed in a continuous flow. However, in Broly's eyes, the burgeoning energy still paled in comparison to the casual strike he had just unleashed. In the span of a single breath, Goku's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Indeed, I have grown stronger. He sensed a significant enhancement in the energy within him. Broly lightly touched the silver earring on his earlobe, and a combat power reading of 280 points appeared before his right eye. This earring was a modified battle power detector created by Bulma, now more lightweight. Its lens transformed into contact lenses that could be worn on the eyes, with the switch functioning as a wirelessly connected earring. A gentle touch allowed the wearer to gauge the combat power of those before them. This was also a wedding gift from Bulma to Broly and Tais. Despite their wedding yet to be held, your current energy surpasses that of the rejuvenated King Piccolo by a slight margin, as long as you maintain your composure. Defeating him will not be an issue, Broly proclaimed. Thank you, Broly. I shall go now, Kinto-one. Goku shouted. The Kinto-one swiftly arrived, coming to a steady halt before him. I will surely defeat him. With that, he leaped onto the Kinto-one and sped towards King Piccolo's energy. Will Broly succeed? The cat sage's eyes flickered with concern. Kakarot will not falter for the sake of his dear friend Krillin. A warrior with conviction is formidable. Are you eager to witness the outcome? Broly seemed unconcerned. I shall not leave Korin Tower. I can discern the situation through the fluctuations of energy. The cat sage, staff in hand, approached the railing to keenly sense the energies of King Piccolo and Goku. The two energies had yet to intersect. Sensing is nowhere near as thrilling as witnessing the spectacle. If you will not go, then I shall. Broly executed instant transmission and departed. Chapter 17. Watching the battle. During the days when Son Goku trained on Korin Tower, Master Rashi attempted once more to seal King Piccolo using a rice cooker, but ultimately failed, leading to his demise. In the wake of Kaiatsu's death, Tien Shinhan, filled with sorrow, resolved to seal King Piccolo, even at the cost of his own life. After a long time, Yamcha finally managed to contact Tien Shinhan, and Bulma accompanied him in search of Tien. For Tien, Bulma was willing to do anything. Through rigorous training, Tien successfully mastered the spirit bomb, demonstrating precision that ensured he would not repeat Master Rashi's mistakes. Meanwhile, as Son Goku was on his way, King Piccolo headed towards the television station to announce to the world who the new ruler of Earth was. He confronted the king, piercing the heart of his close bodyguard in a single strike, then broadcasted his arrival live to the entire globe. I detest peace and justice. Such terms have no place in the world I rule. Piccolo, come forth. A commanding voice echoed into King Piccolo's ears. It seems yet another ignorant insect approaches. King Piccolo, with a darkened expression, rose from his seat and made his way outside. The intruder was none other than Tien Shinhan. As he leapt from his flying vehicle, he cradled a rice cooker. Upon seeing the rice cooker, King Piccolo's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Can a mere broken rice cooker seal me? He scoffed, gesturing towards a small hole in the cooker. Tien looked down to see a thumb-sized hole. Oh no, I must have damaged it during my experiments. Tien's face fell in despair, and he was reminded of Kairatsu's death, igniting a desire for mutual destruction. Even without the spirit bomb, I shall perish alongside you to avenge Kaiatsu. Ha ha, you think you can match me in self-destruction? King Piccolo laughed boisterously. His expression twisted into malice as an egg. The size of a soccer ball emerged from his abdomen and was expelled from his mouth. With a crack, the egg shattered, revealing a figure adorned with green scales. Bulky yet powerful. Doralum, eliminate him. As you command, Father. Doralum cast an evil glare at Tien. High above, this primordial Piccolo resembled a genetic mutation. One could only wonder what historical events had shaped him. The demon race. Could his abilities truly be linked to the demons of Earth? Broly observed quietly from the heights. He had sensed the entrance to the demon realm on Earth, and the aura of the demons within that passage indeed bore similarities to King Piccolo. However, at that time, he had been unable to investigate further with ties in tow, intentionally avoiding the entrance to the demon realm. Meanwhile, Son Goku was still tens of thousands of kilometers away. Broly had arrived via instant transmission, while Goku had yet to reach the scene. He sensed Tien's energy, as well as that of King Piccolo. Tianjin fan. Do not act foolishly, hold on. Faster, Nimbus. A sense of unease crept into Sun Wukong's heart. Ants perish. Dolam initiated the assault. Beneath his seemingly cumbersome physique lay astonishing speed. He left a residual image in place, his true form instantly materializing before Tianjin fan, and with a powerful thrust. His fist struck Tianjin fan in the abdomen. Boom! The impact sent waves of pain through Tianjin fan, nearly causing his 3 eyes to bulge out. His body arched like a cooked shrimp, flying backward. Damn it! Tianjin fan rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing in silence. He hadn't anticipated that a mere utterance from King Piccolo could summon such formidable power. He launched a counterattack, rushing forward to throw a punch, which Dolam effortlessly evaded. Following up with another punch and a fierce kick, he found himself thwarted as Dolam countered with a punch to his face, followed by a knee strike. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, Tianjin fan was sent flying, but he quickly regained his balance, landed on his feet, and charged back in. Whoosh! Thud! He collided headfirst with Dolam's chin, causing blood to spill from the corner of Dolam's mouth. Dolam retreated 2 steps, grinning sinisterly at Tianjin fan. Not bad, young man. He wiped the blood from his lips, licking the purple-stained fingers. Huh! Gasping for breath, Tianjin fan sensed his dwindling chances of victory. Dolam vanished once more, appearing behind him before he could react, delivering a fierce blow to his waist. Bang! Tianjin fan was knocked down again. As he struggled to rise, Dolam sat heavily upon him. Then, Dolam raised his right hand, aiming for the back of Tianjin fan's neck, ready to end his life. In that instant, it arrived. From the sky, Broly murmured. A tremendous force propelled Dolam away from Tianjin fan's back. King Piccolo's expression froze. You are still alive. Wukong, it's wonderful you're not dead. Tianjin fan exclaimed weakly, yet with a hint of joy. However, fear soon gripped him as he urged, Wukong, run. You are no match for him. There's hope as long as you live. He implored him to flee, but Dolam had no intention of letting him escape. Before Sun Wukong could speak, Dolam charged at him. Yet Wukong reacted even faster, leaping into the air with 1 foot planted, delivering a powerful kick to Dolam's head. Crack, splat. Dolam's skull shattered, red and white matter exploding forth and spilling onto the ground. Both Piccolo and Tianjin fan stood in utter shock, unable to believe the scene before them. But unlike Tianjin fan, King Piccolo's expression quickly returned to normal. Though Sun Wukong had grown stronger, he remained confident in his ability to defeat him. I require merely 5 seconds to conquer you. The formidable King Piccolo looked down upon the diminutive figure of Son Goku. Is that so? A hint of disdain flickered across Goku's face. Enraged by the expression, Piccolo swiftly delivered a powerful chop aimed at Goku. Bang! Goku effortlessly raised his arm to block, and Piccolo followed up with a direct punch. Yet, Goku easily absorbed the blow, and with a mighty effort, he executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Piccolo crashing into the distant castle. Boom! The castle collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying Piccolo beneath its rubble. The force of the shockwave sent debris flying, and Piccolo glared at Goku with fury. Has it been 6 seconds already? Goku feigned innocence. Provoked beyond measure, Piccolo could no longer contain his rage. He gathered energy in his right hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave toward Goku. Goku crossed his arms, choosing to withstand the impact with his body. As Tien Shinhan stood behind him, hiss! Goku shouted, feeling the heat radiate from his arms. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely blocking the energy wave. Chapter 18. The penetrating fist of heaven and earth. The royal castle. Once a magnificent stronghold, the castle had succumbed to ruin, reduced to mere rubble. Goku had withstood King Piccolo's energy wave with sheer physical strength. Impossible! How could you grow so powerful in such a brief span of time? King Piccolo wore an expression of disbelief. You killed Krillin. I shall avenge him. King Piccolo, prepare to meet your end. The pent-up fury within Goku finally erupted. Though his time with Krillin had been brief, Krillin was his first friend, aside from Bulma. The seemingly fragile body unleashed an astonishing might. Whoosh! Goku vanished in an instant, reappearing behind King Piccolo. Bang! He executed a powerful kick that sent Piccolo soaring into the sky, then propelled himself off the ground, launching a barrage of punches toward Piccolo's back. Bang bang! Piccolo's form ascended once more, and Goku landed deftly on the ground. He then retrieved his power pole from behind. Whoosh! The power pole elongated dramatically, and Goku swung it down with tremendous force. Boom! King Piccolo was instantly knocked to the ground. Demon Light Cannon. As Piccolo landed, he steadied himself and unleashed another energy wave from his right palm. This time, Goku opted for evasion, leaping high into the air to avoid the attack. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted behind him. The once lush grassland transformed into a desolate wasteland, exposing the rocky layers beneath. Enraged, King Piccolo seethed. Goku's previous assaults had inflicted severe pain, marking the first time since his release that he had experienced such excruciating agony. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo was enraged, Goku swiftly delivered a kick to trip him, then unleashed a relentless onslaught. As Piccolo elevated his power to 50%, he struck Goku with a single punch, sending him crashing to the ground. However, Goku swiftly emerged from the crater, harnessing the Kamehameha wave and directing it towards Piccolo, even managing to curve the blast to strike the back of Piccolo's head. The fierce battle continued, with Goku leveraging his agility and smaller stature to knock Piccolo down multiple times. Yet, Piccolo retaliated and injured Goku's leg, prompting Goku to counter with his golden staff. Enraged, the Demon King Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy beams, sending Goku's staff flying. These beams, shot from his fingertips, were strikingly similar to the Dodon Ray, merely differing in nomenclature. Next, Piccolo summoned 90% of his strength to launch an assault, creating a colossal double mushroom cloud. As the smoke cleared, the surrounding area lay scorched. Buddish. Those who oppose me meet a dismal fate. The Demon King Piccolo bellowed in triumph. Yet, his laughter was short-lived as he sensed Goku's energy once more. Suddenly, two figures descended slowly from the sky. It was Tien Shinhan, using his last reserves of energy to perform the Shunkin Ito, carrying Goku away from the explosion's epicenter. Cough, cough, Goku, it's up to you now. Tien, utterly exhausted, succumbed to unconsciousness. You insufferable brat. Why do you persist in opposing me? Piccolo, having expended considerable energy, found himself at a disadvantage compared to Goku, who had conserved his strength by only using the Kamehameha once. You killed Krillin, you murdered Master Roshi, you slaughtered Kairatsu, and now you seek to kill Tien Shinhan. You are beyond forgiveness. Goku's fury intensified with each declaration. He charged towards the Demon King Piccolo with even greater speed than before, delivering a flurry of relentless blows that left Piccolo utterly defenseless. Enough! Piccolo roared, ascending into the sky. Breathing heavily, he gazed down at Goku. How absurd! I forgot that Kakarot still cannot perform the Shunkin Ito. Such a twisted development. He is stronger than anyone, yet lacks the simplest of techniques. Broly mused in astonishment. As Piccolo soared high above, Goku scanned the area, desperately searching for his golden staff, which had been lost amidst the chaos of battle. Damn it, Goku thought, intent on unleashing the Kamehameha to strike at the airborne Piccolo, yet he feared the Demon King would evade the attack, wasting his energy. Ha ha ha, it seems you still lack the ability to fly. What can you do against me now? Prepare to meet your end. Piccolo began to gather energy, an astonishing aura enveloping him in a layer of white light. Violent magic wave, he declared, concentrating all his power to create a cataclysmic explosion centered around himself. His signature move. At that moment, Goku found himself well within the range of Piccolo's devastating attack. TSK, a self-detonation technique? Indeed, the venerable Piccolo showcases an array of formidable tactics. Even the seasoned Vegeta, during the latter saga of Majin Buu, could not escape annihilation under such a skill. Broly could not help but commend the elder Namekian, while simultaneously pondering how Goku, bereft of his power pole, would confront this challenge. Goku, limping, approached beneath Piccolo, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the floating figure above. There is no escape now, is there? You can only await your demise, taunted the Demon King Piccolo. Gathering his energy. Unfazed, Goku's right arm bulged with veins as he channeled his entire energy into it, allowing a mere trickle to flow into his left. I see. You still dare to laugh, old Piccolo. Kakarot will soon be upon you. Broly discerned Goku's intentions. Now was the moment. With fierce determination in his eyes, Goku noticed Piccolo's form trembling, evidently nearing his limit. He unleashed the Kamehameha from his left arm towards the ground, while raising his right fist high. The recoil propelled him upward with great force, executing the sky-piercing fist. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a giant ape's fury, instilling a profound unease within Piccolo. No, explode for me now, he bellowed, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. The blinding luminescence radiated outward, illuminating the skies, but alas, it was too late. With a resounding thrust, Goku pierced through Piccolo's abdomen, emerging from his back. The cataclysmic explosion failed to displace Goku. Instead, he bore the brunt of the shockwave, forcefully penetrating the Demon King's body. In that fleeting moment, Goku found solace, tears streaming down his face as sorrow overwhelmed him. Krillin, I will surely resurrect you, he cried as he fell to the ground. Though the Demon King still clung to a thread of life, he too descended, struggling to rise. Acknowledging the impending end of his existence, he emitted a sinister laugh. I may perish, but the demon race shall never vanish. With a violent expulsion, he birthed a colossal egg from his mouth. Broly, my son, you must avenge your father, he declared before his body succumbed, erupting into a gruesome explosion that scattered his remains across the earth. Chapter 19, The Attempt to Transform. The battle concluded. Broly did not make an appearance, returning alone to the estate. Goku, meanwhile, ascended once more to Kirin Tower, seeking the Cat Sage for a means to revive the Eternal Dragon. The Cat Sage imparted the necessary information regarding the temple, after which Goku ventured to the shrine with the power pole. As in the original tale, Bubbles provided training guidance, and the dragon model was meticulously assembled. The deity intervened to resurrect the dragon, granting wishes to bring back Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. Meanwhile, on Broly's front, Taiz adapted her experiences from the past few years into a novel, cherishing the evenings spent in Broly's company. My current battle prowess has far surpassed the minimum threshold required to transform into a Super Saiyan. It is indeed time for me to attempt this transformation. Broly murmured to himself. It seems that upon reaching adulthood, a floodgate has been opened to his latent potential. In his previous state, his battle power would increase by mere hundreds or thousands when he did not train. However, now that he has matured, his power surges at an astonishing rate of over 10,000 points each day. Presently, his battle power has exceeded 4 million points. After making a brief farewell to Taiz, he piloted his spacecraft away. On a small asteroid 5 light years from Earth, Broly closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the energy within him. With a fierce shout, the planet trembled. In an instant, dust and debris flew, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. The rubble on the ground levitated under the influence of his energy. He grew to a towering height of 22 meters, his muscles swelling immensely. His grass-green aura surged like a roaring flame, and his once black hair transformed into a bluish-green hue. In his great ape form, his battle power multiplied approximately 50-fold. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is remarkable. This mimetic Super Saiyan enhancement directly equates to the multiplier of Super Saiyan. Broly was astonished. Through his contact lenses, he detected that his battle power had soared to 200 million points. Such formidable strength had already eclipsed that of Frieza, who had yet to make his appearance. The savage aura of his great ape form had no effect on me whatsoever. It appears that the method taught by Shenron, Palunga, is indeed effective. Next, it is time to embrace the true form of a Super Saiyan. With a primal roar, Broly's throat emitted a deep growl. All of his energy converged towards his spine. This transformation technique was taught by Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super, pertaining to the science of the 6th universe. As the power concentrated at the base of his spine, Broly's expression contorted into a fierce visage, his black eyes flickering in and out of existence. The unique ferocity and wrath of the legendary bloodline surged within his mind. Get lost, Broly bellowed. His roar resonated like that of an ancient beast in fury. With a thunderous boom, his bluish-green hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Standing tall like a magnificent explosion, his battle power began to skyrocket, 200 million, 300 million, 350 million, until it reached 400 million points, at which point the rate of increase began to slow, advancing gradually by dozens or hundreds of points. Such an overwhelming aura caused the surface of the small asteroid to crack. 100-fold increase, rivaling the full power of a Super Saiyan. Broly was filled with joy. It is important to note that the normal transformation multipliers for Saiyans are as follows. Super Saiyan 1 at 50 times, full power at 80 times. Super Saiyan 2 at 100 times, full power at 150 times. Super Saiyan 3 at 400 times, perfect power at 500 times. Super Saiyan 4 at 4,000 times, and full power at 5,000 times. However, the path to Super Saiyan 3 is not suited for the flesh when the soul is involved, in a corporeal state. One cannot achieve perfection, but instead rapidly depletes energy to maintain the form. As for the Super Saiyan 4, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ascertain. For Broly is utterly uncertain of which parallel universe he currently inhabits, and whether this realm is conducive to the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Regarding the Super Saiyan Blue and the augmented powers of the Super Saiyan God Red, Broly remains uninformed, as that ascension transcends mere numerical representation. However, in the latter stages of Dragon Ball Super, Broly was capable of dominating both Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms merely through his Super Saiyan prowess. In his Super Saiyan Green form, he was undaunted even by the fused entity of Vegeto. Naturally, the Broly of that era cannot be compared to the present Broly's standard combat strength. Despite this, Broly was left astonished. After 2 attempts, he realized that regardless of the form, his multipliers must exceed the typical Saiyan transformations, which yield a 2-fold increase. The path of the Super Saiyan was clear. Yet the Super Saiyan Green form began to perplex him. The transformation into Super Saiyan God could be deemed his unique form. Within this state, both strength and speed would perpetually escalate, growing stronger with each battle, all while imposing no burden on his physique, and his stamina would not deplete rapidly. Furthermore, it boasted an exceptionally high defensive capability, allowing him to survive even immersion in magma. Yet, the side effect was an uncontrollable rage, a thirst for blood, a loss of rationality, where all that lay before him became mere targets for destruction. After stabilizing his Super Saiyan 1 form, Broly closed his eyes once more, preparing to attempt the transformation into the Super Saiyan Green form. 1 minute passed, then 2, and, after 10 minutes, his energy continued to surge. Yet he could not achieve a qualitative change. Broly opened his eyes in disbelief. He was unable to accomplish it. It dawned on him that the root of the issue lay in his emotions. In the original narrative, Broly transformed into the Super Saiyan Green form driven by rage. Without that emotional impetus, he found himself incapable of transformation. Indeed, since inhabiting this body, Broly had been living in profound happiness, surrounded by love and family. With the Tai family treating him exceptionally well, there was nothing that could incite his anger. Damn it, while he wished to enhance his power, he had not anticipated losing the ability to transform into Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, even in the absence of fury, he could have relied on the berserk bloodlust of losing his rationality to break through to that level. Broly silently cursed, recognizing that with every gain comes a loss. Should he unleash the suppressed ferocity within? Would he dare try? Broly began to ponder deeply. After a long contemplation, he concluded, "No, I seek to master my power, not become a puppet to it." He promptly abandoned the notion. The Super Saiyan Green form necessitated a certain stimulus, yet he could not assure himself of retaining his reason. What difference was there between a mindless beast and one devoid of rationality? With nothing else to occupy him, he contemplated a visit to King Kai's planet. After all, it was merely the North Kai. Even if it impacted the storyline, the repercussions would likely be minimal. He wondered if he could employ the Kaioken technique in the Super Saiyan Green form. If so, it would be a tremendous boon. Broly couldn't help but visualize the possibilities in his mind. With a clear will and a surge of energy, he felt no burden on his physical form. Enhanced by the Kaioken technique, the more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. However, he had never visited King Kai's planet, and despite possessing the instantaneous movement ability, he could not ascertain its location, as the aura of North Kai was too feeble. Moreover, the underworld could be regarded as a dimension distinct from the mortal realm. Yet, He swiftly recalled the Earth deity, capable of traversing both realms. He then employed his instantaneous movement to return to the Earth Temple. Without a specific destination in mind, he had utilized a spacecraft for his journey. Chapter 20. A perfect reproduction. At the Earth Temple, Goku was taken aback upon seeing Broly. "Ah, Broly, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "Hee, have Krillin and the others been resurrected?" Broly retorted with a question. "Indeed, thanks to Lord Kami." "Broly, do you know that Lord Kami resembles King Piccolo exactly?" Goku chattered on. "Broly, is there something you wish to discuss?" the deity inquired, stepping forth with his staff. "You know Lord Kami?" This time, Goku was the one astonished. "I've known him longer than you." Broly replied. "All right, continue. I have matters to discuss with Lord Kami." He gestured for the deity to step aside. "Wait, Broly, I want to challenge you once more. I've trained with Mr. Popo these past few days and have grown significantly. I will make it easy for you." Goku interjected, eager for another bout. The onlookers, except for the expressionless Mr. Popo, couldn't help but smile. "Lord Kami, what are you laughing at?" Goku innocently asked. "Ahem, nothing at all." "Broly, what is your stance?" The deity redirected the question to Broly. "On a rainy day, it's fitting to indulge a child. I shall grant his wish." Broly readily agreed. "Very well, here I come," Goku declared, assuming a fighting stance. His gaze fixed intently on Broly. In a manner reminiscent of their first encounter, Broly extended a finger. Bang, bang, bang. With ease, he deflected dozens of punches, followed by a swift hand chop that rendered Goku unconscious. The frequency of their exchanges mirrored their previous bout perfectly. A flawless reproduction. One wonders if Goku will question this when facing Beerus later. Even the deity, aware of Broly's immense power, displayed a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, Mr. Popo remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Broly, having discreetly observed Mr. Popo's demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of the unperturbed figure. Nonetheless, now was not the time for probing into Mr. Popo's identity. He was not his current target. "Lord Kami, I request that you take me to the underworld." As Goku lay unconscious, there was no need for Broly to converse further. "The underworld? What prompts your desire to go there?" the deity inquired, bewildered. "I have heard there is a mysterious place at the end of Snake Way. I wish to train there for a while," Broly replied nonchalantly. "You know of that? You never cease to impress." The deity exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you here to help or to assist?" Broly inquired, cough, threatening an elderly man. "Such a lack of martial virtue. I shall take you there." The celestial being had certainly noticed the threatening gaze emanating from Broly. "Then, let us embark. Simply take me there, and you need not accompany me on the return journey." Broly stepped forward. "Understood." The celestial being's staff touched the ground, and their figures gradually became ethereal, eventually vanishing from sight. In the underworld's Yama Palace, the idol king Yama stamped documents every few minutes. "Celestial being of Earth, why have you brought a living person to the underworld?" he asked, astonished at the sudden appearance of the duo. "I pay my respects to you, Lord Yama." The celestial being greeted politely. However, Broly paid no heed to King Yama, instead turning to gaze at Snake Way, placing his fingers on his forehead and closing his eyes to carefully sense the energy of the North Kai. The instant transmission was activated. Broly's figure vanished. King Yama looked at the celestial being with confusion, seemingly seeking an explanation. "Rest assured, my lord, this is not a matter of ill intent. He seeks to meet that esteemed individual." The celestial being was at a loss for words, casually offering a response before disappearing back to the realm of the living. King Yama's eyes widened. He had never encountered such blatant disrespect before. On North Kai's planet, Broly's figure materialized unexpectedly. "Who are you to dare intrude upon North Kai's planet?" A flying grasshopper suddenly appeared, speaking. "I come to learn martial arts from Lord North Kai," Broly replied calmly. "Desiring to learn from me is no simple matter." North Kai emerged as well. However, he immediately regretted his words upon sensing Broly's unusual strength. "Given your prowess, why would you need to learn from me?" North Kai exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Lord Kai, your discernment is indeed sharp." Broly responded, equally astonished. He had concealed his energy completely, facilitating his intent to learn from North Kai. The Artitran's mastery of energy concealment was merely an application of energy manipulation, although North Kai was not a fighter. He prided himself on his sensing abilities being among the best. "Humph," he said with a hint of pride. "I shall not keep it from you. I wish to learn the Kaioken technique." Broly stated his intention directly. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in North Kai's eyes behind his sunglasses as he circled around Broly. "Aren't the Saiyans extinct, wiped out by Frieza? Are you one of the exiled Saiyans from your youth?" Yet, I recall that Scions were not this powerful. Those slain by Frisia in the underworld were subdued by the great King Yama. You are the first Scion of your caliber I have encountered. North Kai quickly discerned Broly's origins. I am indeed an exiled Scion. By chance I arrived on Earth and crossed paths with the celestial being of that realm. Broly was aware that he could not conceal his lineage from North Kai, as he had not severed his tail, the tail being a symbol of the Scion race. How did you come to know about the King's fist? The North Kai inquired, perplexed. That is of little significance. What truly matters is whether you desire your extraordinary technique to become renowned throughout the universe. With my prowess, I can ensure that your King's fist achieves legendary status across the cosmos. Broly, at a loss for words, deftly shifted the conversation while subtly flattering the North Kai. Huh, you possess discernment. However, learning my King's fist is not so effortless. There are 3 prerequisites. Broly subtly unleashed his energy. A gust swept through the arena as the sheer magnitude of his power eclipsed that of the North Kai. The North Kai's battle power was unmistakably clear to Broly. 3,500 points. Although this figure emanated from a scanner, Broly surmised that the strength could not extend much further. Broly was acutely aware of the conditions for studying under him, evading the hammer of the grasshopper Gregor, capturing Baburus, and ultimately, delivering a joke that could elicit laughter from him. The first 2 conditions can be disregarded, but the last one is imperative. You must tell a joke that can amuse this Kai, insisted the North Kai. Broly felt exasperated. The North Kai's sense of humor was notoriously shallow among fans in his previous life. Ahem, one day a little fly asked its mother, Mom, why do we have to eat excrement? The mother fly, annoyed, slapped her offspring and retorted, don't ask such disgusting questions while we're dining. After delivering the punchline, Broly watched as the North Kai's face flushed a deep crimson, unable to contain his laughter. That is too hilarious. Eating excrement and still worrying about what is disgusting. How amusing. Truly too funny. Broly was left speechless. Is it truly funny? I find it utterly unamusing. The North Kai's sense of humor is indeed remarkably low, he murmured. Chapter 21. An Unexpected Visitor. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai was laughing uncontrollably, tears nearly streaming down his face. That was so amusing. Thank you. Ha 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 ha. So, does this mean that Lord Kai is willing to impart your ultimate skill to me? Of course. I am a North Kai overseeing the North Galaxy, and my word is my bond. The North Kai then moved aside, with Broly closely following. The North Kai meticulously explained the essence of the King's fist, detailing how to execute and control it. He even provided a personal demonstration, allowing Broly to keenly observe the fluctuations of energy. After undergoing systematic and refined training in energy control on planet Adrat, Broly swiftly grasped the core principles of the King's fist. Once the North Kai concluded his exposition, he closed his eyes and following the North Kai's teachings, Broly began to harness the energy within him. Streams of crimson energy began to emanate from his body. With a soft thud, his physique slightly expanded, and his form grew mightier while the red flames soared skyward. No wonder it was red flames. The essence of the King's fist lay within the power of his own blood. Broly realized that his internal energy was fervently igniting, transforming into strength that surged through his being. No wonder there are formidable side effects. However, this adverse impact seems ineffectual on Broly. Under the pressure of the Kaioken, despite the frantic combustion of his internal energy, the unique bloodline within Broly allows his energy to surge at a rate that far exceeds its consumption. Remarkably, he has learned it so swiftly. The eyes of the North Kao, concealed behind sunglasses, widened in astonishment. Yet, Broly's accomplishments do not end here. Twofold. Boom. Threefold. Boom boom. Broly's energy skyrocketed exponentially. His fighting prowess also multiplied tenfold. With a fierce roar, Broly's energy surged a complete tenfold. The tumultuous crimson aura painted the relatively small Ko planet in a vivid hue. The ground trembled, causing the North Ko to sway precariously. Simultaneously, the powerful red energy wave stirred up a fierce wind. Enough, Broly, cease immediately. The North Ko bellowed. However, Broly remained unfazed, his eyes firmly shut. The wildly ferocious energy began to stabilize gradually, retracting into a normal range. Broly, quickly release the Kaioken, otherwise your body won't be able to withstand it. The North Ko approached with concern. Suddenly, Broly's tightly shut eyes sprang open. Fear not, esteemed North Ko, the tenfold Kaioken poses no adverse effects on my body. The burning energy and the rising energy have reached a perfect equilibrium. In this state, I can maintain the operation of the Kaioken indefinitely. To his unexpected delight, Broly had not anticipated that his seemingly superfluous idea would yield such astonishing results. His initial intention in mastering the Kaioken was to prepare for the future, should he ascend to the divine realm, enabling him to stack the Kaioken like Goku. Yet, he did not foresee that his legendary bloodline would prove to be so extraordinary. What? He can sustain it indefinitely without side effects? The chosen one? The moment the Kaioken was conceived was precisely the moment it awaited you? The North KO could hardly believe his ears. Broly released the Kaioken. The combustion of energy ceased, but the frenzied regeneration of energy abruptly halted, burning and rebirth. A fascinating interplay. Broly was filled with delight. Speak quickly, Broly. I am immensely curious about what is transpiring. The KO urgently sought to comprehend. Ahem. This may be related to my bloodline. Bloodline? Surely you jest. Aren't you merely a Saiyan? I have encountered them, and their bloodlines are rather ordinary, are they not? The North KO expressed his disbelief. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, the true royal bloodline of the Saiyan race. Born of Saiyans, yet transcending them. Broly could only explain thusly. Even in the memories of his past life, there was no concrete explanation regarding the origins of the legendary bloodline. Countless Dragon Ball enthusiasts merely speculated. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed exists as a tale, but this KO has only heard of it, never witnessed it. Can you enlighten me on its peculiarities? I am not entirely certain. I will inform you once I have clarified my thoughts. Very well. Having mastered the Kaioken, I possess another extraordinary technique. Would you care to learn it? The North KO suddenly recalled the Spirit Bomb, a skill he himself could scarcely wield. No, thank you. The Kaioken suffices for me. Broly understood well what the other technique entailed. However, the Spirit Bomb requires one to absorb energy from living beings, including both flora and fauna. To draw upon their energy, one must emanate genuine goodwill and possess a pure heart. Animals and plants are inherently simple, direct, and sensitive. Although Broly does not consider himself a villain, his heart is far from pure. To master the Spirit Bomb would be tantamount to inviting suffering upon oneself. If it were Baby's Rage Bomb, he would indeed find it intriguing. Very well then, are you departing? Alas, the North KO trembled, his gaze shifting upwards in terror. Broly's eyes also darted. He sensed an invisible pressure, a mysterious presence that eluded detection. Lord KO, do you feel it too? Broly's expression turned grave. Is it him? Yet. It is not. It is that individual. What is his purpose? The North KO's words became jumbled, his voice laden with dread. What on earth is happening? Broly pressed urgently. It has arrived. Whoosh! A cascade of iridescent light suddenly descended. This is... Broly felt a jolt in his heart. North KO, it has been a long time. A melodious voice resonated. Mr. Whis, what brings you here? Your esteemed presence is an honor. The North KO exhaled in relief, yet still greeted the visitor with trepidation. Is indeed Whis. This timing is perplexing. How could he possibly be here? Broly's heart raced in astonishment. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the servant of Beerus. The Angel Whis. Ho ho ho, Lord KO, you are too kind. I am merely a servant. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. You jest, Mr. Whis. May I inquire what brings you here? Has Lord Beerus not accompanied you? Is he well? The North KO inquired. What? Do you wish for Lord Beerus to come? Whis teased. No. I am merely curious. The North KO hastily waved his hands. All right, I shall not jest further. Lord Beerus is yet to awaken, and I find myself longing for your tonkatsu ramen. However, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Whis subtly directed his gaze towards Broly. Broly, come forth. This is Mr. Whis. The North KO faltered, uncertain how to introduce Whis. I have met Mr. Whis. I am Broly. Broly suppressed the tumult of thoughts within him and stepped forward to greet him. He also provided the North KO with an escape from his predicament. Mr. Whis. He is of the Saiyan race, a child exiled before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The North KO hurriedly introduced. Ho ho, how fascinating. Whis narrowed his eyes, as if he had uncovered something remarkable. Meanwhile, Broly felt a tightening in his chest. Chapter 22. Whis's Heart for Talent. Planet King Kai. Broly, upon noticing Whis's expression, was seized by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Could it be that he discerned, I am not of this world? Broly pondered to himself. You are no mere Saiyan. I have encountered your ancestor, and your bloodline is an exact replica of his. Whis suddenly interjected. Ancestor of the Saiyans? could it be that you were referring to? A name flickered in Broly's mind. Yamoshi, a Saiyan sharing your bloodline, was also an ancestor of the Saiyans. He led the Saiyan race to its zenith. But after his demise, the Saiyans gradually fell into decline, and their true homeworld was obliterated. Upon Whis' revelation, both Broly and King Kai of the Northern Quadrant displayed expressions of shock. Yamoshi? Why have I never heard of him? King Kai inquired with confusion. He existed during a time when the universe lacked the current structure. Lord Beerus had yet to become the god of destruction, and I had just arrived in this universe. Whis replied nonchalantly. A distant and exceedingly ancient era. King Kai was once again taken aback, realizing the origins of the Saiyan race were far more profound than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Broly's thoughts were tumultuous. Whis' early appearance had thrown all his preparations into disarray. In the original narrative, Whis did not appear during this period, nor did King Kai. Was it possible that before the protagonist Goku arrived at King Kai's planet, Whis had already made a visit? No, he recalled that in the original story. Upon his first appearance, Lord Beerus had remarked that the last time he visited, King Kai's planet was vastly larger than it is now. It was he who had reduced the planet to its current size. Following this reasoning, it seemed impossible for Whis and Beerus to have existed during this era. The more Broly contemplated, the more perplexed he became. Never mind. I shall cease my ruminations. The situation is as it is, and I must adapt. Thank you, Mr. Whis, for enlightening me about the origins of my bloodline. Broly began to speak. Would you accompany me to the God of Destruction's planet? Are you willing to take up the mantle of the God of Destruction? Broly's previously calm heart was once again bombarded by an unexpected revelation, leaving him utterly stunned. Woofkies, are you jesting? Has something happened to Lord Beerus? King Kai exclaimed in alarm. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus is not in any peril, but he is quite slothful and difficult to manage. I am merely preparing for the future, as there are still vacancies for candidates as gods of destruction in the universe. I believe he would be quite suitable. Whis' gaze toward Broly grew increasingly favorable. With a powerful bloodline, boundless potential, and a humble demeanor, combined with the remnants of King Kai's technique he had evidently mastered, it was clear he possessed a thirst for knowledge. Upon hearing this, Broly heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Whis had developed an appreciation for talent. The opportunity to learn from Whis was indeed a stroke of fortune, and he felt immensely eager. Yet suddenly, the image of ties flickered in his mind. Mr. Whis, while I am learning from you, will I be free to return to Earth at will? Broly abruptly inquired. Whis shook his head. Before you become a candidate for a destroyer, it is impossible. With your current strength, you cannot transcend dimensions. Though the destroyer planet and Earth exist within the same universe, the former transcends the lower realms of the galaxy. To depart, you will require my guidance. However, I cannot frequently escort you away from the destroyer planet, as I am still in service to Lord Beerus. After a brief silence, Broly inquired once more. How long do you think it will take for me to reach the level of transcending dimensions? Perhaps a year, perhaps a decade, perhaps a century. The path of a destroyer values comprehension over mere combat prowess. Whis replied nonchalantly. Then I must apologize, Mr. Whis. I am unwilling to accompany you to the destroyer planet. Broly deeply bowed, declining Whis as goodwill. Oh, and why is that? Whis asked, surprised. There are people on Earth to whom I am deeply attached. Even if it were merely a month or two, their anxiety over my absence would be unbearable. Broly spoke, a blissful expression gracing his face. Ah, you foolish romantic. Do you understand what it means to be a destroyer? Do you comprehend the level of existence they inhabit? You truly drive me to distraction. North Kai exclaimed, urgency evident in his tone. That is inconsequential. What truly matters is that if one forsakes their humanity and emotions in the pursuit of strength, how does that differ from being a mere puppet? I seek to grow stronger, not to be swayed by others, but to seize control of my own destiny and protect those I hold dear, even at the cost of my freedom. I refuse. Though Broly's voice was calm, it was imbued with unwavering determination. Whis' lips curled into a slight smile. Haha, you truly differ from Yamoshi. You possess emotions he lacks, and that is commendable. Whis suddenly praised. Do you not resent me? Broly expressed his astonishment. He understood that Whis would not intervene in cosmic affairs unless absolutely necessary. Yet such a favorable attitude exceeded his expectations. Yamoshi's lineage is formidable, and yours is equally impressive. However, you possess something he does not. This additional quality might render you more vulnerable than he, who is merciless and lacks weaknesses. Yet, it may also enable you to surpass him. The Saiyans' power threshold is anger, but the force that allows all beings to transcend their limits is love. Love is the ultimate power. Broly, I hope you can persevere until the end. To hear the word love spoken from the lips of a seemingly indifferent deity was utterly astonishing. Love? Am I mistaken? It feels quite odd. Broly mused inwardly. A battle-oriented narrative had taken a peculiar turn. Haha, romantic love is merely a small affection. Do not overthink it. Why seem to perceive as confusion? What then is the love you speak of? Broly inquired, puzzled. It is a greater love, an affection for all beings in the universe. In time, you will understand. Now, since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall await the moment you can transcend dimensions. The gates of the Destroyer Planet will always remain open for you. North Kai, shall we indulge in some noodles? Wise suggested, patting his stomach and shifting the topic. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall prepare it immediately. Broly, you accompany Mr. Wise for a while. The North Kai hurried into the kitchen. Mr. Whis, please have a seat. Broly moved a chair from the room. Thank you. Whis sat down gracefully. Surely you didn't come all this way just for a bowl of tonkatsu ramen? Broly inquired curiously. You are mistaken. Indeed, I came specifically for that. Both Lord Beerus and I have quite the appetite. Did you think it was for you? Whis maintained a facade of nonchalance, though internally he was quite perturbed. If I had come for you and you turned me down, how embarrassing that would be. Broly, despite his lingering doubts, recalled memories from his past life, which confirmed that Beerus and Whis were indeed quite fond of gourmet food. With this thought, he decided not to dwell on it further. Chapter 23, The Sorrow of a Past Life. King Kai's Planet. Well, I have finished my meal. Thank you for your hospitality. I must return to serve Lord Beerus. So I bid you farewell, gentlemen. Whis, with his left hand behind his back and his right hand lightly tapping his staff on the ground, caused a cascade of colorful light to rise, and in an instant, his figure vanished. That truly startled me. Thankfully, he didn't come after the last ramen. The planet shrank to such a size, King Kai said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Haha, it seems you are quite afraid of them. Broly teased. What do you understand? They are gods standing at the pinnacle of the universe. King Kai replied, somewhat perplexed. It is indeed strange that such reclusive deities would suddenly appear. A god, you say? I would like to test that. If I cannot ascend to godhood, I shall see if I can elevate this mortal form to rival that of a deity. Broly mused, pondering whether the path to divinity was truly suited for him. His energy was continually on the rise, yet he found it challenging to calm his mind and grasp the realm of the divine. Even meditation was merely a means to bolster his mental fortitude, preventing his violent genes from clouding his judgment. Thank you for your guidance, North Kai. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Broly resolved to take his leave. Understood. Alas, North Kai sighed, feeling a sense of regret for Broly. Until we meet again. Broly searched for a suitable aura, directing himself toward Earth. After a few breaths and focused exploration, he sensed the presence of a divine being. Whoosh! Broly vanished. Broly, the more you care for something, the more it becomes your Achilles heel. I hope you do not lose your reason over such matters. North Kai reflected anxiously as he gazed at the position of Earth. Though he was not as powerful as the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, or the angels, he was still a deity of a dimension above that of mortals. Dimension and combat prowess, however, were not necessarily correlated. A vague sense of unease lingered in his heart. Earth, Broly, you're back? So soon? The divine being exclaimed. Yes, we can talk later. I have matters to attend to, Broly replied as he disappeared. The estate. Upon returning, Broly immediately embraced Ties, holding her tightly as if he wished to meld her soft form into his very being. Why, what has happened to you? Why have you become so clingy? Thaisi exclaimed. I love you, Broly. I will never leave you for the entirety of my life, and you must not leave me. Do you hear? Broly's tone was exceedingly domineering. Yet, Thaisi could sense within his voice a deep concern, reluctance, and fear. She immediately embraced Broly tightly. Broly, I love you too. Unless death separates us, I will never abandon you. Do not worry, I love you. With that, Thaisi stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Broly's cheek. She was unaware of the troubles Broly faced, but she had never witnessed him exhibit such emotions before. To her, Broly had always been invincible, considering every matter on her behalf. Iamwari, Thaisi, accompany me as I rest, Broly said as he lifted her legs. Thaisi clung to Broly's neck. All right, my dear brother. They did not engage in anything else but fell asleep in each other's embrace. As Broly slumbered, he was transported to his previous life. In the bustling city of T, Province S, he recalled the harsh words thrown at him. Get lost, you bastard. I've raised you for so many years. That wretched woman, your mother, has deceived me all this time. Damn that vile creature. Even in death. She won't let me have peace. Broly knelt before his father, clutching his leg. Father, even if I am not your biological son, I still acknowledge you as my dad. Standing beside his father was a handsome, yet sinister-looking boy. Do not call me father. You are unworthy. Tianling is my true son. It is impossible. Tianling cannot be your son. He is a year older than me. We have been classmates from elementary to middle school. He has a father. He is not your son. Broly was incredulous as he gazed at the scene before him. Get away from me, you disgusting creature. If it weren't for your mother's wealth and her incessant pursuit, I would never have married her. But I never expected her to play me for a fool, treating me as a mere substitute. She deserved her cancer and death. She concealed the truth from me until the end. If it weren't for a Jing pointing out that we do not resemble each other, I would never have done a paternity test. To my astonishment, you truly are not my son. His father kicked him away once more. Thud! The previously frail Broly coughed up a mouthful of blood from the impact. Butler, throw him out. From now on, he is not welcome in the Wong family. In the pouring rain, a solitary figure walked down the road, the downpour washing away the blood that occasionally spilled from his mouth. Huh, mother, why did you leave behind such a mess? If there is a next life, I would rather not be your son. While his mother was alive, he was the cherished sole heir of the Wong family, the beloved grandson of the wealthiest man in T-City. Yet, after her death, with no affection from his uncles and no love from his grandfather, and now without a father, he was abandoned by everyone. I do not wish to be in this world. He spread his arms wide and fell backward, his already feeble heartbeat suddenly ceasing. No! Gasping for breath, Broly jolted awake. Broly, what is the matter with you? Tai-Si rose from her slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She gently patted Broly's back, reassuring him, I'm fine. Go back to sleep. I'm just stepping out to the bathroom. After calming Tai-Si, Broly quietly rose and stepped outside. He stood silently on the balcony, gazing up at the tranquil night sky. In his previous life, he had faced betrayal from all sides, abandoned by everyone he had known. Although he had taken the drastic step of ending his biological father's life, he felt no remorse. His father had merely sought to exploit this body, yet Tai-Si, the Briefs couple, and Bulma had treated him with genuine kindness. As long as they did not forsake him, he vowed to protect them for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Broly returned indoors. He gently climbed into bed, embraced the slumbering Tai-Si, and tenderly kissed her forehead before drifting off to sleep. The appearance of Whis had made it abundantly clear to him that this was not a mere game. He had truly traversed into this new world. Regardless of the circumstances that led to his crossing over, fate had granted him another chance to experience love and to be loved. He resolved to cherish this opportunity, undeterred by any obstacles. In his previous life, at the moment of his demise, he had never held resentment towards the father who had abandoned him. Such a betrayal was something no man would easily accept. Yet, he also harbored hatred after his reincarnation. He came to understand that his father had already been involved with Tianling before marrying his mother. However, these past grievances had become inconsequential, mere wisps of smoke. Now, he had a new family and a new love. He would not sacrifice them for power or abandon those he cherished. Each individual's aspirations differ, leading to varied outcomes. Initially, he had aimed to reach the pinnacle of the universe, but upon meeting Tai-Si, his foremost desire had transformed into the protection of her. Chapter 24. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Time flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and the registration for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. During these 3 years, Broly and Tai-Si had not ventured out on adventures. Tai-Si had been immersed in writing her science fiction adventure novel, while Broly remained by her side, living a stable and prosperous life. Brother, the registration for the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament has begun. Are you going to participate? Bulma rushed into their yard, brimming with excitement. I told you to call me brother-in-law. Tai-Si exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. I won't. No way. I'm busy. I want to accompany Tai-Si. Broly lounged lazily in a rocking chair, resembling an old man. You two are quite the affectionate pair, utterly insufferable. Bulma teased. Broly, do you want to go? Since Broly had exhibited some unusual behavior last time, Tai-Si had been attentive to his emotions. If you want to see it, I'll compete and bring home the championship for you. Broly's focus was entirely on Tai-Si. Their mutual affection sent shivers down Bulma's spine. Enough already, you two. Isn't this endless display of affection a bit much? Bulma couldn't help but interject. Feeling anxious? Where's your white knight? Yamcha? Broly quipped teasingly. Silence, will you? Sister, he asked, bullying me. Bulma pouted while playfully linking arms with Ties. Influenced by Broly, Ties had not been away from Earth for long, and with an indulgent sister like Bulma, she exhibited a touch more mischievous charm than in the original tale. Stop teasing her. After all, it was you who took her to catch Yamcha in the act. Ties retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ever since Bulma met Son Goku and Yamcha, she had developed a crush, ultimately winning Yamcha as affections. However, Broly was well aware of Yamcha as character, which could easily be described as that of a womanizer. So he seized the opportunity to personally take Bulma to witness Yamcha's disloyalty. Of course, it was not a matter of catching him in bed, but rather observing him on a date with another girl. Bulma's feelings for him were never deep to begin with, and being a wealthy heiress herself, she possessed a certain pride and would not tolerate such behavior. Thus, she unilaterally declared their breakup. From that moment on, whenever she teased Broly, he would unearth her wounds, reminding her of Yamcha. All right, fine, it's all my fault. I sent it. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have broken up, wouldn't have seen him with another girl, and wouldn't have lost Yamcha. It's all my fault, Broly lamented. I'm going to take you down, Broly. Bulma snapped, stepping forward, ready to take a swing at him. However, with a height difference that was nothing short of staggering, Broly merely stood up and effortlessly blocked her forehead with a single hand, rendering her unable to advance. No matter how she flailed and threatened, Bulma found herself powerless against Broly. Why not just be with Broly? As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is a brother-in-law's mother. Be quiet, both sisters exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the one interjecting was none other than Mrs. Briefs. He, my son-in-law is truly handsome, if you don't mind, Mrs. Briefs said while stepping forward. Ties, knowing her mother's personality, hurriedly interposed herself in front of Broly. Mother, you've gone too far. Ties exclaimed angrily. All right. Bulma, there's a little bald fellow outside without a nose. Is he your suitor? If so, don't agree to him. His genes are terrible. Mrs. Briefs expressed with concern. Her words were like a bombshell, causing Krillin to be wounded thrice in a single breath. One could only wonder how he would react if he heard. Mom, what are you talking about? It's Krillin. He.S. just a good friend. Do you think my standards are that low? Bulma replied, fuming. Well, now I'm relieved. I want to interrupt your little love triangle. Goodbye, Mrs. Briefs stated before turning to leave. Broly couldn't help but smile wryly. Auntie certainly has the heart of a youth despite her age. What can I do in the face of such a mother-in-law? Broly mused. Mother is becoming increasingly outrageous. We've moved out, yet she still disturbs us. No, I must distance myself even further from her. Ties expressed her concerns. Broly pulled her into his embrace. What is the matter? Don't you trust me? He asserted. Of course I do. Release me, Bulma is still here. Tai's face flushed crimson at his actions. I have truly had enough of you both. Enough. Bulma, exasperated, could no longer bear to look at them and turned to meet Krillin. Seriously, was it necessary to provoke Bulma so? I am merely dispelling her infatuation and reminding her constantly. Broly retorted. All right, you have your reasons, but this is excessive. Deeply exasperated. Broly chuckled foolishly. On a more serious note, aside from keeping me company, you haven't done anything for yourself in ages. Do you wish to participate? If so, I shall accompany you. Tai's expression turned earnest. You want me to go? Broly, indifferent to the martial arts tournament, considered the vast difference in strength between himself and the main characters. Go. I wish to see just how formidable my man is. Tai feigned a look of admiration. She feared that Broly might be troubled for the past 3 years. He had dedicated himself solely to her and rigorous training in the gravity chamber, neglecting his own desires. Yet, unbeknownst to her, following the dream incident involving Whis, Broly had come to regard her as more important than anything else. In his eyes, there was only Tai, with no lingering frustrations. Very well, I shall go. Let's head there now to register. Broly and Tai walked hand in hand toward Bulma's courtyard. Krillin, what brings you here? Bulma inquired. I came to ask you if you have heard from Goku. The registration deadline is fast approaching, and he hasn't returned to Kame House. I even searched for him at Bunshao Mountain. Krillin replied anxiously. Goku? No, I haven't heard from him in a long time either. Bulma shook her head. What are we to do? Tomorrow is the last day. Krillin paced nervously. At that moment, Broly and Tai arrived. Fear not. Kakarot is on his way to the venue. He will surely arrive tomorrow, Broly stated. You are? Broly? Goku mentioned you. Hello, I am Krillin. Krillin paused for a moment, quickly recalling Broly's identity. Hello, offering cough Krillin. Broly suddenly realized he had misspoken. However, Krillin was oblivious to the implication and paid it no mind. The Kakarot you mentioned, does it refer to Goku? How do you know he is en route? Krillin asked curiously. Although I can suppress my aura, it cannot escape my senses, Broly replied coolly. That's good to hear. I can finally relax. I shall go register now. See you all tomorrow. With the news of Goku, Krillin's anxious heart finally settled. Brother, are you participating as well? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Yes, my sister desires me to secure a championship for her. I will fulfill her wishes, even if it means fetching stars from the sky. Broly gazed tenderly at Tai. I shouldn't have bothered asking you. Bulma rolled her eyes, slightly irritated. Are you going? I will take Broly to register. Tai asked. I refuse to be a third wheel. Bulma turned and walked away. After exchanging a knowing smile, the two departed from the Western capital, heading towards a renowned martial arts tournament. Chapter 25, The Deity of Disguise. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Waiting Hall. Are you Goku? It's only been a year. How have you grown so tall? Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Oolong gazed in astonishment at the travel-worn son Goku. I'm not quite sure. I seem to change every day. Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. By the way, Broly was like this too. You are the same lineage. Bulma exclaimed, suddenly recalling. Never mind that, Goku. Hurry and register, or you'll miss your chance. Krillin urged, hastily leading Goku to sign up. Is he the one you mentioned? Your kin? Taiz asked while linking arms with Broly. Indeed, that's him. Broly replied with a calm smile. With the registration complete, the tournament commenced. The protagonists and antagonists alike swiftly claimed victory. However, Broly encountered an unexpected challenge. What brings you down here? Broly curiously regarded the bespectacled middle-aged man before him. The emergence of Piccolo too signified a formidable rival, stronger than the previous Piccolo. I was troubled, yet I never anticipated you would personally participate. Broly's opponent was none other than the descended deity. Whether through disguise or divine presence, the truth remained elusive. Fear not. With me here, nothing untoward shall occur. With your prowess, I doubt you would find the tournament appealing. My wife wishes to claim the championship trophy. Broly replied. Well, since you're here, I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. The deity, hands clasped behind his back, turned and leapt from the arena. Contestant number 10, Broly, is victorious. The announcer declared. The quarterfinals were set. Goku, Piccolo, Tien, Tao Pai Pai, Kiki, Krillin, Broly, and Yamcha. Apart from Broly taking the place of the original deity, everything else remained unchanged. Next came the battle for the semi-finals. Tao Pai Pai faced Tien, who triumphed by breaking his super Dodon wave. Chi-Chi squared off against Goku, who effortlessly dispatched her from the arena with a gust of wind, and in his oblivion regarding matrimony, Goku unintentionally agreed to Chi-Chi's proposal. Piccolo, too, battled Krillin, who ultimately conceded due to severe injury. Broly versus Yamcha concluded with Broly merely using his aura to send Yamcha flying off the stage, leading to Yamcha's surrender. The semi-finalists emerged. Goku against Tien. Broly versus Piccolo. First to enter the arena were Goku and Tien. As the gong sounded, Tien launched the initial assault, unleashing a flurry of punches at astonishing speed. However, Goku deftly countered, evading while leaping into the air. Tien pursued, raising his hand to emit a wave of energy, only for Goku to deftly redirect it back. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their forms colliding with such rapidity that the audience could scarcely perceive them. Even the martial arts master, Master Roshi, struggled to capture their movements. As the two combatants descended from the sky to the ground, they immediately launched another attack upon landing, vanishing from the arena amidst the sounds of their fierce struggle. This left the audience quite dissatisfied, prompting shouts for refunds to reverberate throughout the venue. After a brief interlude, the two figures reappeared on the stage, their hands clasped tightly together, transitioning from a contest of speed to one of sheer strength. At this moment, Lan Chi cheered for Tianjin Fan, while Goku wore a slight smile, leaning back and effortlessly kicking Tianjin Fan into the air. However, Tianjin Fan's form vanished mid-flight, and upon landing, he charged swiftly towards Goku from the edge of the arena. Goku, having anticipated this move, evaded with a nimble roll, yet Tianjin Fan had foreseen this counter, throwing a punch that ultimately found only empty air. In this brief exchange, the intensity of their battle had already left Tianjin Fan's breath in disarray. Goku, just where's your limit? Tianjin Fan sensed that Goku had yet to unleash his full potential. I myself am unaware, Goku replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Rather than exploiting Tianjin Fan's moment of vulnerability, Goku allowed him a moment to recover. Four-body punch. With his breath regained, Tianjin Fan unleashed his ultimate technique, creating four identical images of himself in the arena, all exuding an aura, unlike mere afterimages caused by excessive speed. The four figures attacked Goku from all directions. Goku smiled knowingly, acutely aware that although the four Tianjin Fans were indistinguishable, each could only muster a quarter of the original's energy. Such flamboyance. Broly, observing from outside the arena, shook his head in disbelief. Tianjin Fan, I have seen through your movements, Goku proclaimed confidently, initiating his counterattack. With a swift kick, he sent one flying, followed by a single-handed air cannon that propelled another away. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared behind the third, delivering a powerful kick. He then vanished once more, landing a punch squarely in the abdomen of the final Tianjin Fan. With a series of thuds, the four figures collapsed, merging back into one. Tianjin Fan, numbers do not equate to strength, Goku declared. Coughing, Tianjin Fan rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Goku, how much longer will you hide your strength? He asked, filled with reluctance. From the beginning, he had yet to witness Goku's true prowess. Must it be this way? Goku frowned. Otherwise, I will never be satisfied. Tianjin Fan's eyes burned with determination. Very well, I understand. With that, Goku removed his wristbands, followed by his shoes, and then his tight-fitting black undershirt. Each piece of clothing that fell caused the ground to tremble slightly. Ultimately, he was left clad in his iconic orange martial arts GI. What a relief. I feel as if I could float away. Goku called out to Krillin and Yamcha. As they rushed over, he instructed, help me take this away. Is this all you need us for? They replied, bemused. As Yamcha approached the shoes while speaking, a momentary pause crossed his face. Transforming his single-handed grip into a double-handed one, he bent down, his arm muscles slightly bulging. Goku, have you been wearing these during battles? Yamcha gazed at him in disbelief. Did you not see? Sun Wukong performed several squats and push-ups, acclimatizing to his newly unburdened physique. Krillin also stepped forward, seizing the wrist guards and undergarments. This is absurd. Utterly absurd. The two of them gradually lifted Sun Wukong's weights down from the platform. Meanwhile, Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, displayed a grave expression. It seemed that Kakaroto's combat prowess had already surpassed what was depicted in the original narrative for this period. Broly murmured, having recognized that Sun Wukong's burden far exceeded the weight described in the original tale. All right, Tien, let us commence. Sun Wukong assumed his stance. Tien also took up a defensive posture, his demeanor serious as he regarded Wukong. Here I come. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smirk, deliberately announcing his intent before his body vanished in an instant. Bang! Bang! Tien was sent soaring into the air. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless assault upon him, striking with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, Tien endured hundreds of blows. Solar Flare, Tien, bearing the brunt of the damage, bellowed as the sky erupted with blinding light. Sun Wukong, caught off guard during his attack, was momentarily blinded, exposing a vulnerability. He became a target for Tien's counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, freed from the weights, Sun Wukong's speed far surpassed Tien's, evading all of Tien's strikes, even in his blinded state. Chapter 26, Broly's Entrance. Goku, this is my final move. If you can withstand it, I concede. Tien, realizing his physical assaults bore no fruit, ascended into the sky, forming a seal with his hands, directing his energy towards Sun Wukong on the stage. All his energy converged towards the center of his palms, manifesting a terrifying force. Kamehameha. At that moment, Sun Wukong's vision had returned. Kamehameha wave. Faced with a long concentrated energy blast, he opted for an instantaneous Kamehameha. A blue energy column fiercely clashed against the golden energy wave. Tien transcended his limits, amplifying his energy. Tien, concede. Ya. Sun Wukong intensified his output. The Kamehameha rapidly thickened at a visible rate, ultimately engulfing Tien as energy blast entirely. Boom! Following the explosion, Tien fell unconscious, plummeting from the sky. Sun Wukong hastened to catch him. Clang! The gong resounded. Sun Wukong was declared the victor. As the host announced the outcome, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. What a thrill! Such an intense battle. Indeed, what a celestial being this is. Indeed, in all my years, this is the first time I have encountered such an extraordinary martial artist. The audience is abuzz with speculation. Now, let us welcome the competitors Broly and Piccolo to the stage. Broly, It's your turn. Do take care. Ty's voice rang out. Fear not. Broly affectionately ruffled Ty's hair, revealing a tender smile. Whoosh. In an instant, Broly appeared on the arena. Piccolo, with a look of disdain, strode onto the stage, for in his eyes, his only true rival was Son Goku. The match begins. The host declared the start. Both competitors crossed their arms, neither willing to make the first move. The howling winds swept through as seconds turned into minutes. Neither made a motion. The audience grew restless, murmuring their discontent. Gentlemen, is there an issue? The host inquired, astonished. What can one say? Never mind. Broly sighed in resignation. He felt no inclination to strike, yet Piccolo, even more arrogant, showed no desire to engage. He advanced step by step towards Piccolo. With their height difference, Broly emanated an immense sense of pressure. Piccolo, with a look of disdain, finally extended an arm and flicked a finger toward Broly. Bang! Piccolo was taken aback. His finger struck Broly's chest, yet Broly showed no reaction. Goku and the others watching displayed expressions of astonishment. While others might not discern it, they could easily perceive the strength behind Piccolo's flick. Goku, he. Krillin stuttered. Broly, at last. I can fight you again. Goku's face lit up with excitement. Piccolo, quick to react, immediately distanced himself, adopting a serious stance as he gazed intently at Broly. Who are you? Piccolo inquired. No more pretending? Noticing Broly's stillness, Piccolo swiftly removed his cloak and headband. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Piccolo launched his assault, a relentless barrage of punches raining down upon Broly like droplets of rain. Bang, 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 bang. Yet no matter how fiercely he attacked, Broly remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Impossible. Piccolo gasped, disbelief filling his eyes. Well then, let you try this move. The special beam cannon. Piccolo extended his finger, a golden beam shooting forth to strike Broly's chin. Broly's head tilted back slightly, then slowly returned to its original position. Impossible. How can this be? Piccolo, utterly shanken, staggered backward. Is that all? If so, I shall now make my move. With a swift motion, Broly utilized his immense strength to crash into Piccolo, sending him crashing down from the stage. Piccolo, gravely injured, spat forth purple blood, weak and powerless. He lay on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and a profound sense of loss. The once flickering ambition has been utterly extinguished. Broly emerges victorious. The host is in disbelief. Let us commence the finals without delay. Broly, is that acceptable? You need not recuperate? Oh, then let us begin immediately. Please welcome contestant Son Goku to the stage. The host stutters in excitement. Broly, at long last, I have the opportunity to face you again. Son Goku exclaims with enthusiasm upon his entrance. Oh, is that so? A mischievous smile graces Broly's lips as he extends his finger once more. Son Goku's body trembles involuntarily. You. Memories of his previous defeats at Broly's hands flood Son Goku's mind. This time, I shall not succumb so easily. His tone is resolute. Oh, is that truly the case? Broly taunts. You scoundrel. Ah, a flicker of anger ignites within Son Goku, dispelling his previous naivety. With determination, he launches an offensive. Broly effortlessly counters with a single finger. After a flurry of exchanges, Broly swiftly positions himself behind Son Goku. Do not. Bang. Before Son Goku can complete his utterance, Broly delivers a swift chop, rendering him unconscious once more. For the third time, he has succumbed to Broly's identical assault. Fortunately, Son Goku's innocent nature shields him. Had he been of another mindset, he might have long since shattered. Broly's actions are indeed excessively harsh. The martial arts tournament concludes. The prize money and trophy are awarded to Broly. He graciously presents the trophy to Ties. Minutes later, Son Goku awakens after being carried off. Broly, you have gone too far. Son Goku gazes at Broly with a look of grievance. Keep it up. Broly jests before departing. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi clings tightly to Son Goku, insisting he marry her. A flicker of disappointment crosses Bulma's eyes. Sister, are you truly not going to fight for him? Broly suddenly approaches her. No, I disdain competing with another woman over a man. Bulma maintains her pride. Though she has faced trials alongside Son Goku at this moment, she cannot bring herself to confront Chi-Chi. Very well, as long as you have no regrets. Broly refrains from further involvement. In a previous life, some fans believe that Bulma and Son Goku were destined to be together. Broly merely offers a reminder. Who am I? The second daughter of the Capsule Corporation. A mere man is not worth my regret. Bulma dismisses her disappointment, reclaiming her haughty demeanor. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Piccolo silently observes from beside a large tree, his gaze fixed intently on Broly. Broly senses the malice and turns to face Piccolo with a provocative smile. How infuriating. Humph, you shall pay for this. Piccolo resolves to train rigorously, determined to one day surpass Broly. Broly, did you spare him for my sake? The middle-aged, bespectacled man, seemingly possessed by divine spirits, approached Broly. I promised the elder, and I believe that at this moment, Piccolo does not exude that malevolent aura he once did. Broly sensed no trace of the dark energy that had once enveloped the old Piccolo. Well then, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, the middle-aged man collapsed, his eyes wide with bewilderment. How'd I end up here? He scratched the back of his head in confusion. Chapter 27, a new chapter. Earth. Following the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the attendees parted ways after celebrating the marriage of Son Goku and Chi-Chi. Year 760 of the age of the universe. Thais, has it truly been 4 years, and your novel remains unfinished? Shall we venture out for some leisure? Broly and Thais had spent a full 4 years on Earth, and apart from their daily affections, Thais had been diligently refining her narrative. It'll be ready soon. Please do not rush me. Pressuring me stifles my creativity. Thais pouted in dissatisfaction. That is precisely why I suggest an outing, to seek inspiration. Broly countered. I have ideas swirling in my mind. They simply require time to manifest into words. Venturing out now would disrupt my plans. You must leave and not disturb me. Thais pushed Broly outside. Very well, very well. Broly shook his head in resignation. Over the course of 4 years, Broly's combat prowess had not seen substantial breakthroughs. Yet, under the influence of his Saiyan bloodline, his base fighting power had increased to a remarkable 5 million. Calculating the time, Raditz should be arriving soon. With my current strength, I can disregard Frisia of this era. Should I not partake in some of the impending excitement? Broly found himself contemplative, though the Saiyan bloodline was indeed unique. Achieving a significant leap in battle power required true combat, genuine conflict. In outer space, a robust man with long hair cascading to his waist murmured, Kakarot, I wonder if you still live. This man was Raditz, the brother of Son Goku. Given the ship's velocity, he would reach Earth within a year. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan, dinner's ready. Chi-Chi shouted with a spatula in hand, calling out to the woods. Gohan, we must return. Son Goku hoisted a large tree over his shoulder. Yes, father. The 3-year-old Gohan tugged at Goku's hand as they made their way home. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi. It has been quite some time since I last saw Goku and the others. Should I reach out to them for a gathering? Krillin inquired of Master Roshi. It matters not. The decision is yours. Master Roshi replied, engrossed in a yoga program on television. Krillin sighed in resignation and approached the telephone, beginning to call his friends. Bulma, Chi-Chi, is Goku there? Hello, Yamcha. You charming rogue. After coordinating plans, they decided to gather at Turtle Island after the new year to celebrate Gohan's birthday. As time passed day by day, Raditz's spacecraft drew ever closer to Earth. Year 761 of the age of the universe. Whoosh! Boom! A deep crater formed in the ground. And not far from it, a short, stout farmer observed the falling meteor. He immediately set down his tools and drove his truck toward the site of the crash. The diesel pickup belched thick black smoke as it sped toward its destination. At the edge of the crater, the farmer, gun in hand, gazed at the spacecraft nestled at the center of the pit. This did not resemble a meteorite. What on earth could it be? Creak! The hatch of the spherical vessel slowly opened, and a figure emerged, gripping the edge of the door. Then, with a gentle lift, the figure floated above the ground. Indeed, the inhabitants of this planet were still alive. That fool Kakarot. Raditz's brow furrowed slightly. Startled, the farmer stumbled back. Who are you? He stammered. Click! The shotgun in his hands was cocked and aimed straight at Raditz. Unfazed, Raditz pressed the device on his ear. Beep, 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 5. A meager combat power of 5. How pitiful. Such a weak race. With deliberate steps, he approached the farmer, a smug grin on his face. Unable to contain his fear any longer, the farmer fired his shotgun. Bang! Whoosh! Raditz effortlessly caught the bullets in his massive hand. Oomph! With a flick of his thumb, he sent the bullets hurtling back at even greater speed. Bang! The farmer's body was sent flying, crashing into his pickup truck, life extinguished. There's a powerful presence nearby. Kakarot, is that you? Raditz soared into the sky, heading toward Piccolo's location. In a desolate expanse filled with jagged rocks, Piccolo stood in a meditative pose on a high ground, arms crossed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. What was that? A familiar, yet strange energy? Son Goku? Or perhaps that Broly? His expression turned tense, tinged with a hint of fear as he gazed skyward. Whoosh! Raditz descended. TCH, not Kakarot. Raditz, who are you? What do you want? Piccolo asked, his demeanor serious. I'm not here to seek you out, Raditz replied coldly, regarding Piccolo with indifference. Then what are you here for? Seeking death? Piccolo's tone was harsh. Quite arrogant, aren't you? Raditz pressed the detector again. Beep, 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 322. Oh, a combat power of 322. Though it may require some effort, you are still no match for me, Raditz proclaimed, looking down at Piccolo with disdain. What did you say? Do you even realize who you were speaking to? Piccolo glared at Raditz, fury igniting in his eyes. In his memory, even Son Goku had never been as audacious as this individual, except for that one person. The humiliation of the past surged within him once more. I know not, Raditz replied arrogantly. Demon Flash. As Piccolo's right arm swelled with muscle, a golden orb of light shot forth towards Raditz. Boom! Cough! A mere display of skill. Merely stirring up a bit of dust. Now it is my turn. As the dust settled, Raditz remained unscathed, just as Raditz prepared to strike. The detector suddenly reacted once more. At a distance of 19,900, is it you, Kakarot? Raditz bellowed as he soared into the sky. The power level detected by the device belonged to Goku, who was en route to Kame House with Gohan. It has finally begun. Broly, what did you say? Bulma inquired, glancing at Broly in confusion. Broly, Tais, and Bulma were aboard a plane heading to Kame House, and they would arrive shortly. It's nothing. You will find out soon enough. Broly chose not to elaborate. Given Raditz's speed, he would arrive shortly after their arrival at Kame House. Kame House, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the giant turtle were the first to arrive. Oh, you are here too? Master Roshi regarded Broly with curiosity. Yes, it has been a long time, Master Mateto. Broly nodded. Where's Goku? Has he not arrived yet? Bulma asked. He is here. Broly looked up towards the sky. Whoosh! The flying nimbus appeared, and Goku descended. Holding Gohan. Long time no see, everyone. Goku waved in greeting. Hello, everyone. I am Gohan. Please treat me well. Gohan bowed politely to them. Wow, what a cute little fellow. Bulma squatted in front of Gohan, praising him. The cheerful atmosphere did not last long, as Goku suddenly looked up in shock at the sky. Krillin and Master Roshi shared his astonishment. Only Broly remained steadfast as a mountain. What's wrong, Goku? Bulma asked, puzzled. Whoosh! A figure descended. It was Raditz. Chapter 28. Altering the Predestined Fate. Kame House. Kakarot, how could you consort with such a lowly creature? Raditz frowned and sternly questioned. Who are you? Could it be that you are my kind? Though Goku was innocent, he was not foolish. He noticed the tail coiled around Raditz's waist, and with Broly present, he quickly deduced that this individual must share their lineage. Have you lost your memory? Was your head severely injured? Raditz immediately grasped why the Kakarot before him was so different from the brutal Saiyan he knew. Indeed, I fell from a cliff as a child, and my life hung in the balance. I cannot recall my past. Goku sensed a dense malevolence emanating from Raditz and anxiously positioned Gohan behind him. We are both warriors of the Saiyan race. You are a low-class warrior whose mission is to exterminate the humans on this planet. Since you have lost your memory, it is not too late to act now. Come, let us together eradicate the humans on this planet. Its environment is quite favorable and would surely fetch a good price. Raditz extended his hand towards Sun Wukong, inviting him. Impossible. Although I am not from Earth, I have family and friends here, and I refuse to conspire with you. Furthermore, I will not allow you to indiscriminately kill. Sun Wukong firmly declined. Daddy, I am scared. Son Gohan exclaimed, trembling at Raditz's presence. Is he your son? Splendid. We are currently short-handed. With a newborn and a tail, he could surely be trained to become a formidable warrior. Raditz gazed in astonishment at Son Gohan, who peeked out from behind Sun Wukong. No, you shall not. Sun Wukong pushed Gohan towards Krillin, keeping a vigilant eye on Raditz. Raditz scoffed and vanished, appearing beside Son Gohan in an instant, reaching out to seize him. Smack! However, a strong hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Broly had intervened. Leave the children out of adult matters. Broly stated coolly. Who are you? Release me. Raditz struggled fiercely to free his arm, but Broly's grip remained steadfast, impervious to his efforts. Thank you, Broly, Sun Wukong said, holding Son Gohan tightly in his arms, shaken. Raditz's speed had surpassed his reaction. Had it not been for Broly, Gohan would likely have been captured, hidden behind the house. Piccolo was equally astonished. Broly's strength exceeded his expectations once more. Let go of me. Release me. Raditz suddenly lashed out, launching an energy sphere at Broly. Boom! Amidst the explosion, he finally broke free and soared into the sky, warily observing Broly's position. As the dust settled, Broly stood unharmed in place. Such petty tricks only stir up dust. Raditz's face momentarily betrayed humiliation, recalling his earlier words to the unknown figure. Puffed. Even Piccolo, hidden behind the house, couldn't suppress a laugh. Who goes there? Come out. Sun Wukong called towards the back of the house. Piccolo stepped forward confidently. Demon King Piccolo, Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi all tensed in alarm. My intentions do not concern you, Piccolo replied coldly, turning his gaze to the sky where Raditz hovered. You're also a Saiyan? Why do I have no recollection of you? Raditz, now aware of Broly's tail coiling around his waist, regained his composure. Broly slowly ascended, confronting Raditz. Your search for Kakarot is of no concern to me, but you shall not harm Earth. Broly regarded him with indifference. You call him Kakarot. Do you know him? Why do I not recognize you? Raditz eyed Broly warily. Indeed, I'm also a Saiyan, exiled even before Kakarot. If you wish to live, leave Earth. Broly expressed his disinterest in Raditz. Arrogant, Raditz retorted, pressing the button on his scouter, which displayed a mere flicker of readings. Is a battle power of merely 1 point possible? Could it be that the scouter is malfunctioning? Raditz pondered as he tapped the device on his ear. Hold on. Take another look. Broly subtly released his energy. Beep, beep, beep. 1,000, 1,500, 5,000, 8,000. Ultimately, the reading ceased its ascent at 10,000. Broly had deliberately restrained his power to this level. Otherwise, how could he lure Vegeta and Nappa to Earth? Impossible. The scouter must be broken. A battle power of 10,000 is utterly inconceivable, Raditz exclaimed in disbelief. Utterly foolish. Broly shook his head, offering no explanation. Suddenly, Raditz's eyes gleamed with a plan, and he swiftly darted towards his spaceship. Wait for me. Next time, I'll 1TB alone. Prince Vegeta's battle power surpasses yours. After delivering his bold proclamation, Raditz fled. In an instant, Broly vanished, reappearing directly in Raditz's path. Can you truly escape? Broly challenged. How are you so fast? Raditz gazed at Broly with terror. Your expression suggests you've activated your communicator, haven't you? Broly deftly evaded Raditz's scouter. He directed his words towards the device. Vegeta 4, son of King Vegeta. ISNT that right? I shall await your arrival on Earth. With a thunderous crack, he crushed the scouter in his grip. Please spare me. I beg for my life. I am willing to surrender. Realizing escape was futile, Raditz feigned submission to preserve his life as he awaited the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa. I know you are waiting for Vegeta 4 to rescue you. Fear not, I shall not take your life. After all, there are few Saiyans left. Broly seized Raditz by the nape and transported him back to Kame House. Kakarot, he is actually your elder brother. I leave him in your care. Broly tossed Raditz beside Goku. Kakarot, save me. I do not wish to perish. Raditz trembled in fear at Broly's overwhelming might. Leave this planet and never return. Otherwise, I will not show you mercy. Goku inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, for Raditz had already attacked Gohan. Such leniency, Piccolo remarked, discontent brewing within him. He yearned to eliminate Raditz himself to eradicate this threat. Thank you. I promise I will never return. I shall depart at once. Raditz fled in a panic, hastily ascending from Kame House. Will he keep his word? Dai Zinkirit. No. Then why let him go? Bulma curiously interjected. He is but a fleeting concern. What can he do upon his return? Broly scoffed. Raditz returned to the site where his ship had landed and quickly piloted it away from Earth. On another planet, Nappa, with his bald head glistening, savagely tore into a chunk of meat, proclaiming, "What an arrogant fellow, Vegeta. Shall we pursue? Hell, why not go?" The detector indicates that his combat power is merely 10,000 points. Even if he attempts to conceal his strength, it will only increase by at most 1,000 points. If we can subdue him, Vegeta clenched his fists, the image of Frieza flashing in his mind. Raditz's spacecraft has begun to move. It seems he is not dead. Nappa's detector reveals that Raditz's ship is heading towards their location. Inform that worthless fool to wait on a planet not far from Earth. We shall set forth. Vegeta was the first to enter the spacecraft, followed by Nappa, who, after notifying Raditz, similarly boarded another spherical ship. Their journey to Earth would require a year of travel. Ultimately, Broly was part of the narrative, and the storyline began to alter slightly. Chapter 29, Special training, a request. Came house. By the way, among the Saiyans coming next, there exists one who is 10 times stronger than Raditz. Kakarot, you must be cautious. Broly cautioned. What? 10 times? Son Wukong was taken aback. A hint of excitement mingling with his shock. What should we do? We can't even defeat Raditz, let alone a master who is 10 times stronger than him. Krillin felt despair creeping in. Broly, could you possibly train me for a while? Son Wukong implored Broly for guidance. Not interested. However, I can show you a path. Speak. Go to the temple and let the deity take you to King Kai's planet in the afterlife. Although the king there may not be powerful, his unique skills can aid you tremendously. I believe that after his training, you will possess the strength to fight. Broly ultimately directed Son Wukong to North Kai. Slightly different from before, Son Wukong did not perish, but rather journeyed to the afterlife in a living form. All right, thank you. Krillin, are you coming? Son Wukong looked at Krillin with anticipation. Huh, me? Would I be of any use? Even with special training, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Krillin lacked confidence. Go ahead, Krillin. Even if you don't reach the expected level, wouldn't it still enhance your own strength? Master Roshi certainly didn't want Krillin to waste this precious opportunity. All right, I will heed your advice, Master Roshi. Krillin replied respectfully. Very well, I shall first return Gohan, and then proceed to the temple. One day later at the temple, Son Wukong cradled Gohan in his arms and departed on the flying Nimbus. Due to Raditz's appearance, the group lost interest in gathering. They each took their separate paths away from Kame House. After a prolonged contemplation, Piccolo also made his way to the temple. At the temple, that Broly, despite having the ability to handle everything, still chooses to create trouble for me. The deity remarked irritably. Bubbles sensed that his heart was not on earth. Bubbles responded expressionlessly. Indeed, he cares, but it is merely for ties. Sigh. Perhaps nurturing Wukong is also a worthwhile choice. The deity sighed. One day later, Son Wukong finally calmed Chi-Chi and arrived at the temple. Moreover, it was not just Son Wukong. Tien Shin'an, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu had also received the news and wished to contribute to the protection of Earth. Celestial being, take us to the underworld, exclaimed Son Wukong. Is it truly so that so many wish to go? The deity gazed incredulously at Tien and Krillin. Indeed, I too yearn to witness the extent of my own strength, declared Tien. The Earth cannot solely rely on Wukong, added Krillin. Although I lack confidence, I cannot stand idly by while my friends exert themselves without my participation. Chimed Yamcha. Very well, with you all on Earth, there is hope for the future. The deity nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the shadows. Demon King Piccolo. What brings you here? Tien regarded him warily. Relax, Tien. He means no harm. Wukong reassured him, patting Tien's shoulder. Piccolo, do you intend to join us? The deity looked at Piccolo with a sense of relief. Spare me your insipid expressions. I merely seek to eliminate the obstacles to my dominion over Earth. Piccolo's visage turned fierce. Indeed, with Piccolo's current mindset, he was merely unable to bear the thought of defeat and wished to surpass the Saiyans. Not yet reaching the point of friendship with Wukong and the others. As long as our objectives align, let's embark. The deity's staff struck the ground, and the group vanished from sight. Except for Wukong, the others had already journeyed ahead to King Kai's planet for rigorous training. It was certain that upon completion, everyone's strength would see a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, on Broly's end, it was time to confront Frieza. Currently, he was the only one capable of aiding him. After contemplating for several days, Broly resolved to seek out Frieza. After all, the narrative had already shifted with his involvement, and the news of Dragon Balls remained undisclosed. It was uncertain whether Frieza would venture to Namek. Thus, it seemed prudent for him to approach Frieza directly. Ties, should anything arise, use the symbiotic blessing to contact me. Understood? Broly instructed. What? Are you leaving Earth? Theus incarit anxiuslu. Do not worry, it's merely a trivial matter. I shall return swiftly. Broly embraced her. Very well, take care. Indeed, I shall take my leave. With that, Broly vanished in an instant. On a small planet entirely constructed of technology, adjacent to the frozen demon's home world. Alarms blared throughout the entire sphere. Though Broly suppressed his energy, his presence was still captured by the planet's surveillance systems. Intruders detected. Assemble. The Frieza Force soldiers hurriedly gathered. Who dares trespass upon the Frieza Force headquarters? Chio, he stepped forward, looking up at Broly. You are not worthy to address me. Summon Frieza. Broly crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disdain. Arrogant fool, seize him, kill him. He commanded. In response, All soldiers unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Broly. Countless varieties of energy waves and orbs, in a myriad of colors, surged towards him. Boom! Bang! Bang! The explosion reverberated with a deafening roar, its blinding light enveloping Broly's form entirely. In the darkened sky, it resembled a sun ablaze, while a faint green glow flickered at the epicenter of the detonation. It was over, ha ha ha. After utilizing the detector, Chio-E found no signs of life remaining at the center of the explosion. The dazzling radiance persisted for a considerable duration before finally dimming. As the brilliance faded, a circular luminescent shield stood defiantly in the air, with Broly unscathed at its center. It is my turn now. First Omega. With his right arm slightly bent, he exerted force and then flung it outward. Dozens of green orbs, akin to the size of ping-pong balls, hurtled down towards the army below. As they descended, they suddenly expanded, transforming into countless energy spheres the size of soccer balls. Boom! The earth trembled as colossal mushroom clouds erupted from the ground. Frieza, help! Chio-E cried out while bracing against the residual shockwaves of the explosion. Despite Broly's area attack, his power exceeded the resistance capabilities of the ragtag army below. Even Chio-E, with a battle power of around 18,000, could only evade in a state of disarray. The planet shook violently, attracting Frieza's attention. Dodoria, what is happening? Frieza's tone was frosty. Your Majesty, there's an intrusion at headquarters, and the adversary possesses formidable strength. Our detectors are unable to gauge it. Dodoria replied, his expression grave. Oh, how intriguing that a detector with a maximum capacity of 200,000 points cannot ascertain it. Frieza expressed a flicker of interest. Zarbin, Dodoria, come with me to investigate. Frieza commanded as he ascended into the air aboard his hovering craft. Dodoria and Zarbin, his loyal protectors, followed closely behind. Upon emerging, the trio beheld a sky thick with dust and the imposing figure of Broly towering above. Oh, interesting. Frieza's distinctive laughter echoed. Chapter 30, Testing the Waters. Frieza's army headquarters. Ha ha ha, my lord, given such formidable battle prowess, why not yield to me and enjoy the privileges of a cosmic sovereign? If you agree, from this day forth, you shall be second only to me. Frieza, witnessing the heavy losses suffered by his legion, displayed no anger. Instead, he harbored an appreciation for Broly's talents. Broly could not help but smile at the words. Huh! Who would have thought that the legendary, ruthless cosmic emperor Frieza, who kills without a second thought, could be so courteous, composed, and elegant? Oh, and quite discerning too. As he spoke, Broly descended before Frieza. Dodoria and Zarbin remained vigilant, unleashing their full power to shield Frieza. Dodoria, Zarbin, stand down. Frieza commanded. Yes, my lord. Dodoria and Zarbin retracted their energy and stepped back behind Frieza. This monarch shall assume that you were just paying me a compliment moments ago. Ruthless, merciless, killing without a flicker of an eye, yet courteous, composed, and elegant. A rather vivid depiction. Frieza appeared exceedingly pleased. To be frank, if we disregard the initial two descriptors, the latter two are indeed not mocking. Aha! Truly, it is Frieza. I must confess, I harbor no animosity towards you. Yet I have no desire to serve beneath another. Moreover, it seems you lack the requisite qualifications. Broly laughed heartily, asserting that Frieza was unworthy of his submission. Frieza's countenance stiffened, struggling to suppress the fury brewing within. So, if this monarch were to triumph over you, would you then agree to submit? Frieza remained reluctant to concede, secretly contemplating. I painstakingly gathered the formidable Jinyu force. Yet even the mightiest among them possesses only a battle power of 120,000, while my esteemed brother commands 3 subordinates exceeding 150,000. I must subdue the individual before me. Should I succeed, the next encounter with Gula will surely see me prevail. Frieza vehemently stifled his rage, frequently attempting to ingratiate himself with Broly. Broly, if not for dire necessity, I would indeed be inclined to count you as a friend. Alas, we are destined to be eternal adversaries. Broly felt a profound sense of regret. In his previous life, his favor towards Frieza even surpassed that for the protagonists, Goku and Vegeta. Yet, regrettably, upon his reincarnation, he became a Saiyan rather than a member of the Frost Demon clan. This irrevocably precludes any possibility of friendship with Frieza, for beneath his elegant facade lies a deep-seated fear of the Saiyans. He would never allow a threat to his position to persist. Such is the reality. Oh, why do you say that? At this moment, Frisia had yet to discern Broly's true identity. How about this? Broly suddenly let his tail drop from his waist and raised it high. Frisia's expression faltered, his visage transforming into one of grotesque fury. A wild monkey. I did not anticipate that, aside from those three worthless ones, another wild monkey had survived. Frisia's elegance evaporated in an instant. At this juncture, his words dripped with disdain and loathing. It seems you remain unable to accept the existence of Saiyans. May we now engage in combat? Broly regarded him with unwavering calm. Damnable Saiyan, repugnant wild monkey. Frisia ground his teeth, the vehicle beneath him exploding in a cacophony. Frisia the king. Dodoria and Zarbon were forced to retreat repeatedly under the oppressive aura emanating from Frisia. Frisia's feet hovered slightly above the ground as he inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his tumultuous heart. Knowing that this monarch despises you wild monkeys, why do you dare to approach me? Have you come seeking death? Frisia feigned a smile. You misunderstand. I have merely come to test my own strength. However, if you wish to perish, I can certainly escort you on that journey as recompense for your earlier attempt to recruit me. Broly replied nonchalantly. Jinyu Force. Frisia bellowed. The Jinyu Force, comprising Jinyu, Rikuum, Geese, Berta, and Guldo, made their entrance before Lord Frisia with an awkward team dance that was cringeworthy enough to make one want to scratch their feet. Although Broly had previously witnessed this animated spectacle, seeing it in person was even more embarrassing than the animation itself. Wild monkey, while your combat prowess is formidable, these are the elite warriors I have gathered across the cosmos. Only if you could defeat them will I consider engaging you. Frisia resolved to first gauge Broly's true strength. They won't uncover my genuine power. Are you certain you wish to send them forth? Should they perish, do not grieve. Broly boldly exposed Frisia's intentions of testing his abilities. I am too weary to engage in idle chatter with you. Jinyu commenced the assault. All of you, attack together. A hint of indignation flickered across Frisia's face, as if he had been struck at the core of his thoughts. As you command, Lord Frisia. Rikuum, you and I shall focus our efforts. Geese and Berta, prepare your combined technique, and Guldo, use your psychic abilities to disrupt him from the side. Jinyu swiftly devised a strategy to surround Broly, which was remarkably astute. Meanwhile, Broly exhibited a disdainful smile. How dare they underestimate us? Rikuum initiated the attack with a flying kick, his straightforward yet powerful approach evident as he vanished and reappeared before Broly, his foot aimed at Broly's chin. However, with a swift motion, Broly's right hand transformed into a claw, his fingers, as solid as steel, pierced through Rikuum's robust ankle. Oh, that hurts! Rikuum gasped in pain. Fool, perish! Broly hoisted Rikuum high, head downwards, and his left palm glowed with a verdant light. Boom! Rikuum was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, leaving only a bloodied foot in Broly's grasp. Disgusting. Broly intentionally tossed the blood-soaked foot at Frisia's feet. Damn it! Rikuum! Jinyu's furious shout was tinged with a hint of fear, yet a strange smile flickered in his eyes. Purple Comet Crash. At that moment, Geese and Berta completed their combined technique, unleashing a violet-red energy sphere that hurtled toward Broly. Guldo now, Jinyu shouted. Understood. Guldo then held his breath, pausing time around Broly. Yet, the violet-red energy sphere not only maintained its speed, but also swelled, accelerating toward Broly with alarming intensity. If you can withstand this strike and survive, I shall grant you my body. Jinyu's gaze was fixed intently on Broly. As time froze around him, Broly could see the energy sphere drawing nearer. In the mere instant it was a millimeter from his nose, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Impossible! How can he hold his breath for so long? Guldo gasped for air. His psychic ability was intricately linked to how long he could hold his breath, which in turn depended on the strength of his adversary. It is evident that Broly's formidable strength has transcended the confines of his own limitations. With both hands enveloped in a verdant aura, he pressed his palms together, channeling his energy inward. The purplish-red energy sphere was compressed at an observable rate, shrinking until it vanished, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. In Chapter 31, you are truly water, Cinderblade, the combined assaults of Geese, and Guldo inflicted no harm upon Broly. The expression on Frisia's face grew increasingly grim, as Broly had scarcely exerted a fraction of his combat prowess. With merely a few simplistic maneuvers, he effortlessly countered all attacks. Lord Frisia, the highest grade detector at headquarters, has just captured his combat power peaking at 500,000 points. Dodoria discreetly informed Frisia after receiving the communication. 500,000 points? It seems I have underestimated. Frisia mused, feeling a slight sense of relief. Dodoria, continue to monitor them. Now it is my turn. Whom shall I choose? You shall do the so-called fastest in the universe. Broly glanced at the remaining individuals and fixed his gaze on, but arrogant. But's expression darkened. Run quickly. I'm coming for you. Broly suddenly accelerated towards, but I am the fastest in the universe. You shall not escape my pursuit, but erupted in a pale blue aura, soaring into the sky to evade Broly's chase. However, Broly, exhilarated by the chase, maintained a relentless speed, never surpassing but faster, faster, even faster. Broly resembled an infatuated elder pursuing a pure and innocent maiden. But, channeling all his energy into speed, circled the small planet several times. Yet he could not shake off Broly. Jinyu, aren't you joining in? Can't you see he is toying with Butt? Frisia's commanding voice jolted Jinyu from his stupor. Yes, obeying. My lord, Jinyu replied, invigorated. But return. He is humiliating you. Yet, it was Broly who returned first. Frisia, do not slander me so casually. My orientation is perfectly normal. With a wife. What do you mean by toying with him? Oh, I forgot. Your frozen demon race is asexual. But I am curious. How do you propagate your species and nurture offspring? Broly jested. Silence, Jinyu. Return at once. I shall handle this personally. Frisia's expression darkened. My lord, grant me but one chance just once. Jinyu pleaded earnestly. Frisia, suppressing his murderous intent, urged. Hurry. I lack patience. Yes, at once. Jinyu quickly approached Broly, raising his right hand to gather energy, and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, forcefully stabbed his own chest. Poof! Jinyu spewed forth a copious amount of purple blood. Hey! Your body is now mine. Let us exchange. He suddenly unleashed his body-swapping ability. A radiant beam shot towards Broly, but upon striking him, Broly unexpectedly found himself with an additional person in his grasp. As the crowd looked on, they were unaware that, at some point, Gulder had been seized by Broly and used as a shield. Cough, cough. Captain, Jinyu suddenly called out to his leader. Damn it, I failed. When did you capture Gulder? It's too swift. Gulder wore an expression of deep regret and frustration. Rest assured, I shall ensure you meet a restless end. Farewell. Broly's grip on Gulder's hand radiated a green glow. Boom! In the aftermath of the explosion, Gulder's body, along with Jinyu's soul, vanished completely. Jinyu's original body succumbed to unconsciousness from its grievous injuries. One must eradicate the roots. Whoosh! A flash of green light appeared, and Jinyu's body, along with Gulder's soul, was reduced to ashes. The vice captain, Jis, displayed an expression of sheer terror, keeping his distance from Broly, fearful of drawing his attention. Meanwhile, the newly returned Berta witnessed the scene with equal trepidation and landed beside Jis. Two worthless fools. Frisia cast a disdainful glance at them. Lord Frisia, we have just detected that at the moment of Jinyu's body swap, his battle power surged to 3 million points, enabling him to capture Gulder with remarkable speed. Dodoria reported once more. 3 million points? In such a precarious situation, even at less than full strength, that is still 80% power. There's nothing to worry about. Frisia's anxieties were finally alleviated as he approached Broly. Ho ho ho, foul monkey, you just revealed a battle power of 3 million points. Even if it's not your full strength, it's nearly there, isn't it? Frisia spoke confidently to Broly. Think as you like. Broly had no intention of explaining himself. You are indeed formidable, if only you weren't of the Saiyan race. Frisia could hardly bear the existence of such a powerful Saiyan. The legend of the Super Saiyan was etched in his memory. Enough with the prattle. Broly delivered a swift kick aimed at Frisia. Frisia crossed his arms, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Despicable. How dare you ambush me? Frisia seethed with anger. Your words are tiresome, Broly replied, losing interest in the playful banter. Very well. In this form, I acknowledge I am not your match, but Frisia's energy began to swell dramatically, his form towering as his head's angles twisted upwards. Purple energy blazed like a roaring fire. Frisia, once in a diminutive form, now became imposing, towering slightly above Broly. His armor shattered, revealing muscles as hard as iron. Not enough. Broly shook his head. This king knows. Don't rush. This is not my first transformation, is it? Good things come to those who wait. Frisia cackled wickedly and continued to amplify his power. Subsequently, a third form emerged, resembling the grotesque queen from the film Alien. Now, Frisia gazed haughtily at Broly. How utterly repulsive. Frisia, are you attempting to nauseate me into an action? Frisia's appearance in this form was indeed exceedingly grotesque. However, Broly responded with fervor. He unleashed his full combat power, a surging torrent of verdant energy soaring into the heavens, surpassing even Frisia's violet aura. What do you think now? Broly retorted. Dodoria. Frisia turned to his subordinate. Dodoria pressed the button on the scouter, relaying the combat power detected by the advanced headquarters device to Frisia. My lord, his combat power has reached 546 million. Dodoria's face displayed a look of trepidation. Is this truly all your strength? Frisia inquired. As you can see, this is my utmost power in my current form. Broly extended his arms. Huh, even without considering your transformation into a gorilla that amplifies your power tenfold. Can you guarantee that you lose your sanity? Moreover, even in that form, you would not stand a chance against me. I can assure you, my true combat power is 2 billion. Frisia arrogantly regarded Broly. Enough of your rambling. Otherwise, the fans might accuse you of dragging this out. The animation has already wasted several episodes, and now you wish to prolong it further. Transform at once, or the fans may send you threats. Broly grumbled. Though I do not grasp your words, I shall acquiesce to your request. Aya. Frisia's entire being was enveloped in a purple glow. His energy surged with increasing ferocity. Broly, intrigued, pressed the button on his scouter. The contact lens in his right eye displayed Frisia's combat power readings. 5 million, 5 million, 10 million, 25 million. Finally, the radiance faded, and his power stabilized around 30 million. How dull. You cannot even provoke my great ape form. Broly expressed his disappointment. I am still unaccustomed to this perfect form of my first transformation. Please do not take offense. Frisia revealed a confident smile. Shall we begin? Broly replied impatiently. As a show of sincerity, I shall bind my hands behind my back. You may attack. Frisia arrogantly placed his hands behind him. You truly know how to put on a show. I hope you can maintain the charade. Broly took the initiative to strike. Chapter 32. Frisia's Fear. Broly launched the first offensive. He swiftly moved before Frisia and delivered a powerful blow aimed at Frisia's abdomen. Frisia slightly raised his right leg, the knee meeting Broly's fist with a solid impact. Broly commenced an onslaught, employing both hands and feet, unleashing countless afterimages upon Frisia. Bang, 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 bang. Frisia remained unperturbed, using not only his legs to fend off the attacks, but also retaliating with his tail from behind. However, every retaliatory strike was deftly evaded by Broly. With a combat power of 46 million against Frisia's 30 million, the battle surprisingly remained evenly matched under Frisia's self-imposed handicap. The once confident smile on Frisia's face began to fade as he realized that Broly's physical prowess exceeded the bounds of his battle power. Each of Broly's blows was heavy and forceful, and his incredibly resilient body inflicted a measure of pain upon Frisia. In contrast, Broly grew increasingly exhilarated with each clash, as his base combat power surged in the face of Frisia's overwhelming pressure, rising from 48 million to 8 million, then 6 million, and finally 1 million. King Frisia, be cautious. His battle power is climbing at an alarming rate. Dodoria cautioned. What? You scoundrel. You were hiding your strength? Frisia's wariness intensified. Suddenly, he unleashed his bound hands and sent Broly flying with a powerful punch. Bang! What is this? No more bravado. Broly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. You are quite cunning, concealing your true combat power. Frisia gritted his teeth in frustration. You misunderstand. I have not concealed anything in this form. It is merely the latent potential I have unleashed during combat. Broly scoffed. Impossible. How could a lowly barbarian possess such talent? Fear flickered in Frisia's eyes. Rest assured, I am not yet a Super Saiyan, but if you continue to act arrogantly, that may change. Broly was aware of what Frisia truly feared. No way, absolutely not. This king shall no longer play games. I will see you dead. Frisia finally took the fight seriously. In the course of their recent exchanges, he had begun to master his final form. His combat power surged from 30 million to 38 million. At this moment, he still held a slight edge over Broly. With newfound seriousness, Frisia launched a counterattack. Death Beam. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of pink beams erupted from his fingertips, aimed directly at Broly. Broly's palm glowed faintly red, and the muscles in his arm swelled dramatically. Crack, crack, crack. He effortlessly swatted away the incoming death beams with a single hand. Impossible? Even with a battle power of 10 million, you couldn't handle it so easily. Frisia was utterly astonished. Indeed, Broly's mastery of the Kaioken technique had reached unprecedented heights through years of training. He surpassed its creator, King Kai, and could partially ignite his own life force to enhance his combat power. The fusion of his extraordinary bloodline with Kaioken was a match made in heaven, achieving compatibility beyond 100%. There are many impossible things. Let us continue. Taste my next move. Broly soared into the sky, gathering energy in his right palm. As the entire planetary environment flickered between black and white before returning to normal. In an instant, he coalesced a vibrant green energy sphere in his hand, resembling an orb formed from the very life force of the planet. With a thunderous explosion, he prepared to unleash a devastating strike. The energy sphere was hurled towards Frisia. A mere parlor trick, Frisia declared as he waved his right hand, sending forth a crescent-shaped energy blade to cleave the energy sphere. Upon their collision, an eruption of energy surged forth, culminating in a resounding explosion. "Come on, Frisia!" Broly exclaimed, finally ignited with excitement. He charged directly at Frisia, his crimson aura fully enveloping the previously verdant energy. Kaioken 5 times. His battle power soared to an astounding 35 million. With a 5-fold Kaioken, he could continue fighting, disregarding its side effects. The clash of their forms transformed into mere afterimages, the sounds of their physical collisions resonating from the heavens above. The sky, the ground, and even beneath the earth trembled under the aftermath of their titanic struggle. The Legion soldiers who had been grievously injured by Broly's assaults succumbed to the terrifying waves of battle. As their pace quickened, the technologically crafted asteroid endured severe devastation. "This is bad, Dodoria, we must retreat. This planet cannot withstand much more," Dodoria exclaimed, hastily making his way to the spaceship, with Sabo closely in tow. The remaining soldiers of the Legion, still alive, scrambled onto the ship, seeking escape from this technologically engineered celestial body. Nearby, on the frozen demon homeworld, the slumbering King Cold was awakened by the overwhelming battle aura of the two combatants. "Who dares to engage my dear son in combat?" King Cold broke through layer upon layer of ice to reach the surface. The destination of Dodoria and his comrades was none other than the ice planet. On the asteroid, Frisia, panting for breath, declared, "Even if your battle power grows exponentially, what of it? I can survive in the vacuum of space. Can you? This planet is on the verge of annihilation. You will be disappointed. I possess ample means to escape this planet. Rest assured, I shall not flee easily. Wherever you go, I will find you." Broly retorted disdainfully. Were it not for the desire to awaken the dormant power within him, he would have eliminated Frisia long ago. "Then I shall witness how you survive in the vacuum of space. Planetary Piercer." Frisia raised his hands high, conjuring a blood-red orb the size of a soccer ball at the center of his palms. With a fierce throw, he cast it down to the ground. The crimson energy sphere pierced through the entire planet, destabilizing the core of its technological nuclear power, leading to its catastrophic transformation and explosion. The sheer force of the explosion shattered the iron planet into fragments. From the ice planet, a magnificent display of fireworks illuminated the cosmos. "The headquarters is gone," Dodoria murmured. "As long as our king triumphs, the loss of the headquarters is of no consequence." Sabo's expression remained calm. "Indeed, as long as Frisia survives, the mere headquarters can be rebuilt." King Cold also appeared beside them. "Greetings, King Cold." Dodoria and Sabo bowed in respect. "No need for formalities. Prepare to retrieve Frisia." "At your command." The two individuals bent forward, preparing to pilot their spacecraft away. "Wait, what is that?" "Quickly, project it using the telescope." King Cold pointed towards the green light in the starry sky. Dodoria and Zabon hurriedly operated the star telescope aboard the ship to project the image. "Impossible. He's still alive?" A look of sheer terror resurfaced on Dodoria's face. In the vastness of space, Frisia gazed in disbelief at Broly. "How can you possibly survive in the cosmos? As far as I know, Saiyans lack such an ability." Broly shrugged, expressing his nonchalance. "In this peculiar world, sound can traverse the cosmos. My survival is hardly remarkable." Yet he was acutely aware that his existence in space was only temporary. "I see your home planet is quite suitable as the next battlefield. I shall await you there, so do hurry." Broly gestured, concentrating to sense someone's energy, and then instantaneously teleported away. On the ice planet, King Cold's expression grew grave as he observed Broly. Dodoria, Zabon, Choi, and the soldiers who had successfully fled stood resolutely behind him. Do not be anxious. I shall wait for him to return. However, the distance is considerable. Are you certain you do not wish to intercept him? Broly pointed towards Frieza, who was speeding through the cosmos, though his pace appeared astonishingly slow in the grand expanse of space. Dodoria, go and retrieve Frieza. I will handle things here. King Cold fixed his gaze intently on Broly. Meanwhile, Broly simply clasped his hands behind his back, standing quietly without any sign of disturbance, not hindering Dodoria's departure. Chapter 33. The Clash of Father and Son on the Ice Planet. The spacecraft sent to retrieve Frieza descended slowly. With a creaking sound, Frieza emerged from the vessel, his countenance dark and foreboding. Broly tilted his head back, his mouth involuntarily agape, nearly dislocating his jaw, accompanied by a muffled sound from his nasal cavity. A prolonged yawn escaped him, his eyes momentarily misting over. Ah, I was getting drowsy waiting for you. You have finally returned. Broly gazed at Frieza with a languid expression. You arrogant fool. Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. I would advise against destroying the planet, lest you have to change venues. Moreover, you wouldn't want to obliterate your home planet, would you? Broly offered a benevolent reminder. That will not happen. This king has decided to unleash his true power in response to your arrogance. Frieza clenched his fist, his expression turning menacing. Is that the 1.2 billion you mentioned? How splendid. Though it seems insufficient, perhaps we can have your father join in as well, although he is slightly weaker than you. Broly said with an excited grin, gesturing towards King Cold. You wild, arrogant monkey. You must have been a banished Saiyan, correct? Most Saiyans who are exiled are low-class warriors. While I do not know what fortuitous events have led you to this level, you think you can stand against the Ice Demon clan? King Cold's mind raced as he quickly deduced the reason for Broly's continued existence. Most of it is correct. However, there is one point you have erred upon. I was exiled because the former King Vegeta feared my potential would overshadow his son, thus quietly banishing me. Broly gazed at him with a smile. Damn King Vegeta. Even in death, he leaves behind such a nuisance. Frieza spat in fury. Therefore, I harbor no fondness for the Saiyan race, yet your hatred for them is excessive. I cannot choose my lineage. It is a pity, for I would have gladly befriended you. Broly spoke with a calm demeanor. Impossible. A lowly, inferior wild monkey is unworthy of befriending this king. Frieza's voice dripped with disdain for the Saiyans. Your pride will ultimately lead to your downfall. Broly shook his head in resignation. Enough with the idle chatter. Wait for me for a minute. Frieza declared, erupting with rage once more. Indifferent to whether Broly had agreed or not. From the beginning until now, it has been nothing but waiting, truly troublesome. King Cold, let us engage first. Broly unexpectedly directed his attention towards King Cold, disregarding Frieza's escalating energy. Damn it. Boom. King Cold instantly transformed into his final form, matching Frieza's current shape, and his battle power soared to a staggering 80 million. He had clearly mastered this form and would not struggle to adapt as Frieza did. Furthermore, the scouter in Broly's eyes revealed that King Cold's battle power was still on the rise, likely nearing 100 million at full strength. Kaioken times 10. Broly activated the highest multiplier, disregarding the side effects. During the earlier planetary explosion, he had sustained minor injuries, but he quickly consumed a Senza bean. His base battle power had already reached 7.5 million. Under the tenfold Kaioken, it surged to 75 million. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures vanished, and the sounds of their collision reverberated. They engaged in a fierce melee battle. Compared to energy blasts, Broly relished the visceral sensation of hand-to-hand combat. The slight sting in his muscles combined with the surge of power was intoxicating. His movements transformed from calculated to wildly expansive. At times, he even opted for a direct confrontation. When King Cold landed a punch to his abdomen, he reciprocated with a strike to King Cold's face. The transformation of his bloodline exhilarated him, igniting a primal instinct. He disregarded defense, focusing solely on relentless offense. Bang, 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 boom. He absorbed 3 punches, but delivered one powerful blow that sent King Cold crashing to the ground. The ice beneath him shattered, creating a massive crater. Cough, cough. What a madman. King Cold spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet Broly would not let him escape. Whoosh. Broly descended from the sky, fists aimed at King Cold's abdomen. Boom. The deep pit transformed into an abyss, and the dark river beneath the icy star surged forth, swiftly engulfing the entire chasm. Its highest point rapidly freezing over to form a new layer of ice. Beneath this icy surface, Broly unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon King Cold's face, each strike resonating with immense force. King Cold found himself unable to mount an effective counterattack. With a flash of light, King Cold, finally regaining his senses after being struck once more, unleashed two beams of pink energy from his eyes, compelling Broly to lean back. In this moment of vulnerability, King Cold seized the opportunity to free his hands. The Force Cannon. With a sudden surge, he unleashed an invisible force that sent Broly hurtling away from him. The Comet of Death. For the third strike, King Cold radiated a pink glow, channeling a powerful pink energy wave from his chest. In a confined space, Broly could only cross his arms defensively. Boom, boom, boom. The Comet of Death propelled Broly through the ice layers, driving him down to the ground. Meanwhile, King Cold swiftly retreated from the depths. Enough. Energy blast. Broly flexed his arms, and from his robust torso, a brilliant green wave erupted, countering the Comet of Death. As the brilliance faded, Frieza successfully attained his ultimate form. His once diminutive complete form had transformed into a muscular physique, his neck thickened but not elongated, giving him a somewhat cumbersome appearance. Unlike Broly, whose muscles expanded alongside his height. Father, let us strike together. He must be eliminated from this world. Frieza glared menacingly at Broly. Indeed, such a terrifying talent cannot be allowed to exist. Let's join forces. King Cold wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His battle power surged to 98 million before stabilizing. The combined might of the father and son duo, now at 2,098 million, faced Broly, who had enhanced to 80 million in battle power. Excellent. Finally a semblance of pressure. Yet, Broly remained in his base form, even without transforming into the blue-green great ape. Let us attack together. Frieza initiated the assault, launching numerous death beams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. King Cold began to gather energy, raising his right hand to chest level. A pink energy ball began to coalesce. Punishing shockwave. While Frieza's death beams relentlessly bombarded Broly, King Cold unleashed his punishing shockwave. Exploding meteor. Broly retaliated, enveloped in a verdant energy aura, unleashing countless green energy blasts that scattered wildly. Boom, 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 boom. The innumerable energy blasts not only neutralized Frieza's death beams and King Cold's punishing shockwave, but also obliterated many vessels of Frieza's army and devastated the icy terrain. Towering icebergs melted under the scorching heat of the explosions. The water that burned away released a dense steam that obscured the sky. It seems that energy attacks are futile against him. King Cold retracted his energy, slightly bending his legs before leaping forcefully towards the soaring Broly. Chapter 34. Victory and Frieza's Humiliation. Planet Ice. King Cold charged at Broly first, as the previous generation's Cosmic Emperor. His techniques were seasoned, simplifying attacks to target the vital points. Although Broly possessed immense fighting power, his combat experience was alarmingly scant. Under King Cold's relentless onslaught, he was subtly losing ground. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of both combatants exchanged blows in the air. The Saiyan must die. Frieza's expression twisted with rage. Encased in a pink aura, he accelerated towards Broly with a fierce punch. Boom! This move mirrored the Kamehameha used against Son Goku in the original tale. Well done, Frieza. Haha! King Cold cackled. Frieza, too, was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. The recent full-force attack left his muscles spasming. Broly was entirely ensnared within a layer of ice. Cough! This is the first time I've been hurt. This sensation is exhilarating. Aya! Broly displayed a look of excitement, unleashing a furious roar. Boom! The steam and shattered ice flew wildly in the air, propelled by his overwhelming aura. His momentum surged even stronger than before. A flicker of fear crossed King Cold's eyes. Damn that wild monkey. How could such a Saiyan exist? Damn, truly damn it. Frieza bellowed to the heavens. He had exerted all his strength. Yet instead of annihilating Broly, he inadvertently enhanced his aura. Frieza, I will restrain him. You deliver the finishing blow. King Cold suddenly extended his hands. Frieza's eyes widened in understanding. Swish, 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 swish. A dense web of red death beams enveloped the area surrounding Broly. The death beam net. King Cold's energy was rapidly depleting. Frieza, understood. Guten Disk. Frisia swung his hands, unleashing two wildly spinning red energy discs aimed at Broly. This time you're surely doomed. Frisia laughed maniacally. Trapped within the beam net, Broly revealed a smirk of disdain. Is that so? Kaioken times 20. His base combat power of 750,000 surged 20-fold, reaching a staggering 15 billion. The crimson flames of the Kaioken blazed across the sky, and his formidable aura swiftly dissipated King Cold's death beam net. Whoosh! Broly grasped one of the cutting discs in his hand, the whirring disc creating a piercing sound against his palm. Explode for me! Broly forcefully clenched his fingers, and the two cutting discs were instantly crushed to oblivion. It is inconceivable. Even the most resilient of bodies could be crushed by my cutting disc. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible? There are countless impossibilities, Frisia! Broly bellowed fiercely, instantaneously dashing to Frisia's front. He then puffed out his chest, unleashing a burst of emerald light from his core. Boom! Frisia was propelled backward, his body marked by scorching burns. And you, King Cold. Broly swiftly moved behind King Cold, seizing his tail with a firm grip. With a swift motion, King Cold's form was sent spinning like a comet, and Broly released his grasp. King Cold crashed mercilessly into the freshly risen Frisia. The ground trembled. The two were once again buried beneath the shattered ice. The combat-inept King Cold momentarily lost consciousness. Cough! Cough! Frisia spat out blood, then kicked King Cold away. Unforgivable wild monkey. You have truly provoked my wrath. Frisia seethed in impotent fury. Now, he could only roar in frustration. After all, Broly's battle prowess under the 20-fold Kaioken surpassed him by a staggering 30 million points. Suddenly, Broly retracted the Kaioken, returning to his normal state. Frisia, you should train harder. This clash not only significantly elevated Broly's combat strength, but also enriched his battlefield experience. Given his current physique, he was best suited for a powerful, overwhelming combat style. The strength of his body exceeded Broly's expectations. What do you mean? Continue. Are you humiliating me? Frisia glared at Broly, who had withdrawn his aura. You are still no match for me. Frisia, when we meet again, I hope you are not so weak. With a wave of his hand, Broly vanished in an instant. Cursed be this insolent creature who dares to insult me. The great king, this filthy, lowly, wild monkey. Frisia knelt, pounding the ground with his fists. The intense humiliation nearly brought this ruthless cosmic emperor to tears. King Frisia, are you all right? Shio, he rushed forward to support him. Dodoria and Zabon exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silent understanding. As Frisia's trusted aides, how could they not foresee his next course of action? Even you, a mere wretch, dare to mock me? Frisia's eyes blazed with fury. With a surge of energy, he fired two beams from his eyes, obliterating Chiu Yi's head. Dodoria and Zabon trembled, awaiting Frisia's command in silence. Chiu Yi had overstepped his bounds. Meanwhile, the dazed King Cold gradually regained consciousness. Cough, cough, Frisia. I wish to train. What did you say? King Cold's expression was one of astonishment. I said I wish to train. I have not actively trained a single day since my birth. I must train. I shall avenge this humiliation. Frisia's countenance twisted in a sinister grimace, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Very well, I shall support you. You are a prodigy of the Frost Demon race. Even I, after a millennium of rigorous training, could only attain my third form. Yet you, from the moment of your birth, have embodied this third form. To suppress your uncontrollable power, you were compelled to regress, reverting to the juvenile state of the Frost Demon lineage. Should you diligently cultivate your abilities, your combat prowess will likely surge exponentially, with the potential to transcend into a new form. King Cold exclaimed with fervor. Humph, Cooler has already ascended to the fourth form. Do not presume I am unaware. Frisia's mind was suddenly flooded with visions of Cooler. He is developing in the South Galaxy, and I have indeed received some intelligence. King Cold's expression darkened. In his eyes, his eldest son Cooler posed the true threat. Frisia merely reveled in the privileges of cosmic dominion and the exalted power it bestowed, harboring no malice towards him. However, Cooler was different. He was a being of genuine ambition. King Cold believed that even if he obstructed Cooler's path, Cooler would harbor no paternal sentiments. Merely a fourth form? My aspirations extend beyond mere transformations, Frisia declared, his gaze radiating intense, murderous intent. Zabon Dodoria, Your Majesty, we await your commands. Zabon and Dodoria stepped forward. Track his whereabouts and ascertain his background. Upon my emergence, I wish to acquire every detail regarding him. Frisia concluded, gradually melding into the ground, descending toward the very core of the ice planet, enveloped in a sphere of purple light, resembling a colossal egg. Meanwhile, King Cold had long since lost his will to strive. Proceed with your tasks, and tidy up while you're at it. Yes, King Cold. Chapter 35. The Return of Sun Wukong and Others. Earth. After Broly returned, he took a bath and subsequently entered the gravity chamber to meditate. The weight of 300 times Earth's gravity bore down upon him, not injuring him, but rather sharpening his mental focus. He reflected upon the battles he had fought against Frisia and his progeny, analyzing his shortcomings and flaws. This engagement not only unearthed the latent potential within him, but also enriched his combat experience considerably. His base combat power surged from 5 million to 5 million. This reinforced his conviction that his current physique was that of the original Broly, not the reimagined version. This seemed reasonable, for the portrayal of the new Broly in Dragon Ball Super was excessively overpowered. In combat, his power escalated at an accelerated rate, embodying the essence of a true warrior race. Moreover, the exhilarating sensation of his combat's strength soaring in response to injury was utterly addictive. Broly was still savoring that feeling. Nevertheless, this time he intentionally restrained his power, having not truly unleashed his full combat capabilities. Had he done so, he would undoubtedly have surpassed his limits, reaching an entirely new echelon. However, within the 7th universe, it seems there exists no entity that can compel me to unleash my full power. The Supreme Kai is no match for me at present, and while the god of destruction, Beerus, is formidable, he remains in slumber. The words of Mr. Whis have left Broly in a state of contemplation. He is not yet inclined to engage prematurely with the angelic lineage. He meticulously reflects upon the villains that have emerged in the 7th universe. The first that comes to mind as a formidable adversary is Frisia. As for Cooler, being a character from the theatrical adaptations, it remains uncertain if he will make an appearance. Cell is still a ways off. Yet ever since the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army, Broly has maintained constant vigilance, ensuring that no pests or flies draw near. Lest his genetic material be pilfered by Dr. Gero, he has no desire to inadvertently create a monstrous being possessing the Super Saiyan bloodline. Majin Buu has yet to be unleashed, and Frisia continues to serve as one of the principal antagonists in Dragon Ball Super. Moro remains incarcerated, and Granola has yet to ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. How splendid it would be to find a means to depart from the 7th universe. Hit Jiren, the Pride Troopers. Broly suddenly finds himself pondering the renowned warriors from other universes. However, to leave the 7th universe, the assistance of Whis is indispensable. Once the situation involving Vegeta and Frisia concludes, I shall pay a visit to Whis. There remains a window of time before Cell's emergence. Broly resolves to train fervently under 300 times the gravity, pushing his body to its limits. Days pass, one after another. Meanwhile, on the side of Son Goku and his companions, in the Snake Way of the other world, thanks to their prior preparations, the group hastens towards King Kai's planet. And Son Goku does not descend into hell. They arrive at the end of Snake Way 3 months earlier than in the original tale. This endpoint is none other than King Kai's planet, as Broly had mentioned. Goku, already ravenous, hears his stomach growl. It must be here. Let us go. Krillin takes the lead with a leap. The moment they reach the vicinity of King Kai's planet, they are met with tenfold gravity, plummeting abruptly. Boom! Be cautious. The gravity of that planet is likely different from Earth. A glimmer of insight flashes through Tien's third eye. Useless. Piccolo snorts disdainfully before soaring towards King Kai's planet. With prior preparation, Piccolo lands smoothly. Son Goku, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha follow suit, landing steadily. Following this, the trials of the two pets and the scenes of jokes unfold, which I shall not elaborate upon. Except for Piccolo, the others manage to master the Kaioken technique. The Namekian's unique physiology cannot withstand the side effects of the Kaioken. Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha possess ordinary bloodlines. Although they have learned the Kaioken, they can only achieve a twofold increase and cannot maintain it for long. Tien, however, stands as an exception. His lineage is significantly more robust than that of Krillin and the others, allowing him to sustain the twofold Kaioken for an extended duration. As for Son Goku, he can temporarily endure only the twofold increase. But North Kai has advised him that although his bloodline may not rival Broly's in strength, with diligent training of his physique, he too can enhance the multiplier of the Kaioken. Only individuals of pure heart, like Sun Wukong, can master the spirit bomb. Others simply cannot. 2 months prior to Vegeta and Nappa's arrival, the North Kai declared that he had nothing left to teach. I have exhausted all my teachings for you. Hurry back, you have worn me out. The North Kai urged them to leave. Hey, North Kai, there is something I feel awkward to mention, Sun Wukong said, grinning while patting his growling stomach. Silence. If you feel embarrassed, then do not speak. You have devoured all of my food reserves for 3 years. Depart quickly. The North Kai retorted angrily. If you want to feed us, then just don't. No need to insult. Sun Wukong pouted. Divine beings, come quickly to collect them. The North Kai telepathically notified the gods on Earth. You must leave at once. The deities are already awaiting you. He gestured for them to depart. Very well then. Thank you for your guidance during this time, North Kai. Farewell. Krillin was the first to bid farewell. Following him were Ten, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, who all expressed their goodbyes. Sun Wukong, in his usual carefree manner, waved and exclaimed, goodbye, as he flew away from the North Kai's planet. The indifferent Piccolo, initially facing away from the Kai, turned around after everyone had left, slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement, and departed. Piccolo, your body is still incomplete, the North Kai murmured as he watched Piccolo's retreating figure. Under the training on the North Kai's planet, their battle powers surged by more than tenfold. What would normally take 3 months was accomplished in merely 2 hours as they returned to the realm of the dead, on Earth, within the Divine Temple. Krillin inhaled deeply and exclaimed, ah, finally back. Nothing compares to the comfort of Earth's atmosphere. After experiencing the absence of tenfold gravity, the others felt as if they were floating, wishing to soar into the sky. Well, there are still 2 months until the Saiyans arrive on Earth. Though your powers have increased significantly during this time, caution is advisable. Take this period to consolidate your strength and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, the deity advised. We understand. Esteemed deity, Krillin responded respectfully. The group then descended from the Divine Temple, leaving only the figure of Piccolo, adorned in a white cloak. Old man, you must live a little longer. Piccolo remarked coldly. Rest assured, I shall not perish until I return to my home planet. The deity replied, hunched with age. That is for the best, Piccolo said, turning and flying down from the temple. In the West City estate, it seemed they had all returned ahead of schedule. Their battle powers had exceeded those depicted in the original story. Upon their return, they were unable to fully conceal their energy, allowing Broly S. Scouter to clearly discern their levels. Sun Wukong, 9,500, Piccolo, 8,000, Krillin, 5,600, Ten, 7,800, Yamcha, 4,500, Kaiatsu, 3,500. Compared to the original narrative, this time, in addition to Sun Wukong, there were several more individuals. Moreover, with their early arrival, they had gained an additional 3 months of training. After the events surrounding Vegeta, Piccolo and his companions made their way to King Kai's planet. Upon their revival, their combat power remarkably exceeded their current levels. This was to be expected, as they had not engaged in battle with Vegeta or Nappa, thus lacking the extensive foundation that such encounters would have provided. They had now reached their limits. In Chapter 36, the trio of Vegeta arrived at a desolate planet, several light years away from Earth. Vegeta and Nappa should be arriving soon. Kakarot and that Saiyan, you better be prepared. Raditz had spent an entire year on this planet, living off the land and growing considerably leaner. Yet his battle power had increased by several hundred points, now standing at 2,000. Prince Vegeta, are you awake? Nappa contacted Vegeta through the ship's communicator. Are we almost there? Vegeta replied, still drowsy. We will soon arrive at Raditz's asteroid. Nappa's tone was tinged with hesitation. What is it? Speak. Vegeta's expression was stern. 10 months ago, a rumor spread through the Frieza force that an unknown powerful warrior defeated Frieza and his father, King Cold. The ship Nappa and the others were aboard was also connected to the force's communication channel. What? Is Frieza dead? Vegeta's face contorted with rage as he clenched his fists. Not quite. The warrior left Ice Planet after defeating Frieza and King Cold without delivering a fatal blow. Nappa's voice carried a hint of disappointment. That's good. Frieza shall meet his end at my hands. Vegeta exhaled in relief. At this moment, Vegeta was at his most prideful. This works in our favor. I've heard Frieza is in seclusion, which means he has no time to monitor us. Nappa reminded him. Indeed, our first objective upon reaching Earth is to subdue that Saiyan, followed by exterminating the native inhabitants for a handsome profit. A wicked smile crept across Vegeta's lips. The two quickly regrouped with Raditz and set off for Earth. At the Capsule Corporation, Goku exclaimed, We're here. Gohan, go find your mother. As he carried Gohan into the house. Goku, be careful, Chi-Chi warned with concern. In the wasteland, Piccolo sensed, it seems they are not far from here. Beneath the valley waterfall, Tien and Kaiatsu felt the same. Yes, I sense it too. We should set off, Tien declared. In the desert, Yamcha, with a grave expression, remarked, are they arriving so soon? I hope we can prevail. Meanwhile, on came house, Krillin announced, Master Rashi. I'm heading out. To which Rashi replied, if it comes down to it, use the Mafuba. Over the past 2 months, Rashi had been busy teaching Krillin the Mafuba technique, while the rice cooker had also evolved into a small bottle. Don't worry, Master Rashi, I understand, Krillin assured as he touched the glass bottle tucked in his chest. All were heading towards the direction where Vegeta and his companions were soon to arrive. On Broly's side, Taze inquired, are you interested in witnessing this? It promises to be a magnificent spectacle of battle. Broly extended an invitation to Taze to join him in witnessing the unfolding events. Come on, sister. I too yearn to see, exclaimed Bulma, linking her arm with Taze. Very well, since everyone is eager to attend, let us go. A flicker of curiosity sparked within Taze. Then, let's embark. Bulma tossed a capsule, and in an instant, a supersonic aircraft emerged from the ground. The three of them boarded the plane. Although the convenience of instant teleportation was undeniable, Broly preferred to travel in a manner akin to ordinary individuals. In the heart of a bustling metropolis, vehicles surged through the streets, and throngs of people filled the thoroughfares. 3 circular spacecraft descended rapidly toward the Earth. Boom! 3 deep craters appeared. The tremendous force resulted in the demise of numerous innocents. The hatch opened. The trio floated slowly into the air. Wow, aliens! Someone exclaimed. Do not rejoice too soon. Their demeanor suggests malevolence. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air amid the murmurs of the crowd. How noisy! Vegeta crossed his arms, furrowing his brow. Leave this to me. I shall prepare them a most unique welcome. A sinister smile crept across Nappa's lips as he raised his right arm and pointed skyward. Boom! The once crowded city was suddenly engulfed by a massive mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, the landscape lay barren. Damn Saiyans! Tien was the first to arrive, followed closely by Goku and the others. Why have you slaughtered these innocent humans? Goku glared at them in fury. Huh, if I wish to kill, I shall. Nappa responded indifferently to their outrage. You. Goku's expression darkened. Calm down, Goku. After we dispose of them, we can utilize the Dragon Balls to revive the fallen. Krillin interjected, grasping the enraged Goku. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Ah, you are right, Krillin. I had forgotten. Goku gradually steadied himself. Raditz, the humiliation you bestowed upon me shall be repaid. Piccolo suddenly took action. He unleashed a beam attack directly aimed at Raditz on his right. Whoosh! Vegeta's brow furrowed. With a swift motion, he deflected the beam. Raditz, how has your combat power surged to such heights? Vegeta demanded sternly. I do not know. Raditz stammered, panic evident in his voice. It has only been a year. This is impossible. Although lacking a scouter, he sensed the imminent threat. Vegeta, this is dire. His power level stands at 8,000. I'm not his match. Nappa's expression mirrored concern. Vegeta stepped forward, demanding, tell me, why has your combat power suddenly escalated to this extent? Curious to know? Defeat me first, and I shall reveal, Piccolo declared, tearing off his cloak and removing his headscarf. He regarded Vegeta with a serious expression. In that moment, Vegeta did not suppress his energy, and Piccolo could sense that Vegeta's power had grown significantly stronger. Piccolo, you are no match for him. Son Goku's expression was equally grave. Silence. Piccolo retorted fiercely, for he too possessed his own pride. Goku, let him go first. It matters not. At the critical moment, you can intervene, Krillin whispered in reminder. Son Goku nodded slightly. That bald-headed fighter's energy is comparable to yours. You may validate the results of your training during this time. Son Goku pointed at Nappa as he spoke to Krillin. Am I truly capable? Krillin questioned, his confidence wavering. Do not worry. He is no match for you. Tien also affirmed Goku's sentiment. Then I shall leave him to Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu eagerly volunteered to engage with Raditz. How dare you? A mere child underestimates me. Raditz fumed. Huh. He is truly no match for Kaiatsu. Yamcha chuckled. Kaiatsu, be careful. Tien cushioned. I understand, Tien. Kaiatsu replied, soaring towards Raditz, while Krillin approached Nappa. Meanwhile, Piccolo initiated his assault against Vegeta. However, Vegeta's battle power had surged to an astounding 18,000 points, and he was hardly taking the fight seriously. He effortlessly dodged Piccolo's attacks with crossed arms. Zing, zing, zing. Piccolo launched beams from his fingertips, sending dozens of them hurtling towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta nimbly evaded every single beam. I thought you were formidable. Vegeta sneered, his lips curling in disdain as he gazed at Piccolo. Curse you, Piccolosit. Suddenly, his body surged in power, growing to an enormous height of over 10 meters. Thud, thud, thud. He lifted his foot to stomp on Vegeta. But the agile Saiyan dodged effortlessly. Enlarging himself was indeed a unique skill, but it was not sufficient. A massive explosion ensued. Vegeta levitated, launching a colossal wave of energy towards Piccolo with his palm. Boom! Piccolo sustained a grievous blow to his chest, his massive form toppling backward before reverting to his normal size. Chapter 37. Fierce Battle. Earth. Piccolo faced defeat against Vegeta. Vegeta arrogantly surveyed Son Goku and the others. Team, give Piccolo a Senzu Bean. He is in my charge. Son Goku tossed a Senzu Bean to Tien and advanced toward Vegeta. The wind howled fiercely, whipping their flame-like black hair aside. Kakarot, if you would consider serving under me, I could spare their lives. Vegeta arrogantly adressed Son Goku. Huh, serve under you? I'm not interested. I merely desire a good fight. Son Goku's expression radiated excitement. The energy Vegeta had just displayed in defeating Piccolo surpassed Goku's own, igniting a thrill within him that made his entire being tremble with anticipation. There is but one opportunity, and alas, you have failed to seize it. Vegeta's demeanor grew even more haughty. Well then, I shall not hold back. Son Goku assumed an offensive stance, launching a flying kick towards Vegeta. Clang! Vegeta raised his arm to block. Bang, 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 bang. Son Wukong, immensely powerful, launched a relentless assault, employing both hands and feet. Vegeta, while parrying, seized the opportunity to counterattack. The clash of their confrontation echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Vegeta gradually became exhilarated. Each punch from Son Wukong carried tremendous force, delivering a slight sting with every strike. The Saiyans' innate warrior spirit thrived in the heat of battle, relishing the intensity. Kakarot, you are quite impressive. After another exchange of blows, both warriors staggered back, and Vegeta could not help but praise Son Wukong. Heh, you are formidable as well. Son Wukong's compliment was heartfelt. As you say, let us continue. Vegeta began to take the fight seriously. Bang, bang, bang. With newfound intensity, Vegeta unleashed fierce attacks, each one aimed at Son Wukong's vital points. Although Son Wukong possessed considerable combat experience, he lacked the ruthless decisiveness when facing Vegeta, who had fought across the cosmos since childhood. Vegeta struck first, targeting Son Wukong's temple. Son Wukong raised his arm to block, only to realize that Vegeta's strength was not overwhelming. Indeed, Vegeta's initial strike was merely a feint, followed by a knee strike that thudded against Son Wukong's abdomen. Son Wukong was sent flying, and Vegeta capitalized on his momentum, swiftly moving above Son Wukong and bringing his fist down with great force. Boom! Son Wukong crashed to the ground. Vegeta stood proudly in the air, continuously waving his arms as he launched golden energy blasts. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Boom! Boom! The ground resembled a battlefield ravaged by cluster bombs, with small mushroom clouds rising. For the final blow, Vegeta raised his hands, gathering a golden energy sphere the size of a soccer ball. Then, with a sudden thrust, he unleashed it. Boom! A mushroom cloud comparable to a nuclear explosion erupted. Wukong, Tianjin, and Yamcha looked on with concern at the center of the explosion. Broly quickly saved Wukong. The three had arrived at the scene of their battle, and Bulma anxiously urged Broly to intervene. Do not worry, he has evaded it. Look there. Broly pointed to the high sky. Bulma and Tais gazed up, spotting a dark figure hovering above the explosion's epicenter. Vegeta furrowed his brow, coldly observing Son Wukong. At your speed, it was impossible to evade that. Heh, but I did. Son Wukong wiped the blood from his lips, chuckling. A sense of vigilance rose within Vegeta. Son Wukong's recent speed had caught him off guard. It's the Kaioken. Wukong utilized the Kaioken. Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. I was worried for nothing. He only just used it. Tianjin sighed in relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaiatsu had thoroughly suppressed Raditz, using his telekinesis to control Raditz's movements while simultaneously launching Dodon rays at him. In an overwhelming display of frustration, Raditz ultimately succumbed to the might of an adversary whose power surpassed his own, collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated and incapable of further resistance. Meanwhile, on another front, Krillin, under a relentless barrage of attacks, began to regain his confidence and initiated a counteroffensive against Nappa. With combat prowess fluctuating between 4,505,000, Nappa could harness his fury to amplify his strength up to 8,000. However, Krillin had also mastered the Kaioken technique. At double its capacity, his battle power soared beyond 10,000, though he could not maintain this state for long. His understanding of the technique was on par with Goku's. While he could not switch it on and off with the same finesse as Broly, he could employ it at opportune moments and deactivate it when unnecessary. Thus, Krillin gradually gained the upper hand, subduing Nappa. Observing his surroundings, Vegeta recognized the dire situation unfolding before him. To his astonishment, he discovered a multitude of formidable fighters on this seemingly inconspicuous planet. Resolving to cease his playful demeanor, he aimed to swiftly eliminate Goku. Although he considered Nappa to be utterly worthless, he could not afford to be without subordinates. He loathed the thought of undertaking every task alone. At this juncture, Vegeta could rightfully be deemed a malevolent figure. Should he find them devoid of utility, he would likely eliminate them himself, as depicted in the original narrative. Continuing on, Goku tore away the tattered remnants of his orange martial arts uniform, revealing a black and blue bodysuit beneath. I have no interest in toying with you any longer. Your battle power is indeed commendable at 9,500, but mine stands at a staggering 18,000. With a mighty roar, Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging, as his muscles expanded under the strain of gathering energy. A powerful blue aura erupted, sending a tempestuous force that scattered debris in every direction. Impressive, but I shall unleash the Kaioken at double the intensity. Goku's body was suddenly enveloped in a fierce red aura, even surpassing Vegeta's might momentarily. Yet his form trembled intermittently, a clear indication of the adverse effects stemming from the Kaioken technique. 19,000. Impossible. Vegeta's expression turned grave, disbelief etched in his eyes. He needed to defeat Goku swiftly, for he could not sustain this strain for long. Murmuring under his breath, Goku, affected by the side effects, launched the first attack, delivering a powerful punch. The impact struck Vegeta squarely on the nose, sending him reeling backward, while Goku, shrouded in red energy, instantly appeared behind him. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon Vegeta's back, further propelling him away. Empowered by the Kaioken, Goku's speed eclipsed that of Vegeta, leaving him unable to retaliate. A relentless barrage ensued, with Goku pummeling Vegeta with a series of strikes. Enough! Vegeta roared, unleashing his full energy, his aura erupting violently and forcing Goku back. Panting heavily, Goku too reached his limits, his body aching from the exertion. Vegeta, too, was struck hard, feeling the turmoil within his very organs. Both warriors were breathing heavily, their vitality slightly waning. Goku, in particular, felt his muscles cramping as the overwhelming energy was nearly unbearable for his body. Gallic Gun. Vegeta raised his hands to the side of his head, a purplish-red energy gathering between them. Kamehameha. Goku stood firmly on the ground, slightly crouched, as he concentrated pure azure energy at his waist. Chapter 38. Great Ape Transformation. Earth. The historic clash commenced. Even Broly, watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The difference between this spectacle and reality was immense. To witness a monumental moment in the history of the Dragon Ball world left Broly in awe. Though the energy was not as potent as when I battled Frieza, this scene ignited a fire within me. Boom! The two energy blasts collided at the center. The only distinction was that the Kamehameha appeared significantly thicker than the Gallic Gun. Vegeta gritted his teeth, cursing, how could you possibly become this powerful in just a year? Vegeta pushed beyond his limits, amplifying his output, causing the Gallic Gun to swell dramatically, forcing the Kamehameha to retreat. The ground beneath Goku began to crumble, his body leaning back slightly, muscles in his arms trembling. 3 times. No, Goku. Even the North Kai, residing in the other world, couldn't help but exclaim. Goku was once again increasing the multiplier of his Kaioken. Initially, it would have been inconsequential, but after maintaining the double Kaioken for such an extended period, further escalation, while already fatigued, could lead to his physical collapse. Boom! The Kamehameha, now bolstered by the triple Kaioken, surged thicker, completely engulfing the Gallic gun and hurtling towards Vegeta at a visible speed. No, it can't be. Thunder rumbled, as if the sky had birthed another sun. Two suns standing side by side. Goku, aching all over, collapsed to the ground. Tien and Yamcha rushed forward to feed him a Sensabine. Goku, you've won. Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. I never expected him to be this strong. What a shame. Goku consumed the Sensabine, restoring himself to peak condition. Fool, look there. Piccolo suddenly interjected. The onlookers gazed, spotting a figure with arms hanging limply, blood streaming from his face, breathing heavily. Vegeta, he is not dead. The three exchanged solemn glances, though they quickly relaxed. He has little strength left, and Goku has consumed a Sensabine, Yamcha stated calmly. Kakarot, even if you regain your full strength, what difference will it make? Your tail is gone. Vegeta weakly approached, an evil grin spreading across his face. Goku's entire being tensed. What do you mean? The tail was the most crucial trump card of Saiyan. Goku, prepare to face your nightmare. Artificial moon. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a sphere of energy radiating a chilling blue light, which erupted in the air with a thunderous explosion. Boom, 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 boom. The resonant sound of a powerful heartbeat echoed as Vegeta's eyes turned crimson, and his form underwent an astonishing transformation. His energy surged uncontrollably. It was not just Vegeta. Nappa, who had been suppressed by Krillin, also gazed up at the sky as the artificial moon was released. Boom! A formidable aura sent Krillin flying. Both Vegeta and Nappa belonged to the elite warriors. Once transformed into their great ape forms, they could maintain their rationality. In contrast, Raditz was a lower-class warrior, unable to control his mind in the great ape transformation. Yet, even so, Raditz was unwilling to be defeated by a mere child. He too looked up into the heavens. However, whoosh! From a distance, Broly intervened, striking Raditz's tail with a glimmer of cold light, severing it with a resounding snap. You shall not interfere with the battle's outcome. Broly refused to allow a mindless beast to diminish his interest in observing the fight. Broly, what is happening? Tai's astonished gaze fell upon the transformed great apes of Vegeta and Nappa. Our Saiyan race transforms into great apes under the full moon's light, enhancing our battle power tenfold. That Saiyan, named Vegeta, created an artificial moon. Broly elucidated. Then why haven't you transformed? Bulma inquired curiously. Firstly, to transform, one must fix their gaze upon the moon. Secondly, my bloodline differs from theirs, allowing me to maintain the great ape form as a permanent state, indistinguishable from my usual self. Broly glanced at the artificial moon, feeling no urge to transform. However, his dark hair began to float uncontrollably, shifting to a bluish-green hue, while his internal energy surged 50-fold. A passive great ape state. Yet, already attuned to the true Super Saiyan transformation, he could fully control this newfound power, leaving no impact on the two beside him. Oh, your hair! Bulma exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Broly. You've grown taller and more muscular. Broly, I can hardly handle this. Tai blushed deeply. Ahem, what are you saying? Isn't this all due to that wretched moon's influence? Broly replied, somewhat embarrassed. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Bulma said innocently. You'll know in time, Tai replied, equally shy. Broly turned his attention back to the battlefield, ignoring Bulma's question. On the battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta and Nappa stood side by side, and even though Vegeta had sustained heavy injuries, his battle power soared to 150,000. Meanwhile, Nappa's power reached 50,000. The combined strength of the two had far surpassed that of Goku and his companions. Goku, what should we do? Krillin, filled with dread, gazed at the colossal figures. Let us attack together. Find a way to sever their tails. Goku, too, was at a loss, only able to think of cutting off their tails. All right. A line of 5 individuals each showcased their remarkable skills. Yamcha and Krillin strategically employed their techniques to lure Nappa. One conjured an energy sphere, while the other summoned an energy blade to strike at Nappa's tail. Piccolo voluntarily underwent a transformation, growing taller than even the great ape. He approached Vegeta, yet mere enlargement proved ineffective. Vegeta disdainfully regarded Piccolo, who remained silent, fists clenched, launching an attack against the giant Saiyan. Vegeta firmly grasped Piccolo's fists, causing his knuckles to shatter in an instant. Agony etched across Piccolo's face. Now, Team! Goku bellowed. Solar Flare. Tien appeared before Vegeta, unleashing the Solar Flare. While Goku positioned himself behind Vegeta, raising his palm to release a blue crescent-shaped energy blade aimed at Vegeta's tail. The trio momentarily expressed relief, but their expressions swiftly turned to alarm. The previously blinded Vegeta suddenly leaped into the air. The crescent energy blade struck Piccolo's legs instead. Whoosh! The blade sliced through, severing Piccolo's legs and reverting him to his normal state. Just a trivial trick. Did you truly believe I would fall for it? Vegeta scoffed. Damn it. Tien, save Piccolo. Goku interjected, positioning himself in front of Vegeta. Tien retreated while cradling Piccolo, feeding him a senzu bean. Cough, get me out. The revitalized Piccolo roared, his severed limbs regenerating. Such disgusting tactics be shattered. Vegeta's eyes suddenly radiated with light, directly targeting the pouch of senzu beans in Tien's hand. This way, you shall never recover. Broly, observing the battle, shook his head repeatedly. One absurd situation. They had progressed to this point, despite their considerable strength surpassing that of the original tale. Chapter 39, Vegeta's Reluctance. Earth. Vegeta not only evaded Goku's ambush, but also destroyed the remaining senzu beans. The protagonists found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, on Krillin and Yamcha's side, Yamcha dodged Nappa's attacks while controlling the energy sphere to feign an assault. Krillin seized the moment to execute an energy blade. Whoosh! Although Nappa's transformation into a great ape augmented his power tenfold, his size also increased proportionately, while his speed improved. He ultimately succumbed to the relentless barrage of attacks, and Krillin's 15th energy blade successfully severed his tail. No, he could sense his stamina draining like a siphon. An overwhelming weakness enveloped him. Ultimately, he could only struggle to remain conscious, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. Vegeta, em Sora. You're all worthless. Vegeta glared furiously at Nappa. However, this is all you are capable of. To sever my tail? A futile dream. Vegeta arrogantly regarded Goku and the others. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Dumpling stood resolutely before Vegeta. Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot sever his tail. Tien Shinhan declared. Indeed, Tien Shinhan. You, Piccolo, and I shall take the lead in the assault, while the others find a way to cut off his tail. Sun Wukong quickly devised a strategy within mere moments. The only ones with considerable fighting power were he, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan. Don't give me orders. Piccolo suddenly retreated, positioning his fingers on his forehead, as a tremendous energy began to coalesce at his fingertips. Is that the technique? Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding. During their time on King Kai's planet, they had experienced Piccolo's technique firsthand. Although it required a lengthy charge time, its destructive power far surpassed any of their abilities, amplifying his energy several-fold. Kaioken times 5. Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique. He had sustained significant injuries after his confrontation with Vegeta, but after consuming a senzu bean, he not only restored his full strength, but also enhanced his energy considerably. Broly, observing with the scouter, noted that Sun Wukong's battle power had surged from 9,500 to 12,000, and after invoking the five-fold Kaioken, it reached an astounding 60,000. While it still paled in comparison to Vegeta's great ape form, which boasted a power level of 150,000, it nonetheless granted him a fighting chance. Kaioken. Tien Shinhan also activated the Kaioken. Subsequently, Krillin and Yamcha followed suit, each harnessing the Kaioken. Meanwhile, Dumpling was stealthily gathering energy, aiming for Vegeta's right leg, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash his extraordinary ability. For crimson streams of energy surged toward Vegeta, darting in every direction, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. However, aside from Sun Wukong, the others merely tickled him. Even Sun Wukong, despite his strength, found it challenging to inflict significant damage due to the vast difference in their sizes. Solar Flare, Tien Shinhan shouted, only to be met with a colossal fist descending upon him, the terrifying shadow of the strike eclipsing even the brilliance of the solar flare. I shall not fall for the same trick twice. Vegeta not only blocked the blinding light with his fist, but also landed a devastating blow on Tien Shinhan, leaving him gravely injured and unable to rise. Tien Shinhan, you fiend! Sun Wukong roared in fury, activating the six-fold Kaioken. His speed surged once more, and in a flash, he appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his knee. Crack! Vegeta stumbled, dropping to one knee. Energy Sphere Slash. Krillin launched his energy attack. Not on my watch. Taking advantage of his kneeling position, Vegeta performed a front flip, skillfully evading the energy sphere slash. Energy blast. Yamcha directed a golden energy sphere toward Vegeta's tail. Damn it. Vegeta swiftly swatted away the incoming energy blast with his palm. Demon Flash Cannon. At that moment, Piccolo had amassed his energy, unleashing a golden spiral beam with a staggering power level of 70,000, directed towards Vegeta's left knee. With a swift motion, the beam pierced through, inflicting severe damage on the kneecap and rendering his left leg immobile. You bastard, die! Vegeta roared in fury, opening his mouth wide to unleash a devastating mouth blast aimed at Piccolo. However, having expended his strength in launching the final attack, Piccolo gritted his teeth, crouching slightly with crossed arms to brace himself for the impact. There was no escape. The range of Vegeta's mouth blast was too vast. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Piccolo howled, sensing an overwhelming threat from the impending blast. He realized he could not withstand it. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Piccolo. With blue-green hair and a robust physique, Broly. He raised a hand and, with a flick of his thumb and middle finger, redirected the trajectory of the mouth blast skyward. Why save me? Piccolo questioned, bewildered. Don't misunderstand. I merely have yet to fulfill a promise to the deity. You are not allowed to die yet. Broly shrugged nonchalantly. Don't expect me to be grateful. Piccolo retorted defiantly. It matters not. Continue on. Broly dismissed casually. Dumpling now, Goku suddenly shouted. With mental focus, he unleashed a combination of psychic abilities, one to control movement and the other to paralyze the body. Vegeta felt his body stiffen, immobilized. Spirit Bomb. Krillin executed his attack. But Vegeta's massive form was beyond Dumpling's prolonged control, and he broke free from the restraints in an instant, clapping his palms together to catch Krillin's Spirit Bomb. However, Goku had already reached the artificial moon. Be destroyed. He concentrated a brilliant azure energy sphere in his right palm and hurled it at the moon's core. Triggering a massive explosion. Boom! The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks as the artificial moon vanished. No! Vegeta bellowed at the heavens, but his body visibly shrank, returning to its normal size. Gasping for breath, he felt an overwhelming weakness consume him. Finally, it's over. Krillin and Yamcha sighed in relief. Piccolo slumped to the ground, while Dumpling rushed to Tien, embracing the gravely injured warrior in tears. Goku, save Tien! Dumpling cried through sobs. Coming right up, Goku released his Kaioken and approached Tien, transferring a portion of his energy. Tien's vital signs stabilized instantly, though he remained gravely injured and unconscious. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Vegeta howled in impotent rage. I will kill him. Yamcha turned to kill Vegeta. Wait, Yamcha! Goku suddenly intervened. The crowd turned their gaze, while only Broly, who was watching, revealed a knowing smile. Chapter 40. The Overlooked Gohan. On Earth. Goku, why? The crowd was perplexed, and Kairatsu glared angrily at Goku. Goku remained silent, stepping one by one toward Vegeta. Kakarot, I have not been defeated. Vegeta asserted défiant, striking à combatance. Yet his body trembled, his left leg severely injured, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. You may leave, Goku insisted. Why? Vegeta's face reflected astonishment. You are a worthy opponent. As long as you refrain from invading Earth again, I shall spare you. Next time, I hope for a fair duel, a true battle. Goku's victory this time was not solely due to his strength. He had the aid of others. For a warrior with a pure martial spirit like him, such a fight was unfair. Thus, he longed for a genuine contest with Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you are truly a fool. I hope you do not come to regret this. Vegeta laughed heartily and limped toward his spaceship. Nappa assisted the waking Raditz, making their way to the ship as well. Goku, are you truly going to let them go? Krillin questioned, unwilling to accept it. Krillin, Yamcha, allow me this indulgence. Goku's face displayed a plea. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin were momentarily taken aback. Cough, Goku. I understand your feelings. To encounter a true rival is indeed a rare fortune. Tien Shinhan awakened slowly. Tien, are you alright? Kaiatsu looked at him with concern. Do not worry, I will not die. Just heed Goku's words. Tien reassured, betting Hiaochu as shoulder. Next time, we shall defeat them. Piccolo also expressed his reluctance. Unlike the others, his dissatisfaction stemmed from his own defeat. He genuinely desired to face Vegeta and the others once more. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Krillin conceded. This is troublesome. I have no interest. Next time, I shall not come. Yamcha expressed his apprehension. Having originated as a desert bandit, his martial prowess was merely a means of survival and wandering, lacking a steadfast martial heart. This was also why he later became a figure of little renown. Even the turtle hermit could participate in the tournament of power while he was deemed unworthy. Indeed, just as expected from Kakarot. Clap, clap, clap. Broly approached, applauding. I almost forgot about you. Goku glanced at Broly with a hint of reproach. If I intervene, it would be meaningless. After all, they are far too weak. Broly gestured towards the three who had just reached the spaceship. It is you. The voice from the communicator startled Vegeta, who gazed at Broly with grave seriousness. Indeed, it is I. What a pity. You lack even the qualification to face me. Broly sighed. One cannot blame Vegeta. It is solely a consequence of his rapid growth. Even if he is not the latest version of the overwhelmingly powerful Broly, he has harnessed every available resource to achieve his current prowess. Prince Vegeta possesses an unfathomable strength, undoubtedly surpassing that of Kakarot, which instills a sense of dread in Raditz' eyes. I hope that when we meet again, you remain as obstinate as ever. Vegeta, not foolish, recognizes that further words would be futile. He steps onto the ship first, setting the destination and commanding the vessel to depart. Whoosh! 3 spacecraft swiftly leave Earth. Ha! We shall meet again soon, Broly muses confidently. Let us depart. The battle has concluded. Broly returns to Tai's and Bulma's side. You and your sister should head back first. I will go see Goku and the others, as it has been quite a while. Bulma responds, very well. You can keep the ship. In an instant, Broly teleports away with Tai's in his arms. Aside from the gravely injured Tien and the weakened Piccolo, the outcome has turned out far better than in the original narrative. At Bowsy Mountain, Broly finds himself questioned by Tai's. Why have we come here? Unfazed, Broly gestures to the study where Gohan is engrossed in his studies. Goku est-son? Tai's suddenly blushes, pondering if Broly desires a child of his own. Why are you blushing? Broly inquires, puzzled. Broly, could we wait a bit longer? When we return from our cosmic adventure, I will bear you a child. Tai's tenderly caresses Broly's handsome and refined face. Thump! Broly gently flicks her forehead. What are you thinking? A child is merely a surprise. You and I are true love. I will not pressure you if you do not wish for one. Broly replies with exasperation. Then why did you bring me to see Gohan? Tai's questions in confusion. It was merely a detour. I wanted to observe this exceptionally gifted hybrid. What do you mean? Gohan possesses immense potential? Given their time together, Tai's understands precisely what he implies. Indeed, the hybrid of Earthlings and Saiyans. The only prodigious youth in this world whose talent rivals my own. Broly reflects. In my previous life, Gohan could be deemed an existence even more extraordinary than Broly. Later in Dragon Ball Super, he even regains a mysterious form, experiencing a monumental leap in power, transforming into a beastly state. In that form, Gohan could likely rival even Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Remarkably, this is after years of neglecting martial arts before resuming training. Alas, such an extraordinarily gifted youth has been squandered by Chi-Chi's upbringing. So, you intend to personally train him? Tai's inquires with curiosity. No, I merely wish to observe. I would not seek trouble for myself. Of course, if he is willing, I would not mind lending a hand. But regrettably, he currently lacks that drive. Sigh. Broly laments. It must be said, this is also partly his fault. Had he not intervened in the storyline, Gohan would not have been so well protected. Without the training from Piccolo, it is likely that Gohan would have spent his entire life aspiring to be merely an academic. Goku and the others resolved everything without involving him in the slightest. However, as fate would have it, perhaps this is indeed a blessing in disguise. The current Gohan may truly represent his authentic self, a scholar at heart. Ah, Broly, what brings you here? Goku had just returned as well. Oh, nothing much, Kakarot. Just a reminder that Gohan possesses extraordinary talent. Broly couldn't help but express this. Goku maintained a serene demeanor. I am aware. Oh, Gohan has unleashed formidable energy several times when engulfed by fear or anger, yet I respect his choices. As long as I am able, I will protect him and allow him to pursue the path he desires. At this moment, Goku was devoid of his usual innocence and naivety. Ha, you truly are remarkable. Wisdom cloaked in simplicity. Broly remarked in astonishment. Wisdom cloaked in simplicity? What does that mean? Hee. Goku scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Broly looked on, exasperated. Forget I said anything. I'm off. With that, Broly vanished in an instant, cradling Tai's. How peculiar. Gohan, your father has returned. Though Goku was puzzled, he was not one to dwell on matters, swiftly dismissing Broly's words and returning to his family. Chapter 41. The Power of Historical Revision. In the outer space of Ice Star, at the temporary base of the Frisia Force. Report. Dodoria, sir, and Sob, sir. I bring good news. A soldier monitoring Vegeta's spacecraft rushed excitedly toward Dodoria and Sob. This better be good news. Heh. Dodoria had been in a rather foul mood lately. The defeat of Frisia, the destruction of headquarters, the reconstruction of the temporary base. These burdens weighed heavily upon him and Sob. Sir Dodoria, we intercepted the words Dragon Balls from Vegeta's power level detector. Elaborate. Sob inquired with curiosity. Sir Sob, the Dragon Balls are miraculous orbs created by the Namekians. Initially, I thought it was merely a rumor, but the signals from the detector seem quite certain about the Dragon Ball's capabilities, even claiming they can resurrect the deceased. Quickly, gather all information on the Dragon Balls and report back to me. Sob's eyes lit up. Yes, I shall do so at once. 3 days later. Sir Sob, rejoice. After gathering all the information about the Dragon Balls, it has been confirmed that they are indeed a creation of the Namekians and possess wondrous effects, capable of granting any wish. A soldier from the monitoring room rushed in to report. Splendid. At last, we have some good news. When Lord Frisia awakens, inform him, so he may decide. Sob exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the ability to grant any wish will surely delight Lord Frisia. Dodoria was equally elated. After such a long wait, we finally have some good news. Should we inform King Cold? Dodoria suddenly inquired. Sob pondered for a while before shaking his head. No. Remember that you and I are loyal confidants of King Frisia. Any significant news must be reported to King Frisia first. We must distinguish between what is paramount and what is secondary. You make a valid point. You, go and locate the coordinates of Namek and prepare in advance. Do not disclose this to anyone, including King Cold, understood? Dodoria commanded sternly. Understood, I shall go at once. On the ice planet, Frisia, in seclusion, has finally reached the pinnacle of this form. My combat power should now be 1 billion. Goldo's fourth form is merely 400 million. Wild monkeys. You shall await your fate. A fierce murderous intent radiated from Frisia's eyes. Frisia's seclusion differs from the original narrative. During the period of Dragon Ball Super, after his resurrection, he endured 17 years of torment in the afterlife. Through this passive suffering, his mental fortitude grew to unimaginable heights, enabling him to transform into his golden form within just 4 months of resurrection. It is the strength of the mind that is paramount. Even Broly, who cannot control his mental power, dares not transform into his super form. As long as his mental strength is sufficiently robust, Broly's power could increase exponentially. What restrains him is not his body, but his mental capacity. Yet, even so, Frisia is a genius. In a matter of months, he has escalated his power from 12 billion upon first transforming into his third form to 1 billion. This is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. On Earth, it seems the Frisia Force has received the news. Namek, how intriguing. The power of historical correction remains formidable as ever. Broly murmured. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, Krillin mentioned something about the Dragon Balls. Thanks to Bulma, his scouter has been upgraded once again. The upgraded scouter can not only capture the mysterious signals of other scouters, but also eavesdrop in reverse. Everything happening in Frisia's temporary base between Dodoria and Zarbon has been overheard by Broly. He was not involved in any of this. Although the existence of the Dragon Balls was not revealed during the Raditz Saga, it was exposed in the Vegeta arc. It is time to visit the temple. Broly instantaneously transported to the temple. Guardian, the moment has arrived. Broly declared. Do you mean I can finally meet my kin? The Guardian responded excitedly. Indeed. In a few days, we shall head to Namek. Until then, you may confer with Piccolo. All right, leave it to me. I await your arrival. I still need to make some arrangements. Once completed, we can proceed to Namek. With that, Broly vanished. In the current narrative, Yamcha, Tien, and others have not perished. Thus, the matter of the Namek Dragon Balls has not surfaced. Goku and the others remain oblivious to all of this. What is happening to me? Why do I feel compelled to involve myself with the main characters? Broly felt a sense of discomfort with his own actions. Should I guide them to Namek? Broly returned home, his spirits low. Broly, what troubles you? Tai sensed his emotional turmoil. It's nothing, I just feel a bit lost. As if I am not truly living for myself, Broly replied, his gaze filled with confusion. Observing this, Tai embraced him with concern, saying, You have me, and I consider myself incredibly fortunate to be with you, Broly. Before you, adventure was my dream. After you, you are my everything. I want to allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Deeply moved by her words, Broly gazed tenderly at the charming figure in his arms. Tai, I only feel genuine when I am by your side. Everything feels like a dream to me. Thank you. Rest assured, no matter the time or place, right or wrong, I will always stand by your side, Tai declared unwaveringly. In that moment, Broly cast aside his pretentiousness and inner turmoil. He resolved to act according to his desires. If he wished to guide the protagonists, he would do so, and should he choose to become their adversary, he would embrace that role as well, living freely as he pleased. Tai, I love you, Broly declared possessively as he kissed Tai. I love you too, Tai responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaped onto Broly, her legs entwined around his waist, while he effortlessly carried her towards the nearby dining area. In a clatter, Broly accidentally knocked a cup off the table, shattering it on the floor. 2.5 days later, Broly arrived at Bun Mountain, where he relayed Frisia's news to Goku, including the destruction of the Saiyan planet and Vegeta's impending journey to Namek. Goku expressed his eagerness to join. Everyone is welcome to come. As for the others, you can consult them. When the time comes, I will fetch you. This is the gravity chamber, along with the Senza beans. During this interval before departure, you must undergo rigorous training to attain the strength necessary for battle. Broly left behind the gravity chamber capsule and Senza beans. In April 762, 1 month after Frieza emerged from his training, having gathered all necessary information, his army set forth towards Namek. Frieza's departure coincided with Vegeta's return to the base. The three who returned were gravely injured and unconscious, and the medical personnel placed them in treatment pods. It would take Frieza 2 months to reach Namek, approximately arriving in June 762. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo, Kami, Goku, and Krillin voluntarily headed towards Namek. However, Tien and Yamcha declined the invitation. Tien was concerned for Kairatsu, whose power was too feeble to withstand danger. He feared he could not protect him. As for Yamcha, he simply found the prospect unappealing, opting to remain uninvolved. Chapter 42, Foreknowledge and Plea for Aid. In the treatment pod, liquid slowly drained away, and Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes. Lord Vegeta, your injuries are quite severe, the doctor remarked while removing the monitoring patches from his body. Where's King Frieza? I heard he has gone into seclusion? Vegeta inquired nonchalantly. The king? He has emerged from his seclusion. He has already set off for Namek to search for the Dragon Balls. Is this not the information you provided? The doctor inquired with a hint of confusion. Dragon Balls? Namek? The audacity. He has been monitoring me. Vegeta fumed. He swiftly donned his battle attire and raced towards his spaceship. Wait, Lord Vegeta, the power level detector. No need for that. Boom. A burst of blue flames erupted as the ship soared into the sky. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma had once again upgraded Broly's spaceship. Although Broly had mentioned that he could instantaneously transport them to Namek, those who had yet to experience the cosmos opted to travel via the spaceship. The distance from Earth to Namek necessitated 7 days of travel in the most advanced ship. Frieza and his crew, being farther away and with a larger contingent, had not pushed their speed to the limit, requiring 2 months, though they had already been traveling for about 50 days. In contrast, Vegeta's spherical vessel had discarded all auxiliary functionalities, focusing solely on speed, allowing it to reach its destination in just around 10 days. Broly, can you hear me? The voice of the North, Kai, suddenly resonated in Broly's mind. Lord Kai, what brings you to seek me? Broly responded, puzzled. I'm not seeking you. It is the Grand Elder of Namek who wishes to speak with you. I have established a connection. The North Kai linked their minds. Broly, I sense a formidable and malevolent energy approaching Namek. I believe Namek is in dire need of your assistance. The Grand Elder's voice carried a hint of frailty. I am aware of this matter. Rest assured, I shall arrive. Broly understood precisely whose malevolent aura it was. That is good to hear. I wonder if this time we might bring Kadaz's child to meet me? The Grand Elder's tone held a touch of hope. The Namekians of today can be regarded as his children, yet it is the Earthlings that stir his emotions. Fear not, he will be coming as well, Broly assured him. In that case, I'm most grateful. No need for thanks, Grand Elder. I will arrive before the enemy does. What you must do now is gather your people. They must not remain scattered, and the Dragon Balls should be collected together, in case of an emergency. Broly advised. I will promptly assign Nair to do so. Excellent. With that, the telepathic connection was severed. Broly, Frieza's energy has increased several-fold since your last confrontation with him. Are you confident? The North Kai's brow furrowed with concern. Do not worry, Lord Kai. Everything is under control. Broly replied with unwavering confidence. His base combat power was nearing 10 million. While in his Great Ape form, it soared to 500 million, and in his Super Saiyan form, it reached 1 billion. Coupled with his ability to grow stronger with each battle. No matter how formidable Frieza became, he would not stand a chance against him. Furthermore, this time he intended to experiment with the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Even if he were to lose control, he could simply allow the Namekians to use the Dragon Balls to escape first. It is time to embark on our journey. Arriving early will provide the Elder with an opportunity to explore their potential, particularly Kakarot, who, after 2 months of intense training, may yield unexpected surprises. Consequently, he took it upon himself to gather the entire party destined for Namek at Capsule Corporation: Goku, Piccolo, the Kai, and Krillin. Notably, Gohan was absent, while the Kai was included. The destination has been set for you. It will take Frieza 3 days to arrive, so I shall forego traveling by spaceship. How mundane. Onward, Broly. The quartet boarded the spacecraft, and with a mighty roar, the vessel ignited its blue flames and soared into the sky. I want to go too, exclaimed Broly. It has been ages since I ventured out. Tai's enthusiasm was palpable, but she hesitated, not this time. The intensity of this battle will surpass all previous encounters. I may need to intervene, and I fear I won't be able to protect you. Broly declined her request. Ah, very well, but you must be cautious. If you perish, I shall not survive either. Tai's tone was resolute. Fear not. For your sake, I shall remain unharmed. Broly reassured her, gently patting her head before adding, but first, I must ensure I am well fed. Tai's cheeks flushed with shyness. Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation before departing. In the southern galaxy, King Cold received alarming news from within the Frieza force. Your brother Frieza is en route to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, reported Shaviza, kneeling. That foolish little brother of mine actually believes in such legends. What a simpleton. King Cold had always dismissed such rumors. Moreover, there is another matter. It has come to light that a Saiyan has boldly challenged Frieza at his headquarters, and both King Cold and Frieza were defeated. Shaviza's head hung low, his expression tense. What? Such crucial information, and you bring it to me only now? King Cold's fury was palpable. Despite having reached his 4th form, he would never underestimate the combined might of King Cold and Frieza, which is why he had ventured alone to the southern galaxy to investigate. To his astonishment, someone had managed to defeat them. My lord, the distance between the southern and northern galaxies is vast, leading to slow communication. Saiyan, could it be that little monkey from Explosion of Planet Vegeta? King Cold recalled a spacecraft that had fled during the destruction. Memories of Goku as a child surfaced in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That little monkey was merely a low-level warrior, exiled for that very reason. In a mere 20 years, he could not possibly have grown strong enough to defeat Frieza. There must be another. Shaviza. Yes, my lord. Put aside all matters and return to the northern galaxy at once. At your command. Those Saiyans, King Cold clenched his fists until his fingertips pierced his palms. Droplets of blood falling. On the destroyer planet, a tumultuous season had arrived. The emergence of Broly had caused a shift in the affairs of this timeline, making things increasingly intriguing. Weiss glanced at the still, slumbering Beerus within the palace. Subsequently, he resolved to attend the scene in person. Namek swiftly became the epicenter of a vortex, drawing numerous significant figures to its shores. On King Kai's planet, the white-haired Kaioshin suddenly inquired of Jebet, "Have you yet discerned any trace of Majin Buu?" "None. After all these years, not a single sign. However, a major incident has transpired in the lower realm." Jebet's expression turned grave. "Oh, what is it?" "Frieza, on Namek." Jebet succinctly recounted the circumstances. "It is not a grave matter. Frieza is but a foe I can easily vanquish. The current priority is to locate Majin Buu without delay." Kaioshin, as ever, remained arrogant. Chapter 43. Fusion. On Namek, the Grand Elder announced, "All the clan members have gathered." Neru stepped forward to report. "Very well, you may leave. When the guests arrive, bring them to me." The Grand Elder's demeanor was weary. "Grand Elder, you still have 3 sins of beans. Please consume one." Neru presented a bean. With a crunch, the Grand Elder bit down and swallowed, alleviating some of his fatigue. This merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. That malevolent energy grows ever closer. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder's lifespan was nearing its end. "Grand Elder, you must not come a harm." The resolute Neru's eyes brimmed with tears at this moment. "Life and death are but cycles of the universe. Do not grieve. Seeing Namek flourish once more brings me great contentment. Though frail in body, The Grand Elder's spirit remained indomitable, having long since come to terms with life and death. His only concerns were for his beloved children. Rest well. I shall await their arrival. Neru, stifling his tears, stepped outside. Will the Grand Elder be able to endure? The second elder, Muley, wore a worried expression. There is still some time left in his lifespan. Do not fret. Neru nodded. I have sent Dandy and the others to the rear. As long as we draw breath, we must protect them. The second elder's expression was resolute. Indeed, Dandy is the Grand Elder's 108th child, endowed with the ability to create Purunga. Perhaps in the future, we will rely on Dandy. Neru fully understood Dandy's significance. It is nearly time. They have arrived. Muley suddenly cast his gaze toward a streak of light in the southern sky. Boom! The spaceship descended. Is this Namek? It truly resembles Earth, Goku exclaimed, stepping out and looking around eagerly. Home, the familiar aura. The Kai was filled with excitement. There is no energy nearby. The closest is to the north. Krillin pointed towards the Grand Elder's location. Though silent, Piccolo's form radiated comfort, as if he had returned to the safety of an egg. You must be the reinforcements Broly mentioned. I am Neru. Please follow me, esteemed guests. Neru approached eagerly. The Kai, observing Neru's striking resemblance to himself, was even more exhilarated. Do not be overly excited, for caution is key. Piccolo could not help but remind. Fear not, for I am safe for now. The deity trembled slightly as he approached Neru. Come with me. The elder has long wished to meet you. Neru extended his hand in invitation. Very well. The deity placed his palm in Neru's grasp. Neru lifted the deity, soaring into the skies. Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin followed closely behind. On Earth, Broly kissed the slumbering Ties before rising to don his attire, vanishing in an instant. Ties abruptly opened her eyes, filled with concern. Broly, please return safely. On Namek. Mere moments later, the group from Earth arrived at the Elder's dwelling. Upon landing, they ventured inside. Children, come forth for me to see. The Elder beckoned to Piccolo and the deity. Though Piccolo hesitated, he could not resist stepping forward in the presence of the Elder's gentle yet commanding aura. Indeed, he resembles Carrots. Carrots, a genius of the Dragon Clan, surpassing even me in versatility. Combat, support, creation, he possesses it all. The Elder praised. It is an honor to meet you, Elder. My life is complete now that I have seen you. The deity took 2 steps back and solemnly bowed 3 times before the Elder. I did not expect you to have learned such formalities. Rise quickly. The Elder felt immense joy, as if he were gazing upon his companion. Carrots. The deity stood, trembling slightly. Child, you two come forward. The Elder waved to Piccolo. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo approached. The Elder's hand, large as a fan, gently rested upon Piccolo's head, sensing his past. Soon, a radiant white aura enveloped Piccolo, and his battle power surged. 10,000, 12,000, 20,000, 45,000, 50,000, 78,000. Ultimately, his battle power stabilized at 78,000. Ahem, Elder, your health. Neru approached with concern. No matter, bring me the Senza beans. The Elder extended his hand towards Neru, who promptly complied. After consuming the Senza beans, the Elder felt revitalized. Guests, please join me. The Elder gestured to Goku and Krillin. He once again unlocked the potential within Goku and Krillin. Prior to this, Goku had undergone rigorous training in the gravity chamber for 2 months, achieving a base battle power of 180,000. Following the Elder's enhancement, his power soared to 800,000. Your potential is vast. Alas, my body is frail and cannot develop it further, the Elder expressed with a hint of regret. Realizing he had only tapped into less than a third of Goku's potential, he then proceeded to unlock Krillin's potential. A fiery white aura emanated from Krillin as his battle power escalated from over 5,000 to 30,000. Your potential may be lacking, yet your martial prowess is formidable. Given the right opportunities, you could indeed ascend to great heights. Upon exchanging glances, Sun Wukong and Krillin spoke in unison, expressing their gratitude to the Elder. Thank you, Elder. Nairu, the Senza beans. Elder, only one remains. Nairu's expression was one of reluctance. Fear not, for I possess an abundance of Senza beans. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the ears of the assembly. Broly, you have finally arrived. The Elder was filled with excitement. Is what you said true, Mr. Broly? Nairu's demeanor towards Broly was markedly more respectful compared to that of Sun Wukong and his companions. Strong individuals deserve respect. Elder, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been quite a while. I apologize for the trouble this time, the elder reflected. It is merely a transaction. There is no need for such formalities. Broly replied nonchalantly. He then handed Nairu 20 senzu beans. These should sustain you until the elder's passing, Broly remarked. Thank you. Nairu accepted them without hesitation. The elder then turned his gaze towards the god and Piccolo. Are you willing to return to Namek? Should you do so, the position of elder shall be yours. The elder extended a sincere invitation. I am not interested. Piccolo was the first to decline. The god pondered for a long while. Elder, I have served as the guardian of Earth for many years, and I am weary. I have made numerous mistakes during my tenure. To see you again and return to my homeland fulfills my wish. I trust you can see that my years are numbered. The position of elder should be left for others of our kin, the god expressed with deep emotion. A being must possess both good and evil, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are emotions that define a living entity. Abandoning your malevolent thoughts does not preclude the emergence of new ones. The elder discerned the god's inner turmoil. Indeed, you speak the truth. Therefore, I have resolved to merge with Piccolo. The god's final wish was to become his complete self. What? Merge? Why would I do you assume I would consent? Piccolo's face betrayed his disdain. Though he was the second generation of Piccolo, he harbored deep resentment for the god's earlier abandonment. Chapter 44. Frieza arrives on Namek. Initially, I was in the wrong. In my pursuit of the position of Earth's guardian, I forsook you, and I apologize. The god bowed to Piccolo. I shall not forgive you. Piccolo's countenance was filled with loathing. I understand. I do not expect your forgiveness. But do you not wish to grow stronger? To attain a complete form guided by your consciousness? Do not attempt to deceive me. Piccolo found it hard to believe that the god would take such a step. Piccolo, allow me to address you as such. Trust him. He acted out of necessity. All divine roles require the relinquishing of certain aspects. Abandoning you, who was once consumed by malevolence, was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The elder defended the god. Since you have forsaken me, why would you think I would forgive you or be willing to merge? Piccolo remained resolute in his refusal. In the pursuit of existence and the aspiration for your empowerment. Although you are the second generation of Piccolo, you stand as an independent entity. Yet, due to the legacy of the first generation, your life remains intricately linked to mine. Our fates are entwined in both triumph and adversity. The fusion, which you would lead, not only promises to enhance your potential in physical form, but also eradicates this flaw. Are you truly willing to embrace a shared demise with me? The deity presented an irresistible proposition to Piccolo. You, Piccolo seethed with anger, rendered speechless. Come fort, Piccolo. The deity stepped closer, grasping Piccolo's hand and placing it against his own chest. Fusion. A formidable aura surged forth, enveloping the deity in a radiant blue light. Merging with Piccolo's essence, Piccolo's battle prowess surged once more, as Broly observed the escalating data in astonishment. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million. Ultimately, Piccolo's power plateaued at 1 million points. The overwhelming energy surged through him, momentarily beyond his control. Piccolo, venture outside. Broly casually thrust Piccolo out of the dwelling. Once outside, Piccolo relinquished all restraint. A tremendous aura erupted forth, shaking the earth and altering the skies. This force is astonishing. Truly astonishing. Ha ha, Vegeta, this time I shall surely vanquish you. How boastful. Broly chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Wow, Piccolo's energy surpasses even mine. Goku exclaimed in awe. It seems I should not have come here. Each of you extraterrestrials outshines me. A mere earthling, Krillin lamented deeply. Do not belittle yourself. Your contribution remains significant. Broly stifled a chuckle. The title of Krillin, the boundless deity, was not bestowed without merit. What do you mean? Krillin inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. In due time, you shall understand. Broly observed Goku's energy levels closely, realizing that his current battle power fell short of even the minimum requirement for a Super Saiyan transformation. For pure-blooded Saiyans, like Goku and Vegeta, a baseline power of at least 3 million is necessary to trigger a transformation through sheer rage. As for Bardock from the films, Broly was uncertain, given the time travel to a millennium prior. Moreover, it remains ambiguous whether events transpired in the same timeline. After careful consideration, Broly concluded that Goku needed to experience a near-death rebirth, followed by Krillin's invocation of ultimate fury to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. In truth, given his current strength and foresight, such measures were unnecessary. However, he felt that since he had entered this world, it would be a pity not to witness the splendor of the main characters. Thus, he was not merely flattering the protagonists, but rather creating a formidable opponent and ally to match his own prowess. In the earthly sanctuary, the Supreme Kai, the normally impassive Bobo, suddenly displayed a flicker of sorrow. He sensed the Earth-esque Dragon Balls had turned to stone, signifying the demise of the Supreme Kai. Namek, a radiant arc of vibrant colors, suddenly came to a halt in the vastness of outer space. I arrived a bit too early. Broly on the planet sensed the presence of an observer. His expression grew serious as he scanned his surroundings, yet he could find no anomaly. Oh, quite perceptive indeed. Those 3 years studying on planet Yardrat were not in vain, mused Whis with a gentle smile while observing Broly through his staff's projection. Stop searching, it is I. Whis suddenly communicated telepathically to Broly. Mr. Whis? Broly exclaimed with delight, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Upon arriving in outer space, he was enveloped in a protective shield and found himself beside Whis. With a wave of his staff, was conjured a massive protective barrier that provided ample oxygen. What brings you here? Broly inquired, pondering how he would contact Whis after this encounter. I find your schemes quite intriguing, so I decided to come and observe, replied Whis nonchalantly. Ah, you've noticed, have you? Broly chuckled sheepishly. Fear not. I'm a neutral observer and cannot partake in the affairs of the universe. Whis assured him with a smile. Who would believe that? Broly muttered under his breath. By the way, when does it commence? Whis asked. Over there. It should take about a day to reach Namek. Broly pointed towards the invisible Frisia fleet. However, it seems another small vessel is trailing behind. Whis waved his staff, and a projection of the Frisia fleet appeared, followed by a rapidly flying spherical spaceship. The camera zoomed in, revealing through the cabin glass the familiar visage of Vegeta. Everything is proceeding according to plan, Broly remarked. Excellent. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Whis expressed his curiosity. Shall we descend? Broly invited. No. Let us remain here and observe in silence, Whis declined. Very well. After this concludes, I may require your assistance. Would you be able to wait for me? Broly inquired. This is a communicator. Even if I must depart, you can reach me through it. Whis handed Broly a special communicator. Thank you. After it's all over, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Broly replied joyfully. Is it truly delicious? Whis' eyes sparkled at the mention of a feast. Varieties abound, with flavors even more diverse. It will be a culinary delight. Broly teased enticingly. Slurp. Very well. I shall await your return. Whis suppressed his hunger. It is fortunate that Whis possesses such grace. Had it been Lord Beerus, he would have cast aside everything to indulge immediately. I shall take my leave now. Broly waved farewell before vanishing. On Namek, the Grand Elder gazed solemnly at the sky. Broly, you sense it too, don't you? Do not worry, Grand Elder. I will intervene at the last moment. If the situation becomes dire, heed my counsel and lead our people away from Namek to Earth. Broly reiterated. I understand. The survival of our kin is far more important than the planet. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. That is reassuring. Time passes relentlessly, minute by minute. A day later, the colossal fleet began to land successively on Namek. The malevolent and overwhelming aura significantly diminished the Elder's lifespan once more. Cough, cough. They have arrived. Son Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo turned their gazes. I will join you. Nairo stepped forward with resolve. They have entrusted us with this task. You must safeguard the Elder, for you are the strongest warrior of our clan. Piccolo intervened, recognizing that although Nairo was the primary force behind the fusion with the deity, he had been slightly affected and was no longer as unapproachable. Very well. Chapter 45. The Deficiency of Mid-Tier Combat Power. Namek. Creak, creak. The distinct footsteps of Frisia echoed. Dodoria, Zarbon, seek out the natives of this planet and gather the Dragon Balls. As you command, Lord Frisia. Just as they prepared to depart, 3 figures soared down from the sky. Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo. No need, we have arrived. Piccolo landed first. Oh, are you here to deliver the Dragon Balls to me? Frisia asked with a sinister grin. You are not worthy. Piccolo replied with a cold demeanor. So, you are Frisia? I have heard of your strength. I wish to challenge you. Son Wukong excitedly approached Frisia. It is you? A vision of Bardock, who had bravely confronted him during the annihilation of planet Vegeta, flashed through Frisia's mind. No, he bore scars. You are not him, yet you are Saiyan. A lowly wild monkey. Frisia's expression darkened, and the long-suppressed fury erupted in an instant. The overwhelming pressure sent the three warriors staggering back 100 meters. They exchanged glances. Wukong, his power is far too formidable. In comparison, we are worlds apart, Krillin remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. He is incredibly strong. I cannot match him. Yet, Sun Wukong trembled with exhilaration. Surely, you cannot be serious about wanting to fight him? Krillin grasped Sun Wukong's arm. Indeed, such a powerful opponent. How could I let this opportunity slip by without a battle? The warrior's spirit surged within Sun Wukong. Very well, leave the others to me and Piccolo. He is your responsibility. Krillin, fully aware of Wukong's nature, understood that he could not dissuade him. All right, Sun Wukong charged towards Frisia. Come on. Aha. You are not worthy to challenge me. Father, would you care to join the fray? Frisia suddenly called into the spacecraft. My dear son, do you consider me a mere laborer? King Cold emerged from the ship. There is no choice. The Jinyu force has been defeated, and Dodoria and Zarbon lack sufficient strength. We are sorely lacking in mid-tier combat power. Frisia displayed no sign of embarrassment. He is my responsibility. King Cold instantly transformed into his third form, with Broly preceding him. He dared not underestimate anyone now. Another one? How troubling. Krillin quivered with apprehension. Do not worry, that fellow is here too. Piccolo remained composed, unshaken by the impending confrontation. Your spirit far surpasses mine. It is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong stretches and performs push-ups, all while engaging in warm-up exercises. How dull. Kurt scoffs. Very well, let us commence. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpens. He launches himself directly at Kurt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fists move like the wind, unleashing a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye. Yet Kurt, with arms crossed, deftly maneuvers and dodges each blow. While evading, he taunts Sun Wukong, asserting that he is slow, much too slow, and urges him to hasten. Piccolo, why not join in as well? Krillin suggests. Piccolo shakes his head in response. Although my power exceeds that of Sun Wukong, I cannot utilize the Kaioken. Did you not notice? Sun Wukong has already invoked it, despite Piccolo's battle power having surged to 1 million after merging with an Namekian deity. The unique physiology of his race prevents him from employing the Kaioken. Thus, his involvement would be futile. A mere doubling of Sun Wukong's power would eclipse his capabilities. Dodoria, Zabon, take your team and search for the Dragon Balls. Frisia commands. Understood. Dodoria and Zabon prepare to set forth on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Not so fast. Krillin intervenes, appearing before them. Zabon, I'll go first. Promptly inform me of his battle power. Dodoria erupts with vigor, launching the initial assault on Krillin. Fortunately, he does not seem overly formidable. Confidence ignites in Krillin's eyes. Two beams of light, one pink and one white, intertwine in the air. Dodoria's battle power hovers around 22,000, while Krillin, having unlocked his potential with the Elder's guidance, boasts a power level soaring to 30,000. Consequently, Dodoria stands no chance against Krillin. Dodoria, he possesses a battle power of 30,000. Be cautious. I will assist you. Zabon's scouter reveals Krillin's power level. He then ascends into the sky, joining forces with Dodoria to confront Krillin. Zabon, slightly stronger than Dodoria, transforms into his grotesque form, reaching approximately 25,000 to 28,000 in battle power. Together, they temporarily suppress Krillin. Their forces now turn their attention towards Piccolo. This expedition to Namek has seen Frisia's army emerge in full force, numbering over 1 million. Such a terrifying array of combatants raises their weapons or gathers energy waves, launching an onslaught towards Piccolo. Countless energy waves, spheres, and beams hurtle towards him. Humph, a bunch of fools. Piccolo scoffs before vanishing from sight. Please spare me. Chaos erupts below as Piccolo weaves through the ranks, his strikes resulting in the swift demise of hundreds of soldiers. Mortar. Piccolo opens his mouth wide, gathering energy, and unleashes a golden beam in a sweeping arc. Those struck by the mortar are instantly reduced to ashes. Even so, amidst the throng of 1 million soldiers, the critical target remained unscathed. Soldiers swarmed like moths to a flame, converging upon Piccolo. Gigantic transformation. Piccolo's form suddenly swelled, resembling a majestic mountain rising from the earth. He crossed his arms, disregarding the onslaught of soldiers, as his energy surged exponentially. Demon God Barrier, one of Piccolo's ultimate techniques, It maximizes his energy and releases a cataclysmic explosion centered around himself, representing the pinnacle of his early prowess. Now, he was merging the gigantic transformation with the demon god barrier. In this powerful alliance, the ground trembled as if dozens of nuclear bombs had detonated. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The fierce aftershock annihilating hundreds of thousands of soldiers who could not escape in time and destroying over 100 ships of the Frisia force. A mere collection of worthless fools. Frisia cursed under his breath. Simultaneously, a streak of blue light descended on the opposite side of Namek. Vegeta emerged from his spacecraft. This energy, how could it be? It cannot be that guy. Impossible. He was all too familiar with Piccolo's energy, and he arrived just as the most intense explosion erupted. The scene shifted back to Piccolo. With a devastating area attack, Piccolo inflicted severe losses upon the million soldiers. Those who remained were either gravely injured or stripped of their will to fight. Breathing heavily, Piccolo stood amidst the settling dust, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Damn these insects! With my troops decimated, must I personally seek the Dragon Balls? Frisia seethed as he ascended into the air. Chapter 46. Gravely Wounded. Namek. A fierce wind howled as Piccolo gazed gravely at Frisia. Not only was he significantly drained, but even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against Frisia. Just as Frisia raised his hand to obliterate Piccolo, a thunderous voice rang out. King Kai Fist. Double energy slash. Suddenly, Krillin unleashed a burst of energy, throwing forth 2 energy slashes. The unexpected enhancement of the King Kai Fist combined with the energy slashes cleaved Dodoria and Cyberman in half. Tragically, Cyberman did not even have the chance to transform before meeting his demise at Krillin's hands. Blood gushed from their severed midsections, resembling a fountain, before uttering their final words. The spark of life in their eyes dimmed. Thud! Damn you scum, perish! Frisia's finger pivoted suddenly. A death beam shot straight at Krillin. Whoosh! Be careful! Piccolo instantly teleported in front of Krillin, pushing him aside, but it was too late to evade. The beam pierced through his right arm. The entire limb fell uselessly. Piccolo, are you alright? Krillin rushed to support him. I'm fine, just a trivial injury. Piccolo dismissed the loss of his arm with nonchalance. Oh, losing an arm, yet remaining so arrogant. I must admit, I regard you with newfound respect. Frisaes aura surgi menaçangly. Oomph. Piccolo seized his right arm with his left hand and, with a sudden pull, tore it asunder and cast it to the ground. Frisia's expression faltered in confusion, unable to comprehend Piccolo's actions. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. Piccolo's face contorted in rage, veins bulging ominously. With a resounding crack, a brand new right arm sprouted forth. So, you possess the remarkable ability of limb regeneration. Frisia realized, albeit with little astonishment. For such powers are not extraordinary in the vast cosmos. Do you truly believe that the two of you, mere weaklings, can obstruct me? Frisia advanced step by step towards the duo. Krillin unleashed a triple Kaioken, assuming a battle stance. The triple Kaioken was the most suitable multiplier for him, thanks to the Grand Elder's enhancements to his physique. Meanwhile, Piccolo gathered energy, his expression grave as he regarded Frisia intently. Curse it, where's that Broly fellow? Krillin muttered under his breath. Who knows? The pressing matter is how to buy some time. Piccolo declared. No more hesitation. We cannot simply surrender. Krillin suddenly placed his hands near his temples. Solar flare. A blinding radiance erupted. Special beam cannon. Piccolo also unleashed his ultimate technique. The two coordinated seamlessly, attempting to confound Frisia's sight and launch a surprise attack. A mere parlor trick, although Frisia found himself temporarily blinded. His experience battling Broly had honed his ability to sense energy. He merely tilted his body slightly, evading Piccolo's special beam cannon. Whoosh! The beam pierced through a mountain behind Frisia, leaving a fist-sized hole visible from the other side. Darn it, he dodged. Piccolo cursed inwardly. We assumed he was like Vegeta, incapable of sensing energy, and that was our folly. Krillin's face grew increasingly grim. After all, the disparity in strength between them and Frisia was monumental. Little insects. Is my turn now, ha ha ha. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A barrage of deadly energy beams was unleashed. The two struggled to evade, but the velocity of the beams was too swift. Given their current prowess, they could not entirely escape. As they maneuvered, their bodies were grazed, and Krillin's bald head was scorched by the beams. Kaioken 10 times. Just as death loomed for the two, a crimson light suddenly interposed itself before them. dispersing the incoming deadly beams with a single hand clap. Goku, you've arrived. Krillin sighed in relief. In outer space, Broly watched the unfolding battle. His curiosity piqued by Whis' inquiry. Why not intervene? They cannot hold out much longer. Not yet. Broly simply shook his head. Hee, even I can hardly comprehend your intentions. Whis let out a faint smile before directing his gaze back to the projection. The ground. Father, how could you allow him to come here? Frieza expressed slight discontent. Frieza, that crimson glow from earlier, does it evoke any familiarity? Kyorin's expression turned grave. It is a technique previously employed by that wild monkey. I remember now. A profound hatred surged within Frieza's eyes. You three, do you recognize that Saiyan? Frieza glared at Goku and his companions with gritted teeth. What do you mean? Are you referring to Broly? Goku instantly thought of Broly. His name is Broly? Excellent. Where is he? Frieza radiated an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The energy within him erupted uncontrollably, saturating the entire battlefield with a colossal malevolence. We do not know where he is. Goku naively assumed that Broly was preoccupied with other matters. Hence he refrained from revealing Broly's presence on Namek. In that case, you shall perish. Frieza's fury could no longer be contained. Piccolo, Krillin, swiftly evade. Kaioken 20 times. Goku unleashed his utmost potential. He tapped in the maximum multiplier he could withstand. With a battle power of 16 million, he used his energy to propel Piccolo and Krillin away from the battlefield. Frieza raised one hand high, conjuring a colossal energy sphere from thin air. Death Ball, an instant lethal strike. A 3-meter diameter orange energy sphere was suddenly unleashed. Kamehameha. Goku stood firm upon the ground, a radiant blue wave of energy emanating from his hands. Yet, against the vast orange energy sphere, the Kamehameha was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The death ball swiftly overpowered the Kamehameha, and Goku desperately braced against the searing energy sphere with all his might. Perish, explode for me. Frieza's expression twisted with malevolence as he forcefully clenched his hand around the energy sphere. The core of the orange energy sphere began to undergo a violent transformation, resembling a nuclear fission explosion. Boom! Just as the onlookers failed to perceive, at the very moment when Goku was on the verge of grievous injury and potential demise, a figure suddenly emerged within the center of the explosion. An even larger mushroom cloud ascended. The tremendous blast compelled Vegeta, who was hastening to the battlefield, to halt his flight involuntarily. The fierce winds generated by the explosion struck him like blades. This energy impossible. Frieza is indeed that formidable, alongside Kakarot's earlier energy. And that guy named Piccolo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Vegeta suppressed his fear and resumed his flight toward the battlefield. After a prolonged duration, the explosion gradually subsided. Goku! Krillin cried out in despair. Piccolo's expression was equally grim. As the fierce winds abated, raindrops began to fall sporadically from the sky. Dust rapidly descended, washed away by the rain. The crowd gazed on in anticipation. A figure stood at the center of the explosion, with another person lying behind, barely clinging to life. It was Broly. Goku was not dead either. He still had a faint breath of life. Krillin rushed forward. What on earth does this guy want? Piccolo remained baffled by Broly's actions. It's you. I never anticipated that I would not have to seek you out, as you have appeared on your own. The moment Frieza laid eyes on Broly, a torrent of hatred surged within him. Long time no see, Frieza. Broly mockingly regarded Frieza. Chapter 47. The first objective achieved. Namek. Broly, is it? Frieza gritted his teeth. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to introduce myself last time. Broly feigned a gesture, slapping his forehead. You wretched creature. This time, I shall not lose. Frieza unleashed his most potent energy. Beep, beep. The scouter in Broly's eyes revealed his combat power index. 1 billion points. Frieza, you have greatly disappointed me. After all this training, you've only grown slightly stronger? Broly felt a pang of disappointment. 1 billion points is formidable, yet insufficient to push him beyond his limits. Broly's regular combat power had already reached 10 million points. In his normal Great Ape form, his power multiplied tenfold, while his Great Ape transformation amplified it a staggering 50 times. Furthermore, with Super Saiyan, his first transformation escalated his power by 100-fold. Although their combat powers appeared evenly matched, Broly's unique physique, which grew stronger the more he fought, would likely soon surpass this level. To force a qualitative leap from him, an opponent several times stronger would be necessary to elicit his transcendent form. Slightly stronger? You dare to underestimate me. Frieza seethed with rage. Enough of this. It is better than nothing. The first objective has been achieved. Next, a multitude of plans surfaced in Broly's mind. He first cast a glance at Son Goku, then tossed a Senzu bean to Krillin. Krillin fed the bean to Goku. The once near-lifeless Goku opened his eyes wide and stood up, revived from the brink of death. His energy had surged several times. 3,500,000. Impressive, exceeding the original tale by 50,000 points. Broly thought to himself, Broly, you finally made it. Goku sighed in relief. Kakarot, do not let your guard down. I can handle him, but we will need you to deal with Cooler. Broly pointed towards Cooler, who stood nearby. In truth, with his strength, he could easily take on two opponents, but for the sake of his inner strategy, he entrusted Cooler to Goku. Rest assured, my energy has increased significantly. Although I may not be as strong as him, I can hold him off until you finish. Goku spoke with unwavering confidence. That is good. With that, Broly strode towards Frieza, while Goku positioned himself in front of Cooler. Goku, please be careful. Krillin could not help but caution. Rest easy. Just keep your distance. Goku replied. Frieza and Kurd wore grave expressions. Broly, what did you feed him? How can he recover in an instant? Frieza inquired. That is of no concern to you. Now let us play. Broly exclaimed, spreading his arms wide. Instead of transforming directly into a Super Saiyan, he assumed his great ape form. His azure-green hair billowed as he emanated a verdant glow. Indeed, he intended to suppress his combat power, striking weakly to overpower the strong, thereby unearthing his potential through battle. I shall avenge the humiliation I previously endured. Frieza dared not underestimate his opponent and unleashed his full power. A staggering aura of 10 billion battle points erupted forth. This immense force caused the very planet to tremble. Earthquakes became frequent, and even the sky displayed ominous phenomena. The once gentle drizzle transformed into a tempest, with thunder and lightning illuminating the heavens. The ground was engulfed in swirling dust and debris. The malevolent energy compelled the native creatures of Namek to flee in terror, with some smaller animals succumbing to Frieza's wicked presence. Today marks the true end of your Saiyan race. Frieza charged forth. He delivered a brutal knee strike aimed at Broly's abdomen, but Broly countered with both hands, blocking the blow while seizing Frieza's right leg and yanking it back with force. With a resounding crash, Frieza found himself seated on the ground in a split. As Broly aimed to kick at his head, Frieza ducked just in time, propelling himself into a handstand and delivering a kick towards Broly's chin. Broly tilted his head back slightly, evading the strike while grasping Frieza's feet, then exerted tremendous force, flinging Frieza away. With a loud thud, Frieza halted midair, using his energy to steady himself, and suddenly unleashed twin beams from his eyes. Broly could not entirely evade the onslaught. The beams grazed his shoulder, leaving a burn that emitted a faint scent of singed flesh. You have indeed grown stronger, Broly praised. Your compliments nauseate me, Frieza retorted venomously, charging at Broly once more. The clash of one green and one purple beam created a cacophony of deafening sounds. Even a mere exchange of fists between the two generated powerful shockwaves, reverberating through the air. To the untrained eye, Broly appeared to be weaker than Frieza. Krillin observed anxiously. What you see is merely superficial. Broly is merely toying with him and is not taking this seriously. Piccolo offered a differing perspective, having merged with the Kai and possessing Broly's memories. He increasingly sensed that Broly was no ordinary fighter. I hope that holds true. Please don't let this turn disastrous. Krillin felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if he were being watched. However, he chose not to voice his concerns to anyone, concealing his apprehension. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Kurd was equally intense. Under the might of the 20-fold Kaioken, Son Goku's battle power soared to an astounding 70 million points. Although he fell short of Kurd's strength, Kurd found it no easy task to subdue him swiftly. As time passed, Son Goku grew increasingly exhilarated amidst the fray. At long last, Vegeta arrived. Kakarot, Broly. Vegeta? What brings you here? Krillin observed Vegeta with trepidation, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he surpassed Vegeta in prowess. Perhaps the dread Vegeta, once instilled in them, loomed too large. Vegeta scanned his surroundings, glancing between Son Goku and Broly. Could it be that they were the true Super Saiyans? Vegeta felt an unprecedented humiliation, his once mighty pride severely wounded. Ah, you finally arrived. Broly also sensed Vegeta's presence. Witnessing the anguish and helplessness etched upon Vegeta's face, Broly felt a surge of delight. Unlike Son Goku, Vegeta possessed an immense sense of pride to aid him in transformation. It was imperative to shatter that pride. The current scenario was most fitting. Frieza, cease your hiding and unleash your full power. Broly roared, his stature increasing significantly as he charged toward Frieza like an ancient beast. You needn't tell me. Frieza also began to take the confrontation seriously. Two figures, one large and one small, suddenly stood in opposition, their fists colliding, sending shockwaves that stirred the very ground beneath them. Such formidable aftershocks compelled Krillin and the others to retreat once more. Vegeta's pride suffered yet another blow. How could I, the prince, be unable to withstand even their residual force? Vegeta's composure faltered, his pride thoroughly shattered. Unleash the death beam. Frieza's death beam erupted instantaneously, akin to bullets fired from a Gatling gun, hurtling toward Broly. Broly clenched his fists tightly, his arms hanging low as a pale green energy wall formed before him, absorbing the deadly beams. In the Namekian realm, the energy wall effectively isolated the incoming death beams. Broly did not remain idle. With a single hand outstretched, the environment shifted to monochrome and then reverted. Upon inspection, he had coalesced a verdant energy sphere in his right palm. The energy wall began to fracture, and as Broly's gaze sharpened, he hurled the energy sphere just as the wall shattered. Boom! The energy sphere engulfed all the death beams before colliding with Frieza, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the brilliance faded, Frieza lowered his crossed arms slowly. Aya! Frieza erupted in fury, a terrifying aura ascending as he lunged toward Broly, delivering a crushing punch to his face. The speed of the assault left Broly no chance to evade. Bang! Broly took the blow to his right cheek, but disregarded the pain, retaliating with a colossal fist that struck Frieza's abdomen. Boom! Frieza's eyes were nearly bulging from pain. Joy surged within Broly. The agony etched upon his face ignited a tremor within him. Seizing the moment, he launched a ferocious assault on Frieza. Fists, palms, elbows, and knees. He disregarded Frieza's counterattacks, abandoning all defense. Offense was his ultimate shield. Bang! 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 In the face of Broly's overwhelming might, Frieza occasionally attempted to parry and retaliate. But Broly chose to disregard Frieza's strikes entirely. You lunatic! Frieza spat in fury. Continue, put in more force. Madness glimmered in Broly's eyes. Despite a considerable disparity in their combat power, Broly endured far more assaults than Frieza. Yet, he neither faltered nor retreated, relentlessly counterattacking. The pain from Frieza's blows exhilarated him. Roar! In his excitement, Broly even emitted a primal roar akin to that of a gorilla. With a swift spin, Frieza delivered a kick that struck Broly's chiseled abdomen. Gasp! Broly involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he seized Frieza's ankle. You are finished. Haha. The stark difference in their heights brought to mind a memorable scene. Gripping Frieza's ankle, he began to slam him down with wild abandon. Bang! 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 Frieza felt dizzy, his insides churning. No wonder the Hulk relished such combat. It was indeed exhilarating. As Broly slammed Frieza, he silently reflected. Enough, get lost. Prison of light. An orb of orange light suddenly enveloped Broly's form. His movements came to an abrupt halt. He had momentarily forgotten his myriad of superpowers. As Broly felt his entire body restrained and immobile, Frieza seized the opportunity to retreat 100 meters, his head still spinning. Release me. Though the superpower was peculiar, it could not contain a brute like Broly for long. With a surge of strength, Frieza exploded with energy and instantly broke free from the prison of light. Damn it. I've grown over tenfold stronger. Why can I still not easily defeat you? Frieza's face contorted with rage, a flicker of fear intermingled with his hatred. You have indeed grown stronger, but that does not imply I remain stagnant. Broly retorted. Come on, Frieza. Let us see how much of my power you can provoke. With that, Broly's form swelled once more. This time he grew to a staggering 24 meters, his muscles bulging immensely, standing at 158 centimeters. Frieza could only look up at the towering Broly. Shorty, come here. Broly beckoned Frieza with a taunting gesture. You dare call me short? Frieza's eyes widened in fury. Once again, Broly struck at a sensitive nerve. How dare you call me a child, you wretched, lowly beast? You will pay for this. Frieza was driven to the brink of madness. His combat power has once again breached its limits. 10, 5 billion, 11 billion, 12 billion. and there are unexpected delights. It seems I must not let my guard down. Broly is also preparing to transform into a Super Saiyan. Boom! His muscles collide once more, his blue-green hair instantaneously turning golden, and his eyes shifting to green. A terrifying pressure envelopes the entire battlefield. Although he had previously been at a disadvantage in battle, his combat strength has significantly increased. The transformation through the super bloodline grants him a 100-fold increase, propelling his power to 1.5 billion, surpassing Frieza by a full 300 million. The growth from combat is swift. 1 year of training pales in comparison to a fierce battle with a master. Moreover, upon reaching 1.5 billion, his power does not cease but continues to rise, albeit slowly, with increases of thousands at a time. Planet Destruction Sphere. You shall perish with this planet. Frieza ascends into the sky. A small energy sphere coalesces, though not as massive as the previous Death Ball. Its energy density far exceeds that of the Death Ball. You must be dreaming. Broly stands firm on the ground, raising his right arm to gather energy. The surrounding environment shifts to black and white before rapidly restoring. Facing the planet destruction sphere hurled by Frieza, Broly locks on and unleashes his attack wave. Boom! Broly's explosive energy wave is evidently more potent than Frieza's planet destruction sphere. The grass-green energy wave engulfs the planet destruction sphere, striking Frieza and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Thunderous roars echo. A blinding green light bursts forth in the sky. The fierce explosion rends the atmosphere of Namek, creating a gaping wound. Even Kuririn and Son Goku, who were locked in battle, pause their assaults to witness Frieza's impending fate. As the brilliance gradually fades, a figure emerges. Not dead yet, truly resilient. Kuririn cannot help but exclaim. However, he appears to be in dire straits. Piccolo. Indeed, although Frieza activated his protective shield at the last moment, the violent explosion severed part of his tail, leaving his left eye completely blinded. His left arm hangs limply. Frieza! Kuririn shouts, rushing towards him. But Son Goku will not allow this. He swiftly moves in front of Kuririn to block him. Damn you, get out of the way. Kuririn fires a death beam, attempting to force Son Goku back. Yet, well acquainted with this technique, Son Goku simply swats the beam away with ease. Meanwhile, Broly floats into the sky, matching Frieza's height. What a pity, you're still not my match. Broly shakes his head in disappointment. Fire Split Wave. Frieza suddenly launches a sneak attack, striking Broly with a Fire Split Wave. He then rapidly moves to stand beside Piccolo and the others. Frieza. Vegeta had long been stripped of his confidence, showing no inclination to resist as the sudden onslaught from Frieza approached. Get lost, you worthless fool. Frieza bellowed, sending him hurtling away. He simultaneously unleashed a sphere of confinement, ensnaring both Piccolo and Krillin. Krillin, Goku exclaimed in a sudden panic, abandoning his fight with Cooler to rush towards Frieza. However, retribution came swiftly. Although Cooler was unaware of Frieza's intentions, he still intervened to halt Goku's advance. Chapter 49. The Sacrifice Begins. Frieza, you wouldn't dare threaten me with their lives, would you? Broly descended to the ground, mocking Frieza with a taunting gaze. I may not be your match now, but grant me a little more time, and I shall defeat you. Frieza maintained his firm grip on Krillin and Piccolo. Do you wish for me to spare your life? Broly discerned Frieza's ulterior motive. Indeed, allow my father and me to depart, and next time, I shall surely vanquish you. Very well, I had no intention of killing you anyway. After all, you have proven to be a commendable adversary in the early stages. Broly had no intention of ending Frieza's life just yet. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that his secondary objective might be achieved without any further scheming. Frieza released them. Goku had finally broken free from Cooler and approached Frieza. Silence. You are not worthy to command me. Frieza retorted angrily. Let them go, and I will allow you to leave. Goku implored urgently. The initiative is not in your hands. Do you truly believe you have the right to utter such words? Frieza's gaze shifted to Broly. Broly, please help. Goku pleaded with desperation. Very well. Broly shrugged before reverting to his normal state. Father, we must go. Frieza led Piccolo and Krillin toward the undamaged spaceship. No, we cannot spare him. He is the very fiend responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta. You both are Saiyans. Do you not seek vengeance for this ocean of blood? Especially you, Kakarot. Your parents perished at Frieza's hands. Vegeta suddenly interjected. Shut your mouth and die. Frieza roared furiously. The remaining eye shot through Vegeta's chest, instantly extinguishing his life. In his final moments, he still urged Goku to kill Frieza. Kill him. Broly barely had the chance to offer him a senzu bean before his life force dissipated entirely. Frieza, you bastard. Goku felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, especially upon realizing that his own parents had also fallen victim to Frieza's cruelty. If you don't want them to die, then step aside. Frieza exerted a slight force. Krillin and Piccolo, trapped within the sphere of confinement, suddenly contorted in agony, as if enduring immense pain. Stop. Quickly take your father and leave. Release them. Goku urgently intervened. Frieza revealed a sinister smile. I never anticipated you had such a vulnerability. This gamble has certainly paid off. Although Broly appeared indifferent to the fate of the two captives, it was clear that Goku was deeply concerned. Frieza, do not let me down. Broly pondered inwardly. Frieza and Kurd gradually retreated to the ship's hatch. Can we release them now? Goku followed closely behind. All right, let us free one of them. Which one shall it be? Frieza feigned a gesture of release, carefully observing Goku's expression. He soon discerned that Goku was particularly concerned about the bald-headed one. Ah, so you care for him. In that case, I shall release this Namekian. Without warning, Frieza liberated Piccolo, then firmly seized Krillin. Damn it, let Krillin go. Goku seethed with rage. Father, start the ship. Frieza replied. Very well, I shall initiate the launch. Kurd rushed into the ship to activate it. Frieza stood atop the vessel as it ignited, gradually ascending into the sky. Frieza, your purpose has been fulfilled. Release him. Goku shouted loudly. Odin. Ah. Frieza let go of Krillin. Krillin swiftly flew towards Goku, who sighed in relief. Yet mere moments later, an evil grin spread across Frieza's face. Even if I cannot kill you wild monkeys, I will ensure your hearts are shattered. Super explosive bomb. Frieza suddenly seized Krillin once more, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping him. Goku, save me, Boom. Before he could finish his plea, Krillin exploded into ashes. No, good evening. Goku lost all semblance of reason, memories flooding back. He had already faced death once. Why must Krillin be killed? The earth trembled, and the skies darkened ominously as Frieza's ship approached the edge of the atmosphere. The second objective is achieved. Frieza, letting you go so easily. Who will bear the brunt of Kakarot's wrath? Broly suddenly teleported above the ship, unleashing a green energy sphere. Boom! The ship erupted in flames. Frieza and Kurd, their faces pale with fury, glared at Broly. You should not have killed that bald one. Kurd chastised. Silence. Frieza barked in anger. Left with no choice, Kurd descended to the ground. Frieza, severely injured, could no longer maintain his floating position. Krillin, sacrificed for the greater good. History was inevitably set back on course. And Goku finally transformed. Thunder roared across the sky as tidal waves surged violently across the planet. This phenomenon was even more terrifying than Broly's earlier transformation. It was an involuntary metamorphosis, an uncontrollable release of energy rampaging unchecked. Is this wild monkey also destined to transform into such a state? Frieza felt a twinge of fear. It's over. Kurd sensed Goku's power skyrocketing. Boom! Golden hair erupted like flames. Eyebrows turned to gold, and black irises transformed into green. The fiery aura surged into the sky, transforming into a resplendent golden blaze. Frieza, your demise is imminent. Although Goku had regained his composure, his fury was even more intense than before. With a formidable base battle power of 5 million, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, experiencing a 50-fold increase in strength. Goku's battle power soared to an astonishing 17.5 billion. In stark contrast, Frieza, having been severely wounded by Broly, saw his once mighty power of over 1 billion dwindle to a mere 200 million. While Kurd remained unscathed, his power barely exceeded 100 million. Goku boldly opted to confront both Frieza and his son simultaneously, launching an assault against them. In his rage, Goku had shed his former kindness, striking mercilessly at their vulnerabilities. Surprisingly, the duo of Frieza and his offspring found themselves at a disadvantage. Indeed, the enraged Kakarot was a far cry from the Kakarot of yore. Broly nodded with satisfaction. With his objective achieved, he felt no need to intervene, choosing instead to spectate alongside Piccolo, allowing Goku to unleash his pent-up fury. Broly, was this all part of your grand design? Piccolo felt a deep-seated fear towards Broly. His strength was formidable, his methods insidious, and his calculations astute. Yet, it was not entirely his doing. Primarily, Frieza and his son exhibited remarkable synergy. Before I even made a move, he transformed. Broly felt a sense of delight. He had not yet devised a way for Krillin to meet his end. But Frieza had unwittingly offered him the perfect opportunity. You are truly mad. Will Goku harbor hatred for you once he awakens? Piccolo lamented. No matter. The dragon of Namek has no limitation of a single resurrection. We can resurrect them whenever we wish. Broly replied nonchalantly. Them? Even Vegeta? Piccolo inquired incredulously. What other choice is there? Relying solely on Kakarot would not suffice. You are truly insane. Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 50. Cooler has arrived. On Namek, Goku faced off against Frieza and his son alone. Frieza, not only grievously injured, but also with one arm severed, could do naught but retreat in the face of Goku's wrath. Kurd absorbed a substantial portion of the onslaught. Frieza, what shall we do? Kurd retreated while engaging in battle. You ask me? Who am I to ask? Frieza exclaimed, attempting to use his abilities to control Goku. Yet the Super Saiyan Goku was beyond his grasp. In an instant, he broke free from the bindings and retaliated with a powerful ki blast directed at Frieza. Damn it! Frieza shouted, frantically waving his hands as countless energy blasts were unleashed towards Goku. The law of no harm amidst smoke triggered. As the dust settled, Goku stood unharmed. Frieza, you should never have killed Krillin. Your end is nigh. Goku roared towards the heavens, the image of Krillin's desperate plea echoing in his mind. The entire planet trembled. The Super Saiyan transformation was indeed a manifestation of malevolence. In his inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku exhibited an extraordinary ferocity, brimming with an intense malevolence. Kamehameha. Son Goku fixed his gaze upon the two opponents and unleashed his formidable technique. A robust blue energy wave surged directly toward them. Together, Frieza, Kurd shouted fervently, Do not command me, ah. The father and son stood shoulder to shoulder, one raising his right hand while the other lifted his left. Yaha! The dual waves of retribution coalesced, surpassing even the Kamehameha in girth. Boom! The two energy waves collided, sending ripples that altered the very landscape. At the epicenter, a colossal spherical mass of energy formed. Frieza and his son are on the verge of defeat, Broly observed. It appeared that their combined assault was more potent than Goku's Kamehameha. Traditionally, the Sun family triumphs in energy clashes, except for me. Broly recalled the sentiments expressed about the Sun family in his previous life. Victories in battle are uncertain, yet in energy confrontations, they are undeniably superior. Aya! Son Goku roared once more. The Kamehameha, as Broly had foreseen, transcended Goku's limits, expanding with tremendous force. It visibly pushed back Frieza and his son's retribution waves at an alarming rate. No, I cannot perish at the hands of such a lowly wild monkey. I'm Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. A surge of humiliation washed over Frieza as he had been bested twice, both times by the Saiyan he despised. Consumed by indignation, he summoned his energy once more, blood seeping from his every orifice due to the strain of exceeding his limits. Yet, Frieza disregarded this, solely focused on amplifying his output. Madness. This is insanity. I refuse to partake in this any longer. I do not wish to die. At that moment, King Kurd was gripped by fear. He epitomized the adage that those who live longer grow increasingly terrified of death. He had a splendid life to relish. And despite being a former cosmic sovereign without real power, he enjoyed a status akin to that of a grand emperor. As Kurd pondered deeper, he ultimately withdrew his output and fled the scene. What had once been an evenly matched energy clash now tilted in favor of Goku. Frieza, perish! The wrath of Goku had yet to subside, and he showed no mercy toward Frieza. Father, you have forsaken me. One day, I shall return for you. Frieza's last words echoed with a profound hatred for Kurd. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted for the third time above Namek. Frieza, trapped at the explosion's core, was utterly powerless to resist, reduced to ash. Frieza, do not blame me. I too wish to survive. Kurd exclaimed in terror. In a panic, he fled toward other spacecraft. Observing this, Broly instantaneously teleported in front of him. Slap! Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. His massive palm seized Frieza's head with an undeniable grip. With a mighty tug, he forcefully slammed it to the ground. Bang! In comparison to Frieza, you truly bring shame upon the Frost Demon race. Broly's hand, gripping his opponent's head, exerted tremendous strength. Crack! Kudo's skull was instantly crushed, crimson and white matter splattering forth. My apologies, I may have overdone it. Since the head is gone, the body is of no use either. committing murder and obliterating the evidence. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and Kato's body erupted in a thunderous explosion. Such ruthless and bloodthirsty methods, surprisingly, did not evoke a hint of discomfort. Rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Could the physical state indeed influence the mind? In his previous life, he would not have dared to even contemplate such a notion. Broly murmured softly. With the demise of Frieza and his father, Son Goku appeared despondent as he reverted to his usual self, sorrowfully approaching Broly. Broly, Krillin has died once, and now he has lost his very body. The Dragon Balls cannot revive him. Son Goku's tone was filled with anguish. Ahem, there is something I must tell you. The Namekian dragon does not possess the limitation of being unable to revive someone a second time, and it even grants 2 wishes more than the Earth Dragon. Son Goku's body trembled, his sorrowful expression shifting instantly. He joyfully grasped Broly's shoulders. Is what you say true? This is wonderful. Krillin can still be revived. It is true. Stop shaking me. Broly shrugged off Son Goku's hands. This is splendid, truly splendid. Let us go and request the Grand Elder. Son Goku exclaimed with great joy. However, he suddenly turned and lifted Vegeta once more. It seems our thoughts align, Broly remarked with interest. Before his demise, Vegeta had shown signs of repentance. Let's revive him as well. Son Goku secretly believed that Vegeta could potentially be a formidable opponent in the future. In this regard, he and Broly were indeed nurturing rivals for themselves. Do as you wish, I am leaving. Broly turned, but abruptly glanced up at the sky. Son Goku and Piccolo both sensed a familiar energy. Son Goku's expression grew serious as he set Vegeta down. This energy, Frieza? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. No, it merely resembles his. Son Goku replied. A spark of excitement flickered in Broly's eyes. So it is him, intriguing. But what brings him here? Do you know who it is? Piccolo inquired. You will soon find out. Broly teased cryptically. A spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, descending gracefully. The familiar shape of the ship. Could it be that, aside from Frieza and his father, there are others of their kind? Piccolo wondered in surprise. Indeed, if I am not mistaken. He should also be Kato's son, Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. Boom! The spacecraft landed steadily, and the hatch opened slowly. First to emerge were the members of Cooler's elite special forces, Shaviza Drainez. Following them was an entity strikingly similar to Frieza, yet with a cold demeanor and merciless eyes. It appears that my foolish friend Ajuo and my father have both perished. A flicker of solemnity crossed Gula's eyes. King Gula, there are individuals over there. Shaviza pointed towards Broly and his companions in the distance. Let's investigate. Gula, after taking a deep breath, resolved to approach. As you command. My lord, no need for that. We are coming. Broly suddenly teleported into view. Chapter 51, The Perceptive Gula, on Namek. Science? Gula observed the tale of Broly. You have arrived too late. Both Cooler and Frieza are dead. Are you seeking your own demise? Broly jested. Arrogant. How dare a mere scion speak to King Gula in such a manner? My lord, permit me to eliminate him. Dre, brawny yet simple-minded, believed the readings on his scouter. After all, Broly, when not in combat, habitually concealed his energy learned from the planet Adrat. Silence, Dre. Gula's expression grew grave. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo had also arrived. Gula sensed Frieza's energy from Goku, and upon observing his tattered clothing, immediately deduced that he was the one who had battled Frieza. That familiar hairstyle. Gula now confirmed that Goku was indeed the one he had spared aboard that ship. He then connected the horrific environment of the planet and the various terrains ravaged by battle. Taking a deep breath, Gula proclaimed, Gentlemen, there's been a misunderstanding. Although I am Frieza's brother, I am not aligned with them. Let us depart. Shaviza retreat. Having spoken, Gula turned and flew towards the spaceship. Shaviza and the others dared not defy Gula's command and followed him away. Broly, are we not to leave them? Piccolo could not comprehend. He is quite prudent. With Frieza and Cooler dead, he is now a new sharpening stone. Broly was already devising a plan in his mind to provoke Gula into becoming stronger. Broly, are you not afraid of it backfiring? Piccolo was at a loss for words. Kakarot, what do you think? Broly tossed the question to Goku. Huh? I'm not sure. While I sense malice from him, he has not made a move. It might not be wise to let him go. Besides, I believe he could be a worthy opponent. Goku looked at Piccolo with naive optimism. Piccolo wore an expression of exasperation. Two scions, one cunning and seasoned, the other innocent and naive, yet both were fiercely combative. Do as you wish. If the sky falls, you shall bear the brunt. Piccolo turned and flew towards the Grand Elder's residence. Broly vanished in an instant. Goku then lifted Vegeta and soared towards the Grand Elder's abode. Backfiring? That is simply impossible. Who possesses talent that can rival Broly? The parameters of transformation are overwhelmingly terrifying. With his combat power escalating day by day, and moreover, Broly actively trains. He fears not having opponents strong enough to satisfy him. The matter of resurrection was left to Piccolo and Goku, while Broly made his way to Whis. Mr. Whis, the matter has concluded. Shall I treat you to a grand feast? Broly earnestly invited. A feast, you say? That sounds splendid. Let us depart. Whis turned to activate his staff. Wait. Allow me to teleport you. It's much swifter, Broly exclaimed, reaching for Whis' shoulder. Yet Whis deftly sidestepped, evading Broly's grasp. A flicker of confusion crossed Broly's eyes. I cannot traverse space at will. You go ahead. I shall follow shortly. Oh, what do you mean? Broly inquired, intrigued. Even deities adhere to their own rules. You will understand in due time. Whis offered no further explanation. Very well. I shall return to prepare. By the time you arrive, perhaps a feast will await. With that, Broly instantaneously transported himself back to Earth, instructing the servants of his estate to prepare a lavish banquet. It's not that I cannot traverse space, but rather that I must do so with restraint. It appears even gods are bound by limitations. Broly reflected on Whis' words. He pondered deeply. In the original tale, Whis had indeed traversed using a spectrum of colors, never resorting to instantaneous travel. Even the Kaioshin and their attendants possessed such abilities. So Broly found it hard to believe Whis was incapable. After all, one who could manipulate time surely would not be inept at spatial traversal, a seemingly simpler skill. The more he considered it, the more perplexed he became. Enough of this. Clarity will come in time. Before long, a radiant streak of color descended upon the estate. What a splendid environment. This way, Mr. Whis. Broly guided Whis toward the dining room. The estate's servants began to present a variety of exquisite dishes. Soon, an array of foods, unfamiliar to Whis, adorned the table, alongside various traditional delicacies from this world. Broly had also instructed the chefs to prepare numerous dishes from his previous life. Well then, I shall not hold back. Whis declared, his appetite piqued. Please. Whis began to indulge, and with each morsel, he articulated the remarkable qualities of the dishes. A true connoisseur of gastronomy must embrace a hearty appetite. They dined for a full 2 hours. Not only was Whis satisfied, but even Broly found himself thoroughly content, though the kitchen staff tirelessly continued their work. I am profoundly grateful for your hospitality. This has been the most delectable meal I have enjoyed since arriving in the 7th universe. Whis reclined lazily in his chair. You are too kind, Mr. Whis, Broly said, using a toothpick to tend his teeth. Now speak. What is it that I can assist you with? Whis' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hee, you've seen right through me, Broly replied, somewhat embarrassed. However, I must inform you beforehand that I am merely a servant of the god of destruction. In matters of the universe, I must remain neutral, neither favoring good nor evil. Whis was quick to remind him. I understand. You need not intervene. I simply wish for you to guide me to other universes where I might seek skilled opponents for combat practice. Broly finally voiced his intention. Oh, pray, elaborate. And how do you know of other universes? Whis asked, intrigued. As you are aware, there are few in this universe who can withstand my full might. Yet, the swiftest path to enhancing my strength is through battle. Just now, when you mentioned the 7th universe, I couldn't help but ponder the existence of other universes. Perhaps in those realms, there are formidable warriors, superior to myself, with whom I could engage in exhilarating battles. Broly's words contained a mix of truth and deception. Even Whis could not discern the veracity of his claims. You're not being honest. Inviting me to dinner is clearly a premeditated enticement. And you accuse me of revealing the existence of other universes? Whis teased. That is of little consequence. Broly replied with an awkward smile. Very well. In light of your generous invitation, I shall assist you. However, there are indeed powerful fighters within the 7th universe. What compels you to seek out other universes? Whis probed once more. Broly's heart raced. Feigning ignorance, he responded. Is that so? I am unaware. Aside from Frieza, are there truly other rulers of the universe? Whis fixed his gaze intently upon Broly, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Mr. Whis, please refrain from looking at me like that. Broly stammered. Ha ha ha. Regardless, even if such beings exist, they're either sealed away or imprisoned. As of now, I find myself devoid of worthy adversaries. Whis' mind conjured images of numerous malevolent and powerful entities. Speak. Which universe do you wish to traverse? Whis inquired. I cannot say. I am utterly in the dark regarding other universes and will rely on your recommendations. Broly thought it unwise to express his desire to face off against the likes of Jiren, Topo, or Hit. Well, allow me to ponder this matter further. I must return to the God of Destruction's planet. Whis remarked. You know, it would be splendid for you to accompany me to the God of Destruction's realm. Wouldn't the position of a candidate for God of Destruction be enticing? Wouldn't my training benefit you? At this point, Whis's irritation became evident. After all, he was the master of the God of Destruction, and being rejected after his initial offer to take on a disciple left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is it not merely a matter of timing? You must understand, I have a family and a wife. To assume divine responsibilities, I cannot forsake them. Broly explained. I never suggested that you abandon them. Very well, we shall discuss this later. I wouldn't want it to appear that I am pleading. The conversation abruptly ceased. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Whis. I shall reflect on this and reach out to you later. With a tap of his staff, Whis soared into the sky, enveloped in a spectrum of colors, departing from Earth. Chapter 52. The Battle Against Son Goku Again. On Earth, Kakarot has broken through. It stands to reason that Vegeta has also been resurrected. Consequently, in the immediate future, I find myself devoid of pressing matters. The most significant event recently has been Trunks' time travel. However, given the current circumstances, I am uncertain if he will still venture back. Regardless, even if he does, it matters little now that Frieza and Cooler have been entirely vanquished. Should he traverse time, it would merely inform Kakarot and the others of the androids, allowing me to depart with peace of mind. After contemplating for a moment, Broly resolved to proceed with his plan. In the days that followed, he awaited the return of Son Goku and his companions. 7 days later, a spaceship descended upon Earth. They have returned. While training in the gravity chamber, Broly sensed their energy. Subsequently, he exited the gravity room, took a brief moment to refresh himself, and made his way to the designated landing site of the spaceship. Broly, your lack of consideration is quite disheartening. You return alone, disregarding us. Son Wukong grumbled as he exited the spaceship. I find it troublesome. Besides, have you not already resolved this matter? Broly gestured towards the second individual emerging from the ship, none other than the resurrected Krillin. We owe our gratitude to the Elder and his companions. Son Wukong was equally delighted. Piccolo also stepped out of the spacecraft. We set out as 4, but return as 3. How shall we explain this to Mr. Popo? Krillin regarded Piccolo with a peculiar expression. Piccolo's face twitched. Do not expect me to take on the role of a deity. I have no interest in such matters. Oomph. With a flourish, his classic cape and white turban materialized. And with a cold snort, Piccolo vanished. Well, although he is reluctant to assume the role of a deity, have you not noticed that since merging with the divine, his demeanor has improved significantly? At the very least, we need not worry about him harming the people of Earth. Is this not a good thing? Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder. And Mr. Popo? Krillin inquired. I shall speak with him. You should return and assure Master Roshi of your safety. Very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Wukong, Broly. Krillin soared towards Kame House. Is there something else? Broly regarded son Wukong calmly. Wukong's gaze was fixed intently on Broly, a surge of battle intent emanating from him. Broly, I wish to engage in another battle with you. Just as Broly had anticipated, Wukong, that battle enthusiast, would undoubtedly seek a formidable opponent after his significant power increase. Moreover, a faint smile graced Broly's face as he deliberately raised his right palm, his left hand caressing the edge of his palm. Oh, are you certain? As Wukong observed Broly's gesture, memories of past defeats at Broly's hands flooded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. You don't go overboard. You initiated this, my friend. Broly wore a knowing smile. You. Very well. I shall not believe you can so easily defeat me again. Wukong's bravado masked a hint of trepidation. Let us change locations. Broly seized him, and they vanished in an instant. Muffs, our current combat power is exceedingly high, especially yours. You have yet to fully master the strength of your transformation. An uninhabited planet is the perfect setting for our battle. Let's begin. With a roar, Broly unleashed his energy and transformed, not into a Super Saiyan, but into his great ape state, a vibrant bluish-green form. Though you have not transformed into your golden-haired state, I must admit, this form of yours is quite formidable. Aya! Wukong began to unleash his energy. A cacophony of Aya erupted as he concentrated, his hair shifting between black and gold. It appears you are still somewhat unpracticed. To clarify, the so-called golden-haired form is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Broly crossed his arms, awaiting Wukong's successful transformation. Yaha! Boom! A powerful aura erupted forth as Son Wukong successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden flames blazed fiercely. Shall we begin? Broly provocatively extended his index finger, enveloped in a turquoise aura. Broly, do not underestimate me. This time, I shall not easily succumb to your might. Son Wukong bellowed, initiating his attack. Whoosh whoosh clang clang. While imagination may paint a beautiful picture, reality often delivers a different tale. As expected, his punches were effortlessly blocked by Broly. In his mind, Broly counted the number of punches thrown by Son Wukong, and as the count matched the previous rounds, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. The moment had arrived. Broly swiftly darted forward. His speed multiplied several times, unleashing an attack at the very limits of what Son Wukong could endure. No! Thud! Son Wukong collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious once more by a decisive chop from Broly. Perhaps I shouldn't have done this. I hope it doesn't leave him with psychological scars. Broly thought momentarily, but young people often learn through hardship. He quickly cast aside any feelings of guilt, teleporting back to Earth with the unconscious Son Wukong and unceremoniously tossing him back onto the sacred mountain. Hello, delivery. Broly squeaked as he knocked on the door before departing. Inside, Chi-Chi set down her spoon. What a joke. There's delivery in the mountains too. Let me see who's playing tricks on me. Chi-Chi angrily seized a kitchen knife and approached the door. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, Huh, where is everyone? Searching both sides, she found no one in sight. Mom, I'm hungry. Gohan emerged from his room after finishing his homework. Dad, what's wrong? The young Gohan quickly spotted Son Wukong lying on the ground. Wukong, what happened to you? Chi-Chi finally reacted, rushing to help him up and bringing him inside. She checked for his breath and found he was still alive, then pinched his nose and shook him vigorously. Dazed, Son Wukong finally awoke. What is this? I'm back. Wukong, you scare me to death. How did you come back? And why did you faint again? Kiki fretted. On my neck. That wretched Broly. Not again. Son Wukong exclaimed, filled with both anger and urgency. Dad, are you okay? Gohan inquired with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Kiki, me angry. All you think about is eating. It's like a glutton has been reincarnated. Kiki retorted, exasperated. Hihi. Behind a large tree outside, Broly observed, it seems there is no issue. I was overthinking it. Kakarot, ishayube yolifalon nigmara. Relieved by the carefree demeanor of Son Wukong, Broly resolved that each time Son Wukong challenged him, he would defeat him in this manner, not only to motivate Wukong, but also to spur himself on. By the way, I forgot to ask Vegeta. Let me see where you are. Broly focused his mind, attempting to sense Vegeta's energy. However, after a considerable amount of time, he still could not detect Vegeta's presence. Where could he have gone? Was he searching in the wrong direction? Perhaps it would be wise to inquire with King Kai. Unable to locate Vegeta, Broly instantly teleported to King Kai's planet. Chapter 53, Hell's Frieza aids Vegeta. Upon arrival at King Kai's realm, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Broly, long time no see. You handled the Namek situation quite well. King Kai complimented him upon their meeting. Thank you for the kind words. It has indeed been a while, Lord Kai. Broly responded politely. What brings you here? I wish to inquire whether Vegeta has been resurrected since my departure, and where he might be now. Vegeta? He has indeed been brought back to life by Goku and the others. Let me check. King Kai activated his unique sensing abilities, quickly pinpointing Vegeta's location. Planet Yardrat. What? How could he have gone there? This doesn't make sense. With my abilities, he shouldn't be able to elude me even on Yardrat. Broly exclaimed in surprise. Your instant transmission is impressive, but if someone deliberately suppresses their energy, it can be quite difficult to detect. King Kai replied. Are you suggesting that Vegeta did not invade Planet Yardrat, but is instead studying there? Broly asked, growing increasingly curious. By a twist of fate, he indeed is studying on Planet Yardrat. You will find out once you locate him. King Kai teased, withholding further details. Very well, I shall go at once. Just then, King Kai's voice was interrupted by a sudden plea for help from King Enma echoing in his mind. Wait, Broly, King Kai called out, stopping Broly from departing. The message from King Enma had not reached Broly's consciousness. What is it, Lord Kai? King Kai quickly explained the situation. It concerns Frieza and his father, along with their minions. Even in death, they remain restless due to their numerous sins, having been condemned to hell. Rather than repenting, They have allied with the damned souls of the underworld to launch an assault on hell itself. Since you are here, I must ask for your assistance in subduing them. King Kai implored Broly. I see. Simple enough, leave it to me, Broly declared as he teleported directly to hell. Upon his arrival, Frisia's unmistakable laughter echoed through the air. Broly, what a surprise. Have you also met your end? Oh ho, what splendid news. Not quite. I am very much alive. Broly pointed to the absence of a halo above his head. Frisia squinted and noticed that Broly lacked the symbol of death. Then why are you here? I am already dead, and you dare to disturb me. What else could I be here for? Naturally, to deal with you, the restless spirit, and your little entourage. Broly gestured toward Frisia's followers behind him. Standing there were Frisia's former minions, the Jinyu Force, Guldo, Dodoria, Zarbon, and his father, King Cold. Curse it, everyone attacked together. Frisia was the first to strike, and all his minions followed suit. Yet, in the face of the formidable Broly, they were no more significant than mere insects. Explosive energy meteor. Broly soared into the sky, unleashing a devastating area attack. Countless emerald green energy blasts began to rain down indiscriminately. The air was filled with the sounds of swift strikes and thunderous explosions. Soon, only Frisia and Cooler remained among the once formidable band of villains. When life departs, a soul persists, but when the soul is extinguished, all is lost. Broly transformed into his azure green form and descended, gripping Cooler by the throat. With a sharp crack, his hand exerted just enough force, and Cooler's soul was reduced to ash. At last, only the barely breathing Frisia was left. No, please, spare me. I do not wish to die. Frisia pleaded in terror. Do not forget, you are already dead. Broly tightened his grip, lifting Frisia off the ground. Please, spare me. Frisia continued to beg. Broly, momentarily relaxing his hold, thought that the golden Frisia had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps, as in the original tale, he should send him to paradise instead. With that resolve, he instantaneously transported Frisia to the Hall of Yama. Broly, I remember you. Thank you for your assistance. The King of Hell immediately recognized Broly's identity. You honor me, my lord, yet I have a favor to ask of you. Speak, Broly urged. For one as wicked as Frisia, reducing him to ash is a form of mercy. I believe it would be far more fitting to send him to paradise, where the light of goodness can cleanse such a vile soul. What do you think? The harsh environment of hell is far too suitable for his rebellion. Paradise, on the other hand, has no one to aid him in his mischief. Is that so? Your reasoning is not without merit. Let it be done. The King of Hell found Broly's proposal quite agreeable and stamped his exclusive seal upon it. Frisia transformed into wisps of azure smoke, ascending to paradise. Yet, instead of wandering freely like benevolent souls, he was ensnared within a cocoon-like prison, suspended from a great tree. Beneath him, kind-hearted fairies sang cheerful melodies, cleansing his soul. Indeed, Golden Frisia will be quite the spectacle. After executing his plan, Broly departed from the underworld. On planet Yardrat, Elder Pibra, it has been too long. Broly greeted. You've come because of that Saiyan, haven't you? Pibra quickly surmised Broly's intentions. Indeed, Elder, I am curious how he, with such a volatile and cruel nature, managed to calm himself to learn. Broly expressed his intrigue. Ah, that is thanks to you. Me? Broly queried, puzzled. Indeed, when he descended, his demeanor was one of utter despair, reflecting his fierce temperament. Yet, upon merely inquiring if he recognized you, he fell silent. Ah, how intriguing. Please elaborate. Prior to his arrival here, it seems he endured a considerable setback. Upon learning that you once honed your skills in this very place, he suppressed his inner turmoil and implored me to impart the techniques you mastered. Currently, he has only grasped the rudimentary aspects of the Spiritito concealment technique, and in comparison to your prowess, his control over Spiritito is markedly inferior. The Spiritito concealment technique is a manifestation of the energy concealment that Broly has mastered, with the Ardratarians referring to energy as Spiritito. Thus, is clear why I could not locate him. Broly suddenly comprehended. So, do you wish to meet him? Indeed, I have come in search of him. Very well, follow me. Outside, atop a tree trunk as thick as an arm, Vegeta sits cross-legged at its summit. Is this where he begins to learn the separation technique? Indeed, step by step. Let's first have him master these simpler techniques. Pibra nodded affirmatively. Vegeta, look who has arrived. Pibra roused Vegeta from his meditation. Vegeta opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Broly, swiftly moved to stand before him. Broly, what brings you here? Have you come to mock me? Vegeta had heard of Broly's exploits from Goku. No, I am here to assist you. Broly responded calmly. Assist me? Are you truly so benevolent? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Do not overthink it. Kakarot alone is no match for me, and I find you quite commendable. You truly hold me in high regard. Yet it is unfortunate that I have yet to comprehend how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta lamented. Do not underestimate yourself. Kakarot is but a lower-class warrior, while you are of a higher caliber. There is no reason he should transform if you cannot. Do you possess a method? Vegeta's excitement surged. Indeed, to transform into a Super Saiyan, it is not only a matter of 1's base combat power, but also the ignition of 1's fury. This is the gravity chamber. You can utilize it to condition your physique, elevating your combat power to 3 million points to meet the first criterion. And then channel your rage to trigger the transformation. I have shared the method with you. Whether you choose to employ it is entirely up to you. By the way, the abilities of the Artertarians are indeed impressive. You should learn more from them. Farewell, Grand Elder, until we meet again. Peeber nodded. Broly vanished in an instant. Chapter 54. Contacting Whis, the god of destruction planet. After resolving all matters, Broly returned to Earth once more. He took out the communicator Whis had given him to establish contact. On the god of destruction planet. Buzzing. Whis, your staff is glowing. The prophetic fish called out from the dining table. I will be there shortly, Whis exclaimed as he approached with a bucket of instant noodles. Indeed, not long ago, when departing from Earth, Broly had gifted him a substantial supply of instant noodles in various flavors. Broly, what is it? What do you require of me? Whis eagerly slurped the delectable aroma wafting from the noodles. Mr. Whis, surely you have not forgotten? Broly reproached. I've forgotten what? No, Whis replied. Then when will you take me to meet the masters of other universes? Broly pressed once more. Have you truly made up your mind? Is it absolutely necessary? With a slurp, Whis revealed a mouthful of instant noodles. It is indeed essential. Then you shall venture to the god of destruction's planet first. I have already considered the candidates. Whis replied. I am unaware of the location, as you know. My instantaneous movement requires a sense of the energy from places I have not visited. Back when I first learned to teleport, my power was insufficient to breach the dimensional barriers of realms, such as the Supreme Kai's planet or the god of destruction's planet. However, Broly now possesses the strength to shatter those barriers, but regrettably, he cannot ascertain the coordinates. That's simple. Let's sense it now. Whis gripped his staff. A faint aura penetrating the dimensional barrier of the god of destruction's planet, reaching the North Galaxy. I've sensed it. Broly immediately detected this unique energy and pursued its origin. Whoosh. The god of destruction's planet. Indeed, a higher dimensional sphere feels distinctly extraordinary. Broly sensed an unusual lightness in his body, as if a mysterious essence had merged within him, granting a comfort akin to returning to the womb. Of course, this is the realm of deities. Both the environment and the air possess a level of energy far superior to that of the mortal realm, although they coexist within the same universe. The hierarchies of energy remain disparate. Whis elucidated. Mr. Whis, you mentioned finding a suitable opponent. Who might that be? Broly inquired with curiosity. There's no rush. Allow me to ask you once more. Are you truly not considering the position of candidate god of destruction? Whis posed the question again. At this juncture, I shall not be coy. I am indeed uninterested in the position of candidate god of destruction, yet I am quite eager to become your disciple. The time has come. He can now effortlessly traverse between Earth and the god of destruction's planet. You are rather unruly. Such a greedy mindset is not commendable. Whis furrowed his brow. Please do not be impatient. Our universe's god of destruction is quite well, is he not? I am curious as to why you wish for me to assume the position of candidate god of destruction. Has something befallen the current god of destruction? Broly purposely steered the conversation. I shall not conceal the truth from you. You will learn sooner or later. I am merely preparing for the future. Our universe's god of destruction, Lord Beerus, is notoriously lazy and indulgent, neglecting his duties, and I fear he may be dismissed one day. Whis spoke the truth, albeit omitting certain details. Is that all? If that is the case, you may certainly reach out to me. I would not mind assisting the esteemed god of destruction. However, there is no need for the position of candidate god of destruction. A clever old fox and a cunning young fox, neither daring to address the matter directly. Ah well. You truly possess that capability now, but how could I impose upon you? Whis still withheld some information. Fear not, Mr. Whis. As a token of gratitude for taking me to other universes, such trivial matters are within my purview. Besides, with my instantaneous movement, the duties of the god of destruction are a simple task for me. Leave it to me. Broly confidently patted his chest. You're quite the clever little fox. Whis suddenly found Broly somewhat less agreeable. Mr. Whis, why do you insult me? Broly feigned innocence. Enough. Are you already aware that the god of destruction and the supreme Kai are bound by a shared existence? Where the fall of one leads to the demise of the other. Whis could no longer contain himself. What? Such a matter exists regarding the supreme Kai? I've only heard of the Kai. What is this supreme Kai you speak of? Broly adamantly denied any knowledge of the situation. You truly do not know? Whis regarded Broly with skepticism. I genuinely have no idea. You should have investigated my past. I have never encountered this supreme Kai you mention. So how could I possibly know? Broly feigned ignorance, steadfast in his denial. Whis found himself at a loss. Well, let me enlighten you. The supreme Kai and the god of destruction are. Whis proceeded to articulate the details that Broly was already familiar with. Yet Broly, far from appearing disinterested, intentionally exhibited surprise and curiosity to allay Whis' suspicions. All right, you seem to have grasped it all, Whis remarked, somewhat irked. Mr. Whis, you are not being kind. How could I entrust my life to another? It is far too perilous. I must refuse, Broly retorted. Enough. Such an opportunity is sought after by many. And besides, have you not already entwined your fate with that of Tai's? She is far weaker. Whis countered. That is entirely different. She is my wife. And I willingly choose to share life and death with her. Oh, a romantic at heart? This is merely the essence of marital affection and happiness. Disgusting. Whis realized how easily he lost his composure in Broly's presence. Ever since he met Broly, he had lost his composure more times than in the entire millennium prior. You wouldn't understand. Broly insisted, clinging to his persona. Hey, is this persona of yours a facade? Whis scrutinized Broly. Broly's heart raced. Is there any need for pretense? I truly love Tai's. I suspect you are purposefully revealing this vulnerability to put someone at ease. Whis remained suspicious. That someone is you, isn't it? But Broly dared not confess. Not at all. You are overthinking it. After hearing about the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction, I am even less inclined to agree with you. I might consider apprenticeship, but succession is out of the question. Broly redirected the conversation. Oh, woe is me. Lord Beerus is so indulgent. I truly fear he may perish in his slumber due to the Supreme Kai. Whis feigned dramatics. I cannot believe your deceit. Do you think I am unaware of the old Supreme Kai's history? Broly silently cursed himself. Enough. Mr. Whis, while I do not acquiesce to your request, I assure you I will provide you with a suitable candidate in the future, Broly declared. Really? Is that absolutely true? Indeed it is. But who could it be? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Absolutely not. Then you must become my disciple, just in case. Agreed. But I shall never become a god of destruction. Both were cunning, unwilling to concede an inch. It was the first time was displayed such a lack of composure. How intriguing. Allow me to prophesy. The prophetic fish observed the two individuals engaged in a battle of wits with great amusement. It pondered the future of Broly, yet soon realized that predicting Broly's destiny was utterly impossible. Very well, master. Shall we embark on our journey? Just let me finish my meal first. Can you reveal who it is? You shall find out in due time. For now, you are unfamiliar with them. All right then, please hurry. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Do not rush me. Slurp. Chapter 55. The Ninth Universe, Belgiumer. What realm is this? Broly inquired, his brow slightly furrowing as he surveyed the world before him. This is the Ninth Universe, which the gods refer to as a realm of indulgence. Here, humanity's standards are quite low. They are greedy, selfish, and steeped in desire. Even the Kaioshin responsible for creating planets and life here is more malevolent than their counterparts in other universes, was calmly elucidated regarding this cosmos. This world indeed evokes a sense of familiarity reminiscent of the history of the Saiyans, Broly mused. Haha, the Saiyans are merely a tad barbaric. Compared to the malevolent beings of this universe, they are like children playing at mischief. Then why have you brought me here? Broly asked, puzzled. The universe operates under its own laws of development. The existence of both good and evil is entirely natural. It is of little concern. I have brought you here because there exists a formidable opponent in this universe, one who surpasses your current strength significantly, yet is not so powerful as to deliver a fatal blow, allowing you the opportunity to retaliate, which explained the rationale behind their visit. Shall we pay a visit to the god of destruction and the Kaioshin of this universe? The commotion of our battle may not go unnoticed, Broly suggested. Indeed, as guests, it is prudent to extend courtesy before engaging in conflict. Let us proceed. Whis stowed away the cosmic cube and, with a dazzling display of colors, soared towards the god of destruction's realm. Whis, what brings you here, and who is this mortal? The god of destruction, Sidra, inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Whis. Ah, Lord Sidra, it has been quite some time. My brother, it has been ages. Whis greeted with a genial smile. He also acknowledged the angel behind Sidra, Mojito. Being his junior by birth, Mojito offered a polite greeting but fell silent thereafter. His expression was notably indifferent. However, Broly had perused records in his past life indicating that Mojito often felt exasperated by the Kaioshin and gods of destruction, hence his aloof demeanor. Noticing Whis's cordiality, Sidra relaxed slightly, extending a hand to welcome him. Whis, state your purpose. I have come to allow my disciple to undergo some training. I have heard whispers of a skilled fighter in the ninth universe, and I wish for them to engage in a sparring match, Whis stated candidly. Such trivial matters are not for me to address. Laura, please join us. Sidra suddenly communicated telepathically with Laura, who resided on the Kaioshin planet. Sidra, what does he require of me? Laura queried, puzzled, yet swiftly transported himself to the god of destruction's realm. Mr. Whis? Laura exclaimed, astonished as he beheld Whis. Lord Laura, it has been a while. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Such matters should be discussed between you and Laura. Do not bother me. With that, Sidera retreated to his palace, and Mojito followed suit. Sidera, by nature, was indecisive and easily perturbed by trivialities. Speak, what is it? Laura's expression was equally grim. He had numerous responsibilities to attend to, and Sidara's laziness meant he had to manage many affairs himself. Whis recounted his situation. You speak of Bergamo, correct? Follow me. He resides on the sacred world of the Kais. I am curious to see how a mere mortal dares to challenge a prodigy I have personally nurtured. Laura arrogantly extended his hand. Whis disdainfully placed the other end of his staff into Laura's palm. Broly, in turn, grasped Whis's shoulder. With a whoosh, the three reappeared on the sacred world of the Kais. What a peculiar world it was, reflecting the nature of its inhabitants. Broly was taken aback. The sacred world of the ninth universe was nothing like he had envisioned. There were no vibrant meadows nor lush greenery. Even the sunlight seemed dim and lackluster, and the sky was shrouded in gloom. The terrain was littered with jagged rocks, and distant volcanic eruptions were not uncommon. This was hardly a divine realm. It could easily be mistaken for a hellish domain. Although Whis was already aware, it was his first time visiting such a sacred world. Laura, your planet is indeed peculiar, he remarked with a frown. This is the perfect world for cultivating strong warriors. In a perilous environment, their ferocity and sense of crisis are heightened. Laura laughed heartily. Ahem, well then, please summon Bergamo. Whis felt a twinge of regret. Dealing with someone as erratic as Laura was both terrifying and nauseating. Bergamo, come fort. Laura shouted without hesitation. I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Laura. Bergamo knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. Broly silently noted the unexpected display of formality even in this intense narrative. There is someone here who wishes to challenge you. Do not disgrace me, or you shall know the consequences. Laura's face twisted into a sinister grin. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Kai. Bergamo returned the sinister smile. Is it you who wishes to challenge me? Bergamo stepped before Broly. Do you have any objections? Keep them to yourself. Broly retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Feeling bold, are we? I hope you can maintain that bravado. Bergamo remained unfazed. Let us see. Broly shrugged. Over there. Bergamo provocatively pointed towards the distant volcanic range. Whatever pleases the host. Broly took the lead, soaring towards the volcanic cluster. Oof. Bergamo swiftly pursued. Mr. Whis, shall we join the spectacle? Laura invited. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness Whis's discomfort. It would be my utmost honor. Whis replied with a faint smile. The two ascended towards the optimal vantage point for observing the unfolding drama. As the master, I shall first grant you 3 moves. Belgamer beckoned Broly with a finger, then spread his arms wide, inviting Broly to attack at will. Broly's lips twitched, astonished at such audacious bravado. He had never encountered anyone quite like this. Very well. Broly's physique slightly swelled as he strode forward, delivering a punch to Belgamer's chest. Am I to tickle you? Belgamer displayed no reaction whatsoever. Patience. Boom. In his great ape form, Broly's combat power surged 50-fold. He followed this with a full-force punch. Bang. Belgamer felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body rising approximately 10 centimeters. Cough not bad, Belgamer praised. Stubborn as a dead duck. Broly, no longer concealing his power, transformed into Super Saiyan form, his combat prowess amplifying 100-fold, channeling all his energy into his right arm. He pulled back fiercely and thrust forward. Boom! Belgamer was sent flying. 3 moves have passed. Let us commence. Broly hovered in midair, gazing down at the fallen Belgamer. Belgamer laughed uproariously. His physique swelled again, towering over Broly by twofold. In Super Saiyan form, Broly stood at an impressive 25 meters, while Belgamer now reached 5 meters. Belgamer possesses the unique ability to convert his opponent's attacks into his own energy. He cannot be defeated. Mr. Whis, you are destined to lose. Lord boasted with wild laughter. Do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Whis replied nonchalantly. On the battlefield, and I shall not hold back. Belgamer rose, launching a punch at Broly. Broly crossed his arms, tilting his body aside as the punch's wind grazed the tip of his nose. Worthless, your strength has increased. Yet your speed has diminished. What use is that? Broly could not help but taunt. I am already in an invincible position, even if I cannot defeat you. You shall not triumph over me. Belgamer dismissed Broly's mockery with indifference. Is that so? You might regret those words. Broly lowered his arms and initiated his assault. Chapter 56, Soaring Combat Power. The 9th Universe's Supreme Kai Planet. Belgamer, an excellent punching bag, one that is exceedingly difficult to shatter. Broly's energy began to soar, the powerful shockwaves sweeping across the volcanic range. Boom! The previously dormant volcanoes erupted simultaneously, and of course, the noxious gases could not penetrate the aura surrounding the two fighters. No, Belgamer emitted no aura. Instead, he greedily absorbed the surrounding toxic gases. Oh, it seems he is well suited for combat in such an environment. Whis remarked. Inda. Belgamer is the leader of the dangerous trio. Had it been the second in command, Lavanda, your people would face even greater peril. Such toxic gases would amplify his venomous attacks significantly. Lord laughed with reckless abandon. Ho, let's wait and see. Whis responded with a hint of mockery. Back on the battlefield. What? Are you not going to attack? Bergamo extended his arms wide, inviting Broly to attack at will. Don't you dare dodge. Broly suddenly raised a single hand towards the sky, and a circular blade of energy coalesced, spinning with a velocity and sharpness that surpassed even Frisia's cutting discs by several magnitudes. The ability to transform attacks into one's own power. One might mistake it for a mastery of self-transformation. After a whispered incantation, Broly slashed the energy blade towards Bergamo. Initially brimming with confidence, Bergamo suddenly sensed a tinge of peril. He leaped vigorously, the energy blade grazing the soles of his feet before striking the volcano behind him. With a thunderous roar, magma erupted, and the volcano was cleaved in half, collapsing in on itself. Curse it, Bergamo muttered under his breath. While he could withstand physical strikes and energy blasts with pain, he truly lacked confidence in enduring the onslaught of such a sharp energy blade before he could convert the power. After all, transformation requires a fleeting moment. Are you giving up? Broly taunted. How did you perceive the flaw so swiftly? Bergamo seethed in anger. I can't be bothered to engage in idle chatter. I refuse to believe you can evade every strike. Broly spread his arms wide, and 2 grass-green energy blades materialized once more. Damn it! Bergamo swiftly regained his height and dodged, only to see 2 more volcanoes meet their demise. Waiting for you, come now. Broly charged forward. He clasped his hands together and smashed his fists aimed at Bergamo's crown. Bergamo crossed his arms to absorb the impact. Yet his legs were driven deep into the ground by the overwhelming force. Energy cannon. Bergamo raised his head, gathering energy to unleash a torrent towards Broly's chest. Broly showed no intention of evading. He thrust his chest forward and unleashed a counterattack. The 2 formidable energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Both combatants were thrust back 100 meters by the force of the blast. Yet, they quickly surged towards one another once more. Bergamo, with claws extended, aimed for Broly's face, but Broly, anticipating the move, switched tactics mid-strike, delivering a powerful kick with his legs like a monkey leaping from branch. Bergamo evaded by kneeling and bending backward, but Broly would not let the opportunity slip away. Upon landing, he pivoted and executed a low sweep, causing Bergamo to roll clumsily to his feet. Broly followed up with a high kick aimed at Bergamo's face. Once again, Bergamo crossed his arms in defense, his legs carving deep grooves into the ground. The fierce clash escalated. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. In terms of raw power, Broly was currently at a slight disadvantage, yet his relentless assault managed to suppress Bergamo for the moment. The pace of their battle quickened, transforming from mere afterimages of their attacks to a blur, with only the sound of fists meeting flesh echoing through the air. As the sound first resonates, the surrounding objects are violently shaken, losing their original form. The ground is marred by countless craters. The fierce aura even suppresses the erupting volcanoes entirely. Aya! Haya! The two let out simultaneous roars as they reappear, their fists colliding, followed by another set. The shockwaves from their clash create a massive circular pit in the earth. Suddenly, they transform their fists into claws, gripping each other's palms tightly, their arms straining as they engage in a test of strength. Since the last battle with Frisia, Broly's combat power has surged to 1.5 billion. Through the enhancement of his bloodline and his rigorous training, he has now reached 1.8 billion. Although his aura appears to fall short of Belgamore's, there remains time before the Tournament of Power, and Belgamore has yet to attain the strength he possessed upon his introduction in the original tale. Broly discreetly activates his scouter. 2.5 billion. Belgamore begins to exert his power, causing Broly's arms to bend slightly, his body leaning back. Haha, it seems he is no match for Belgamore. Yet this arrogant Kaioshin, upon tasting victory, becomes exceedingly haughty. Do not rush. Whis remarks calmly. What now? Are you about to lose? Belgamore, adopting Whis's demeanor, mocks Broly as he momentarily claims the upper hand. This is just the beginning. Let me show you what it means to grow stronger in the face of adversity. Aya! This battle of the weak against the strong ignites the bloodline within Broly, causing his combat power to soar rapidly. 19, 20, 205. His previously leaning form begins to straighten, and his arms extend once more. This feels exhilarating, far more enjoyable than beating Frisia. Come on. A wild gleam flashes in Broly's eyes. Initially, he had planned to seize the opportunity to break through to his true green-haired form. But in reality, Frisia could not even provoke his Super Saiyan transformation. This time, he wonders if he will succeed. Damn it, you have been concealing your strength. Belgamore also goes all out. The momentum of both fighters surges once again. Broly's physique expands to an impressive 27 meters. He gradually begins to push Belgamore back, reversing the tide once more. Belgamore, do not forget the methods of the Kaioshin. Laura, in a moment of panic, directly threatens. What a petty spirit. Such an uncommon Kaioshin. Whis muses inwardly. Damn it, I can no longer engage in a struggle. His power continues to grow. Belgamore realizes at this moment that wrestling with Broly is tantamount to relinquishing his own advantage. The strength in his arms wanes, and he releases Broly's grasp, executing several backflips to retreat. The sudden release of force catches Broly off guard, causing him to stagger forward a few steps, nearly toppling over. You Wolfman, withdrawing your strength so suddenly, is most unchivalrous. Broly complains. Merely a brutish act. Belgamore retorts defiantly. Prepare to witness what it truly means to be a reckless warrior. Broly, instead of fuming with rage, chuckled. His fighting spirit surged, as he began to relish the sensation of pain coursing through his body from the battle. Belgamore, you are in for a calamity. Chapter 57, 3 against 1. Enough with the grandiloquence. The ferocious wolf strikes. Suddenly, Belgamore raised his hand, conjuring a massive energy sphere hurled towards Broly. To hell with it. Broly did not flinch or evade. Instead, he shattered the energy orb with a single punch and lunged towards him. Bang! Broly's fist connected with Belgamore's left cheek. Before Belgamore could react, he was met with a flying knee strike that struck his chest. Thud! Belgamore collapsed to the ground, as Broly's knees pressed against his chest. Enough of the ferocious wolf strikes. Bang! Broly's fist slammed into his face. Why not call yourself the legend of the Hungry Wolf? Bang! Another punch landed. I'll make you relinquish your strength. Bang bang. I was almost embarrassed. Bang 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 bang. A flurry of punches rained down on Belgamore's face. Such relentless force left him dazed and unable to regain his composure. Ultimately, his entire head, along with his body, was planted into the ground. Broly stood, seizing his ankle, and lifted him up. Bang bang. He then swung Belgamore's head, slamming it against two protruding stones. Wake up. This little assault shouldn't be enough to put you in a stupor. Broly, with malice, taunted him. He hoisted Belgamore high, gazing down upon him. Enough, get lost. Belgamore was not unconscious. Though the brutal assault had rendered his mind hazy, he was filled with humiliation and fury in the face of Broly's mockery. With the remaining mobility in his arms, he unleashed energy blasts aimed at Broly's chest. Bang! The blasts exploded, causing Broly's grip on his ankle to loosen slightly. allowing Belgamore to escape from peril. As the dust settled, haha, this is the feeling, exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Cough cough. Broly laughed heartily. A slight bruise on his chest, and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his fighting spirit soared higher. Even the calm energy akin to an abyss began to turn ferocious. Compared to Master Roshi and others on Earth, who master the energy and martial arts realm, this wild state seemed to suit Broly even better, although his journey had thus far prevented him from transforming into the Super Saiyan green-haired form. It seemed he had unlocked another hidden attribute. Whenever he fell into this state, his rational mind urged him to maintain control over his power, yet his body acted independently, unleashing chaos and destruction. How infuriating, Mr. Whis. You have brought forth a madman. Roar's expression darkened. He Whis merely chuckled in silence. On the battlefield. Come on, continue. Broly once again launched a physical assault on Bergamo. However, Bergamo appeared to be intimidated, either evading the blows or retaliating with techniques akin to energy blasts. This greatly irked Broly. Come on, if you're a man, you should fight with fists. Are you cowardly? Broly taunted. Only a fool would engage in a physical contest with you. Bergamo retorted angrily. Damn it, you better not regret this. Broly suddenly soared into the sky. Amidst a golden aura, a burst of grass-green energy emerged. If you wish to play this way with energy attacks, then prepare for an explosion of meteoric power. Countless grass-green energy spheres began to erupt from his body, raining down from all directions, both above and below. Boom! Boom! The entire volcanic range was left in utter disarray. Bergamo, too, found himself fleeing in a desperate attempt to evade. How infuriating! Doesn't he ever tire? Doesn't his energy ever deplete? Broly's energy expenditure was outpacing Bergamo's recovery. This is pointless. I hear you have two brothers. Why not summon them to join the fray? Broly suddenly ceased his assault. How dare you insult me? Bergamo fumed. Remove the word perhaps from that statement. I am indeed insulting you. Broly deliberately provoked his ire. Mr. Whis, since your associates have requested it, I shall not hold back. Lavanda, Bazel, join him. Upon hearing such a request, the ill-mannered lord immediately obliged. He did not wait for Whis's response, directly commanding Lavanda and Bazel to join the battle. Seeing this, Whis could only shake his head in resignation. Nonetheless, he chose to trust Broly. If he had the confidence to make such a declaration, he must possess the means to back it up. As you command, Lord. Lavanda and Bazel swiftly charged into the fray. The three brothers surrounded Broly in a triangular formation. 3 against 1. There is no need to retreat now, is there? Broly mocked. Silence. You two attack together. Yes, brother, they replied in unison. The trio unleashed a fierce assault on Broly. Boom, boom, boom. The eldest brother, known as the Crusher, Bergamo, was physically formidable. The second, Lavanda, was skilled in toxic attacks, known as the Venomous Lavanda. The youngest, Bazel, excelled in leg strikes. Dubbed the Strong Kicker Bazel, Lavanda exhaled poisonous gas, attempting to erode Broly with toxins. Yet, Broly, well aware of his formidable techniques, remained vigilant. Even against the combined onslaught of Bergamo and Bazel, he did not dissipate his aura. The toxic winds could not penetrate his defenses. How infuriating, he is so alert. And I shall not hold back. Lavanda cursed under his breath. Suddenly, his hands were enveloped in purple toxic gas, as if he had donned poisonous gloves. Not one to engage in a fair fight, he opted for close combat, intending only to incapacitate Broly with the toxins on his hands. Although the attack was not particularly formidable, the approach was indeed rather vexing. You should simply retreat, you insufferable fool. As Lavanda lunged forward, Broly first repelled the leader and the third with a swift punch and kick. Then, facing the advancing Lavanda, he thrust his chest forward. A brilliant emerald light erupted, sending Lavanda hurtling away, his arms limp by his sides. Lavanda, having indulged too much in toxins, was significantly weaker than his two brothers, rendering him no match for Broly. Next, the second brother, the ferocious wolf, charged in. In a fit of rage, Bazel soared into the sky, his legs creating afterimages as a barrage of fiery orange energy blasts rained down. Belgamo, gripping his right arm with his left hand, concentrated energy into his palm, which transformed into a fiery orange hue. Countless energy blasts erupted from his hand as well. How juvenile! Broly levitated slightly off the ground, arms crossed over his chest, as a radiant energy shield enveloped him, allowing him to remain stationary amidst the relentless assault from the two brothers. The violent explosions caused the brown earth to spew columns of molten lava. Boom! The ground flowed with searing lava amidst the chaos of explosions. Boom! 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 It was only when the two brothers were utterly exhausted, panting heavily, that they ceased their attacks. Huffing and puffing, Bazel smirked. Even you, big brother, cannot withstand such a potent energy assault, can you? Indeed, such intense explosions are beyond my endurance, Belgamo concurred. However, their mirth was short-lived. Chapter 58. A scheme thwarted once more. As the brilliance of the explosion faded entirely, a radiant glow ascended slowly from the seething river of lava. Gentlemen, I regret to disappoint you. Broly's massive form hovered in the air, his toes lightly touching down, arms still crossed. Clearly, the previous onslaught had inflicted no damage upon him. This is impossible. Even if you activated your shield in time, you could not possibly endure our barrage. Bazel's eyes widened in disbelief. He speaks the truth. Why? Your shield appears to be merely ordinary, yet is so resilient. Belgamo expressed his frustration. Even the observing lord, who had previously exuded arrogance, now wore a furrowed brow. I initially intended to compel you to reveal what I seek, but alas, you have failed. You are no longer my adversaries. Broly, disinterested in explaining the nature of his shield's durability, declared their defeat and returned to his normal stance before soaring towards Whis. Wait, you have yet to enlighten us. Bazel and Belgamo pursued him. Perhaps you should inquire with your Kaishin? With his wisdom, he would surely discern my trivial tactics. Broly gestured towards the solemn-faced lord. Your energy knows no bounds, does it? The thickness of the shield is inconsequential. It relies solely on the energy that sustains it. Just now, Bazel and Belgemore's offensive capabilities surpassed the limits of the protective shield. However, your shield is unique. As long as you continuously infuse it with energy, it can endure indefinitely. This, I suppose, is also a manifestation of your innate talent. Laura elaborated extensively, clarifying why Broly's shield is so extraordinary. Indeed, your insight is remarkably sharp, distinctly different from that of other Kaishins. Vice interjected suddenly. An unlimited supply of energy. You truly are a marvel. Belgemore exclaimed in astonishment. If that's the case, does that mean you can fight until the end of time? At that moment, Lavanda, bearing his injuries, returned. Not only that, from my observation, his strength at the beginning is completely different from what it is now. He has grown significantly stronger since his initial battle with my brother. Bazel scoffed. With an unlimited energy supply, a unique transformation, and a body that grows stronger against formidable foes, Mr. Weiss, it seems that your 7th universe's ranking is destined to ascend several tiers. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Laura's eyes, though Weiss managed to catch it. This is merely a directive from Lord Beerus. I am unaware of anything else. Weiss, disinterested in further debate, deflected the blame onto Beerus. In Beerus's palace. Ashu. Boom. With a sneeze, Beerus obliterated a satellite orbiting the god of destruction's planet. Mr. Weiss, we can depart now. Remaining here serves no purpose. Weiss did not disclose the master-disciple relationship, and Broly was equally cooperative. Very well, then, Lord Laura, farewell. With a wave of Weiss's staff, the cosmic cube appeared, and he departed from the Kaioshin planet with Broly. My apologies, Lord Laura, for the disgrace we have brought upon you. Belgemore was the first to kneel in submission. Lavanda and Bazel followed suit. Enough, rise. Such a creature is beyond your capacity to defeat. Ha. Truly befitting of Beerus's universe. However, this kind of monster, a profound murderous intent flickered in Laura's eyes. In a universe, Master, it seems seeking them out was not a wise choice. Broly lamented. What? Are you suggesting you have other ideas? Vice inquired curiously. Although he sensed that Broly's actions were aimed at a specific purpose, he was not entirely privy to the details. Master, there's nothing to conceal from you. I actually wish to transcend the true Super Saiyan and achieve the ultimate Super Saiyan form. The cosmic cube suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Broly asked, puzzled. Do you mean to say you cannot transform into that green-haired form like Yamushi? Vice exclaimed in surprise. Regrettably, not at this time. Broly replied, distressed. That's quite peculiar. Yamushi could transform into that form with just a hint of anger. Why can't you? Is there a flaw in your body? Should I conduct a thorough examination? As Weiss spoke, his staff was poised to tap Broly on the head. Alas, let me elucidate the reason. I once sought the dragon on Namek and wished for the wisdom to retain my rationality upon transformation. It is quite possible that this has rendered me incapable of easily transforming, and as of now, nothing particularly vexing has occurred to provoke my ire. Broly hastily gestured for retreat, not wishing to unveil the duality of his existence. Oh, I almost forgot. Aside from Yamcha, there are very few Saiyans with such a lineage. Yet, whenever one appears, they are often overwhelmed by the ceaseless surge of energy that accompanies their transformation, leading to a loss of sanity, and in some cases, even explosive demise. Are you fearful of losing control and meeting such a fate? Whis discerned Broly's inner turmoil. Indeed, while the pursuit of strength is my aspiration, I have no desire to become a mindless beast, Broly lamented. However, since you have never transformed, how can you be aware of these matters? Whis posed a new question. Master, I implore you, are you a repository of endless inquiries? Although I have never transformed, does that diminish my insight? Despite the destruction of planet Vegeta, the fourth generation of Vegeta still endures. Broly feigned a look of exasperation, scarcely believing that Whis would be privy to his every moment. You do have a valid point. Anger, let me ponder. Whis began to muse. If not, shall I take you to another universe? Surely, there must be formidable beings beyond Universe 9? Broly redirected the conversation. What if I were to strike you? Would that incite your anger? To the utmost degree? Whis suddenly became playful. Broly recoiled, his expression one of reluctance. No, I'm not a masochist, and knowing the intent from the outset, how could I become enraged? Furthermore, Master, could you please maintain your elegant and noble demeanor? This is quite unbecoming of you. Oh ho ho ho, my apologies for the lapse. Whis laughed heartily. How utterly perplexing. You are nothing like the persona I had envisioned, Broly remarked. And what, pray tell, is your perception of me? Whis inquired with curiosity. Elegant, seemingly approachable, yet possessing a regal presence that renders mortals hesitant to draw near, shrouded in mystery, perpetually elusive. Broly articulated his understanding of Whis's essence. Oh ho ho, vel spoken. The more you speak, the more I am pleased to listen. What you describe is precisely this angel. Whis beamed with joy. Broly facepalmed, displaying an expression of utter defeat. Crumbled, utterly crumbled. The exalted deity had suddenly transformed into a jester. Broly mused inwardly. Chapter 59. Next stop, Universe 1. All right, no more jesting. Let me contemplate carefully who might assist you in achieving your goals and who could potentially provoke your anger. There are far too many individuals to choose from. Who shall I select? Whis pondered deeply. What do you mean? What does it signify that there are too many people? Broly expressed his discontent. Oh, do be quiet. Among the 12 universes, there are far too many who could easily vanquish you, and the ability to reverse time is not something I can readily employ in other universes. It is quite challenging to find someone who can incite your wrath, overpower you, yet refrain from striking you down. After all, the truly skilled possess their own dignity. Whis' cutting words struck a deep blow to Broly. You mean to say, I am still a mere underling? Broly stammered in anger. What do you think? Whis replied with an expression of utter disdain. Very well. I shall remember this. Master, please continue your thoughts. Broly's gaze was fixed intensely on Whis. Within his mind, he began to contemplate how he would one day unleash his wrath upon Whis once he became powerful. Eureka! He had an epiphany. The first universe. Home to a genius not only characterized by arrogance, but also unparalleled physical prowess, rivaling even yours. This individual was notoriously pretentious and boasted of being the number one in the universe, looking down upon the weak with disdain. Whis had mentioned the first universe instead of the 11th universe. It seemed his understanding of the previous plot was rather limited. Indeed, the universe that could secure its survival without participating in the tournament of power was far from simple. It was foolish of him to assume otherwise. Broly dismissed his inflated ego once more. To the first universe we go. Whis maneuvered the cosmic cube towards their destination, while Broly struggled to contain his bubbling excitement for battle. After all, the sensation of growing stronger in combat was simply intoxicating. He recalled the exquisite pain of being struck, an experience that was utterly addictive. The duo swiftly pierced through the cosmic barriers and arrived at the first universe, at the God of Destruction's planet in the first universe. The bearded deity Yuan greeted them with an even tone. Mr. Whis, it has been a while. How have you been? You flatter me, Lord Yuan. You are the oldest God of destruction. Whis replied courteously. Broly scrutinized the God of Destruction, whose face was obscured by a bushy beard, revealing only his eyes. Staring too long at others was quite impolite. It seems you are quite rude, Yuan remarked coolly. My apologies, Lord Yuan. It is my lack of experience. Please forgive me. Broly responded sheepishly. What brings you here, Whis? Asked Awamo. Greetings, big brother. Weiss replied with polite formality. Indeed, although Awamo, the angel of the first universe, appeared godlike, he was a male angel, albeit with a rather unique appearance. I have come to bring my disciple for some training. I would like to request the two of you to find a worthy opponent for him to spar with. Weiss stated his purpose directly, revealing their master-disciple relationship. It seemed that in Weiss's heart, the first universe held a closer affinity than the ninth universe. Oh, Iwan scrutinized Broly closely before continuing. He possesses a strong physique and notable potential, but his current strength leaves much to be desired. Surely, there must be someone in the seventh universe who can match him in combat? That cannot be true. With a discerning eye, Iwan pressed on. Well, Lord Iwan, the seventh universe does have contenders, but some are sealed away, while others are imprisoned. We angels must maintain neutrality. Until Lord Beerus takes action, I cannot intervene recklessly. There are regulations, you see. Weiss maintained an appearance of compliance with the rules. Enough of the pretense. Who doesn't know that you're the most mischievous one here? The choice of candidates rests with me, so you may wait. Avamo has little interest in witnessing Weiss's performance. My brother understands me. Weiss too has ceased his pretense. As a spectrum of colors ascends, Avamo departs from the planet of destruction. So, you have taken him as a disciple with the intention of grooming him for the position of the prospective destroyer? This is indeed a prudent measure. With nothing else to occupy his time, Iwan began conversing with Weiss. Broly, however, had no desire to listen to their chatter and instead moved aside, closing his eyes to meditate. He has developed a fondness for this form of cultivation, finding solace in quietude while simultaneously channeling the surging energy within him. After a brief moment, the vibrant colors descended, and behind Avamo emerged a robust man, standing at 2 meters tall. His features, though not conventionally handsome, bore an air of resoluteness, his close-cropped hair accentuating his muscular physique beneath a fitted black attire. Greetings, Lord Iwan, and to you, esteemed angel. The man politely saluted. Yes. Rise, Iwan replied. Turek, your physical prowess has evidently improved. It seems you have not neglected your training. The honor is yours, my lord. Turek replied humbly as he stood. Is that scoundrel Turek still not out? Turek hesitated to express. Understood. Avamo has presumably informed you of your purpose for being summoned. I leave it in your hands. Iwan settled himself beneath a nearby tree, preparing tea with his own hands. It is indeed a strange sight to witness a deity, responsible for the destruction of planets and their inhabitants, leisurely brewing tea beneath a tree. Mr. Weiss, come and have a taste. What I don't know? Aha. Weiss approached and seated himself at the tea table. Thus, 3 deities gathered beneath the tree, erecting a semicircular protective barrier to observe. Meanwhile, Turek approached Broly. You may commence. Turek's demeanor towards Broly starkly contrasted with his previous politeness. His gaze was cold and his tone calm, evoking a sense of distance. My master was indeed not mistaken. This haughty demeanor is rather irksome, Broly mused internally. He lowered his arms, his gaze fixed intently on Turek. Truly formidable, not a single flaw in sight. Broly marveled. How long do you intend to stare? Turek suddenly beckoned towards Broly with a finger. This was infuriating. Broly's irritation flared. Unable to contain himself any longer, he launched a powerful punch directly at Turek. Turek stood unperturbed, showing no reaction until the moment of impact, when his head tilted slightly, allowing the punch to narrowly graze past his ear. Weiss, observing, furrowed his brow and set down his teacup. Brother, is this not a bit excessive? Fear not. Turek knows his limits. Weiss discerned more than what was apparent. However, at this moment, Broly remained oblivious. Kaioken. After the conclusion of the battle in the 9th universe, in his Super Saiyan form, Broly's combat power soared to an astonishing 2.5 billion points, which, when divided by a 100-fold increase, equates to a base level of 25 million points. He initiated the Kaioken technique, cautiously testing Toll's strength step by step. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times. Accelerating, and accelerating again. Yet, even at 20 times, he was unable to touch Toll's form. With a furrowed brow, Broly bypassed his teal form and transformed into a Super Saiyan. A flicker of surprise finally crossed Toll's previously indifferent eyes. It was Broly who took the initiative to attack. Chapter 60. The initial form of the Ultra Instinct technique. In his Super Saiyan transformation, Broly's speed and power surged 100-fold. Toll's could no longer evade his strikes with ease. Bang, 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 bang. The two remained unmoving. exchanging hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye, their figures resembling a multitude of arms flailing in the air. The deafening sounds of their confrontation reverberated, accompanied by violent shockwaves. It appeared that this was merely a preliminary form, and Whis let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Talls had only grasped a mere 10%. This little fellow you brought along is quite impressive, Avalo praised. The surprises are still to come, Whis replied nonchalantly. Oh, now that is truly intriguing. Ewan's curiosity was piqued. It is known that the angels possess a remarkably discerning eye. On the battlefield, Broly's speed increased exponentially, yet Talls managed to keep pace. There was no sign of energy. His combat power was undetectable. He relied solely on his formidable physique to exhibit such strength. For the first time, Broly felt thwarted in his natural talent. He had not anticipated encountering someone so powerful, relying solely on their physical prowess. Moreover, he deduced why he was unable to strike Talls moments ago. Is it what I think it is? Ultra instinct? Broly inquired softly. You possess some insight, Talls replied coolly. How fascinating indeed. Broly's fists ached intensely, each joint trembling. Every punch exchanged felt as if it struck a solid block of thunderous steel. Talls' physical resilience exceeded his wildest imaginings. However, this exhilarated him, truly igniting his excitement. This time, surely the fight would endure for a long while. Come forth. Let me see if this body has any limits. Broly was utterly consumed by madness. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious. He no longer engaged in mere fist exchanges. Talls drew back his right fist, then thrust it forward, aiming for Broly's chest. Broly not only refrained from dodging, but made no attempt to defend himself. Instead, he chose to collide head-on, launching a punch towards Talls' chest. Boom! Cough cough! Broly spat blood. Talls remained unscathed. It seems this is about to conclude. Ewan's curious expression relaxed. No, this is just the beginning. A glint of brilliance flickered in Avalo's eyes. Brother, your insight is remarkable. Whis gently sipped his tea. Ivan, hidden beneath his thick beard, slightly furrowed his brow. Indeed, Broly was injured, yet his power began to surge. That sensation had returned. Broly spread his arms wide, greedily relishing the pain. Come on. He charged forward once more. Boom! 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 Dust and debris flew as the very ground trembled from the shockwaves of their clash. The air was filled with the echoes of their fierce confrontation above and below. Broly fought with wild abandon, resembling a beast driven mad, offering no defense whatsoever. His eyes and hands were solely focused on relentless offense, an unending barrage. He paid no mind to the injuries he sustained. Tariq, whose expression had been as calm as still water, began to frown slightly. What a lunatic! Akin to my brother's madness, he thought, but he showed no mercy in his retaliation, for Broly's attacks had begun to inflict damage upon him as well. With every heavy blow Broly endured, a tide of power surged forth from within him. This was exhilarating. This was true combat. Broly was utterly unhinged, his vision blurring with madness. Madman, Tariq unleashed the fragment of the ultimate technique he had grasped, channeling all his strength. In the face of Broly's ferocious onslaught, he began to selectively evade, trading injury for injury. Impossible. In just a few minutes, he has grown so rapidly, Ivan exclaimed, astonished. His ancestor was suppressed by my father himself. Vi suddenly interjected. Are you referring to that individual? A flicker of fear crossed Ivan's eyes. Indeed. But this little one is different, so there is no need for excessive concern. Why set faith in his own observations? Very well. If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. Ivan decided not to dwell further. My lord Ivan, you are mistaken. Both my father and the king of all are not particularly tall. Avamo interjected with a jest. Avamo, tread carefully. Such humor is ill-advised. Ivan retorted sharply. If this reaches my father's ears, who knows what might happen? Vice chuckled. It has already reached him. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by a dread-inducing aura. The three deities froze, exchanging glances, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. No worries if the sky falls, a short person can handle it. With that, the mysterious pressure vanished. Has it departed? Vice inquirit. It seems so, Ivan replied. Then all is well. Avamo added. Brother, you truly are. Weiss felt a chill. Let us observe, ha ha ha. Avamo laughed heartily. Outside the palace of the king of all, the grand priest stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle between Broly and Tariq. It appeared, Tariq's assertion was undeniably correct. Matters were growing increasingly intriguing. What might transpire with a rational and thoughtful malevolent force? On the planet of the first universe destroyer. Under the nascent form of the ultimate freedom technique, Turik's agility was maximized. While Broly could land a single punch on him, Turik was capable of delivering dozens of blows in return. He contemplated incapacitating Broly to conclude their sparring, aiming each strike at Broly's head. Yet, Broly appeared far from easily subdued. With a resounding thud, yet another punch connected with Broly's right cheek. Boom! Broly's physique swelled as he defiantly withstood Turik's onslaught, his head returning to its rightful position, a ferocious and merciless glint radiating from his eyes. Turik! A cacophony of emerald energy orbs erupted from within Broly. Boom! Boom! The energy orbs scattered in all directions, creating a series of explosive detonations in their vicinity. Although Broly's head had endured considerable punishment, it had not succumbed to unconsciousness. However, his consciousness was becoming increasingly hazy. All he perceived was Turik, his adversary. The chaotic energy orbs were a manifestation of the uncontrollable surge of power within him, unleashed in a frenzied outpouring. Once the tumult subsided, Broly's strength surged to new heights. Had he remained lucid, he would have realized that his battle power in this transformed state had reached an astonishing 100 billion. Clearly, Turik had inflicted considerable damage upon him. Turik's agility was at its peak, yet Broly not only possessed remarkable resilience, but also an extraordinary recovery capability that surpassed Turik's. Upon closer inspection, Turik's visage began to reveal signs of fatigue in the face of Broly's relentless and savage onslaught. However, Broly's energy showed no signs of waning. Instead, it had multiplied exponentially, and his stamina seemed boundless, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. Chapter 61. The Rampaging Broly with Verdant Hair. On the planet of the first universe destroyer, Broly's fury intensified. Turik gradually found himself at a disadvantage, weary from the battle. Each of Broly's ferocious moves clashed head-on with Turik. With a primal roar, Broly's aura surged once more, his golden energy illuminating the heavens. With a hint of green shimmering within. Boom! Once again, Turik sent Broly soaring into the sky. Broly gathered energy with one hand, the environment flickering in monochrome before abruptly returning to color as he hurled a verdant energy sphere downward. Turik, crouching slightly, coiled his right fist at his waist. As the energy sphere approached within 3 meters, he unleashed a powerful punch. The invisible force of his strike obliterated the emerald energy orb. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. Yet what followed was Broly's imposing figure. Descending rapidly, he aimed both feet directly at Turik's body, delivering a forceful kick. Crash! Turik crossed his arms above his head, but half of his form was driven forcibly into the ground by the overwhelming force. Upon landing, Broly followed up with a fierce knee strike aimed squarely at Turik's head. Turik's arms, as unyielding as steel, had just endured a devastating blow, leaving them numb and powerless. With a thunderous impact, his face met with a fierce knee strike, and his body, previously embedded in the ground, was propelled backwards. Broly, with a forceful thrust of his legs, soared above the retreating Turik, fists clenched, and delivered a punishing strike downwards. The very landscape trembled as Turik's impact altered the terrain dramatically. Suspended in midair, Broly concentrated his energy, summoning 2 emerald green energy orbs that fused into one mid-descent, crashing into the crater where Turik lay. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, shrouding the sky and transforming the weather. Lightning crackled as raindrops began to fall sporadically. As the rain washed away the swirling dust, Turik slowly rose from the pit, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had sustained an injury. He would not forget this encounter. Turik finally began to regard Broly with the seriousness he deserved. In a moment of wild bravado, Broly tilted his head back slightly, flashing a defiant gesture towards Turik. Huh! How audacious! Turik, sensing the gravity of the situation, prepared to unleash his full power. His body began to radiate a mysterious azure light, unlike Broly's translucent aura, manifesting a substantial energy that was imperceptible, a higher realm of power. This was the divine realm. Though he had only just entered it, he had transcended the mortal coil. Whis expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Turik has successfully grasped a fragment of the ultimate technique in recent years, allowing him to break through to the divine realm. Avamo nodded in approval. Quite impressive, to surpass limits through sheer physical prowess and to harness divine energy. The first universe truly conceals remarkable talent. Wiss was equally astonished, recognizing that individuals of such caliber were exceedingly rare across other universes. Bathed in azure light, Turik's injuries healed rapidly under the influence of divine energy, restoring not only his wounds, but also his previously depleted stamina. However, wielding such divine energy placed immense strain on his body, and he knew he could not maintain it for long. He resolved to swiftly conclude his battle with Broly. Turik gradually levitated, achieving parity with Broly. "You are quite formidable." He offered a genuine compliment. "Continue." Broly's expression twisted in ferocity as he struggled to utter the words. "Huh." Turik initiated the assault, unleashing an air cannon that sent Broly reeling backwards. He then surged forward, employing the same tactics Broly had used, delivering a punishing blow. "You truly hold a grudge." Broly not only created a massive crater, but also unleashed the molten lava buried beneath, causing it to erupt through the fissures. Broly quickly regained his footing, ready to counterattack. Yet, against Turik, who had ascended to divine mastery, he found himself at a disadvantage once more. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, but Turik remained steadfast, while Broly's right arm grew numb, forcing him to retreat several paces. With a desperate resolve, Broly decided to unleash his primal instincts, casting aside any restraint. "Let this be my final stand. I cannot afford to fail." In his eyes, the pupils had vanished entirely, leaving only a stark white expanse. With a thunderous roar, Broly bellowed to the heavens, resembling a ferocious beast in its fury. His aura underwent a profound transformation, becoming wild, bloodthirsty, and imbued with an overwhelming ferocity. His golden hair surged once more, erupting in a vibrant green locks. The golden flames surrounding his body morphed into a deep grass green. Deep within his subconscious, Broly keenly sensed the metamorphosis of his form. An insane surge of limitless energy and boundless stamina coursed through him. In the early moments of his transformation, he achieved a staggering increase of 1,000-fold. It felt as though, with the passage of time, that multiplier would only escalate. Was this the legendary Super Saiyan? It was akin to the power of a Super Saiyan compounded with that of a great ape. His Super Saiyan form offered a 100-fold increase, while the great ape form provided a 10-fold boost. The state of being a great ape, if fully realized, would yield a 50-fold enhancement. Thus, if the great ape form were to stack with Super Saiyan, it would result in an astronomical 5,000-fold increase in combat prowess, rivaling that of a fully powered Super Saiyan 4. Presently, he had only attained a 1,000-fold increase. No wonder he felt he had yet to reach his limits. Enveloped in rage and devoid of reason, he charged recklessly at Tulls. The sudden escalation in Broly's power transformed the tide of battle, rendering Tulls equally matched. The utterly ferocious Broly disregarded all attacks, engaging Tulls head-on. Clang, clang, clang. What was once a dull thud of flesh on flesh now resonated with the sharp, metallic sounds of steel striking steel. Clearly, Broly's enhancement encompassed not only his energy, but also his physical form. As another blow was exchanged, Tulls transformed his fist into a claw mid-strike, grasping Broly's fist and attempting to execute an over-the-shoulder throw. However, Broly raised his knee, driving it into Tull's midsection, nullifying the maneuver. With his other arm, Broly seized Tulls by the nape of his neck, hoisting him high before slamming him down with tremendous force. Boom! The frenzied Broly showed no mercy, maintaining his grip as he propelled Tulls forward, smashing him into the ground. The earth was gouged deeply beneath them. Yet, Tull's skin, much like his physique, proved unyielding, remaining unmarred by injury. Nonetheless, this manner of assault was utterly humiliating. The calm demeanor Tulls once possessed dissipated entirely. "Enough! Get away from me!" Tulls unleashed his energy, forcefully repelling the crazed Broly. Following this, he executed a backflip, simultaneously unleashing 2 energy blasts aimed squarely at Broly's face. Boom! Boom! Yet, those casual energy blasts failed to budge Broly, who absorbed the explosive force and pressed the attack once more. The disparity in strength and mastery was undeniable. Although Tulls had grasped a hint of the Ultra Instinct technique and benefited from divine enhancement, he found himself utterly outmatched against the sheer raw power of Broly, who had exhausted all his tactics in the face of such overwhelming might. Although Broly remains at a mortal level, his power has already surpassed Tulls, possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of energy that overwhelms even the highest quality divine energy. Of course, this is still due to Tulls's insufficient divine energy tier. Had he wielded the power of a god of destruction, imbued with rules, Broly might not have been able to withstand it so effortlessly. Chapter 62, Regaining Sanity. It appears that Tulz is destined to lose. Was cast a knowing glance at the two. This is only natural, given that individual S bloodline. Iwan, however, bore no ill will. Whis, it seems that the standards of your Universe 7 will soon be elevated. Avamo remarked. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Whis replied without a hint of modesty. Broly has truly brought him great pride this time. However, he seems to be growing increasingly ferocious. Can he still regain his sanity? Iwan pointed at the increasingly wrathful Broly. I have faith in him. On the battlefield, Broly's strikes were ruthless and merciless, each blow imbued with tremendous force. Tulz struggled to respond, resorting to evasion, unable even to block Broly's iron fists. His body ached terribly, his arms numbed by the impact. You madman, wake up. Tulz realized he could no longer continue in this manner. The individual before him was nothing short of a gifted, yet psychotic warrior. Within a mere hour, his strength skyrocketed several tiers, and it appeared he had yet to reach his limits. Yet the current Broly could not heed any words. He was solely focused on the assault, his vacant eyes seemingly fixated only on Tulz, deaf to any other sound. Bang, bang, bang. Tulz fled in desperation, and when escape was impossible, he braced himself for a direct confrontation. In this universe, apart from a select few, he had never before been so utterly overwhelmed, and certainly not to such an extent. The pressure Broly exerted upon him was more terrifying than that of his elder brother, with surges of power escalating to 1100, 1200, 1300 times. It seemed that even 5,000 times would not suffice to halt him. It appears I have underestimated the situation. Nevertheless, having achieved his objective, it was time to regain his sanity. The subconscious Broly began to wrest control of his body. He had intentionally unleashed the violent genes within to assault his reason. Unable to find a point of anger, he resolved to deliberately suppress his mental energy, allowing it to break through before once again contesting for control and restoring his sanity. This was his devised plan. An unceasing flow of mental energy began to surge forth. The method he once wished for from the dragon to eliminate potential dangers was to enhance his spiritual and mental power, elevating his limits. Earlier, he had intentionally suppressed. Now, he would exert his full strength to reclaim control. The ferocious figure suddenly halted, hands clutching his head in agony as he howled. Though his countenance was fearsome, the violent aura gradually began to return to tranquility. Suddenly, the previously vanished pupils re-emerged. At last, I have returned. This sensation is truly delightful. Broly, upon regaining consciousness, squeezed his own arm, relishing the remarkable feeling. A formidable physique, coupled with an immense energy that even he found hard to fathom. You have awakened? Turek finally seized a moment to catch his breath. Hey Turek, my sincerest thanks. Were it not for you, I would not have been able to transcend into this form. Broly remarked with a gentle smile. You're a madman, vacillating between lucidity and frenzy. Turek replied. Madman genius, it's a fine line. Who can truly delineate? Nevertheless, the objective has been achieved. Shall we continue? Broly, fists clenched, gazed at Turek, his eyes aflame with the thrill of combat. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test this awakened body. A fool would engage in battle with such a madman. I concede. Hiss. Turek grimaced, clutching his right arm, which had suffered a fracture from the final blow before his awakening. Very well, this has grown tedious. Broly closed his eyes, the immense energy gradually dissipating. His green hair reverting to its natural black hue. His stature returned to its usual form, and the refined Broly re-emerged. Had I not fought you, I would never have believed you possessed another visage. Turek seethed, gritting his teeth in indignation. I appreciate the compliment. Broly replied with a serene smile. Oh, and you've grown rather audacious. Turek mocked. Yet, the elation from Broly's successful breakthrough rendered him indifferent to Turek's jibes. His base combat power had astonishingly reached 200 million, and under the initial amplification of Super Saiyan, it soared to 20 billion, with no apparent limit. What a thrill. Truly, the prowess of an extraordinary lineage. Broly was exuberant. In the midst of his excitement, he tossed a senzu bean to Turek. What is this? Turek grasped it eagerly. You'll know once you consume it. Are you afraid I've poisoned it? Broly replied with a sly smile. Humph. Turek swallowed it whole, instantly restoring his condition. What a marvelous item. Can I trade for some? He exclaimed in surprise. Absolutely not. I am in need as well. Were it not for your assistance in my breakthrough, I would never have shared. Broly was quite stingy regarding the sins of beings, for they were indeed invaluable, capable of turning the tide in crucial moments. Stingy? Oomph. I never noticed you were so petty. Turek retorted. You are the petty one. Spare me such expressions. Turek fumed. You are not. Get lost. In the realm of verbal sparring, Broly had yet to concede to anyone. Turek was driven to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Broly completely disregarded him and approached Whis and the others. It appears your plan has succeeded, he stated to Whis. It thanks to my master's assistance. Broly expressed his gratitude. Whis, your intentions seem less than pure. Avamo insinuated. Less than pure? Quite the contrary. My intentions are entirely sincere. I simply seek an opponent to spar with. Whis responded, wearing a look of intrigue. Stop pretending in front of me. Your objectives have been achieved. Now you may leave. Avamo said with irritation. Ha ha ha, then I shall take my leave. Weiss said as he produced the cosmic cube. Disciple, retreat. Broly entered the cube, and Weiss maneuvered it to depart. Broly, next time, I shall surely defeat you. Tarek shouted towards Broly. Understood, Ms. Tarek. Broly replied with an intent to strike at her heart. You scoundrel, Tarek exclaimed in frustration. Yet, Broly's figure had already vanished from sight. This is infuriating, Tarek declared angrily. Enough, Tarek. I too did not anticipate that little fellow's extraordinary abilities, but perhaps this is for the best. You have come to a clear understanding of your own shortcomings. Avamo consoled her. Indeed, I was once arrogant, believing that having ascended to the divine level made me invincible. Truthfully, I harbored a desire to surpass my elder brother. But now I realize that with my current strength, I cannot best him, even if he were to become complacent, for he achieved his breakthrough long before I did. Tarek humbly set aside her pride. That is well. I shall escort you back, Avamo offered, personally guiding her home. Thank you, esteemed angel. Tarek bowed and followed Avamo as they departed. How intriguing. Even the Grand Minister is taking notice. It seems that interesting events are about to unfold in the 12 universes. Iwan said leisurely, sipping his tea. Chapter 63, Return and Divine Division. Destruction God Planet of the 7th Universe. What are your plans next? Vice Inquiet. Master, do you think I have the chance to learn Tarek's fully developed evasion technique? Also, can you tell me what that mysterious energy surrounding her is? Broly asked, furrowing his brow. The Ultra Instinct is a divine technique that even gods of destruction find challenging to fully comprehend. Among the 12 universes, only the angel race can execute the Ultra Instinct to its utmost perfection. Your physical aptitude is not suited for this technique. You must forge your own path. Weiss advised against Broly pursuing Ultra Instinct. You are correct. I believe in the face of absolute power, all else is but an illusion. Just like Tarek. Despite her possessing a modicum of it, she is utterly helpless against my soaring strength. This is the advantage that comes from a disparity in power. Broly expressed his disinterest in learning Ultra Instinct. Although his body could endure punishment, it did not imply that his character was inclined to accept it. To master Ultra Instinct, one must first learn to endure blows. Sadly, Broly has no desire to be the sole recipient of punishment. You are absolutely right. You are unlike ordinary Saiyans. Why tread a path that does not suit you? It is far better to excel in your own way. Weiss nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. I understand now. What about the second question? Broly asked. Ahem, mortals and deities represent a leap in the tiers of life, as well as a transformation of higher dimensional energy. Could you elaborate? Broly inquired with curiosity. The deities of the underworld, whether it be King Yama or the Realm King, are classified as lower gods, attending solely to matters within the bounds of established rules. Nonetheless, they reside within the divine realm, possessing eternal life unless vanquished by mortals. But what are the celestial beings on Earth? Ironically, though they are labeled as gods, they scarcely qualify as such, for their lifespans are finite. They merely wield the means to oversee a planet and traverse the realms of Yin and Yang. In simpler terms, they serve as temporary workers between the two worlds of shadow and light. Ah, I see. Is there more? Indeed. Next, we encounter the gods of the upper world, the Realm King and the Destroyer gods, who are categorized as higher deities. However, their focuses diverge. The Realm King leans towards creation and assistance, while the Destroyer gods are tasked with annihilation, despite both being classified as higher gods. The might of the Destroyer gods surpasses that of the Realm Kings. And what of beings like Tulls? Tulls can be considered a lower god, having undergone a transformation that significantly enhances his lifespan and results in a qualitative shift in his energy. Upon achieving divine status, mortals experience such transformations. It's crucial to remember that combat strength and divine rank are not directly correlated and should not be used as a measure of power. Even among destroyer gods, there exists vast disparities in strength. Apart from their unique destructive abilities, Lord Beerus is several times more formidable than other destroyer gods, as was pointed out emphatically. I comprehend this. Much like myself, though I'm not a god, my strength could rival that of a deity, albeit my lifespan does not match theirs. Nor does my energy reach the elevated levels of divine beings. Broly understood this well. I'm glad you grasp it. Do you have any further inquiries? And what about you? What lies above you? Broly persisted in his questioning. Me? Huh. Such ambition you possess. Whis remarked knowingly. Hee hee. Broly could only respond with an awkward chuckle. The angelic race is bound by regulations to maintain neutrality, solely supervising the destroyer gods in their service. Yet in truth, their strength exceeds that of the destroyer gods. We are categorized within the realm of divine attendance, and I cannot divulge further details about our capabilities. Beyond that, it is knowledge beyond your current reach. Whis merely spoke of their ranks, refraining from delving deeper, as his father, the Grand Priest, had begun to take notice of their conversation. Understood. Broly nodded. Well, this excursion has yielded significant insights, and your plans have come to fruition. What are your next intentions? Whis inquired. None. I shall return to Earth. Do you not wish for me to offer you guidance? Whis was taken aback. As you have stated, I have my own path. The Ultra Instinct is not suited for me. I simply require mindless energy enhancement and physical training. Broly shrugged his shoulders. Short-sightedness. You infuriate me. Whis exclaimed in exasperation. Is it not unnecessary for you to intervene? I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Broly swiftly vanished with a burst of instant transmission. Earth. The comfort of Earth's environment is unparalleled. Broly languidly stretched. Broly, you have returned. How did it go? Did you complete your tasks? Ties joyfully rushed into his embrace. Yes. All is accomplished. I have gained invaluable insights. Broly affectionately patted her head. At that moment, Ties no longer sported the short hair from the original tale. During her years on Earth, she had grown a cascade of long, flowing locks. Her golden hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. I missed you. I missed you too. Carry me home. Understood. Broly effortlessly lifted her with one arm, showcasing his remarkable strength. The events that transpired upon returning to the room are best left unspoken. The following morning, Tai Si, resembling a weary beast of burden, struggled to walk to the bathroom, her legs trembling and her back aching. In the ensuing days, aside from his regular training, Broly ventured away from Earth to find an uninhabited planet to acclimate to his emerald-haired form. Through persistent practice, his transformation into a Super Saiyan had amplified his power by an astonishing 2,000 times, with his base combat strength reaching an impressive 300 million. In the year 764 of the Age of the Universe, a full year had elapsed since the Frieza saga. Uncertain of the implications in this altered timeline, Broly reclined languidly in a rocking chair, contemplating the forthcoming narrative. However, with his current prowess, he felt no trepidation toward the chapters preceding Dragon Ball Super. Should any adversities arise, he was prepared to confront them head-on. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that Vegeta and Kakarot had been training on Yardrat for an entire year. Surely, they must have mastered instant transmission by now. It was time to pay them a visit, and the Metamoran fusion technique should also be prioritized. He needed to experiment with Gogeta and Vegeto. With a sudden flash, Broly vanished. Indeed, upon his return, he had also sent son Goku to Yardrat. His intentions were twofold: to encourage Goku to find a way to awaken Vegeta's Super Saiyan form and to foster a bond between the two. For one's greatest rival often knows them best. Vegeta harbored resentment towards Goku, and Goku was likely to provoke Vegeta into transforming successfully. This would also serve as preparation for future opportunities for their fusion. While the Patera earrings were a straightforward option, the Metamoran fusion required the willingness of both parties, and persuading Vegeta would prove challenging. On Yardrat, two golden streams of energy clashed in the sky. Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his Gallic gun. Goku, undeterred, swiftly retaliated with a Kamehameha. The pink and blue beams collided spectacularly, with energy levels soaring to 200 million and 230 million, suggesting Kakarot held the upper hand. Broly observed the battle from above, choosing not to interfere. In Chapter 64, the clash intensified. The Kamehameha beam overpowered Vegeta's Gallic gun. Not on my watch, Vegeta roared, intensifying his attack. I refuse to lose. Goku shouted back, as the Kamehameha regained momentum, forcing the Gallic gun to retreat. As the explosion erupted, Vegeta adeptly employed instant transmission to evade the blast. "Vegeta, I've won," Goku exclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with excitement. "It's merely a draw," Vegeta retorted defiantly. "Hurry! I didn't expect you to surpass the Super Saiyan threshold as well." Broly suddenly materialized, his presence commanding attention. "Broly, have you returned? Cool me. Let's engage in a battle," Goku exclaimed with uncontainable excitement upon seeing Broly. "Not interested. The two of you combined are no match for me." Broly shook his head dismissively. "Arrogant. Both of us have transformed into Super Saiyans. How could we possibly be unable to defeat you?" Vegeta glared at Broly, filled with fury. "Is that so? Then how about this?" With a sudden surge, Broly activated his Kaioken, dramatically increasing his base power level to 400 million. The immense energy expelled from him sent both warriors flying. "Damn it, you monster!" Even the usually carefree Goku could not help but gasp in astonishment at Broly's overwhelming strength. Vegeta's expression morphed into one of shock, tinged with a hint of despair. "Shall we continue? If you two are masochists, I would mind indulging you," Broly mocked, retracting his Kaioken and observing the duo with a playful glint in his eye. "No way, I certainly don't want that." The combative Goku immediately recalled the times he had been knocked unconscious by Broly, shivering at the thought. "Broly, tell me, why does your power grow so rapidly?" Vegeta could not restrain his curiosity. "Do not compare yourself with me. Our talents are not the same, hence the outcomes differ. What you strive for, I achieve with ease." Broly's words shattered Vegeta's pride completely. "How is this fair? Damn it, I'm also a superior warrior. Why am I so far behind you?" Vegeta seethed with rage. "If you wish to fight me on equal terms, there is a way," Broly suddenly offered. "What method?" Goku hurriedly approached Broly, his excitement palpable. Vegeta mirrored his eagerness. "It is said that there exist the Metamorans in the universe, who possess a unique ability to fuse two individuals into one through a special dance, resulting in a transformative power. Perhaps it would not be impossible to face me." Broly dangled this tantalizing prospect before them, curious to see if they would bite. "What? You want me to fuse with Kakarot? In your dreams. I would never fuse with him." Vegeta grimaced at the very thought of merging with Goku. "Vegeta, it is not entirely out of the question. Consider it. After the fusion, you would have a chance to defeat Broly." Goku, unfazed by the idea, encouraged the notion. "The fusion is not permanent. It lasts only 30 minutes. Broly reiterated, casting the bait once more. 30 minutes, you say?" Vegeta pondered deeply. In this moment, Vegeta's disdain for Goku had lessened, unlike in the original narrative. Given the altered circumstances and with Broly standing in their way, Vegeta had shifted his focus entirely onto Broly. "Let us think it over. There's no rush. I've heard that there are Metamorans in the other world as well. Kakarot, you could take him to consult with King Kai," Broly concluded before vanishing from sight. "Let us go, Vegeta. Stop overthinking. Let us learn it first." Goku grasped Vegeta's shoulder, and they instantaneously teleported to King Kai's planet. "Metamorans, you say? Let me think." King Kai searched through his memories with diligence. "Ah, I remember. Follow me," King Kai exclaimed as he soared from his planet. Vegeta and son Goku closely pursued. On Earth, a peculiar machine abruptly materialized in a desolate region 3,000 kilometers from West City. A tall figure with blue hair, adorned in a jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation emblem, appeared. Oddly, there was not a soul in sight. The newcomer was none other than Trunks from the future. Trunks closed his eyes in contemplation. Something was amiss. Goku had yet to return, and Gohan's energy felt alarmingly feeble. Furthermore, there was a familiar yet strange aura lingering in the air. Could it be him? A look of terror crossed Trunks' face. At the Capsule Corporation estate in West City, Broly chuckled, realizing someone was sensing his presence. However, he quickly deduced the source of that energy. Whoosh! Broly vanished in an instant. "Broly, it truly is you. I remember you perished in my childhood." Trunks, feeling a sense of imminent danger, transformed into a Super Saiyan and drew his sword, glaring coldly at Broly. "You are indeed the most steadfast Saiyan. Do not be alarmed. Relax," Broly reassured him, asserting he bore no ill intentions. "Broly, tell me, did you kill my father and Uncle Goku?" Trunks demanded, not daring to let his guard down. Broly smiled slightly, waving his hand, conjuring a golden stream of energy suspended in midair. "The past is the past, Trunks. You may have traversed here, but you cannot alter what has already occurred. You can only allow this timeline to sprout new branches, creating new parallel worlds. As he spoke, Broly manipulated the golden stream, dividing it along its natural trajectory to form a new energy path. Parallel timelines are as numerous as the stars. Any minute alteration could lead to a shift in the future, potentially giving rise to new parallel realities. Suddenly, countless branches emerged from the golden stream. Are you implying that even if I traveled to the past, I could not change my future timeline? Trunks, being Bulma's son, possessed an exceptional technological aptitude. Swiftly grasped Broly's meaning. Very astute. Indeed, that is the case. Broly dissipated the stream of energy. Why must my world remain as it is? Trunks knelt on the ground in anguish, pounding his fists upon the earth. Relying on others is futile. You are the child of Vegeta, yet you have not inherited his pride. Perhaps I am not in a position to say this, for one should not advise another until they have endured the same suffering. However, I tell you, to end such a desolate future, you must depend on yourself. Broly had always admired this steadfast, unyielding Saiyan. How do you know so much? Moreover, where are my father and Uncle Goku? Why does Gohan seem so weak now? Trunks was beset with questions, as what he beheld starkly contrasted with his knowledge. Thus, he regarded Broly with heightened wariness. I have stated, this timeline is not the same as yours. It possesses a different history, and such discrepancies are entirely normal. However, you need not worry. I'm not like Broly from your timeline, ruthless and bloodthirsty. Do I seem like a mindless individual to you? Broly gestured to himself. Then, kindly elucidate. The sword in Trunks' hand was pointed directly at Broly. Chapter 65, Special Training, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Earth. It appears necessary for you to comprehend certain matters. Come at me. Broly partially activated his Kaioken, a crimson aura enveloping his index finger. Are you not transforming? I recall. Enough of the banter. Come at me. Broly suddenly bellowed. Trunks, wielding his sword with both hands, declared, Then I shall not hold back. Whoosh, clang, clang, clang. The sharp blade was effortlessly blocked by Broly's single finger. Trunks had always fought with his full strength, never understanding the concept of holding back. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Trunks was utterly astonished. Therefore, you should understand that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Broly retracted his Kaioken, while Trunks sheathed his sword, a mix of desolation and excitement glimmering in his eyes as he gazed at Broly. Can you assist me? With your power. Joining me in the future would surely enable us to defeat those two malevolent androids. Trunks implored. No, I will not intervene. Why not? If I solve this for you this time, what about next time? What about the time after that? Can you guarantee that no foe more formidable than the androids will arise in the future? Can I always be there to assist you? Or will you continually find yourself lucky enough to survive and traverse back to seek my help? Trunks felt a profound disorientation. He recognized the truth in Broly's words. Yet he was undeniably incapable of overcoming the androids at this moment. I comprehend your point, but my father is gone, and Gohan is deceased as well. I am the last remaining fighter, yet I have no means to significantly enhance my strength in such a short time. Even Gohan, so powerful, fell. If only I could have restrained one of them back then, Gohan might not have perished. It's all my fault, all my fault. Trunks lamented, clutching his head in anguish. Broly regarded the distressed Trunks with compassion. Indeed, Trunks had borne an overwhelming burden in the future timeline, shouldering everything alone. His life had been exceedingly harsh. I can assist you. I can help you significantly increase your power in a short time. What do you say? Do you require my aid? Broly earnestly extended his right hand. Is that true? Are you genuinely willing to help me? Trunks exclaimed in delight. Follow me. Broly seized him, teleporting them to the sacred temple on Earth. Mr. Popo, it has been a while. Broly greeted the dark-skinned Popo. What brings you here? Mr. Popo inquired, his expression inscrutable. Ahem, Mr. Popo, you must be quite lonely by yourself. Should I venture to Namek and bring back a new deity for you? The Dragon Balls on Earth have become inert stones since Piccolo fused with Kami. Broly had neglected this matter for some time, but now that he was here, he would address it. The expressionless face of Bobo finally revealed a flicker of emotion. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Broly. Are you certain? Is it truly possible? No problem. That Namekian, we go way back. Broly assured, patting his chest. Well then, I'm most grateful to you. Your purpose for coming this time is the Room of Spirit and Time, correct? Upon hearing this, Broly was taken aback. You know about this? He exclaimed in astonishment. He does not belong to this timeline. Bobo pointed at Trunks. Haha, Mr. Bobo, you are indeed full of surprises. Yes, that is precisely the case. I will head to Namek as soon as I emerge a day later. How does that sound? Broly recognized that Bobo was no ordinary individual and chose not to delve further into the matter. All right, let us proceed. Bobo guided the two towards the room of spirit and time. The provisions within will suffice for a year. Bobo twisted the handle, signaling them to enter. Come on, Trunks. Broly decided to personally train the young warrior, yet Trunks' growth ultimately depended on his own efforts. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and the flow of time began to alter significantly. At the God of Destruction's planet, time travel is a grave offense. Broly certainly does not make things easy. Whis mused with a slight frown. Oh well, Lord Beerus remains in slumber, and I am unable to intervene. Why bother worrying? Whis effectively concocted a convenient excuse for himself. Inside the room of spirit and time, Broly instructed, first, transform into a Super Saiyan, then strive to maintain that form with all your might. Control your energy. Do not waste it. Methodically, Broly aimed to have Trunks achieve full power in his Super Saiyan form, bypassing the intermediate muscular transformation to save valuable time. Understood. Trunks responded with determination. Having chosen to enlist Broly's assistance, he unconditionally trusted him. How should I address you? Trunks inquired, uncertain of how to refer to Broly. In this world, I am your aunt's husband. You may call me uncle. My aunt? Tights? Mother merely mentioned her name to me. I have never met her, and you are her husband. Trunks, while astonished, felt a slight sense of familiarity with the imposing Broly, his tense expression relaxing considerably. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Each timeline possesses its own history. This timeline is but an illusion to you. Let us commence training. Here, take this. Broly tossed him a capsule. Upon Trunks throwing it, a gravity chamber emerged. A gravity chamber? Indeed, and it boasts a maximum gravity of 1,000 times. Even in your Super Saiyan form, you will face considerable pressure. Once you can maintain that form within the chamber for 10 days, we shall proceed to the next phase of training. You should be familiar with senza beans. Consume one if you grow hungry. Broly tossed him a bag of senza beans. Understood. Trunks entered the gravity chamber with resolve. However, for the first time, he could only endure the immense gravity of 500 times for half a day before reverting. The Super Saiyan form lasted merely half a day before returning to its normal state. Did you not consume any senza beans? Broly inquired, astonished. Trunks shook his head and replied, I believe that this gradual recovery after complete exhaustion is more beneficial for my mastery of ki and the transformation of my body. Splendid. Though the duration of consumption has lengthened somewhat, your depth of thought suggests you will soon meet the requirements. As for me, I have my own plans. Upon concluding his words, Broly soared alone to a distance of 100 kilometers. He settled cross-legged in mid-air, mentally simulating the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He contemplated that the green-haired form at 5,000 times was merely his current limit, while he had only reached 2,000 times thus far. To advance rapidly, he recognized the necessity of extensive combat. Nevertheless, his mental strength now allowed him to simulate battles in his mind. This mental combat simulation enabled him to adapt more swiftly to his enhanced physique, allowing him to precisely control his energy. Days passed, and Trunks persisted longer and longer, starting from half a day to 1 day, then 2 days, and finally 5 days. Aside from eating, sleeping, and resting, he spent all his time in the gravity chamber. Even during meals and sleep, he maintained his Super Saiyan transformation, struggling until the last vestiges of energy dissipated, reverting to his normal state. 3 months later, I did it. I finally succeeded. 10 days. A fatigued Trunks excitedly emerged from the gravity chamber. However, after taking only a few steps, he collapsed weakly onto the ground, losing consciousness. Truly pitiable. You are so harsh on yourself, Broly exclaimed as he lifted Trunks and tossed him onto the bed, allowing him a proper rest. Chapter 66. Careful Instruction. In the hyperbolic time chamber, awake? How long have I slept? Trunks asked. Not long. Merely 3 days, Broly replied, seated cross-legged with his eyes closed. 3 days? Trunks exclaimed, instantly leaping from the bed. Please, Aunt and Uncle, instruct me on what I should do next. Trunks had accepted Broly's identity, but it was the first time in 3 months he addressed him as Uncle. Broly opened his eyes and stood up. Come with me. He flew 100 kilometers away, with Trunks following closely behind. Now, unleash all your power and see just how strong you have become. Broly gestured for him to transform. All right. Trunks began to gather energy, his muscles tensing and veins bulging. Aya! A colossal golden aura erupted skyward, an unending stream of energy surging from within him. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion. The intense training during this period bore fruit. Trunks' Super Saiyan form had reached full power. The Super Saiyan Grade 1 at full power was now 80 times stronger. Trunks' regular battle power has reached an astonishing 25 million, and under full power, it has soared to a staggering 2 billion. The advantages of full power extend beyond merely prolonging the transformation. It also alleviates the exhilaration brought on by the transformation and enhances his inherent speed, thereby allowing for a more stable exhibition of Super Saiyan prowess. Remarkable. I never anticipated becoming so formidable. Androids, brace yourselves. Trunks' eyes glimmered with murderous intent, yearning to confront the future android siblings without delay. Indeed, in your current state, vanquishing them would be effortless. However, do you not aspire to grow even stronger? The androids are merely your adversaries for now. But what if more formidable foes emerge in the future? Broly presented him with a choice. Are you suggesting that I could become even stronger? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. You are a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling. Pure-blooded Saiyans find it exceedingly challenging to transform into Super Saiyans, yet the Earthling lineage acts as a catalyst, enabling hybrids to transcend into Super Saiyan transformations more readily. Broly began to elucidate the distinctions between them and pure-blooded Saiyans. In every misfortune lies a hidden blessing. While transformation may come easier to you, you have not endured the hardships faced by your father or Kakarot. Thus you do not cherish your power and squander this formidable body. Consequently, your strength remains stagnant. In the future, Gohan may come to this realization. But time will have run out. And what of you? Do you wish to one day find yourself cornered, fleeing to other timelines for assistance? Broly's words struck deep within Trunks. He recalled the harrowing scenes of the future, Gohan's demise, and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent androids. A torrent of hatred surged forth uncontrollably. Uncle, teach me. I yearn to grow stronger. I refuse to confront such a fate. I implore you to instruct me. Trunks knelt before Broly. Smack! Broly grasped his arms, preventing him from kneeling. Very well, I can teach you. My intention is to help you perceive reality, not to demand anything in return, as we reside in different timelines. Thank you. I am prepared. Let us begin. Trunks wiped away the tears of rage from the corners of his eyes, his expression resolute as he gazed at Broly. Excellent. The power threshold of Saiyan resides in their fury, yet you are unaware that the Super Saiyan transformation can evolve. Currently, you are at Super Saiyan 1 in full power. The next step is Super Saiyan 2. Can I truly achieve that? Trunks expressed a hint of doubt. Alone you cannot. But you have me. A sly smile crept onto Broly's lips. What do you mean? Trunks shivered involuntarily. Utilize all your strength and attack me. Broly beckoned with a finger. Are you serious? Of course. Do you wish to forego the transformation? Very well, I shall not hold back. Trunks launched himself toward Broly. Broly activated the Kaioken 10 times. Smack! A fully powered punch was effortlessly intercepted by Broly. He grasped Trunks' palm with a slight exertion. Creak! Trunks' fist was nearly crushed in his grip. He forcefully retracted his hand. Yet Broly was unyielding. Broly hovered slightly above the ground, swinging Trunks' arm up and down, making Trunks feel as though he were floating weightlessly in the air, dizzy and disoriented. Evil Flash. Trunks unleashed a single-handed attack, directing the Evil Flash straight at Broly's face. Broly relaxed his grip, just enough for Trunks to finally break free. Did Gohan teach you that? Broly inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Trunks responded, his gaze firmly fixed on Broly as he contemplated which technique would best defeat him. Though he was unsure why Broly encouraged him to unleash his full power, he was resolute. Having chosen to learn from Broly, he would heed his every command. Excellent. Continue. Broly urged him to press on. Swish. Trunks drew forth his precious sword from behind. Radiant Blade Strike. The sword unleashed dozens of energy waves, cleaving towards Broly. Yet, Broly merely raised his hand to unleash an air cannon. Boom! The multitude of energy waves was obliterated. Nevertheless, Trunks was already prepared for his next move. He charged the energy in his palm, hidden at his waist. Cataclysmic Blast. A brilliant golden energy wave struck Broly with precision. The explosion's brilliance obscured Broly's form. Yet sounds emanated from the epicenter of the blast. Clap, clap, clap. Well done. Your strikes are decisive, each delivered with full force, and your attacks flow seamlessly, leaving your opponent no chance to respond. Broly applauded him. Alas, it is of little use against me. Trunks, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Broly. This approach proves effective against adversaries of equal strength, decisively eliminating them before they can react. But how would you contend with a foe who surpasses your might? Broly posed his first question. When all seems lost, one must preserve oneself, seek ways to enhance one's power, and then return to battle. Trunks answered. Broly shook his head in disappointment. That is the mindset of an ordinary person. But are you truly ordinary? Your father is the prince of the Saiyan race, and you possess the blood of a superior Saiyan coursing through your veins. Your mother is a brilliant scientist from Earth. You are endowed with wisdom and potential. What you must do is not flee, but rather embrace the challenge and break through your own limits. Eliminate the enemy before you. Come, treat me as your true adversary. With a fierce reprimand, Broly launched an assault toward Trunks. Trunks, wielding his sword, countered with offense rather than defense, lunging at Broly. Clang, clang, clang. Broly effortlessly blocked Trunks' sword with just his fingers. Chapter 67, Super Saiyan 2 Transformation. As Trunks fought and retreated, he parried Broly's strikes with his sword, denying him the opportunity for close combat. Yet, Broly would not allow him such reprieve. Boom! King Kai fist 20 times. Broly's combat power surged to an astonishing 40 billion points in an instant. With a swift motion, he appeared directly behind Trunks, delivering a powerful kick that sent Trunks flying. Following this, he leaped high into the air, bringing his knees crashing down onto Trunks' back. Boom! The pristine ground was shattered, creating a massive crater. Trunks coughed up a mouthful of bile. Think of your mother, who is fleeing for her life. Broly grasped Trunks by the ankle, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Bang! Bang! Think of the deceased Gohan. Bang! Bang! Think of the innocent lives taken by the androids. Bang! 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 Broly continued to pummel Trunks, who was haunted by memories of the fallen Gohan and the desperate plight of Bulma, who was constantly on the run. No! No! Bang! Bang! Consider the anguish of your beloved being killed by the androids, and your own helplessness. Broly's fury intensified. Meh? Trunks' eyes widened in horror as he envisioned the scene of my being slaughtered by the androids. No, no, it cannot be. Aya! Trunks' power surged dramatically, and he began to rise in strength. Observing this, Broly released his grip and stepped aside. Love and hatred are intricately intertwined, he mused. This fellow is quite the brooding type. Dismissing Gohan and Bulma is ineffective, but mention Mai, and he erupts with rage. Trunks, now consumed with fury, radiated a tremendous aura. Golden energy crackled with blue lightning. The energy within him fully unleashed its potential. His hair stood even more erect than before. Not only did the transformation yield a multiplicative boost, but his inherent combat prowess was also escalating. Otherwise, why did Gohan at full power only achieve a 20-fold increase upon transforming to Super Saiyan 2 and still defeat Cell with ease? No one touches the fully transformed Trunks, still lacking complete control, perceived Broly as a malevolent android. In his rage, he charged directly at Broly. Whoosh! After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his speed increased dramatically, catching Broly off guard as he was instantly struck and sent flying. Even in his frenzied state, Trunks unleashed his fierce and decisive techniques without mercy. He charged once more at the airborne Broly. A whirlwind erupted. An invisible air cannon propelled Broly skyward. A burning impact. Trunks raised his hands high, tilting his head back, fixating his gaze on Broly in the sky. He emanated a terrifyingly vast energy, golden energy enveloping his entire form, which then converged in his hands and was unleashed towards Broly. Boom! Bang! It was as though a great sun had risen in the sky. What a remarkable boy! As the explosive brilliance faded, a figure emerged. Broly, arms crossed, lowered his hands and expelled a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. In the wake of his unleashed fury, Trunks regained consciousness. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched across his face as he gazed at Broly hovering above. Do I appear to be in distress? Broly replied, descending slowly. I apologize. Trunks felt a twinge of guilt. Now, observe the changes within you. Broly gestured for him to examine his current state. Trunks shivered, glancing down at his form and clenched his fists. This energy is even more potent than before. Could this be? Indeed, you have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Your battle power has increased 100-fold. This transformation not only amplifies your combat prowess, but also enhances your base power. Broly's scouter flashed with readings. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Trunks boasted a battle power of 5 billion, indicating his base power had reached 50 million. Thank you, Uncle. Without you, I could never have achieved such growth in such a short time. Trunks expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Broly. Well then, there's still a few months before we depart. Use this time to familiarize yourself with the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Remember, your base power is fundamental. Only by strengthening it can your transformed abilities reach new heights. Do not fixate solely on transformation. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle. I will head to the gravity chamber to train, Trunks exclaimed joyfully, rushing back to commence a new regimen of training. Meanwhile, Broly began a new meditation session. Even without rigorous physical training during these months, his battle power had increased by several million points. After surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold, the rate of his power growth had undergone a qualitative change, becoming incomparably faster than before. As the final month of the year approached, Trunks found himself at a temporary limit. Despite his relentless efforts, his battle power showed little significant increase. Uncle, I wish to spar with you once more. Trunks resolved to engage Broly in another bout. Hee, I've been waiting for this. Broly seemed to have anticipated Trunks' request. You agree? Of course, consider this your final lesson. Come fort. With a thunderous roar, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power soaring to 8 billion. He lunged at Broly, delivering a fierce right hook to his left cheek. Thud! Broly's head tilted slightly from the impact, yet he calmly remarked, "The final lesson is to understand that survival can depend on whom you face." A verdant aura erupted around Broly as his physique rapidly expanded, bulking him up significantly. With a swift motion, Broly seized Trunks' head and forcefully pressed it down to the ground. Boom! Trunks fell unconscious, his transformation vanishing. Broly personally administered a Senzu bean to him. Trunks suddenly opened his eyes wide and retreated in fright. Why you? He stammered, astonished. Are you surprised? Shouldn't you have seen me like this before? Broly remained in his transformed state. Despite having encountered this before, the overwhelming pressure was still palpable. Trunks spoke with trepidation. Let me impart one final lesson. The strategy of being driven to the brink of death to achieve rebirth applies only in desperate situations or against opponents who are only slightly stronger than yourself. Against someone like me, no matter how many forms you transform into, you will never be my match. It takes more than courage. One must also possess a sense of reverence and not act recklessly. Do you understand? Broly meticulously instructed, imparting all his knowledge to Trunks over the past year. He had done all he could. The future now lay in Trunks' hands. Thank you, Uncle. I understand. Trunks replied earnestly. All right, it's about time for us to go out. Broly returned to his normal state and led him out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Return to the future. And remember that there is more than just the androids. There's also a creature that can suppress energy. You must be vigilant, Broly reminded as they stepped outside. Although Trunks was puzzled as to how Broly knew so much about the future, he committed Broly's words to memory. I will remember. I will return once I have defeated the androids and the creature you mentioned. Trunks bowed respectfully. Good, go. Broly nodded approvingly. Trunks threw out the time machine capsule. With a bang, he waved goodbye as the time machine began to traverse through time and space. Mr. Popo, I will go find a deity for you, Broly said before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 68, Dandy. Namek. The Grand Elder's energy had faded, indicating that he had passed away peacefully. Upon arriving on Namek, Broly sensed that the Grand Elder's presence was no longer there, 3,000 kilometers away in a village. Guests have arrived. Mr. Broly, please come this way. The former elder, Muley, who had now assumed the role of Grand Elder, called out to Broly through telepathy. Right away. Almost instantly, Broly appeared beside Muley. It seems I must now address you as Grand Elder. Congratulations, Broly said, offering his congratulations. Feel free to call me as you wish. You are a distinguished guest on Namek. Muley responded. Are you here to use the Dragon Balls? Broly shook his head. No. This time I have come to find a suitable deity for Earth. A deity? One like Piccolo, the all-purpose Namekian? Currently, there isn't one available, Muley replied, his brow furrowing. That's unnecessary. I understand that an all-purpose Namekian is quite rare. Earth only requires a talented individual capable of creating a dragon. Broly continued, by the way. When did the Grand Elder pass away? Auxiliary? This is not an issue. The Elder has suffered no pain due to the miraculous beans. He has peacefully passed away, replied Muley. That is good. The selection of candidates is entrusted to you. Here are the miraculous beans as a reward. Additionally, should any danger arise, do not hesitate to contact me through the King of the Realm. We shall always remain friends. Broly tossed him another bag of miraculous beans. Due to the alterations in the storyline, Nail did not merge with Piccolo. Thus, during this period, Nail stood as the mightiest warrior of Namek. However, since the Elder's demise, he had retreated into seclusion, rarely appearing unless a formidable threat emerged. "Come here, Dandy," Muley called out to the child playing by the riverbank. "Elder, is there something you need?" Dandy joyfully ran to Muley's side. Broly observed with a knowing expression, for indeed, it was him. "Dandy, you possess the ability to create the dragon, and our dear friend's planet now requires a dragon like you to resurrect the dragon on Earth, and also to assume the role of the god of Earth. Would you be willing?" Muley gently caressed Dandy's head. Upon hearing this, Dandy's expression turned conflicted. He did not wish to leave his kin, having never been apart from them. The prospect of traveling to an unfamiliar planet was somewhat daunting for him. "Elder, must I go?" Dandy hesitated. "No, if you are unwilling, the elder will seek another dragon." Muley, as a kind elder, would not force him. Broly furrowed his brow slightly. Lacking the companionship of Gohan and Krillin, Dandy held little desire for Earth. Initially, it was his friendship with Gohan and Krillin that made him willing to journey to Earth to take on the role of God. "Dandy, is that not so?" Broly suddenly interjected. "Mr. Broly?" Dandy looked at him in confusion. Although the position of God of Earth is not of great significance, it is nonetheless a divine role. "I would like to invite you to serve for a few years. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may leave at any time. What do you think? Furthermore, serving as God will enhance your abilities, ultimately benefiting your home planet. Perhaps you could even assume the position of Elder on Namek in the future. Am I correct, Elder Muley?" Broly expressed his genuine invitation to Dandy. "Mr. Broly is right. Consider it a period of training on Earth. When you wish to return, we can find someone to take your place." Muley added an agreement with Broly. After contemplating for a moment, Dandy's conflict dissipated. "All right, I will go. Do not worry. Once on Earth, you will have companionship. There is a Mr. Bobo at the temple who is very kind, and you can ask him anything you do not understand. If you wish to make friends, I will also introduce you to several good companions." Broly gently took his small hand. "Mr. Broly, please take good care of Dandy. He is still young, and if he makes any mistakes, kindly forgive him," Muley said reluctantly. "Of course. Until we meet again, Elder Muley." Broly and Dandy instantaneously teleported back to Earth. The temple, it truly resembles it so closely. In a rare moment, a glimmer of tears welled up in the usually expressionless eyes of Bobo. "Dandy, this is Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo, he is also a Namekian named Dandy." Broly introduced the two. "I have met Mr. Bobo." Dandy, with his petite stature, bowed respectfully to Bobo. "No, please rise. I am merely a servant of the deity. Here, take this. This is the deity's scepter. With it, you can oversee the entire Earth." Bobo grasped the air with one hand, and a wooden scepter abruptly materialized in his grasp, so suddenly that even Broly could not discern how it appeared. Bobo handed the scepter to Dandy and then led him to the edge of the temple. "Close your eyes and hold the scepter. Focus intently," Bobo instructed with care. Dandy followed Bobo's guidance, and a cacophony of sounds and myriad images flooded his mind. "Hey, how did you get in my room? Where's my senior sister? How should I know? Do you think I want to be the troublemaker? Brother, you look so handsome. So handsome that it makes your sister unable to close her legs. I mean my mouth. Hee hee. Get lost, social demon." As more images rushed into Dandy's mind, his confusion deepened. "Mr. Bobo, what does troublemaker mean, and what does it mean to not be able to close one's legs?" Dandy opened his eyes, gazing at Bobo with bewilderment. Bobo's expression stiffened, and he turned to Broly, his eyes filled with a plea. "Ahem, Dandy, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Broly hastily teleported away. Dandy's gaze returned to Bobo. This isn't important. How about we resurrect the dragon first?" Bobo quickly diverted the topic. "The dragon? That sounds good. Mr. Bobo, do you have a model of the dragon?" Dandy exclaimed with excitement. This would be his first time creating a dragon. Yes. I will go fetch it for you right now." Bobo finally let out a sigh of relief and hurried to the storage room to find the dragon model. In a different timeline, Trunks' time machine appeared. Upon his return, he did not immediately confront the two androids, but instead headed toward the hiding place of Bulma and the others. In the underground city, 1,000 miles away from West City, "Trunks, you're back." Bulma joyfully ran toward him. "Mom, I'm back. Let me tell you everything that happened." Trunks recounted his experiences to Bulma, who became increasingly perplexed. To her astonishment, the theory of parallel worlds truly existed, and her sister from that timeline had not left Earth. "So, does that mean I indeed have an aunt?" Trunks asked in surprise. "Yes, it's been so long since she left that I almost forgot her." Bulma suddenly felt nostalgic for her sister. "Don't worry, Mom. Once I deal with those two androids, I will go find Annie for you." Trunks vowed earnestly. All right. Mom believes in you. Are you going now?" A sudden look of worry crossed Bulma's face. Chapter 69, Trunks' Fury. Rest assured, Mother, I am filled with confidence. Trust me, Trunks declared with unwavering certainty. Bulma's gaze suddenly became clouded, her rough palm gently caressing Trunks' cheek. Vegeta, mother, Trunks called softly. Bulma's eyes flickered, and the image of Vegeta transformed back into that of Trunks. I'm fine, go. Eliminate those two. Avenge all of humanity. Avenge your father. Her tone was laced with deep-seated hatred. I shall go at once. I will return shortly. After departing from the hideout, Trunks soared into the sky, emanating an immense aura. He headed in a specific direction, for the androids bore no detectable energy, compelling him to reveal his own presence for them to sense. His immediate task was to lead them to an uninhabited place before they arrived. Meanwhile, the android siblings wreaking havoc on another island suddenly sensed Trunks' energy. Is that the half-blood Saiyan, Trunks? Lazuli remarked with a sinister expression. Ha ha, he has finally appeared. It has been dreadfully dull lately, Lapis proclaimed, embracing the air as he ascended toward Trunks' location. He is mine, Lazuli insisted, determined to follow closely behind, with Trunks as the last remaining stronghold on Earth. The stakes were high. If he fell, all hope would perish. Moments later, Trunks landed on a desolate, rocky island. His energy stood out like a beacon, guiding the two androids towards him. A few minutes passed, and two streaks of light surged in his direction. I've been waiting for you, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Haha, it seems you're quite confident. Lazuli chuckled. Let me take the lead. Lapis disregarded her thoughts, charging directly at Trunks with a punch aimed at his face. Bang! Trunks did not evade. He absorbed the blow and retaliated with a fierce headbutt. You shall pay for this. With a roar, Trunks unleashed his transformation into Super Saiyan second grade. The overwhelming pressure caused the entire island to tremble, and the surrounding waters surged violently, intermittently illuminated by flashes of blue lightning and a colossal golden aura. Perish! With a swift motion, Trunks drew the sword of valor from his back and unleashed a barrage of strikes toward Lapis. Swish, swish, swish. Lapis's vision blurred as he was unable to react to the rapid onslaught of energy blades. No, Lazuli cried out in horror. Bang! Lapis's body was instantly obliterated into countless fragments. Boom! Trunks unleashed a powerful explosion with his left palm, eradicating Lapis completely. 300 kilometers away, a grotesque monster, filled with rage and disbelief, suppressed its energy, its face contorted in fury. Lapis, now it is your turn. Trunks charged at Lazuli, ready to strike. Bang, bang, bang. In the state of Super Saiyan 2, Trunks swiftly overwhelmed Android 18 with a flurry of punches, leaving her unable to rise. Seizing her arm, he hurled her into the sky, unleashing a burning shockwave as an immense energy erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, Android 18 was obliterated in an instant. No! Cell, filled with rage, beheld the scene before him. In mere seconds, the two androids had been reduced to nothingness. The monster, the very creature he had spoken of. You shall meet your demise as well. Trunks, brimming with murderous intent, allowed the pent-up frustration of the past to explode forth. The death of the android siblings did not entirely quench his fury. Upon seeing Cell, his vision was consumed by hatred. He chose not to wield his sword, but rather to unleash a brutal assault with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. In his initial form, Cell was no match for Trunks. He was mercilessly beaten, his wings torn asunder, and his tail severed. Then came the destruction of his limbs. Solar Flare, with his legs recently shattered. Cell attempted to escape using Tien's signature move, the Solar Flare. Yet Trunks, too, possessed the Solar Flare. Recognizing Cell's stance, he understood everything. Closing his eyes, Trunks honed in on Cell's energy attack. Broly had erred in his assessment. It was not that Trunks was overly cautious, but rather that he had no one to rely on, and everything depended solely on himself. Even in the throes of blind rage and hatred, Trunks did not waver in the slightest. With a decisive thrust, his iron fist pierced through Cell's abdomen, grotesque blood dripping down. How could this be? Cell's vision blurred. The Solar Flare, I too can wield it. A brilliant light emanated from Trunks' arm as it penetrated Cell's abdomen. Boom! Cell was obliterated, reduced to ashes. Even the chip within his brain was shattered, leaving no chance for resurrection. It is all over, Gohan, Dad, Uncle Goku. Trunks gazed vacantly at the sky. However, he did not dwell in melancholy for long. He collected his thoughts and returned to the base to share the good news with Bulma. Mother, from now on, the reconstruction of Earth will be entrusted to the remaining humans. Shall we search for Annie together? Trunks suggested. Yes, I will work on building a spaceship. And we can also journey to Namek to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect your father and the others while searching for ties. Bulma, having experienced the Frieza saga, understood the significance of this moment. In their previous attempts to escape, they had never had the opportunity to construct a spaceship to leave Earth. But now that everything was over, she could seize this chance to venture to Namek and use the Dragon Balls to revive Vegeta and Gohan. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. I shall refrain from delivering the joyful news for now. I will wait until the androids appear again and offer my assistance. 3 years remain, and we shall surely reunite with Father, Gohan, and Uncle Goku to find Auntie. Trunks declared. Very well. Constructing the spacecraft will require some time. You take the remaining humans and rebuild our home. Bulma rushed to the laboratory to commence the ship's construction. At your command, Mother. Trunks led the remaining humans out of the underground refuge. In the palace of the Omni King of the main timeline, numerous parallel timelines emerged, further diminishing the world's power. The Grand Minister furrowed his brow slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the colossal tree symbolizing the parallel timelines, which had branched out extensively. Trunks' actions had not escaped his notice, yet he chose not to intervene. According to the natural course of events, the ultimate fate of that future timeline was destined for annihilation. However, due to the time machine and Broly's influence, a world fated for destruction had once again been revitalized. Yet this was merely a facade. Only those in positions of great authority, like the Grand Minister, could perceive the deeper truths. Broly, I hope you do not disappoint me, the Grand Minister murmured. Chapter 70, King Kai's Planet. Earth. Surely, Trunks has resolved the troubles. Next, we shall patiently await the unfolding of the Cell saga. With Trunks' appearance, the future Cell must also make his entrance. It feels as though I have forgotten something significant, but never mind. Broly sensed that he had overlooked a major matter. In the underworld, Kakarot, you shall not compel me to merge with you through that revolting dance. Vegeta glared at Goku with fury. Don't you want to spar with Broly? I do not. No, you do. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I could defeat Broly through my own efforts, without the need to fuse with you. Vegeta vehemently opposed the idea. Huh. The Prince of the Saiyans, unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, succumbs to rage and transforms into a Super Saiyan instead. How amusing. The North Kai suddenly burst into laughter. His words were particularly cutting. What do you mean, unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet in a fit of rage? Transforms into one? Vegeta glared at the North Kai with a menacing expression. Haha. Oh, it's nothing. Truly hilarious. The North Kai transitioned from quiet chuckles to uncontrollable laughter. What is it that brings you such joy? Broly's figure suddenly appeared. Haha, Broly, you have no idea. When you sent Goku to planet Yardrat, the North Kai vividly recounted how Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Haha, what a tale of becoming a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. Broly joined in the laughter. Vegeta, utterly humiliated, swiftly utilized instant transmission to depart. Hey Vegeta, where are you going? Goku called out urgently. But Vegeta's figure had already vanished. He sought out the wandering Nappa and Raditz in the cosmos. Vegeta, you have finally come to seek us out. Nappa gazed in surprise at the sudden appearance of Vegeta. You too, from this day forth, shall train with me. You must break through to Super Saiyan in a short time. Vegeta was reluctant to merge with Goku. However, he had his own strategy. If he could help Nappa and Raditz achieve Super Saiyan, perhaps their fusion could indeed defeat Broly. If this endeavor proved successful, he might even consider merging with Kakarot. Super Saiyan? Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Raditz looked at Vegeta with confusion. Is that so? Boom! Vegeta unleashed his fury, transforming directly into Super Saiyan. The immense aura overwhelmed Raditz and Nappa, rendering them unable to rise. Spare us, Your Highness, Raditz pleaded in agony. Splendid Prince Vegeta, is this what you refer to as Super Saiyan? Our Saiyan race will shine brightly. Nappa exclaimed with excitement. Find a technologically advanced planet with healing pods. I shall personally train you both. Heh. Vegeta's long-simmering anger seemed to have found a target for release. Seeing the significant expression on his face, Raditz and Nappa couldn't help but shiver. The scene shifted back to the underworld. Kakarot, do you mean to say you have learned the metamorph fusion technique? Broly inquired with interest. I have indeed learned it, but Vegeta is utterly unwilling to merge with me. Goku responded in frustration. The ship will find its way to the bridge. Don't worry, after I give him a few beatings, he will comply. You must be a devil. The North Kai widened his eyes in astonishment. Special treatment for special individuals. Never mind, I shall return now. Goku, carefree as ever, found that even the most troubling matters were mere trifles to him. Broly felt helpless. He had hoped to spar with Vegeto, yet circumstances were less than favorable. Broly, it seems you were absent from the universe recently. The North Kai asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Whis took me on an outing. Broly did not conceal this from the North Kai. You managed to befriend Lord Whis? The North Kai was utterly shocked. Is that so strange? Did we not meet last time you were here? Broly replied nonchalantly. Very well, the new term from Earth, for Sai, must be referring to you. The North Kai mocked. Think what you will. By the way, since you have befriended Lord Whis, have you encountered Lord Beerus? The North Kai inquired. Not at all. He has been in slumber. Broly shook his head. That's good. You must be cautious when facing Lord Beerus. He is not as accommodating as Mr. Whis. The North Kai seemed to recall something dreadful. His expression filled with trepidation. I understand. Speaking of Lord Beerus, I believe it is time to meet the Supreme Kai. North Kai, do you know the coordinates of the Supreme Kai's planet? Broly recalled the existence of the Supreme Kai, particularly the Old Kai. He wondered if he could unlock his potential. The Supreme Kai's planet, you say? Approximately at that location, akin to the Destroyer God Star, with your current abilities, you should be able to sense it. The North Kai pointed out the location of the Kaishin star. Broly closed his eyes, activated instant transmission, and meticulously sensed the Kaishin star. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A minute later, found it. Farewell, Lord Kai. Broly vanished in an instant. At the Kaishin star, Shin was utilizing a crystal ball to seek the whereabouts of Majin Buu, while Jebbet remained quietly behind. Suddenly, who are you to intrude upon the Kaishin star? Jebbet looked down haughtily at Broly. Lord Kaishin Shin paused his search and turned to regard Broly. The aura of a Saiyan. Could it be that you are the Saiyan who defeated Frieza a few years ago, despite having lost much of his heritage? Lord Kaishin Shin was still well-versed in the origins of cosmic beings. It is I, Broly replied nonchalantly. Arrogant. You dare not greet Lord Kaishin upon your arrival? Frieza is but a triviality for Lord Kaishin to eliminate at will. Do not presume that slaying Frieza grants you the right to disregard the majesty of the gods. Jebbet felt a surge of irritation at Broly's indifference. Enough noise. Broly's eyes glimmered slightly. An invisible force surged towards Jebbet. Thud. Jebbet was sent flying 100 meters by the overwhelming blast of air. The fleeting aura caused Lord Kaishin Shin to shudder. You are indeed formidable. As expected of a Kaishin, even a fleeting aura can be perceived. Broly wore a defiant expression, as if he were a deity looking down upon mortals. Lord Kaishin Shin's brow furrowed. Regarding Frieza, you are correct, but your provocation of me seems rather disrespectful. You fool, I shall slay you. A voice thundered as Jebbet charged at Broly in fury. Slap. Broly, prepared and composed, seized his neck in an instant. Foolish as a pig. Broly frowned. Faced with Jebbet's utter lack of awareness, a spark of murderous intent ignited within him. Lord Kaishin could sense this ominous intent as well. Stop. We could discuss this. Chapter 71. The Drawing of the Divine Sword. Broly's sudden surge of murderous intent dissipated as he forcefully slammed Jebbet to the ground. Should there be a next time? Broly's tone was laced with malice. Lord Kaishin Shin, is it? Broly turned to Shin. Speak. What brings you to the Kaishin star? Lord Kaishin Shin's expression turned grave. I have heard that the Kaishin star possesses a divine sword capable of enhancing one's strength. I have come in search of this treasure. How do you know of the divine sword? Shin's face displayed a look of bewilderment. How I know is of no concern to you. Now tell me. Where's the sword? To seek the divine sword, you must first prove your worth. Lord Kaishin Shin suddenly levitated, emanating divine pressure. Haha, is this the energy of a higher dimension? Indeed, it is shrouded in mystery, yet still insufficient. The prowess of the Supreme Kaishin is roughly on par with a master boasting a combat power of 500 million. With such strength, he certainly holds little regard for the former Frieza. However, ever since Broly's initial challenge to Frieza came to his attention, he ceased to concern himself with the matter. When the news of Frieza's demise reached him, he remained indifferent, convinced that Frieza possessed only a modicum of strength. Little did he know, after several months of training, Frieza had acquired the power to utterly overpower him. Broly's rage subtly surged, and the terrifying aura sent the ground-bound Jebbet hurtling backward once more. This overwhelming energy also caused a drastic change in the countenance of Supreme Kaishin. Impossible. How could you be this strong? The deities so feeble. Broly regarded him with a defiant glare. No, this cannot be. When I observed him battling Frisia, he was not this formidable. Jebbet returned, his expression one of disbelief. So, do I now possess the qualifications? Broly's combat power had escalated to 300 million, and with a mere exertion of the Kaioken, his immense energy completely overwhelmed that of Supreme Kai Shin. I shall lead you. Supreme Kai Shin retracted his oppressive aura. Lord Supreme Kai, Jebbet exclaimed anxiously. Silence. Supreme Kai Shin admonished. Jebbet's face turned sour, while Supreme Kai Shin guided Broly toward the holy mountain. The divine sword lies here, yet I am unable to draw it. Supreme Kai Shin pointed to the exposed hilt. A trivial matter. Broly descended from the air, his massive hand firmly grasping the sword's hilt. With a resounding thud, his arm thickened significantly, radiating a crimson flame. 10-fold, 15-fold. As the Kaioken multiplied, the entire holy mountain trembled. Could he truly extract it? Jebbet's eyes widened in astonishment. Patience. Witness the unfolding. Supreme Kai Shin's eyes sparkled with excitement. 18-fold, 20-fold. With a surge, the holy mountain collapsed as Broly successfully drew forth the supreme divine sword. The trio floated in the air. Broly swung the magnificent sword a few times, weighing a staggering 10,000 pounds. It is indeed impressive. I wonder about its sharpness. He deliberately shifted the conversation, then cleaved toward a distant peak. Swish! A blade of energy sliced through, cleanly bisecting the mountain. Unbelievable. He truly extracted it. Jebbet stood agape. Broly, why not test this? It is crafted from the hardest material in the universe, thunder steel. Supreme Kai Shin conjured a jet-black square block of iron from thin air. Excellent. Let's proceed. Supreme Kai Shin retreated 100 meters and then forcefully hurled the thunder steel. Whoosh! Accelerated by gravity, the thunder steel plummeted like a shooting star, whistling through the void as it hurtled toward Broly. Broly gripped the sword with one hand and struck down fiercely. Clang! The supreme divine sword astonishingly shattered upon impact. No! Jebbet screamed in anguished defiance. The god of the kings, Shin, was filled with an expression of profound anguish. How could this be? Broly, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the situation. How could this occur? This was the legendary god sword, the very blade that even the Grand Supreme Kai was unable to draw. How could it be so fragile? Shin's disbelief was palpable. Just as the two were engulfed in their despair, ripples suddenly emanated from the center of the fractured sword, causing the ground beneath to tremble. At last, it has emerged. An ancient voice resonated. Both Shin and Jebbet trembled and turned to look behind them, while Broly continued to exhibit his customary tranquility. Who are you? Shin inquired, astonished as he gazed at the old Supreme Kai. The familiar attire, aura, and earrings were unmistakable. I am the Supreme Kai of your lineage, from 15 generations ago. Though I have been sealed within this sword by a terrifying entity. With a sudden thud, Shin respectfully knelt before his ancestor. It has been so many years, and the Supreme Kai star has returned to its ancestral customs, even to the point of bowing in reverence. The ancient Supreme Kai remarked with curiosity. You misunderstand, esteemed ancestor. As the Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior, it is only right for me to pay my respects. Shin responded fervently. Please rise, I am not deceased, and there is no need for such deference. The old Supreme Kai replied, hunched over. Yes, venerable ancestor. Shin rose. Did you release me? The old Supreme Kai inquired, stepping before Broly. It was indeed I. Broly confessed. It appears you have known of my existence for some time. You are mistaken. I have merely heard tales of the God Sword. Broly discreetly denied. Is that truly the case? The old Supreme Kai expressed skepticism. That is inconsequential. What matters is that, by a twist of fate, I have freed you. I wonder what assistance you might offer me. Broly directly sought a favor. You are truly unendearing. To seek a favor immediately upon my release. The old Supreme Kai frowned. That is simply how I conduct my affairs. Broly shrugged. Very well. Are the youth of today so audacious? I have every right to be audacious. Broly countered. How insolent, to dare show such disrespect to our ancestor. Jebbet felt compelled to interject once more, only to be sent flying once again. I admire your rebellious spirit. Do maintain it. The old Supreme Kai interjected. Now speak. What do you wish for my assistance with? That depends on what you're able to offer me. Broly posed the question back to him. Interesting little fellow. Let me see. The old Supreme Kai circled Broly several times. A Saiyan. Not just any Saiyan. This ferocious aura feels remarkably familiar. It was evident that the old Supreme Kai had encountered Yamcha before, though he refrained from voicing this revelation. And then, Broly prompted, "Within your being lies an infinite potential, and I can assist you in unlocking a portion of it. The path of the Super Saiyan may seem unconventional, yet it is precisely tailored for ordinary Saiyans. For a unique Saiyan such as yourself, the Super Saiyan transformation is indeed a bespoke creation." The Elder Kai felt a peculiar thrill. "How may I assist you, Broly?" "Simply sit cross-legged. The rest will be entrusted to me." Broly settled onto the grass, calming his thoughts and entering a meditative state. It is no wonder his aura is so tranquil. He exhibits remarkable proficiency in meditation, and his realm of understanding is quite advanced. Fascinating indeed. The Elder Kai positioned himself opposite Broly, palms raised toward him in the void. Chapter 72. Power once again soars. On King Kai's planet, Broly sat cross-legged for 3 hours. Yet he remained utterly still. Prior to this, he had resolved that as long as the Elder Kai remained silent, he would not rise, unlike Gohan from the original tale, who hastily squandered his opportunity to unlock his potential. This young lad possesses a truly steady disposition. He is neither anxious nor impatient. Excellent. The Elder Kai marveled inwardly. With one hand, he reached out to Broly in an effort to unlock his potential, while the other perused a mysterious magazine he had acquired from who knows where. Meanwhile, Jebbit and Shin had grown increasingly restless. "Old ancestor, is it not yet finished? It has been 3 hours." Jebbit could no longer contain himself. "What is the hurry? This young one is not anxious." The Elder Kai huffed in response. Jebbit silence. Jebbit appeared ready to retort, but Shin promptly intervened. "Very well." As time ticked away, Broly exhibited no signs of change. Another day and night passed. The Elder Kai, feeling weary, decided it was time to conclude. "Oh dear, my old back." He finally stood up. Broly abruptly opened his eyes. "Is it over? You may try it yourself, but keep your distance. This old man cannot handle it." The Elder Kai gestured for him to stand back. "I shall give a try." Broly swiftly moved to a distance of 100 kilometers, transcending into his great ape form, Super Saiyan, and beyond to Ultra Super Saiyan. Boom! The entire King Kai's planet trembled. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and an unimaginable terrifying aura surgit forte. The entire planet was enveloped in a grass-green blaze of energy. In an instant, the world lost its original hue. Good heavens! The Elder Kai stumbled. Shin and Jebbit were equally astounded, rendered almost speechless by this overwhelming might. This, even if Majin Buu were to resurrect, he would pale in comparison before this power, wouldn't he? A mix of fear and excitement glimmered in Shin's eyes. Destruction God-S planet. As the slumbering Beerus furrowed his brow, the once indistinct figures in his mind suddenly transformed, his physique becoming tall and imposing. Outside, Whis also sensed the tremors of this newfound energy. "My dear pupil, you truly spare no effort in seizing every opportunity for growth." Whis directly controlled the vibrant, multicolored energy as it soared towards the Kaioshin star. Not only did anomalies arise in the higher dimensional realms of the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction, but even the underworld experienced disturbances. Thunder, which had never before rumbled in the netherworld, now echoed ominously, causing the souls of the damned to wail in despair. A sight to behold, indeed, the Kaioshin star, a staggering amplification of 5,000 times. The surge of such ferocious and potent energy was effortlessly wielded as if it were an extension of his own being, devoid of any sensation of resistance or difficulty in mastery. Not only had the multiplicative enhancement reached its zenith, but his baseline combat prowess had also ascended to an astonishing 1 billion points. Under the current 5,000-fold enhancement, his battle power had skyrocketed to a staggering 50 trillion points. Moreover, upon introspection, he discerned that the most profound transformation had occurred within his physical form. The potential unlocked by the old Kaioshin had largely refined his corporeal vessel. With his fingertips emanating a tangible energy blade, Broly drew it across his own arm. A sharp, jarring sound resonated, akin to nails scraping against steel, a dissonance that was almost unbearable. The keen energy blade left not a single mark upon his arm. This blade could effortlessly sever the Kaioshin sword, yet couldn't he even breach his own skin. "Old Kaioshin, you have truly surprised me greatly, Tulls. I find myself eagerly anticipating our next encounter." Broly was filled with excitement, his thoughts drifting to Tulls of the first universe. "Enough, Broly, cease at once. The old Kaioshin communicated telepathically, urging Broly to halt. Broly promptly withdrew his aura, and the planet ceased its tremors as the sky returned to clarity. Thank you, old Kaioshin. I'm most satisfied. Broly flew back to the trio, expressing his gratitude to the old Kaioshin. Ahem. The potential within you is virtually limitless. I have only tapped into a fraction of it. However, energy is energy, and the body is the body. I took the liberty of refining most of the harnessed energy into your physique, elevating your bodily limits to better withstand such vast energy. You do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you? Of course not. I am not one to misjudge intentions. I must express my gratitude for your actions, as they allow me to wield this surge of energy with ease, sparing me the need for extensive training. Broly comprehended the old Kaioshin's good intentions. Excellent. Far more astute than the offspring of that fool. The old Kaioshin cast a disapproving glance at Shin. Broly, may I request your assistance with a matter? Kaioshin Shin approached Broly excitedly. Jebbit bowed deeply before Broly, saying, Mr. Broly, I apologize for my earlier outburst and poor demeanor. I implore you to forgive my transgressions and to please assist Lord Kaioshin. Broly maintained his composure, fully aware of the nature of their request. For the sake of the old Kaioshin, I shall agree to assist you this once. After all, it's merely Majin Buu. I wouldn't mind acquiring a subordinate. Although Majin Buu's strength in the latter stages may not be formidable, his ability to preserve his own life and his unique superpowers are indeed exceptional. How splendid. Our universe is saved. The Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed with great joy. What nonsense are you spouting? As long as that terrifying creature is alive, there will be no trouble for the universe. The old Supreme Kai retorted angrily. Terrifying creature? Who? Majin Buu? Supreme Kai Shin asked, perplexed. Do you not know? The old Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Should I know? What is there to know? Supreme Kai Shin pointed to himself in confusion. He truly does not know. After all, he's the only one left among the 5 Supreme Kais of this generation, and it is only natural to lose some heritage. A familiar voice resounded. Master, what brings you here? Broly exclaimed in surprise. Master? You are actually Mr. Whis' disciple? The old Supreme Kai was even more astonished. Long time no see, old fellow. Whis, it is all that guy's fault for sealing me away for so long. Upon seeing Whis, the old Supreme Kai could not suppress the resentment bubbling within him. Oh ho, but you have emerged now. Moreover, if Lord Beerus had not sealed you, you might have perished during the Majin Buu era. Whis chuckled. Hey, Junior, please enlighten us about Majin Buu. The old Supreme Kai had been sealed away for 75 million years due to angering Beerus, so he knew nothing about Majin Buu, ancestor, approximately 5 million years ago. The dark sorcerer Bibidi, Supreme Kai Shin meticulously recounted everything about Majin Buu, including the 4 deceased Supreme Kais and the loss of Majin Buu's whereabouts. Chapter 73, The Time-Space Tree. Grand Minister, Supreme Kai Planet. You are all incompetent, playing a good hand poorly. Do you not know that the Patera earrings can allow 2 individuals to fuse? Although I do not comprehend why there are 5 Supreme Kais in your generation, from what you say, the Grand Supreme Kai is evidently on par with that Majin Buu. As long as he casually fuses with another Supreme Kai, defeating Majin Buu would be a cinch. How could 4 Supreme Kais have perished? The old Supreme Kai fumed, his beard bristling. Ahem, ancestor, do the Supreme Kai earrings truly possess such a function? We genuinely had no idea. Supreme Kai Shin looked at the old Supreme Kai with a pitiful expression. It is all that guy's fault for sealing me. The old Supreme Kai replied curtly. Well, there's no need to be angry. If it weren't for Lord Beerus, you might not have lived this long, considering you are a Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. Whis consoled him. He is still in slumber. Could it be that he did not awaken during that time? Indeed, that guy sealed me, so he would not be worried. The old Supreme Kai's expression darkened. Ha! You know Lord Beerus is quite the heavy sleeper. He seldom awakens for long before falling back into slumber. During that time, he was conveniently asleep. With such a destructive god, it is no wonder that the 7th universe currently ranks second to last. Though the old Supreme Kai remains sealed, he is still the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. Thus, for the past 75 million years, he has perceived the gradual decline in the 7th universe's ranking. This is not mere conjecture. It will not be long before they are no longer second to last. Whis cast a glance at Broly, while the old Supreme Kai turned his gaze towards him as well. You speak the truth. The emergence of such an extraordinary bloodline heralds a stir in the otherwise tranquil universe. I shall not trouble you two, master and disciple, any further. It is time for me to impart the essential legacies and knowledge that a Supreme Kai ought to possess. Follow me. The old Supreme Kai tugged at Supreme Kai Shin's ear and made his way towards the Supreme Kai's palace, with Jebbet closely trailing behind. Very well. You go ahead to the God of Destruction's planet and wait for me. I shall follow shortly. All right, I shall head there first. Broly vanished in an instant. Whis, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, departed as well. Within minutes, Whis had returned to the God of Destruction's planet. Master, what is the reason you cannot traverse space? Broly inquired with curiosity. The angelic lineage, assigned to each universe, is composed of those at the level of a deity, and our bodies, including divine power and dimensionality, surpass that of the universe. Freely traversing space would impose a tremendous burden on the universe, disrupting its natural order. In severe cases, it could lead to the universe becoming aberrant, resulting in its eradication by the Omni King. Whis felt it was time to enlighten Broly, especially since his growth had exceeded all expectations. Is there anything else I should know? Broly asked. Originally, this world comprised 18 universes, but 6 were erased by the Omni King due to certain reasons. One such case was the angel's reckless traversing of space, which caused a mutation in spatial rules, linking to an otherworldly realm and leading to an invasion of the entire universe. Consequently, the Omni King obliterated everything pertaining to that universe, including the passage to the linked otherworld. From that point onward, a new decree was established. Angels are forbidden from traversing space. And what a time! Broly seized the opportunity to inquire. Time? Why do you bring up time? Whis responded, astonished. Spare me the riddles. Surely the events on Earth from some time ago have not escaped your notice. Future Trunks? Traversing time is a grave offense. Your forthrightness places me in a precarious position. Whis looked at Broly reproachfully. If you do not speak, then how would anyone know? Broly chuckled. I know. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly resonated. A black hole materialized in the air, from which emerged a mysterious figure, no taller than 16 meters. The figure bore a blue and white halo behind his head, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of pressure that mere mortals could scarcely fathom. Father, how have you come here? Whis' voice was tinged with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Great Supreme Kai, it is an honor to meet you. Broly stammered as he greeted the Great Supreme Kai. On the divine tree of time and space, numerous new branches have emerged. The timeline that was destined for annihilation has, against all odds, endured, all due to the involvement of this young man. As the Grand Priest spoke, he descended gracefully. Are you implying that because I empowered Trunks to vanquish the androids in Cell, the timeline was preserved? Broly quickly grasped the essence of the Grand Priest's words. Father, I am fully aware of this matter. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. Whis willingly took the responsibility, shielding Broly from reproach. Dear Grand Priest, do not hold my master accountable. I was unaware of these circumstances, so please do not cast blame upon him. Broly was determined to defend Whis. Enough. Your actions seem to portray me as a villain. Silence. I did not come here to apportion blame. Broly exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his heart sank once more. However, you must refrain from participating in such affairs in the future. Following your whims and carelessly influencing the trajectories of other timelines will hasten the decay of the divine tree of time and space. The lifespan of the world will also be rapidly consumed. The Grand Priest slightly furrowed his brow. Father, Broly lacks the ability to traverse time and space. This was never his intention. Whis defended Broly earnestly. I am well aware, which is precisely why I did not hold him accountable. Consider this merely a reminder. Broly, your growth rate is insufficient. Strive to accelerate it. With those words, the Grand Priest stepped into a black hole and vanished from sight. Phew! Whis also breathed a sigh of relief. Master, what did the Grand Priest mean by that? Broly queried, perplexed. I am not entirely certain. It seems you have caught my father's attention long before now. Whis expressed his curiosity regarding the Grand Priest's unusual demeanor towards Broly. Never mind. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. I shall not dwell on it. The very act of traversing dimensions is already extraordinary. Should further peculiar events unfold, I shall accept them. Moreover, I sense no malice from the Grand Priest. Master, let us return to the subject of time and space. The rules of space are easily breached and manipulated, whereas time is a different matter. Apart from the angelic race and the Omni King, no deity can wield time. Even that future Trunks, who believed he had transcended time to return to the past, merely breached the barriers of his own timeline to arrive in another, rather than returning to the past of his original timeline. Yet, One cannot deny the formidable technology of his timeline, which could not help but commend. Indeed, Bulma's ability to create space capsules is a testament to her technological genius. Broly reflected with admiration. However, time is not to be trifled with. Rather, it is time that toys with others. Trunks may appear to have resolved the crisis of the future, yet he inadvertently spawned several parallel timelines. For what I gather, those parallel timelines are also doomed to destruction. Whis sighed and shook his head. Chapter 74, The Power of Rules. Destruction God Planet. Master, given my current strength, it seems unlikely that your father would pay such attention to me, does it not? Broly wished to inquire whether Whis possessed any insights regarding the matter. The specifics elude me, yet it appears this affair may be connected to your ancestors. Whis himself was perplexed as to why the Grand Priest exhibited such keen interest in Broly. Is it once again related to Yamoshi? The situation grows increasingly enigmatic. Even if my forebear were remarkably powerful, it would be improbable for the esteemed Grand Priest to show such interest, would it not? Master, is there something you have withheld from me? Broly gazed at Whis with a look of suspicion. I am uncertain. Could it be due to that reason? Whis replied with hesitance. What reason? Broly inquired with keen curiosity. Broly, previously, I merely explained the distinction between gods and mortals. But do you know why the energy dimension of gods surpasses that of mortals? Whis suddenly posed a question. I'm not sure. Why not just state it plainly, Master? Broly expressed his impatience. The energy of mortals is derived from the potential they excavate within themselves, a reflection of their own power. It emanates from within. Conversely, the reason gods possess a higher energy dimension is that they have already grasped and harnessed the rules governing the universe's operations. For instance, the Kaioshin comprehend certain aspects of creation, while the gods of destruction master elements of annihilation. Even the King of Hell, a lower deity, wields a portion of the rules of causality, enabling him to oversee the functioning of the underworld and discern the morality of others. Is it possible? If the King of Hell commands a portion of these rules, how could he be so weak? Broly exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly, the disparity in rules also reflects differing levels of power. While the rules of causality are indeed more formidable than those of creation and destruction, they are also far more challenging to comprehend. To quantify this, one might say that a god of destruction has grasped approximately 70% of the destruction rules, whereas the King of Hell has only attained a mere 5% of the rules of causality. Whis patiently elucidated. Remarkable. To think that a mere 5% could govern the entire underworld. I find your words credible. Broly marveled. However, what connection does this have with my ancestor and the Grand Priest? The more Broly learned, the more questions arose. We are nearing our destination. Do not rush. The universe operates on fixed principles. Although gods have grasped certain universal rules and can utilize a portion of the universe's energy, this does not benefit the universe itself. Are you suggesting that gods are akin to viruses within the human body in relation to the universe? Broly immediately recalled the saying from his past life. As long as saints do not perish, great thieves will not cease. Yet he opted to express this analogy in a different manner. Ahem, while your metaphor is rather distasteful, is indeed quite apt. Whis shot a mildly irritated glance at Broly. As long as the reasoning is sound, that is sufficient. Gods emerge from this universe. And since the dawn of the ancient deities, their duties have gradually evolved, ultimately aimed at prolonging the survival of the entire cosmos. Thus, each universe has a limited number of deities. This limitation pertains only to the legitimate divine offices, such as the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction. Once, our universe was graced by the presence of 5 divine kings, Broly retorted. Yet, they have all perished, leaving only one behind, Whis replied with an expression of indifference. Has someone intervened? No, but such is the nature of existence. They all succumb to death for various reasons. Whis's tone was chilling. Broly pondered this deeply and realized the truth in his words. In the original tale, while the elder Kaioshin was indeed freed, it was not long before he sacrificed his lifespan to Goku, ultimately passing away, although he was later revived with the Dragon Balls. Who can guarantee that such a fate will not recur? The saga of Dragon Ball Super remains unfinished, and the future is uncertain. What about Tulls and the many who have ascended from mortals to deities? Broly's inquiries multiplied. They lack official divine status since the era of the Omni King. Apart from those with predetermined divine roles, the universe has restricted others from comprehending the forces of the rules. Their life forms have transcended, yet without taking on divine responsibilities. They will never grasp the power of the rules. If that is the case, does it not imply that I too am unable to master the power of the rules? Broly's brow furrowed. My disciple, you chose this path. You have no desire for the position of a candidate destroyer. Whis suddenly relaxed and smiled. I have no intention of assuming the role of a destroyer. Life is entwined with the fragile existence of the Kaishin. Why invite death? Broly scoffed. It seems you are quite aware. Whis found no curiosity in what Broly knew, though he did not understand how Broly possessed such knowledge. It was evident that being favored by his father was no trivial matter, so he ceased to dwell on it. You still have not addressed the crux of the matter. What does this have to do with me? Broly was eager to learn. Everything Whis articulated was easily grasped by him, akin to absorbing the essence of the world in his previous life, cultivating his own vital energy through martial practice. Your lineage is extraordinary, and your potential is boundless. There is no true limit. For ordinary mortals, upon reaching their peak, further advancement necessitates a transcendence into the divine dimension. You need not worry. Simply unleash your innate potential without restraint. Do you mean to say that no matter how strong I become, it will not affect this universe, as it is merely my own energy? A spark of realization ignited in Broly. Indeed, at present, I can only perceive this level. The deeper intricacies remain beyond my comprehension. However, your father's interest in you undoubtedly stems from this reason. Strive to grow stronger. One day, the mystery shall be unveiled. Whis patted him on the shoulder. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine as a mortal? A flicker of confusion crossed Broly's face. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, to surpass the divine. Whis held great faith in Broly. The notion of appointing Broly as a candidate destroyer was now entirely dismissed. Mastering the power of destruction might temporarily enhance Broly's strength, but in the grand scheme, it would only confine his future. After all, even with complete mastery over destruction, one cannot surpass the Grand Priest, the Omni King, or the foundational rules of this realm. You truly hold me in high regard. I myself lack the confidence. Broly murmured, I do not place my faith in you. Rather, I trust my father's discernment. Whis jested. Very well, Broly replied, suddenly feeling the weight on his shoulders intensify. He had initially planned to idle away his days. With great power comes great responsibility, Whis remarked. Is this moral coercion? Broly questioned. Do you possess any sense of morality? Whis retorted. It seems you are chiding me. Broly narrowed his eyes. If one does not seek trouble, trouble will seek them. Whis added. Stop your theatrics. Ha ha ha. I've spoken enough for today. I am famished. Do as you please. Whis laughed heartily as he made his way to the kitchen. Broly's expression faltered. What a glutton. Clang. I am not hard of hearing. Broly's head received a hefty blow. Chapter 75, Fusion Technique, Rappa. Broly did not linger on the god of destruction's planet for long. He merely engaged in training with Whis before returning to Earth. What was termed as training was, in truth, Whis's unilateral domination over him. He could not even graze the hem of Whis's garment. The perfected Ultra Instinct was indeed extraordinarily formidable. He felt quite disheartened. The road ahead is long and arduous. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Since the Grand Minister believes I am capable, what do I have to fear? If 50,000 is insufficient, I shall strive for 100 trillion. One day, I shall transcend the Ultra Instinct through my own swiftness. Broly's expression turned fierce. What is it, Broly? Ties leaned languidly against him. It's nothing. Sleep now. You must be weary. Broly said gently. It's still your fault. You wrestle like a wild bull. Ties playfully chastised as she tapped his chest. Hee, you still dare to laugh. The following morning, after completing his warm-up exercises, Broly emerged for breakfast. However, Ties stumbled as she walked, leaning against her waist. Observing this, Broly promptly lifted her and carried her toward the dining room. I'll punish you with 3 days of rest. We shall sleep apart. My dear, isn't the beginning of a rift in our relationship marked by sleeping apart? Do you wish for me to perish? I'm all swollen. All right. Tonight, I shall apply medicine for you and refrain from tormenting you. As the days passed, the year 766 of the age of the gods arrived. On la planète exuding a métallique aura a. The remarkably hair-raising Raditz finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan. I did it. My power level is 300 million. Nappa exclaimed with joy as he watched Raditz. What a waste. It took you 2 years. Vegeta scoffed. Calm down. At least he has achieved transformation. Nappa consoled. Upon his transformation, Raditz indeed resembled a Super Saiyan 3 at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the aura surrounding him lacked the lightning-like energy, and his brow did not protrude. Only his eyebrows had turned golden. Have you mastered the fusion technique? Vegeta inquired. I have learned it, but Raditz has just recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. He will need further training to maintain a comparable energy signature. Nappa replied. Over the past 2 years, the trio has wandered aimlessly yet purposefully, seeking every opportunity to enhance their combat prowess and transcend into the Super Saiyan form. Meanwhile, Vegeta has not been idle. During this period, he has developed a new transformation, the Super Saiyan muscle form. Regrettably, he remains unaware of the inherent flaws of this form. Under this muscular guise, his combat power has soared to an astonishing 2 billion points. His relentless training has been nothing short of frenzied. With his current strength, even the emergence of androids would pose no challenge to him. I must quickly familiarize myself with the fusion technique. I yearn to discover how much it can amplify one's battle strength. I'm also eager to see if the fused entities can surpass me. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Understood. Prince Vegeta, Raditz declared, knowing full well that even in his Super Saiyan form, he could never approach the casual dominance that Nappa exhibited over Vegeta. 10 days passed in preparation. We are ready, Prince Vegeta. Raditz approached Vegeta with unwavering confidence. Let's begin. Vegeta's excitement was palpable. After exchanging glances, Nappa and Raditz leaped to their respective positions, commencing the rather awkward dance of fusion. Fusion. Huh. A radiant golden light erupted as a massive aura ascended from the center. Raditz and Nappa successfully fused, with one bald head and one long-haired visage. Their combined form bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's own hair volume. The fused face inherited Nappa's rugged determination while retaining Raditz's defiant demeanor. Raditz and Nappa shall henceforth be known as Lappa. Prince Vegeta, we can commence. Their voices chimed in unison. Lappa immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Since his epic battle with Goku on Earth, Vegeta has ceased to rely on a scouter, thus he did not wear one. However, he could sense that Lappa's power was even greater than his own. The sheer magnitude of this combat power surge astonished him, filling him with both dread and elation. Dread, for he questioned whether he could contend with Lappa, and elation, for he finally glimpsed a hope of defeating Broly. Raditz's Super Saiyan form possessed a combat power of 300 million, while Nappa stood at 600 million. Yet, it was evident that their fusion yielded far more than 900 million. This is splendid. Show me your might. Despite Lappa's overwhelming energy, Vegeta felt no trepidation. Instead, he was invigorated. Yeah. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan muscle form. The bulging muscles rendered his physique somewhat unwieldy. However, Vegeta was no fool. Although he had not reached full power, he also did not recklessly sacrifice speed for sheer strength as Trunks did in the original tale. Thus, the inflated muscles were not as exaggerated as one might expect. Here I come, he proclaimed, the classic dual voices resonating. In an instant, Vegeta was sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of golden energy spheres rained down upon the tumbling Vegeta, culminating in a colossal explosion. Vegeta stood tall, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that obliterated the incoming golden sphere of light. In an instant, Lappa vanished and reappeared behind him. Vegeta retaliated with a fierce kick, only to strike at a mere afterimage. The impact reverberated as he was struck from behind, hurtling towards the ground. Yet with a single hand, Vegeta released a ki blast, utilizing the rebound force to halt his descent. He then floated in midair, arms outstretched, beginning to spin. Countless energy spheres erupted in all directions, attempting to reveal Lappa's position. Lappa, moving at breakneck speed, deftly evaded the barrage, none of the energy blasts landing a hit. However, Vegeta had achieved his objective. Lappa's rapid movements had disturbed the air currents, allowing Vegeta to anticipate his next position. I got you now. Vegeta cackled menacingly, arriving at the predicted location and delivering a powerful punch. The force of his fist sank deep into Lappa's chiseled abdomen, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a relentless series of attacks, but Lappa quickly regained his composure, not only blocking Vegeta's strikes, but also countering with ferocity. Lappa's innate energy surpassed Vegeta's, and the tide began to turn against him. This cannot continue. It would be too humiliating to be defeated by the likes of him. Vegeta retreated, but Lappa pursued relentlessly, their golden auras intertwining in the air. Lappa intermittently fired energy blasts, disrupting Vegeta's trajectory. Is this scoundrel seeking revenge on me? Vegeta growled in frustration. Vegeta, don't run. Lappa taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. With mere minutes remaining, Vegeta found himself at a loss for a viable strategy. Chapter 76, Desperate and Divided. Vegeta, I caught up to you. Lapa laughed triumphantly. Then, with both hands clenched into fists, he struck down upon Vegeta's back with tremendous force. The impact sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Enough! Ultimate Flash! Vegeta roared, his muscles swelling once more, reminiscent of Trunks in the original tale. He spread his arms wide, gathering a dense energy in his palms before forcefully converging it at his chest. The two energy streams fused into one, with a thunderous roar. A thick golden ki blast, laced with crackling energy, shot towards the descending Lapa. Not enough. Meteor burst. Lapa halted, gripping his left arm with his right hand, as pure blue energy coalesced in his left palm, forming a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Go! Lapa bellowed. The blue meteor wave surged violently towards the ultimate Flash. Lapa's left arm bulged with veins as the energy within him surged wildly towards the energy sphere. The moment the two shock waves collided, they compressed and deformed, then became locked in a stalemate. However, as time passed, Vegeta's ultimate Flash gradually fell into a disadvantage, being pushed back. Damn it! Get away! Seeing this, Vegeta bellowed, once again increasing his energy. The ultimate Flash suddenly thickened, halting its retreat. Your Highness, you are destined to lose. Ah! Lapa's left arm trembled again, as all his energy surged forth. The blue meteor wave's diameter increased to 2 meters, completely engulfing Vegeta's ultimate Flash. The ultimate Flash was soon entirely consumed, the blue energy sphere bearing down on Vegeta, with both hands bracing against it. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta declared, "How could I possibly lose to you?" Aya, the pride of the Saiyans and Vegeta's fierce sense of self-esteem elevated his energy once more, causing blue sparks to flicker around his body. Yet, the energy sphere was on the brink of exploding. Damn it, there's no time left. Boom! The blue energy sphere erupted with a thunderous explosion, the brilliance shooting skyward, the explosive energy engulfing Vegeta. Oh no, did I use too much force? He can't be dead, can he? Lapa's heart filled with worry upon witnessing the scene. Although he harbored a sense of revenge, he did not wish to kill Vegeta. The explosion's light persisted for a long time, a mushroom cloud rising high into the air. After 10 minutes, the dust began to settle. Amidst the swirling debris, a figure gradually emerged. Waiting for your disintegration, Vegeta crossed his arms. Weak and feeble, his legs trembled, his face bore traces of burns, and his battle suit was tattered beyond recognition. A significant burn mark marred his right shoulder. Thank goodness, as long as he is alive. Lapa exhaled a sigh of relief. He patted his chest, still feeling a shiver of fear. Suddenly, Lapa disintegrated, and Raditz and Nappa appeared. Is it 30 minutes already? Raditz glanced at his own body. It seems so. Who would have thought that after merging, we could actually defeat Vegeta? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Nappa's eyes. It does feel a bit exhilarating. Raditz thought to himself, hey, you two get down here. Vegeta's anger flared at the sight of the two who had separated. Okay, coming right away. Raditz was the first to descend. Nappa followed closely behind. Prince Vegeta, are you alright? Raditz rushed over to support Vegeta. Do I look like I'm fine? Vegeta retorted angrily, while internally plotting his revenge against the two later. Vegeta, we'll take you to heal your wounds. Nappa teased, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Huh, it seems you're quite pleased. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. No, you are mistaken. Allow me to assist you in your recovery. Nappa swiftly lifted Vegeta and soared towards their temporary abode. Upon returning, Nappa placed Vegeta into the healing chamber. After securing the oxygen mask on Vegeta, he closed the hatch. The green liquid rapidly filled the entire chamber. Hey, Nappa, do you think after Prince Vegeta recovers, he won't take his anger out on us? Raditz inquired cautiously. It was certain that he wouldn't, overtly at least, but who could say for sure in secret? Nappa felt a twinge of apprehension. Damn it, who knew that after our fusion, our personalities would become so arrogant? Raditz regretted having been a bit too forceful earlier. Do not worry. It's just a matter of receiving a beating. Surely, he wouldn't go so far as to kill us. Over the course of 2 years, Prince Vegeta seemed to have transformed significantly, exhibiting much more humanity than before. Nappa, having followed Vegeta the longest, had witnessed this change firsthand. Although Vegeta had not lived on Earth, during his time on Yardrat and influenced by Son Goku, his temperament had shifted considerably. While he had not entirely renounced his past, he was less inclined towards senseless slaughter. You're right. In these 2 years, wherever Prince Vegeta has gone, he has chosen diplomacy before aggression. Unlike before, when he would simply resort to violence. Raditz reflected on Nappa's words and began to understand. Indeed, so there is no need for excessive concern. Besides, Haven T, we endured our fair share of beatings over these 2 years. Nappa jested. Indeed. In my entire life, I have never endured as much punishment as I have in these past 2 years. But it has been worth it. Becoming a Super Saiyan is a legendary achievement. Raditz exclaimed with excitement. Yes, all of this is thanks to Prince Vegeta's guidance. Raditz, should you ever betray Vegeta, I assure you, even without his intervention, I will not spare you. Nappa warned fiercely. What nonsense are you speaking? Accompanying Prince Vegeta allows me to enjoy life's luxuries and grow stronger. I would have to be insane to betray him. Raditz's loyalty surged. That is good. Prepare yourselves. Once he recovers, he will likely head to Earth. Let us tidy up. Nappa stepped outside. 5 hours later, Vegeta opened his eyes wide. The hatch slowly opened, and the liquid receded. His energy had increased significantly. The ability to be reborn from the brink of death was indeed addictive. Vegeta clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. Vegeta, you are finally well. How do you feel? Shall we head to Earth now? Nappa was the first to notice Vegeta's recovery. And Raditz? Vegeta countered with a question. He is busy packing, preparing for our journey to Earth. After the fusion, whose consciousness dominates? Half and half, I suppose, Nappa replied begrudgingly. So in that case, my grievous injury was partly your fault? Vegeta regarded Nappa with a meaningful glance. If you wish to strike me, just say it. Nappa retorted, at a loss for words. Very astute. Come, let's exit. Vegeta led the way outside. A moment later, Raditz and Nappa cried out in distress. Ouch! Prince Vegeta, please show mercy. No. I have yet to bear a son. Don't kick me there. Raditz hunched his body and retreated repeatedly. That's enough, Vegeta. Do not go overboard. Nappa exclaimed, his beard nearly turning golden from the pain. Look at you, still harboring thoughts of resistance. Vegeta transformed first, a golden light flashing forth, leaving Raditz and Nappa powerless on the ground. This is excessive, far too excessive. Raditz's voice had turned feeble. I'm exhausted, let all end. Nappa stared blankly at the sky. Chapter 77. The Forgotten Matter. 2.5 days later, Nappa and Raditz emerged from the healing chamber. The two gazed at Vegeta with a haunting look, causing him to feel a chill within. Do not look at me with such eyes. Once you are healed, we shall depart. Vegeta barked. As you command, Prince Vegeta. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances before making their way to the spacecraft. When it comes to speed, nothing compares to the velocity of this round spaceship. The three vessels soared into the sky, heading towards Earth. From their current location, reaching Earth would take half a year, and in half a year, the saga of the androids would commence. In the future timeline, finally back on track, Trunks gazed at the rejuvenated Earth, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Indeed, this is all thanks to you. Trunks, you have done remarkably well. A man with a scarred face patted his shoulder. Indeed, this man was the future deceased Gohan. Trunks had taken Bulma to Namek, where they utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan, and then returned to Earth with the grown dandy, assuming the role of the Supreme Kai. Mr. Popo had indeed survived and once again became the servant of the Supreme Kai. Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta had all declined resurrection. Their time in death had been too prolonged, and they no longer wished to return. Brother Gohan, this is all thanks to that Broly from the parallel world. Trunks recalled his so-called uncle. There was one thing that he and Bulma had not accomplished, which was locating the whereabouts of Ties. The 3 wishes granted on Namek had provided Gohan with a body, revived him, and restored the Earth, which had suffered catastrophic damage. The infrastructure was left to the remaining Earthlings. Upon their return, Dandy was in the process of creating new Dragon Balls, as he discovered that the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth had turned to stone, with 4 of them destroyed due to the havoc wrought by the androids. Thus, Dandy could not revive the Eternal Dragon as swiftly as in the primary timeline. The model existed, but the Dragon Balls needed to be remade. Trunks awaited the revival of the Eternal Dragon, intending to use it to locate Ties and resurrect the Earthlings who had been slain by the androids before their reincarnation. When you go to share the good news, I shall accompany you to take a look. Gohan expressed his curiosity about Broly. No problem. Upon the resurrection of the dragon, we shall make our wishes and then share the joyous news. Vegeta has begun to miss Broly, with whom he spent an entire year. In the primary timeline of Earth, it seems the time for the emergence of the androids is drawing near. Kakarot, I have found another formidable opponent for you. Do not let me down. With that, Broly vanished in an instant, arriving at the Baozi Mountain. Broly, what brings you here? Sun Wukong emerged from the dense forest, carrying a robust tree. I have good news for you. Do you remember the Red Ribbon Army? Broly replied, of course. That was the nefarious organization I annihilated in my youth. What of it? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. The scientists of that army are still alive, and they have created powerful androids. They seek revenge against you. Broly continued. How strong are they? Are they stronger than me? How many are there? Are there many? Sun Wukong's excitement became palpable at the mention of formidable foes. He gazed at Broly with fervor. They should possess considerable strength, though I have yet to witness it myself. So I cannot be certain. Are you interested? Broly asked. Absolutely. I feel as though my body is rusting away, and with Vegeta absent, I cannot challenge you. I'm growing restless. Sun Wukong exclaimed, jumping in exhilaration. Do not be overly eager. It will likely take another 6 months for them to appear. You should take this time to train and regain your physical condition. Broly informed him in advance, prompting Sun Wukong to prepare. I train every day. My physique is sound. But 6 months is far too long. Sun Wukong lamented, scratching his head in a state of distress and impatience at the thought of waiting. Vegeta will probably return to Earth in 6 months as well. I sense he is already on his way, piloting his spaceship, Broly remarked, his gaze fixed on the sky, seemingly perceiving Vegeta's presence despite the distance. Isn't he capable of instant transmission? Why is he taking a spaceship? Sun Wukong questioned. He hasn't been idle these past 2 years. He has been wandering the universe, training your brother Raditz and Nappa to become Super Saiyans. His own power seems to exceed yours by a slight margin. You must not let your guard down. Broly had been keeping an eye on Vegeta during this time, including the fusion of Raditz and Nappa, which had not escaped his notice. Consequently, he eagerly anticipated the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This fellow has been secretly growing stronger. I cannot afford to be complacent either. Broly, may I borrow the gravity chamber? Sun Wukong implored anxiously. Of course. Broly had anticipated this request and tossed the gravity chamber capsule to Sun Wukong. Thank you, Broly. I shall commence my training. Sun Wukong dashed back to his dwelling, disregarding Broly's presence. This guy. Broly shook his head in exasperation. I cannot recall the exact location, but Date will return in due time. I wonder if, like in the original tale, there will be 2 additional androids. After contemplating for a few seconds, Broly's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Alas, how could I have forgotten this matter? Broly, consumed by memories, suddenly recalled Goku's virulent heart condition. I neglected to mention this, and Trunks has also forgotten. Trunks, you must hurry. What if he does not arrive? I must devise a plan in advance. If Kakarot dies, there will be no more fun. With that thought, Broly instantly vanished. In the temple, Mr. Broly, what brings you here? Dandy inquired. Dandy, is your healing ability capable of curing diseases? The viral kind? Broly asked directly. Dandy shook his head in response, stating that he could only heal injuries. Ailments of that nature are determined by the lifespan of the individual. What about the dragon? Can it? It should be possible. What has transpired? That is good to hear. I shall collect the Dragon Balls. Broly hurriedly rushed home to ask Bulma for the Dragon Radar to gather the Dragon Balls. 3 days later, 7 shimmering Dragon Balls floated before Broly. If Trunks has not arrived, I shall make a wish with the dragon. If he does arrive, I will save a wish. However, Broly did not summon the dragon directly. The reason for his infrequent use of the Dragon Balls was due to the memory of the old Kaioshin, who had warned that not only Namekians, but frequent use of the Dragon Balls could lead to unfortunate consequences. For instance, the evil dragons of Dragon Ball GT. I am uncertain whether my current strength can contend with the evil dragons. It is prudent to use them sparingly until my power is sufficient. I do not mind facing them then. But I wonder if GT and Dragon Ball Super are part of the same historical timeline. The memories of my past life can only serve as a reference now. I cannot predict what will unfold in the future, for much has already changed. Chapter 78, Future Gohan Dand. In the future timeline, everything is falling into place. Antis will be returning, Gohan. We can venture to that parallel dimension. Dan exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at Gohan. All right, let us set off. Gohan felt an inexplicable thrill. In the year 767, Vegeta, I never imagined you would grow this strong. I nearly lost to you. Goku lay exhausted on the grass. Opposite him lay Vegeta, who had returned to Earth. Upon his arrival, he immediately sought out Goku for a fierce battle. The outcome was that Vegeta fell first. Following Vegeta's collapse, Goku also succumbed. Curse Kakarot. I have trained relentlessly for 2 years, yet I still cannot best you. Vegeta's voice was laced with fatigue and a hint of unwillingness. Enough, you two. The time is nearly upon us. Broly, who had been observing, stood up and tossed a senza bean to each of them. Nappa and Raditz quietly stood behind Broly. Suddenly, a time machine appeared. "Uncle, I come bearing good news." As Trunks emerged, he excitedly leaped out of the time machine and approached Broly. "Gohan, you resurrected him?" Broly gazed in astonishment at Gohan, whose face bore scars. "Yes, with the help of the dragon from Namek, I brought back my elder brother, Goku, and even restored his severed arm." Additionally, Trunks shared everything he had done in the future with Broly. Meanwhile, the recently revived Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz looked on in disbelief. "Hey, can someone explain what's happening here?" Vegeta couldn't help but inquire. "Mind your own business. It's not good for you. Just pretend you didn't hear anything." Broly replied coldly. "Come on, Broly, don't be so dull. Share with us." Goku stepped forward. "All right, I almost forgot about your matter, Trunks. Where's the antidote?" Broly extended his hand towards Trunks. "Oops, how could I forget something so crucial? If it weren't for your reminder, I might not have remembered. Uncle Goku, hurry and take the antidote." Trunks handed the antidote to Goku. "Broly, what does this mean?" Goku asked, puzzled as he held the antidote. "You contracted a viral heart disease, which will manifest in a few days. This is the antidote for your condition." Before Broly could finish, Goku swallowed the antidote whole. "Hey, Kakarot, you're too naive. You believe him just because he said so." Vegeta lamented Goku's gullibility. "Don't worry. With Broly's strength, he could eliminate me effortlessly. If he intended to harm me, why would he go through such trouble? Besides, he has been aiding me since childhood." Goku's face bore no trace of doubt. "Father, you remain as wise as ever." Future Gohan finally spoke, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at Goku. "Wise? What do you mean?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. The others present fell silent, rendered speechless. "Never mind, just disregard what I said." Future Gohan awkwardly replied. "Wait, you just call me father. Are you Gohan?" Goku finally connected the dots, revealing his remarkable obliviousness. Indeed, he was Gohan, but from the future, or rather, from a parallel universe, not from this timeline. Broly disclosed some significant information to those present regarding the grim future where all the Z fighters perished and Goku succumbed to illness. However, he did not clarify Trunks' situation entirely. Then who is this fellow radiating a Saiyan aura? Vegeta sensed a faint familiarity from Trunks. That is not important. What matters is that the androids are about to appear. "Trunks, do you recall their location?" Broly swiftly shifted the topic. "Yes, I remember. It should be over there, on a small island town 3,000 kilometers away, where the androids first appeared." Trunks pointed in a direction. "All right, let us fly there. The androids do not emit energy and want to be sensed." Broly took off into the sky. The gathered crowd swiftly followed suit, while the Z fighters in distant locations sensed their energy. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and several familiar auras. What could have transpired? Tien, puzzled, gazed up at the sky. "Tien, shall we go?" Kaiatsu inquired from the side. "Yes, I don't care about the others. Goku is my friend." Tien soared into the air, with Kaiatsu following closely behind. At the peak of the Bitter Highlands, Goku, Broly, and this is intriguing. Piccolo vanished from his spot. Came house. "Master Roshi, I'm going to help." Krillin exclaimed. "Be cautious. If the sky falls, those tall fellows will hold it up. Just enjoy the show." The elderly Kame Sanin replied, leaning on his cane. "What are you saying, Master? Am I that weak?" Krillin retorted. After that, he too took flight towards the others. With that little rascal around, if something goes wrong, it'll be suspicious. Kame Sanin muttered to himself before turning back to enter the house and switch on the television. On an island 3,000 kilometers away from West City, the Z fighters landed. Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, what brings you all here? Goku joyfully greeted them. Piccolo remained silent. "Goku, what is happening?" Krillin questioned, bewildered. "Human life has vanished." Tien's third eye flickered with a glimmer of light. It seems they have made their appearance. A powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from future Gohan. "Who is he?" Kaiatsu looked at Gohan in confusion. "We can discuss that later. The priority is to locate them quickly." "Uncle Goku, be careful. They are androids and emit no energy. We can only search with our eyes." Dan drew the sword from his back. "This time, I want to participate. It's up to you." Broly suddenly soared into the sky, seeking the optimal vantage point. "Never mind, I can manage alone. Everyone, remember to shout loudly if you notice anything unusual." Den was the first to fly into the town, with future Gohan closely behind. "They belong to me. Raditz, Nappa. Find them." Vegeta flew in another direction, with Raditz and Nappa following suit. The game begins. Broly leisurely watched the unfolding events. "Ho ho ho. You don't invite me to the good show. How rude." A burst of multicolored light suddenly descended. Such trivial matters hardly warrant your presence. You must be craving something again, Broly remarked with annoyance. Disciple, don't forget about my father. Those two-time travelers from parallel universes was suddenly squinted. Master, don't engage them. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Broly hastily intervened on their behalf. Fear not, the angelic order remains neutral and will not intervene. However, if my father arrives, I cannot guarantee anything. Wish showed no intention of taking action. That is reassuring. Such trifles surely concern the Grand Minister. Broly sighed in relief. Do not attempt to decipher my thoughts. The voice of the Grand Priest suddenly resonated in Broly's ears. This Grand Priest. Broly felt a wave of embarrassment akin to being caught in the act of speaking ill of others. I have noted this down, and I shall seek repayment from you in due time. With that, the Grand Priest severed the communication. Broly was left in a cold sweat.